Chapter 1. The Transmigration. My head aches terribly. This was Fong Ming's first impression upon awakening. It felt as if a wound had been inflicted upon his skull, throbbing painfully as if it might split open. Before him lay the scene of a carriage, its body jolting rhythmically, aggravating the injury and causing Fong Ming to gasp in discomfort. As he opened his eyes to survey his surroundings, he was met with walls formed from expansive wooden planks. Around him sat several Western youths, their golden hair and azure eyes contrasting with their serene expressions as they sat quietly, oblivious to his presence. It appeared that he was lying on the wooden floor, feeling its coldness beneath him. Aware that remaining in this position would risk illness from the chill, he struggled to rise. At that moment, a sudden wave of pain surged through his mind. This pain was unexpected and accompanied by a torrent of unfamiliar memories, causing Fong Ming to roll his eyes back and faint once more. "Hey, Leylin, wake up!" In a daze, Fong Ming heard a voice and involuntarily opened his eyes. Is this what it means to transmigrate? He distinctly recalled the last image he witnessed, the dazzling flames born from the explosion of a negative energy reactor. Such a cataclysmic explosion, without any form of protection, would have been unsurvivable for him. Moreover, the carriage and wooden planks he now observed were relics from an era long past on his original planet. As he sorted through the influx of new memories, Fong Ming began to grasp the essence of his body and its world. He had entered a realm reminiscent of the Western Middle Ages, imbued with mysterious powers. The body he inhabited was originally named Leylin Farrell, the son of a minor noble. He had been identified as possessing wizardly potential, and thanks to the influence of his father, Viscount John Farrell, he was en route to become a wizard apprentice. Currently, aboard a carriage heading to the Wizard Academy, turning to the boy who had roused him, he beheld a robust young man. With thick brows and bright eyes, a prominent nose, and a cascade of golden hair, he bore a youthful visage, yet was adorned with solid muscles, exuding a sense of masculinity. Upon seeing Fong Ming regain consciousness, the boy beamed with delight. "Haha, Leylin, you're finally awake. If you had been any later, you would have missed dinner. I bet you don't want to go hungry." "Thank you, George." The youths journeying to the Wizard Academy were all recognized as possessing wizardly aptitude. George was the legitimate son of an earl, known to be favored by his father, who had invested considerable effort and resources to secure George's admission to the academy. "Earl, you say?" Fong Ming pondered to himself. Once again, my thoughts drifted to my corporeal father, John Farrell, Viscount individual who presided over a territory nearly the size of a city. In my previous life, commanding an army of 1,000 soldiers as a local sovereign, in this realm, status and power are inextricably linked. Given that George's father is an earl, his domain must encompass at least several cities, yielding an annual income of thousands of gold coins. With such formidable resources, how could he have incurred significant costs? What means did my father employ to bring me to this place? As I pondered, a sharp pain coursed through my mind, conjuring a vivid memory. It was within a dark chamber, where the yellowed wooden beams exuded an ancient aura, and the air was thick with acrid dust. Under the dim light, John Farrell solemnly presented a ring to Raylin. "Dear Raylin, this is our family's priceless treasury, a pact with a wizard. My grandfather once aided an injured sorcerer, who gifted him this ring with the promise that if any of his descendants possessed talent, they could use it to become an apprentice and gain admission to the Wizarding Academy without incurring tuition fees. Now, I bestow it upon you, hoping you will carry forth the glory of the Farrell lineage." The ring, my pupils contracted, and my right hand instinctively found its way to my chest. Beneath the silk fabric, I felt a hard sensation, as if an iron band lay concealed beneath. A sigh of relief escaped my lips. Fortunately, I wonder if those individuals lacked discernment or were bound by some constraint, as they did not seize it. Having been a scientist in my previous life, I was filled with curiosity about the mysterious forces at play, eager to delve deeper into their secrets. Though I have occupied this body and absorbed its memories, I am still distinct from the original Raylin Farrell. His family, having coexisted with him for over a decade, would undoubtedly notice the difference. If they were to suspect I am possessed by a demon and summoned a mysterious wizard for examination, I would have little confidence in concealing my past. As I contemplated these thoughts, a pair of strong hands helped me to my feet. "What are you thinking about?" George inquired. Nothing. Nothing at all. I quickly shook my head, rubbing my aching head in the process. Dear George, why did you let me lie on the floor for so long without waking me? I asked, rolling my eyes. I thought you were enjoying your slumber so soundly and presumed you preferred lying down. George explained, scratching his head bashfully, though a mischievous glint sparkled in his eyes. Under my piercing gaze, he finally raised his hands in surrender. All right. You know I'm not one to hold grudges, especially considering our brotherhood. However, the entire carriage seems to be against you, and I certainly do not wish to be ostracized. Offend? Goddess? I scratched my head, suddenly recalling the incident that had provoked the altercation. It concerned a girl named Besta, who, despite being only 15 or 16, had matured impressively, her large, sparkling eyes making her all the more alluring to Raylan. The lecherous soul. This Raylan is hardly a commendable character, having lost his innocence at the tender age of 12. He has since resorted to seduction or coercion, culminating in a notorious reputation for having ensnared over 100 individuals. Initially, his advances could be deemed as mere expressions of affection, but soon he intended to resort to more forceful measures. Upon realizing this, Fongming could not help but label Raylan as a fool in his thoughts. After all, he is a princess of a small nation. How could he think to impose himself? Has he nothing but mush in his head? It is needless to say that Raylan was subsequently met with a severe reprimand from a cadre of protectors, which ultimately led to his downfall, inadvertently benefiting Fongming. This Baista seems rather cunning indeed. Fongming mused with a smirk. Regardless, since I have taken over your body, if the opportunity arises, I shall avenge you. For now, I am Raylan Farrell. Fongming vowed silently. In Raylan's memories, he had never encountered an Asian person, nor had he ever heard a Chinese name that in this fantastical Western world, adopting a Chinese name would be rather awkward and perilous. Glancing around, he noticed that the spacious carriage was now devoid of any occupants, explaining why George had chosen this moment to summon him. Nevertheless, I must thank you, George. Do you have any healing ointment? Fongming inquired as he rose, stretching his limbs. Although several areas still ached subtly, it did not impede his movement, while a blood scab had formed at the back of his head. I knew you would need this. George chuckled, tossing over a small vial. This is a family secret of mine, reputedly effective for injuries sustained during nightly training. As George spoke, he glanced furtively around as if he were committing a theft. All right, dinner is about to commence. I must depart. Hurry up and apply that ointment. And remember, do not disclose our relationship to anyone. With that, he swiftly dashed away like the wind. Watching George disappear, Raylan could not help but rub his forehead. Given the situation, Raylan must have incurred widespread ire. What a grave offense. Was it merely a matter of flirting with women? In Raylan's memories, this world is relatively liberal regarding such matters. Setting aside his thoughts, he hastened to remove his clothing and apply the ointment to his injuries. Ugh, that damned George couldn't have waited to help me with the ointment before leaving? Raylan inhaled sharply as he applied the salve. The ointment proved to be quite effective upon application. A soothing coolness emanated from the wounds, alleviating the pain. Once he attended to his injuries, Raylan donned his clothes and opened the carriage door. A gentle breeze swept through as the distant yellow sun gradually descended, casting a golden hue over the landscape. Regardless of everything, it truly is wonderful to be alive. Raylan's eyes seemed to glisten as he murmured to himself. Surveying his surroundings, he observed a dozen large carriages forming a rudimentary encampment, with a bonfire crackling at the center. Many young boys and girls had spread blankets on the ground, sitting upon them to rest, laughing and frolicking, occasionally taking bites from the bread in there. Hands 雷林径直朝着一处走去，那里是一张长条桌，上面摆满了面包和果汁。根据记忆，那正是发放食物的地点。走近时，他注意到有几个人在排队，看到雷林的到来，纷纷投来鄙夷的目光。尽管雷林自认为脸皮很厚，但仍然感到些许不适。然而，他并未选择离开，毕竟温饱问题仍需解决。快点！一个嘶哑的声音响起。对不起，安格雷大人。一个脸上带着斑点的男孩急忙道歉， 迅速拿了属于自己的食物后，匆忙离去。第一，危险警报！危险警报！距离危险源头过近，建议主体立即远离1000米以上。Chapter 2. Chip, what is this? Listening to the mechanical voice resonating in his mind, Lei Lin's pupils dilated in astonishment. Is this not the auxiliary chip that once resided in my brain? How could it have traversed with me? This defies all scientific logic. Raylan found it hard to believe. And then his mind spoke. Chip, scan my brain to locate the auxiliary system. Beep. Scan complete. No foreign objects detected in the primary brain. In an instant, the mechanical voice of the chip echoed. Then scan the entire body and simultaneously display the bodily data. Once again, a series of mechanical sounds followed. Beep. Scan finished. Fong Ming, Raylan Farrell, strength, 0. For agility, 0. 5 constitution, 0. For condition, subdural hemorrhage, multiple soft tissue injuries. No chip detected within the primary body. Before Lei Lin's eyes, a three-dimensional graphic materialized, depicting his own physical form, accompanied by a plethora of data. Is there no chip? He pondered. I had surmised that the chip was the essence. How could it possibly traverse alongside the soul, within the recesses of his mind? Lei Lin contemplated. It appears that during the explosion or the act of transference, a mutation occurred, merging the chip's functionality with my very soul. If I were still in the previous world, this would be a monumental discovery. It not only substantiates the existence of the soul, but also unveils the potential for the transmutation between matter and spirit. This revelation would undoubtedly drive the esteemed gentlemen of the National Academy of Sciences into a frenzy, yet alas, they shall never behold it. Such a chip is indispensable for scientists of the past. Due to concerns surrounding human rights and mental well-being, it bears no intelligence of its own, serving merely two functions, analysis and storage. The analytical function allows for the collection of data samples based on the subject's commands, facilitating simulated deductions. The storage function is even more straightforward, capable of recording every detail experienced by the subject's senses, according to calculations from the previous life. The storage capacity of such a chip could encompass all events spanning thousands of years. As for why the chip has fused with the soul, that question shall remain unanswered until the future provides the means and conditions to ponder it. However, with the chip in my possession, I possess a certain leverage in this world. A radiant smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Raylan's mouth. He was acutely aware that in this medieval era, the essence of future technology would surely pave extraordinary paths ahead. However, Raylan's physique was rather. Looking at the data before him, he found himself speechless. The metrics were measured against the physiological standards of an adult, where a normal adult's indicators should ideally hover around 1. Although Raylan was merely 13 or 14 years old, his figures were undeniably low. Upon reflection, it could be that the human bodies in this world are generally weaker. The chip began to scan the physiological data of those around him. Beep. Task initiated. Data collection commenced. In an instant, three-dimensional representations of the surrounding individuals materialized before Raylan, complete with annotated data. Name, unknown, gender, male, strength, 0, 9, agility, 1, 1, constitution, 0, 8, name, unknown, gender, male, strength, 1, 2, agility, 0, 9, constitution, 1, 0, name, unknown, gender, female, strength, 0, 8, agility, 1, 2, constitution, 0, 7. Well then, it appears that the physical constitution of humanity in this world is generally superior to that of the future. Raylan, astonishingly, was outperformed even by a girl. I find myself blushing on his behalf. Raylan swept his gaze around, observing youths of a similar age, particularly a seemingly delicate girl who, despite being several streets ahead of him, appeared utterly despondent. At this moment, it became evident that Raylan was merely a slothful and debauched wastrel. Name, unknown gender, male strength, 3, 3 agility, 2, 5 constitution, 3, 2 warning. Warning. This organism is exceedingly dangerous. It is advised that the subject maintain a distance of over 1,000 meters. The crimson alert flashed 3 times, rendering Raylan utterly astonished. An average score of 3, 0. He pondered, scanning the data repeatedly to confirm the chip's accuracy, and was left speechless. Even a world champion would struggle to meet such standards. In his previous life, this individual could have donned their underpants on the outside and masqueraded as a superhero. As a scientist, Raylan understood that a constitution of 3, 2 indicated this individual's resistance to impacts, viral resilience, and recovery speed were all over 3 times that of an ordinary person. Each physical metric being triple that of a normal human is not merely a sum. What does this signify? It implies that this person could effortlessly defeat dozens, if not over 100, assailants with bare hands. In his previous life, such a being would be akin to a diminutive superhero. It seems that only bioengineered beings, modified through genetic manipulation within a laboratory, could possibly exhibit such statistics, and even then, they would only attain one of these metrics. Indeed, this world is far from simple. Raylan contemplated, casting another glance at the individual possessing such terrifying prowess. He was a man clad in black, appearing to be in his middle age, with a jagged scar that extended from his forehead to his lips, bisecting his face and rendering him exceedingly fearsome. The previously spotted boy had been thoroughly intimidated by him. This man was responsible for receiving us as the Academy's servant, and it was said that he was not even a wizard. Yet, he exuded such dreadfulness. One could only wonder what a true wizard might be like. Suddenly, Raylan discovered a profound interest and curiosity towards the profession of a wizard. An urge to rush to the Academy and uncover its mysteries overwhelming him. The line was short, and it was soon Raylan's turn. The scarred figure in black handed him a piece of white bread and some juice, not uttering a word, merely waving his hand with an air of impatience. Had it been the former Raylan, even if he were not at home and dared not drag this man out for a few lashes, his expression would have been far from pleasant, and he might have even muttered a few curses. However, the current Raylan was far from foolish. Recalling his memories, he gracefully performed a noble salute, saying, "Thank you, sir." The man in black remained expressionless, observing Raylan as he turned to leave. Oh, who would have thought that Raylan could actually resemble a noble when he salutes? The 2 youths following him whispered amongst themselves, "Hurry up and catch up." The voice of the scarred man suddenly erupted beside their ears, the sheer volume causing one boy to jump in fright and sit down abruptly on the ground. Ignoring the discussions behind him and feeling the cold stares of those around, Lin couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, I seem to be quite an unpopular individual. Glancing at George, he quickly turned his head away, discreetly gesturing with his hands behind his back. "Well, in light of the medicine, I shall refrain from exposing you." With a sigh, Lin sought a more secluded spot, disregarding whether there was a carpet beneath him, and sat down to indulge in his meal. As Raylan ate, his mind wandered. For an ordinary farmer, the hard, unnutritious black bread was considered a delicacy. Reflecting on the memories of the rock-like black bread he had once seen, Raylan sighed, fortunate to find himself among the elite of this world, be they nobles or wizards, who were spared from hardship. Based on previous experiences, noble youths would typically set up tents at the campsite, resting for the night before continuing their journey. However, it was evident that no one would extend an invitation to Raylan. Lacking a tent of his own, he found himself sleeping in the cold, hard confines of a wagon. Earlier, he had observed that there were over 50 apprentices and 25 cloaked figures, with the highest-ranking individuals in white robes numbering 3. Just the thought of being spotted from a distance had raised the hair on the back of Raylan's neck. Especially alarming was the chip's warning about an unknown radiation source, coupled with the interference from an unidentified force field that rendered scanning impossible. This realization cast a shadow over Raylan's heart. It seemed that even with the chip, he remained a weakling in this world. Yet, it was precisely this weakness that intensified his yearning for the power of a wizard. In Leyland's eyes, it appeared as though flames were igniting. Perhaps it is best to retire for the night. Tomorrow there is still a journey to undertake. Raylan removed his coat and laid it on the ground, seeking a more comfortable position for slumber. It had been over 3 months since he embarked on his journey, traversing through numerous kingdoms, yet he had still not reached his destination. The transportation conditions of this ancient era were truly. With his eyes closed and in a state of drowsiness, he lost track of time until the carriage door suddenly swung open with a loud bang. Suddenly, Raylan rose to his feet, and at that moment, he caught a whiff of a fragrant rose aroma. Sweet and delightful, it stirred something within him, awakening memories long buried. Raylan, are you all right?" A melodious female voice floated into the air. "Is it Baista? Come in." Raylan stepped aside. Instantly, the floral scent within the carriage intensified, accompanied by the entrance of a beautiful young girl. Her fair skin was adorned in a tight red outfit that accentuated her voluptuous curves. What left an indelible impression on Raylan were her platinum hair and blood-red eyes, which, together with her enchanting visage, exuded an extraordinary allure. This was the very girl whose actions had led Raylan to a beating and ultimately to his demise. Baista, is there something you need? Despite her striking appearance and the allure she possessed, to Fong Ming, who had endured relentless assaults from another world, she was merely somewhat attractive. He maintained a demeanor of cool indifference. Her evident surprise at his attitude rendered her momentarily speechless, causing her to hesitate. After a prolonged silence, she finally retrieved a small glass vial from her pocket and placed it in Raylan's hand. This is a healing ointment. Just apply it, and you'll be fine. I'm sorry. The girl bowed again, revealing the soft, full curves of her chest, stirring something within Raylan. After her apology, she darted away like a startled fawn, leaving behind a trail of fragrant air. Watching the red fabric of her attire vanish from sight, Raylan found himself perplexed. It was he who had teased her, so why was she apologizing? Was there something amiss in her thoughts? He then examined the vial in his hand, contemplating whether he had misjudged her. Perhaps Baista was, in fact, a kind-hearted girl. Raylan curiously examined the glass vial in his hand. Although the craftsmanship was still somewhat rudimentary, the ability to produce glass was commendable. He promptly unscrewed the cap, releasing a fragrant aroma of medicine into the air. Habitually, he uttered, "Chip. Skin the potion. Analyze the components." Beep. Task initiated. Scanning commenced. Upon discovering an unknown ingredient, he began to establish a simulated experiment. Experiment concluded. The effects of the unidentified potion, a potent, intense itching sensation. Duration, 7 days. However, he was soon struck by a sense of mischievousness akin to that of an adult watching a playful child at play. Raylan gazed at the glass bottle in his hand, contemplating for a moment before tucking it into his bosom. It is best to keep it, for it may prove useful in the future. Ever since Bastar's visit, no one has come to disturb him. Reclining once more, Leyland appeared to be in a state of slumber, yet his mind raced with thoughts. Accompanying the group to the Wizard Academy posed no risk of exposure. Those clad in white robes were undoubtedly sorcerers. He had passed by them several times without attracting attention, indicating they remained unaware of his peculiarities. His confidence in venturing to the academy grew stronger. However, it was rumored that the wizards within were enigmatic and ruthless entities. According to the information gleaned from Viscount John, although mutual killings were forbidden within the academy, competition among peers was still fiercely intense, necessitating a means of self-preservation. With this in mind, he retrieved the ring hanging from his neck, holding it in his hand. The ring was dark and unremarkable, save for a diminutive yin engraved on the inner band, surrounded by intricate patterns. Given the standards of the medieval era, the complexity of such engravings on a ring was truly astounding. Yet, anything associated with sorcery could only evoke intrigue, regardless of its appearance. Raylan murmured softly, issuing a command. "Chip, scan the ring on my hand." Beep. Task initiated. Scanning. Unknown metallic composition detected, cross-referencing with the database. Insufficient data, analysis impossible. Indeed, the current capabilities of the chip are still too limited to analyze the artifacts left by the sorcerer. Raylan sighed, carefully storing the ring away. How can one enhance their strength? This body is utterly feeble. Even peers of the same age surpass him. This is unacceptable. In his previous life, genetic modification was an option, yet clearly, such conditions are not available now. Perhaps delving into Raylan's memories might reveal some method. Raylan pondered quietly as he found the most comfortable position to recline, commanding in his mind. "Chip, organize and back up my memories." Beep. Task established. Commencing organization. In the world of Raylan's previous life, the scientific community had long believed that a significant portion of the human brain remained untapped, encompassing all memories from birth to the present. Some memories, even if forgotten by the individual, undoubtedly lingered within the recesses of the mind. Now, with Raylan's command, aided by the chip, his entire life, ranging from his birth to his selection as a wizard apprentice, unfolded vividly before him. Every meal, every flavor savored, was laid bare in his consciousness without reservation. These memories, however, were exceedingly intricate and laden with superfluous details. Previously, Raylan had merely extracted the urgent essentials and set them aside. Now, through the chip, everything was meticulously organized. The data organization was complete. The chip's notification chimed. Establish a new document, entitled Raylan Farrell, and save. Raylan issued a new command. Beep. Document Raylan Farrell established. Initiate task to search for methods to rapidly enhance the subject's strength. Beep. Task established. Commencing search. Before Raylan, countless data visuals flowed by, forming a beautiful tapestry of light. The search has concluded. A total of 453 methods have been discovered. So many? After a moment of contemplation, Raylan dismissed those with a feasibility below 50, while simultaneously imposing the condition, it must be actionable immediately. The filtering process commenced anew. Beep. The screening is complete, leaving only 2 methods remaining. Display all. Option 1. Become a wizard. Option 2. Undergo night training. The first option is presently impractical. Without access to a wizard academy, how could one possibly become a wizard? And what exactly is this night training? Raylan murmured softly, then promptly issued a new task. Chip. Organize the memories pertaining to night training and transfer them into my recollection. As the data flowed, Raylan began to comprehend the essence of these so-called nights. In this world, brimming with enigmatic forces, the common folk predominantly encounter knights. The term knight refers to formidable warriors who, through arduous training, have awakened the life energy within them, resulting in physical prowess that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. To become a wizard, one must possess a rare talent, with perhaps 1 in tens of thousands being fortunate enough to have it. However, the path to knighthood is accessible to all who are willing to exert themselves. These knights not only boast physical capabilities several times greater than that of the average person, but are also adept in various weaponry and combat techniques. Some knights even master secret techniques that enable them to unleash their power in an instant. Collectively, these knights form the aristocratic class and serve as the foundational pillar of the mundane kingdom's governance. The Farrell family, to which Raylan belongs, is a lineage of knights. The first patriarch established his reputation by following the king into battle, earning the title of Viscount and the accompanying lands as a reward. In a small grove near the Viscount's estate, Viscount John Farrell, clad in knightly attire and bearing a serious expression, addressed the young Raylan, then merely a child. Today, I shall impart to you the secret swordsmanship of our Farrell lineage, along with the accompanying breathing techniques. You must remember this well and never disclose it to others. At that moment, Viscount John's demeanor was unprecedentedly grave. However, young Raylan, still a mere child, evidently did not take this to heart. He glanced at the teachings and quickly forgot them. When Viscount John insisted on training him several times, Raylan, fearing hardship and fatigue, ultimately gave up. Alas, a doting father often spoils his son. Raylan finally comprehended how the extravagant temperament of his former self was cultivated. Although the youthful Raylan was only interested in frivolities and completely forgot the knightly cultivation methods passed down through his family, the information was meticulously restored before him through the chip. The foundational sword techniques of the cross sword, horizontal slash, vertical slash, thrust, diagonal cut, the footwork, advance, retreat, dodge, and the corresponding breathing techniques all manifested in Raylan's mind, accompanied by the experiences imparted by Viscount John. The final image that lingered was of Viscount John exhaling white vapor, wielding the cross sword, and cleaving a rock the size of a millstone into 2 halves. How astonishing! The knights, merely the foundation of mysterious powers, are already so formidable. What then, of the wizards who stand above them? Raylan's gaze was fervent. Alas, perhaps I should first examine the knight's breathing technique. After all, training as a knight does not conflict with studying sorcery. It may even provide me with a modicum of self-defense. Upon meticulous study, Raylan discovered that the so-called breathing techniques of this world bore some resemblance to the internal martial arts of his previous life, albeit in a much more rudimentary form, entirely reliant on external stimuli to evoke one's life energy. According to legend, if one undergoes night training without awakening the energy within their body, the only recourse is to enter the battlefield, where brutal combat might catalyze the life energy, thus allowing one to become a knight. Chip? Initiate the transmission of the cross sword technique, Raylan commanded. Immediately, a wealth of knowledge regarding swordsmanship flooded into Raylan's mind, firmly inscribed as if the skills had been painstakingly honed since childhood. Isolate the cross sword technique and generate a new document, titled Fundamentals of the Cross Sword. New document Fundamentals of the Cross Sword established. With the chip's announcement, a smile graced Raylan's lips through the chip. His learning speed was so rapid that it would shame any so-called genius into despair. With the memory now acquired, the next step was to procure a cross sword for practical application. Given 10 days, he was confident he could elevate his mastery of the cross sword technique to the level of Viscount John. However, these sword techniques were mere instruments of murder. The crux of night training lay in the complementary breathing techniques. Raylan murmured to himself, Chip, based on my various data, Construct a model for practicing the breathing technique. Ding. Task established. Character model created. Commencing simulation. As the mechanical voice echoed, a three-dimensional silhouette materialized before Raylan, translucent, radiating a bluish light, and resembling him perfectly. It depicted a Western youth of 13 or 14, with brown hair and prominent features. The holographic figure breathed rhythmically, and by adjusting specific frequencies and intensities. A red line began to traverse the model. After a few minutes, the simulation concluded, and the chip's voice announced, "Simulation complete. The complementary breathing technique for the cross sword has been developed. Time required for one full cycle, 30 minutes. After 10 cycles, it will enhance strength by 0.05, agility by 0.06, and constitution by 0.03, with diminishing returns. Training through this method may yield physical repercussions. It is advised that the subject proceed with caution." I must say, this truly is the hallmark of nightly training. If I persist, I shall soon master this power. Yet, I wonder if there exists a remedy for these hidden injuries? Raylan smiled as he spoke. At that moment, the chip's voice resonated. Would you like to optimize the breathing technique? Yes or no? Could it be that the chip possessed such capabilities? A look of joy suddenly appeared on Raylan's face. Chapter 4, Cultivation. To his surprise, the analytical function of the chip also proved effective for the night's breathing techniques in this world. Leyland exclaimed, "Commence optimization immediately." The process began, with an estimated duration of 125 minutes. 125 minutes. Just over 2 hours. I can certainly wait. Leyland seemed to have set his mind at ease. As he endured the somewhat anxious wait, the 2 hours finally elapsed, and the chip's voice rang out punctually. Breathing technique optimization complete. Runtime reduced by 5 minutes and 23 seconds, with a 5 enhancement in all effects. After effects of physical damage have vanished. Excellent. This outcome greatly pleased Leyland. A 5 improvement in efficacy may seem modest, yet after numerous iterations, dozens, perhaps hundreds, the disparity becomes monumental. It is said that the cross-sword technique, along with its accompanying breathing method, was derived from the body of a knight after countless bloody battles endured by the first patriarch. Among the numerous knightly families, it stands as a commendable skill. Yet, the breathing technique, once optimized by the chip, has likely surpassed even the secret tomes hoarded by small kingdoms. Raylan pondered deeply, and then, with a sense of impatience, declared, "Chip, transmit the optimized breathing technique to the memory bank." The chip dutifully complied with the command, inundating Raylan's mind with an abundance of scenes depicting the practice of the breathing technique. After a few minutes, the transmission concluded, leaving Raylan rubbing his temples, feeling somewhat dizzy. Yet this was a normal occurrence. At that moment, his mind was brimming with countless memories of practicing the breathing technique, along with various experiences that complemented the trainings, allowing him to circumvent many obstacles compared to an ordinary individual. Previously, he had not realized this, but here, with the aid of the chip, he possessed an extraordinary advantage over the average person. Leyland murmured, "Possessing a chip allows me to obtain insights that would take others a decade of relentless struggle to acquire. Merely by adhering to its guidance, I can progress along the most accurate path effortlessly." The cultivation of breathing techniques entails numerous taboos, some of which cannot be comprehended through mere verbal descriptions. It is only through personal practice and traversing a few detours that one truly awakens to their significance. Thankfully, these pitfalls have been meticulously avoided through the chip's modeling and analysis. Let me give it a try. With this thought, Leyland reclined on the ground in a starfish position. According to the breathing technique's description and the chip's recommendations, when practicing the corresponding breathing method of the cross sword, no special movements were required. One simply needed to find the most comfortable posture. Initially, he held his breath for 65 seconds, followed by a pattern of 3 long breaths and 1 short breath, with the duration and frequency being. Raylan, following the guidance of the breathing technique, gradually entered a state of cultivation. His entire being seemed to drift into a deep slumber, though his face flushed crimson and his temples throbbed rhythmically, as if engaged in some internal exertion. As time flowed on, the redness of Raylan's face intensified, ultimately resulting in the emergence of dark, viscous beads of sweat. This process endured for approximately 20 minutes, after which Raylan opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. A long breath, imbued with dark vapor, was forcefully released. Moreover, a series of crackling sounds emanated from various parts of his body. Raylan rose to his feet, stretching his limbs, feeling a warmth enveloping his body as if he had just endured an intense bout of exertion. "Chip, display my bodily data," Raylan commanded. Raylan feral strength, 0. For agility, 0. 5 constitution, 0. For condition, lightly injured. Laylene's expression remained unchanged as he commanded. "Alter the data display mode to precision of 10 decimal places and retrieve the data from before the training for comparison." With Laylene's directive, the luminous screen before him flickered, elongating the previously displayed physical fitness data by an additional 9 decimal places, with the last 3 digits continuously fluctuating. "Indeed, as this is my inaugural training session, the data shows a notable increase," Laylen remarked. The enhancement observed after merely 20 minutes of training was quite substantial. With perseverance, attaining the physical metrics of the enigmatic figure in the black robe is merely a matter of time. This implies that those dozen or so individuals clad in black are, in fact, knights. Raylan pondered thoughtfully, lamenting the limitations imposed on the breathing technique based on his memories in the analysis from the chip. The ancestral breathing technique of the feral family could only be practiced once a day. Exceeding this limit would not only render it ineffective, but could also inflict harm upon the body. "Is there any way for me to practice the breathing technique multiple times each day?" Raylan inquired of the chip. "Pharmaceutical assistance is required," the chip responded tersely. "Please enumerate the necessary medications." "Quinoline, Mark 21, magnesium peroxide." The chip listed an extensive array of pharmaceutical names, all familiar to Raylan from his past life. "Is it possible to substitute with other medications or botanical components?" he asked, furrowing his brow at the apparent impossibility. "Samples must be provided for pharmacological analysis. Current data is insufficient," the chip indicated. "As long as there is a solution, that suffices." Raylan exhaled in relief. He then glanced at himself, noting the considerable filth that had accumulated on his body from the practice of the breathing technique, leaving him feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Raylan frowned. "It appears I must take a bath." Emerging from the carriage, he noticed it was already midnight. The noble youths were soundly asleep in their tents. With utmost stealth, Raylan stepped out of the carriage and made his way towards a nearby stream. A warning sounded in his ear, human presence detected. Raylan feigned ignorance, his steps unwavering. "What do you intend to do?" A voice emerged from behind him, startlingly swift. Raylan's pupils constricted, despite having sensed the presence beforehand. He remained oblivious to how the figure had approached him so stealthily. Should this individual harbor malevolent intentions, he would find himself utterly defenseless. Maintaining an outward appearance of startled surprise, he exclaimed, "Ah, who is it?" "Who?" Turning around, he beheld the dark-robed figure from earlier. The one who had distributed food. Raylan recalled his name, Ungry. "You. Greetings, Lord Ungry. I merely found myself a bit unkempt and wished to take a bath." His complexion had paled, as though he had been struck by fear, rendering his speech somewhat disjointed. "Bathing?" The dark-robed man furrowed his brow, sniffing the air. Indeed, a foul odor emanated from Raylan. Without further acknowledgement, Ungry turned and proceeded towards the center of the cart, where his tent awaited. "Thank you for your reminder, Lord Ungry," Raylan called out, unsure if the man had heard him, yet he bowed nonetheless. Caution had always been his guiding principle. Only after confirming Ungry's complete departure did he set forth towards the small river. As Ungry entered his tent, he lowered his hood, revealing a visage marred by a deep scar that cleaved his face in two. Is it the impurities expelled from practicing the knight's breathing technique? How nostalgic, he mused, reflecting on the youthful faces around him, reminiscent of his own earlier innocence. Alas, had I been born a noble, I would not have had to risk my safety by conducting experiments for the sorcerer in pursuit of the knight's training method, leading to this current predicament. Ungry whispered, his form melding seamlessly with the shadows of the tent, nearly indistinguishable from his surroundings. As Raylan strolled along, he casually plucked wildflowers and grasses from the roadside, occasionally tasting them. It was likely that the enigmatic figure in the black robe, Henri, had uncovered something. However, it was of little consequence. It was entirely normal for a noble heir to practice the knight breathing technique. Furthermore, endowed with the physical prowess of a knight, he surely possessed his own unique breathing method, rendering my own inconsequential. After all, should he desire it, I could easily transcribe a copy for him. Beneath the vast chasm of our respective powers, Raylan harbored no intentions of maintaining secrecy for the feral family. Yet, it appeared that Henri held little interest in the training methods of lesser nobility. The chip's voice chimed, concluding the analysis. No beneficial components detected. With a playful puff, Raylan expelled the roots from his mouth and selected another plant. He commanded his mind to catalog the previous plant's morphological components, ready to proceed with the next analysis. Task established. Commence component collection. Simulated experimental analysis in progress. Through the luminous screen before him, Raylan observed the chip's progress with clarity. Ding. Experiment concluded. Unknown plant components exhibit mild paralyzing effects. Recalling from memory, Raylan identified it as the three-night grass. Chip. Designate it as three-night grass and store it in the database. Ding. Successfully archived. This is a red fruit, and its flavor seems quite pleasing. Raylan parted a thicket of bushes to reveal several crimson fruits. Each fruit was roughly the size of his thumb, perched atop a vine adorned with sharp thorns, and they appeared remarkably exquisite. Raylan cautiously maneuvered around the thorns and plucked a vibrant red fruit. As he bit into it, a crisp sound resonated, and the sweet juice was released, filling his mouth. Its texture resembles that of an apple, yet it possesses a sweeter flavor, Raylan remarked. Chip. Analysis. Throughout his journey, Raylan had cataloged information on over 30 types of flora, yet regrettably, none proved beneficial to him. Arriving at the riverbank, the rushing water crashed against the stones, producing a cacophony that seemed even more jarring in the tranquil night. Chip. Scan the surrounding environment, Raylan commanded, for even without the reminder from the cloaked figure, angry, he relied on the chip to navigate potential dangers effectively. Raylan muttered as he removed his coat and undergarments, stepping into the river, his body exposed to the elements. The frigid water enveloped him, sending a shiver coursing through his being. This water is indeed cold. I find myself yearning for the warmth of my old water heater. Chapter 5. The crossed swords clang. The two iron swords clashed, producing a crisp sound. Raylan, you are no match for me. Surrender, George exclaimed, gripping the hilt of his sword with both hands, laughter echoing in his voice. You are far from it, Raylan retorted, his feet moving in an unusual rhythm as he launched another assault. George swung his long sword, unleashing a menacing gust of wind. Raylan brandished his cross sword horizontally, successfully parrying George's assault. Excellent. Your blocking stance is commendable, George exclaimed loudly. Be cautious. I shall now strike at your left foot. Come forth. Raylan braced himself. Observe my prowess. George swung his massive two-handed sword, tracing a beautiful yet lethal arc through the air, aimed at Raylan's right foot. Raylan took a step back, raising his cross-shaped sword to parry George's greatsword midair. You swore it would be with your left foot. You are not keeping your promise. This is what one calls a strategy. It is a test of your agility. My father often teaches me that if one does not understand tactics, they will inevitably be outmaneuvered by others. I only wish to outsmart others. I do not wish to be outsmarted. No more fighting. No more. You are growing increasingly formidable with each encounter. In just a few days, I shall no longer be your match. He scratched his head in confusion and said, Raylan, my swordsmanship has been honed under the rigorous training of a great knight. My mentor has claimed that my skills rival those of an average knight. How can you hold your own against me, yet have been bested by a few blows from Yuan? Raylan clenched his fists, his face flushed with emotion, resembling the fervent determination of a passionate youth confronted with adversity. Dear Raylan, I firmly believe you will realize your aspirations, George reassured him, patting him on the shoulder. His expression filled with sympathy. Even now, with your capabilities, you are more than capable of seeking vengeance. Through their sparring sessions, George had developed a fair understanding of Raylan's strength. I can handle one or two, but Olin and his group consist of 5. Raylan lamented. In truth, he felt confident in confronting Olin's band, yet he needed an excuse to persuade George to train with him. By the way, what is this great knight you mentioned earlier? Raylan inquired, recalling George's earlier complaints. The great knight, you ask? It represents a higher echelon of knighthood, a figure of absolute significance wherever they may be. If fortune favors them, they might even be received by the king. Should they pledge their loyalty, they are sure to be appointed as a legion commander. Their enhancements reach the pinnacle. It is said that in the mortal realm, only ranged formations of crossbowmen or the charge of heavily armored cavalry can impede their advance. George explained. Such prowess, Raylan murmured. A legion commander holds a status equivalent to that of a count. Even Viscount John must pay his respects upon meeting one. Heavily armored cavalry represents the zenith of combat power in an era dominated by cold steel. Once they charge, even the smallest of walls could be breached. To think a great knight could withstand such force with mere resilience is astonishing. Noticing the longing expression on Raylan's face, George chuckled heartily to console him. Do not envy them. The power of a wizard is far more enigmatic and formidable than that of a knight. Once you become a wizard apprentice, your status will rival that of a great knight. Should you ascend to the rank of a full-fledged wizard, congratulations. Slaying a great knight would be no more challenging than crushing an ant. Kings from various realms will eagerly seek to place their beautiful daughters in your bed. Are wizards truly that formidable? Raylan questioned, puzzled as to why those in dark robes seemed so indifferent toward potential apprentices like himself. They are merely knights, after all. Well, I'm not entirely sure, but the status of a wizard is undoubtedly exalted. This is what my father conveyed to me. I can assure you of this based on the reputation of our Burening family. All right. I do not doubt you, Raylan replied, somewhat exasperated. He silently commanded his chip. Skin the individuals before me. Beep. Name, George Burening. Strength, 1. 9 agility, 1. 8 constitution, 1. 9 status, healthy. George's statistics were beyond what could be attained through standard training. As he stated, he had undergone knight training since childhood, leading to his current physical prowess. The external world refers to warriors who enhance their physical abilities through the knight's breathing technique, yet have not awakened their life energy as apprentice knights. Even among apprentice knights, George's physical attributes are of the highest caliber. This is related to his noble heritage and the extensive use of rare potions to enhance his physique. George glanced around as the moonlight poured down, casting a silvery hue over the surroundings, while the tranquil night was filled with the chirping of insects. With the need to travel by day, Raylan was keen to avoid drawing attention, so he and George secretly trained at night. This, of course, did not escape the notice of the figures in black cloaks, but after several encounters, Raylan discovered their demeanor was quite aloof. As long as they did not stray too far from the camp or cause trouble, they seemed indifferent to everything else. Oh, George, initially somewhat distracted, suddenly brightened. You finally exhausted your supply. Gus has been urging me for this. To train in swordsmanship, one primarily requires a cross sword. As a noble, many young men donned warrior attire, adorned with long swords at their waists. However, the former Raylan had none, claiming they were too cumbersome and hindered his mobility. Out of a desire to avoid inconvenience, Raylan had set off on his journey without even a dagger, leaving him utterly defenseless in this new world, unable to find even a practice cross sword. Thus, to train in swordsmanship, Raylan resolved to turn to his first acquaintance upon awakening, George, by threatening to expose their friendship. He coerced George into providing practice and weaponry free of charge, thinking back to George's wide-eyed expression, as if he had fallen into the clutches of a troublesome friend. Raylan couldn't help but chuckle. Though your swordsmanship is improving rapidly, do you truly not require a cross sword? George inquired once more. Thank you for your kindness, but it is indeed unnecessary. Raylan smiled in refusal. Very well, then let us have one final bout, as per our usual arrangement. I shall exert only the same amount of force as you, George proclaimed, as he picked up a great sword with both hands. Making his way to the center of the grassy field, the bright blade glinting coldly under the moonlight. Raylan also arrived at the venue, exclaiming, "Let us go. This time, hold nothing back." He had an experimental notion he wished to bring to fruition, hence the invitation. Chip. Establish the mission. Analyze the opponent's strength in the surrounding environment, and simulate the optimal strategy for victory. The mission was established, and the analysis commenced. Experimental results indicated that the remained unscathed while the target had lost its combat effectiveness. Shall we activate dynamic auxiliary perspective? Activate. Upon Raylan's command, an array of blue lines materialized before him, seemingly rendering the arena into a virtual realm. Based on the target's reactions, the probability of a preemptive strike was calculated at 98.99, with the attack directed towards the subject's right arm. The optimal countermeasure was determined to be a sidestep followed by a jump slash. As the chip's voice resonated, the blue light within Raylan's retina coalesced into an ethereal image of George, brandishing a great sword aimed at Raylan's right arm. Behold my blade, George bellowed. Indeed, launching the first assault, swinging his great sword towards Raylan with movements identical to those of the simulated specter moments prior. With a smile gracing his lips, Raylan deftly sidestepped the assault, raising his cross sword high. He leaped into the air and brought it down with tremendous force. A downward slash. How could this be? George exclaimed in astonishment as he rolled to the side, narrowly evading the blade's edge. The cross-shaped sword of Raylan struck the ground, sending up a spray of earth and small stones. George rose to his feet, his expression turning grave. He sensed that Raylan had seemingly anticipated his attack and was acutely aware of his movements. "If you do not strike, I shall retaliate," Raylan remarked with a smile. "Then come at me." George fixed his gaze intently upon Raylan. Raylan wielded the crossed sword, advancing with a precise thrust. Every movement was as flawless as the techniques depicted in a textbook. George attempted to block, but his body shifted sideways, narrowly evading the thrust and countering with a strike toward Raylan. The optimal response: a 50-degree left turn and a horizontal slash. Following the chip's guidance, Raylan deftly dodged George's great sword and executed another horizontal slash, barely grazing George's body. With each exchange, beads of cold sweat began to accumulate on George's brow. Every action he made was countered by Raylan, leaving him with an ever-diminishing margin for evasion. This could not continue. He decided to give it his all. George swung his great sword with all his might, colliding with Raylan's blade. Bang! A flash of silver erupted, embedding itself straight into the grass, the very great sword in George's grip. The blade quivered incessantly, emitting a low hum. On the battlefield, Raylan's crossed sword rested against George's waist. "You have lost." "Indeed, I have lost," George murmured, then fixed his gaze upon Raylan. "How did you achieve this?" "It is quite simple. After extensive training, I memorized your patterns." Raylan sheathed his sword and smiled in acknowledgement. "My patterns?" George echoed. "Yes, in essence. Every swordsman has their unique habits. Once recognized, one can easily devise traps based on the opponent's tendencies. I employed this strategy against you." George exhaled deeply. "I understand now." He then regarded Raylan as if he were a marvel. "Your talent in swordsmanship is unparalleled, the finest I have ever witnessed. Had you not been selected as a wizard apprentice, I would have certainly recommended you to the War God Academy." Chapter 6. Conflict. Raylan was aware that the War God Academy was the finest knight school in the kingdom of Sarah, where George resided. It did not exclusively admit nobles. Yet the entrance criteria were exceedingly stringent, reputedly accepting only true prodigies. Swordsmanship was merely a pastime for him. It was the path of the wizard that constituted his lifelong pursuit. The might of a knight, though formidable, remained within Raylan's comprehension, not exceeding the limits of his understanding. Whereas the legendary wizard was an extraordinary being capable of wielding the forces of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, and achieving eternal life. The power of wizards evidently transcended the boundaries of humanity, leaving Raylan in awe of their capabilities. Furthermore, every wizard was a scholar brimming with knowledge, meticulously studying the intricacies of nature, uncovering its laws, and harnessing them to obtain immense power. This approach resonated more profoundly with Raylan's prior identity as a scientist. Indeed, even the mightiest knight was but a servant to a formal wizard. The power wielded by wizards was beyond our imagination. George spoke solemnly, his tone almost lyrical. "Why does everything you say evoke the feeling of encountering a bard?" Raylan rolled his eyes. It's not my fault. My father sent me to the court for so-called noble training, and look how I turned out." George reverted to his previous demeanor. Suddenly, with a mischievous glint in his eye, he inquired, "Raylan, you don't have a fiancée yet, do you? How about I introduce you to my sister Lilith? She is renowned for her beauty far and wide. Get lost." Under the moonlight, the two young men playfully departed the meadow. "Good night, George." "Good night, Raylan." In the dimly lit carriage, Raylan found himself alone. The cabin emitted a faint yet unpleasant odor, a nauseating blend of decay and sweat, which deterred the noble youths from lingering inside. At every rest stop, they would bolt out like untamed colts to frolic on the grass. This world harbored a rather liberal view of sexuality, particularly among the aristocracy. Through the powerful perception granted by his chip, Raylan had encountered numerous wayward couples, compelling him to seek training in more secluded areas away from the camp. The memory of the wild scenes he had witnessed ignited a flicker of ire within him, reminiscent of the indulgent youth he once was. To his surprise, in this youthful form, even his desires had intensified. Raylan offered a wry smile. After calming himself, he commanded, "Chip, display my physical data." Raylan feral strength, 1, 5 agility, 1, 6 constitution, 1. For status, healthy. It had been over a month since he began practicing the night breathing technique. And now his physical condition not only matched, but even surpassed that of his peers. In George's presence, he concealed his true strength, leading George to form only slightly erroneous assumptions. Indeed, it was time to commence today's training. Raylan assumed the proper posture, entering a state of cultivation, a daily ritual for him. According to the chip's guidance, exercising at night followed by the practice of breathing techniques yielded the most favorable results. After approximately 20 minutes, Raylan's body was drenched in sweat, yet the expulsion of dark impurities had noticeably diminished. With a sigh, Raylan opened his eyes and examined his body. Feeling a sense of resignation, it was only natural for the effectiveness of the breathing technique to wane. The chip had calculated that, even after optimization, the ancestral breathing method of the feral family would completely lose its efficacy once his physical attributes were enhanced to level 2. This marked the threshold of a preparatory night. Henceforth, further advancement could only be achieved through personal effort and the stimulation of life energy from the trials of existence. Contemplating this, Raylan retrieved a yellow berry from his shirt pocket. The surface of the berry bore dark speckles, giving it a somewhat ominous appearance. Raylan directly tossed the berries into his mouth, then pulled out a portion of plant roots and chewed heartily. Ding! The chip's voice resonated, indicating that the fatigue of the primary cells had subsided, allowing him to resume the practice of the night breathing technique. Excellent! These botanical concoctions were the result of Raylan's relentless experimentation over the past month, effectively alleviating physical fatigue and enhancing his daily training frequency. Coupled with the concoction of various tonics designed to bolster his physique, Raylan's physical prowess had progressed at an astonishing rate. Once more, Raylan entered the state of the night breathing technique again. Over the past month, the caravan had traversed several small kingdoms before finally entering the wilderness region. This desolate expanse was sparsely populated, marked only by bleak yellow sands, ferocious beasts, and the ominous presence of marauders. Since the caravan's arrival, they had encountered numerous dangers. Though there had been no casualties, Raylan's sense of crisis intensified, and his yearning for strength became increasingly urgent. As the dawn light shimmered, the caravan embarked on its journey once more. Raylan sat alone with his arms crossed, creating a space around him that the other youths, seemingly filled with disdain, deliberately avoided. It is unclear what means best employed, but the individuals within the carriage continued to isolate me. Were I an ordinary boy, I would likely have succumbed to madness by now. Alas, they have encountered me. Raylan leisurely stretched his limbs, feeling the weariness from last night's extensive cultivation. The vacant moment was perfectly suited for him to rest. However, this world is truly vast. It seems the caravan has been journeying for nearly half a year. Yet they have yet to reach their destination, nor have they glimpsed the ocean. Raylan contemplated, half closing his eyes, as he slipped into a brief slumber. Ding-ling. At that moment, the carriage came to a halt, and the figure in the black robe jingled a bell in hand. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to alight for lunch. Has it come to that hour again? Raylan opened his eyes. Such a monotonous existence was indeed tiresome. Upon disembarking from the carriage and collecting his share of sustenance, Raylan nibbled on a piece of white bread while making his way towards a patch of grass at the edge of the camp. The previously gathered alternative plants had been exhausted, and Raylan intended to replenish his supply. As Raylan ambled along, he casually surveyed the surrounding vegetation. This is a pecan. I already possess information on it, thus it holds no value for me. Ah, the shaman grass, a plant exclusive to the wilderness. This one merits documentation. Raylan uprooted a small, earthy-hued blade of grass. Its edges bore sharp serrations, prompting him to carefully snap it. From the broken end, a verdant sap oozed forth, which he tentatively touched with his fingertip and tasted, only to reveal a look of disappointment. Eureka! The fruit of the flowerless snake. Raylan discarded the shaman grass onto the ground and continued his leisurely stroll. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the yellow berries he had consumed the previous day, a smile spreading across his face. He chuckled. Well, what do I see? Raylan, should I commend you for embodying the essence of a rural noble? To think you can only indulge in wild fruits by the roadside. Truly a tarnish upon the honor of our nobility. As Raylan had just plucked the snake fruit and placed it into his pocket, an irritating voice reached his ears. Olin. Raylan lifted his gaze and beheld the very perpetrator who had previously slain the arrogant noble. Olin possessed a mane of fiery red hair and a physique brimming with muscle, his arms as thick as Raylan's thighs. He stood there, arms crossed over his chest, mocking Raylan with disdainful laughter. Beside him loitered a cadre of noble youths, all joining in to share in the derision. Chip. Scan data. Detection complete. Olin's stats were revealed. Strength, 1, 7, Agility, 1, 2, Constitution, 1, 5, Status, Healthy. As Raylan gazed at the data before him, he noted that Olin's strength was quite formidable, nearly equivalent to that of 2 grown men. It was no wonder he had previously dealt Raylan a grievous blow. Being of noble birth, as long as one endures hardship and maintains a rigorous daily training regimen, coupled with breathing techniques, such impressive data comes as no surprise. The other nobles trailing behind Olin were not nearly as potent, most of their stats falling below 1. Raylan even spotted a pale youth whose numbers hovered around 0.5, a stark comparison to his former self. In his mind, Raylan calculated that Olin's prowess was comparable to his own. However, in terms of swordsmanship and techniques, he could not possibly rival someone equipped with a chip like himself. The remaining youths were merely there to fill the ranks, their statistics varying too greatly, making it exceedingly easy to handle them, much like an adult bullying a child. "What is it?" Raylan inquired, his tone remarkably calm. Olin was taken aback by Raylan's reaction. There was neither anger nor fear, leaving him at a loss for words. "If this is about the incident with Baista, I thought I had already apologized." "She has forgiven me," Raylan continued, a thought stirring within him. Could this be Baista's test? After enduring for a month, had she finally reached her limit? Indeed, it is because of Baista. She may have forgiven you, but I have not. Olin clenched his fists, his voice rising. "Very well. What would you have me do?" Raylan shrugged, feigning helplessness, though a mocking glint flickered in his eyes. To Olin's surprise, Raylan was so accommodating. After a moment of contemplation, Olin managed to articulate. "You must swear never to provoke Baista again. I swear by the name of the Farrell family that I shall not instigate Baista henceforth." The oath taken in the name of one's family is a grave commitment among nobles. Transgressors would face universal disdain from their peers. "Then, Mr. Olin, may I take my leave?" Raylan slightly bowed, executing a flawless aristocratic gesture. Wait, it appeared that Raylan's vulnerability was somewhat unexpected for Olin. As a glimmer of avarice flickered in his eyes, according to the laws of nobility, you are also required to make reparations. Surrender all the magic stones in your possession. Magic stones. The surrounding onlookers gasped in astonishment. Magic stones. Raylan echoed, and drawing upon his memory, he recalled that magic stones were the universal currency among wizards and were also the essential fee for unaccredited wizard apprentices seeking admission. Raylan was unaware of the expenses required for formal enrollment, as he possessed not a single magic stone. It appeared that Viscount John had employed numerous methods to gather magic stones, yet regrettably, he had acquired none, which underscores the rarity of these precious gems. Chapter 7. Extortion. Raylan has consistently evaded feudal conflicts. After all, the exhilaration of defeating an opponent pales in comparison to the profound satisfaction derived from enhancing his abilities through diligent cultivation. Moreover, there exists no animosity between him and Olin. In fact, he owes a debt of gratitude to Olin for inflicting severe injuries upon the original Raylan, which ultimately afforded him the opportunity for rebirth. Raylan is a pragmatic individual. For him, substance holds far greater significance than superficial appearances. Even swearing by family honor bears no consequence for him, yet Olin's subsequent demands encroach upon his limits. You cannot do this. The dark-robed lord shall not let you go unpunished." Relying on the pocket in his grasp, Raylan wore an expression of anxiety. Haha, why would those figures in black concern themselves with our affairs? Have you forgotten how I left you half dead last time, and yet no one came to intervene? As Olin drew nearer, his towering silhouette enveloped Raylan in shadows. Raylan surveyed his surroundings. He had ventured far from the camp, accompanied only by a few youths brought by Olin, who now regarded the scene with a mix of amusement and anticipation. There was no need for hope. No one would come to your rescue, Olin sneered. Is that so? If no one comes, all the better. Raylan suddenly smiled. And in a fleeting moment, he appeared behind Olin, declaring that he was there to exact vengeance for that day. With a swift kick, he unleashed a powerful blow aimed at Olin's waist. Olin felt an immense force surge from Raylan's foot, propelling his body into the air. Thud! Olin crashed to the ground, a sharp pain radiating from his waist, causing his vision to blur with rage. How dare you? How dare you harm me? You are doomed. I will strangle you to death. Olin sprang to his feet, his eyes gleaming with a feral, bloodthirsty light. Is this the advantage of superior physique? Observing that the earlier strike had been delivered with only half of Raylan's strength and had barely phased Olin, Raylan's pupils constricted. Huh. Olin swung his fists like a raging black bear. Raylan swiftly sidestepped, evading Olin's punch, only to witness Olin's fist collide with a nearby sapling, leaving behind a profound dent. The sheer force of 1.7 was indeed formidable. Such a heavy blow. Even with my physique, I can scarcely endure a few strikes, Raylan mused. Chip. Simulate optimal defeat strategy. Beep. Task established. Commencing auxiliary mode. The chip's voice resonated, its formidable computational power instantly deriving the most advantageous plan. Crouch. The chip advised, prompting Raylan to lower himself, narrowly avoiding Olin's thunderous assault. A vulnerability in the enemy's defense has emerged. Optimal attack position, underarm. The chip communicated. Raylan swiftly evaded Olin's assault. Drawing nearer. Do you understand? Your strength is formidable, yet your agility is lacking, such as the disadvantage brought by your physique. In the midst of his offensive onslaught, Raylan continued to speak, revealing an abundance of stamina. Could this truly be the same Raylan from before? How could he possibly possess such formidable strength? The onlooking youths gaped in astonishment. Under the incredulous gazes of the surrounding spectators, Raylan unleashed a powerful punch. It struck directly beneath Olin's armpit, and with this full-force attack, Olin collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in agony, struggling to rise for what seemed like an eternity. Raylan exerted his full strength, delivering a force of 1.5, which was hardly inferior to that of Olin. Struck once again in the vulnerable area beneath his arm, Olin collapsed to the ground. His eyes bloodshot as he emitted a low growl. You are doomed. My family will not spare you. Oh, is that so? In response to the threat, Raylan remained expressionless. Yet he landed another kick on Olin's abdomen, causing the latter to curl up like a boiled shrimp. Raylan knelt down, gazing at Olin with a smile upon his face. Since you are unwilling to spare me, do you believe it would be prudent for me to strike first and eliminate you? In that moment, Raylan's smile appeared to Olin as that of a demon. He was not jesting. He truly possessed the audacity to act. Upon witnessing the murderous intent in Raylan's eyes, Olin felt as if he were being stalked by a lion, his rage dissipating and giving way to sheer terror. Mr. Raylan, my lord Raylan, you cannot do this. I am backed by the Donglon family. Should you take my life, it will invite considerable trouble. So, do you acknowledge your error? Raylan inquired mockingly. I acknowledge my mistake. I apologize. I am sorry. Under the weight of impending death, Olin quickly capitulated. Excellent. I accept your apology. Furthermore, according to the laws of nobility, I am entitled to seek compensation. Raylan smiled. Yet a foreboding sentiment crept over Olin. As compensation, you shall surrender the magic stone in your possession. Indeed, Raylan, with a beaming smile, uttered words of extortion. Oh, no, you cannot do this. Are you aware of how many lives my family has sacrificed for these magic stones? Olin protested desperately. Sometimes, the matters of the world present themselves as simple choices. Now it is your turn, dear Olin. Life or magic stones, choose one. Raylan remained impervious to Olin's pleas for mercy, instead pressing his foot upon Olin's face, gradually exerting more force. The boot bore down on Olin's visage, forcing his head deep into the earth, invoking a sense of suffocation. After several minutes, Raylan finally eased his pressure. So, have you made up your mind? Oof. Olin gasped for the sweet, fresh air. His face now smeared with dirt and footprints, rendering him quite a comical sight. Yet, none of the surrounding youths dared to chuckle aloud. One boy, taking a step back, contemplated making his exit from the scene. Raylan picked up a smooth pebble, the wind speed calculated. The trajectory of the shot adjusted. Whoosh. The pebble struck the fleeing boy's knee, bringing him crashing to the ground. Olin, did you see that? There is no need to wait for reinforcements any longer. Furthermore, do not attempt to test my patience again. Raylan surveyed the youths surrounding him, and those who met his gaze promptly lowered their heads, trembling in fear. The magical stones, such a crucial treasure, were carelessly left in the carriage instead of being kept close. Do you take me for a fool? Such a childish lie could not possibly deceive Raylan. It seems you have yet to learn your lesson. A glint of menace flashed in Raylan's eyes as he seized Olin's arm and wrenched it violently. Crack! The piercing sound of a bone fracture shattered the air, accompanied by Olin's anguished scream. Speak the truth, or I shall break your other arm. No, no, you cannot do this. The dark-robed lords will not let you go unpunished. Olin writhed on the ground, clutching his arm. Huh, do you really believe those dark-robed figures care about our affairs? Have you forgotten the last time I was nearly beaten to death by you, and not a soul intervened? It appears you truly wish for your demise. Raylan advanced once more, ready to strike. Wait, fine. I will give you the magical stones, but you must swear not to retaliate against me. Olin's face turned pale as he shouted in desperation. Agreed. I swear by the honor of the Farrell family. Raylan responded. Olin, his complexion ashen, struggled to prop himself up from the ground, retrieving a golden pouch from his bosom and tossing it to Raylan. All my magical stones are in here. Raylan took a look and discovered a palm-sized wallet, intricately embroidered with golden and silver threads. In the center, there was a design depicting a majestic eagle and a shield, encircled by a delicate pattern of botanical motifs, which appeared to represent a family crest. Raylan opened the pouch, revealing a dozen or so black crystals, each the size of a fingernail, lying quietly within. Beep. An unknown energy source detected. The chip emitted an alert. How intriguing. Can it be utilized? A flicker of delight crossed Raylan's face. However, upon consulting the database, insufficient data. No utilization methods found. Warning. This energy source contains unknown trace radiation. It is advised that the subject enhance protective measures. Is that so? Raylan pondered, then turned to Olin and inquired, which academy are you intending to attend? The Wetland Garden. Olin's expression was rather grim. The Wetland Garden? I have heard of it. The enrollment fee is 10 magic stones, is it not? Indeed. Where did you hear that? Olin appeared somewhat astonished. Raylan smiled faintly, his expression somewhat enigmatic. He had never heard of a wetland garden. He merely sought to tease Olin, knowing that the hefty tuition fees were typically round figures, rendering any errors inconsequential. This trio of magical stones is the compensation I demand. While he could easily seize all the magical stones at present, Raylan remained uncertain about the black-robed and white-robed individual's stance on the matter. He was reluctant to test the limits of their patience and wished to leave Olin with sufficient magical stones for his enrollment, ensuring that he would have a plausible excuse should he ever need to feign innocence. Rest assured, I shall not claim your magical stones. Raylan lifted his gaze to see other noble youths huddled together, their hands tightly clasped within their garments, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Thank you, Lord Raylan. Upon hearing his assurance, the other youths exhaled in relief and hastily bowed. Your cross-shaped sword is quite impressive, Raylan remarked, his gaze lingering on the young man's cross-shaped sword, which made the youth feel a bit uneasy. Upon receiving this hint, the youth quickly responded, It shall be a gift for you, my lord. Haha, then I shall not be modest. Raylan accepted the cross-shaped sword from the youth's hands, weighing it appreciatively and nodding in satisfaction. As a noble's weapon, the quality of this sword was exceptional. The hilt was adorned with exquisite patterns to prevent slipping, and the sheath was crafted from sharkskin, exuding an air of opulence. Chapter 8. Alliance. It turned out that the division of time in this world closely resembled that of his previous life. As he toyed with a crystal pocket watch in his hand, Raylan pondered. This crystal timepiece was exquisitely crafted, divided into 24 small sections, each representing an hour. From the noble youth accompanying Olin, he had not only extorted a weapon, but also acquired spoils worth thousands of gold coins, with this pocket watch being a contribution from a rotund young man. As for familial retribution, Olin's East Lawn family belonged to the Bourbon Kingdom, situated several kingdoms away from the domain of Count John, and the alliances of the two nations were in a state of hostility. Upon a mere thought, Raylan cast aside Olin and his family. This time, it seems he has made a modest profit. Furthermore, there are magic stones, the currency among wizards, which hold great value for apprentices. Raylan extracted a piece of magic stone, cradling it in his palm and rubbing it gently as the cold sensation coursed through his fingers. According to the calculations of the foundational chip, this magic stone, albeit emitting a trace of radiation, appeared to have a positive effect on the body, enhancing vitality. However, ever since the tale of his triumph over Olin spread, the attitudes of those around him underwent a notable transformation. One might ponder, is this truly a world that venerates strength? 2 days had elapsed since the last incident, and Raylan's exploits had begun to circulate among the noble youth. Hello, Raylan. Would you care to join us for some leisure? Inquired a noble young lady seated in the same carriage, adorned in an elegant gown. Her long legs accentuated by stockings reminiscent of those from Raylan's previous life, she exuded a certain allure. The prevailing customs still celebrated the strong, and Raylan now sensed a markedly improved atmosphere within the carriage, devoid of any collective resistance against him. In fact, several noble young ladies had extended invitations to him. This particular young lady, sharing the carriage with him, was named Lilith. Thank you. However, I have friends arriving. Raylan replied apologetically. Oh, how remiss of me. I shall return shortly to invite you again. Molly and the others are quite intrigued by you. The long-legged maiden giggled, gracefully lifting her skirt in a noble gesture, extending a tantalizing invitation. Truly, the young girls of this age exhibit an astonishing maturity. Raylan let out a bitter laugh. What have I just witnessed? Our romantic hero, Raylan. How many girls have invited you now? A dramatic voice echoed. Can I even compare to you, the golden lion of Sardin? Your name has spread far and wide among the girls in the entire convoy. Raylan rolled his eyes. Weren't you worried about being isolated? Aren't you afraid of that now? Fong Ming remarked, glancing at George, who was approaching. You are the center of attention in the camp now. Many girls have shown interest in you. That Lilith from earlier seems quite promising. I assure you, if you put in the effort, you could win her over in just 3 days. George burst into laughter. Moreover, congratulations on completing your revenge. With a flick of his hand, a glass bottle sailed through the air, which Raylan caught deftly. As he pulled out the cork, a fruity aroma mingled with the scent of alcohol wafted into the air, prompting Raylan to unconsciously take a deep breath. Cider. I haven't had this in months. Indeed. And this is a specialty from our federation. It wasn't easy to keep it hidden until now. George opened his own bottle. To our Raylan. Cheers. Cheers. Raylan responded with a smile as their bottles clinked together, producing a crisp sound. And thank you, he said sincerely. Despite George possessing the strength of a squire and being a leader among the noble youths, he had refrained from overtly intervening in matters concerning Raylan, choosing instead to discreetly aid him in enhancing his strength while concealing their relationship, allowing Olin to recklessly pursue trouble and ultimately assisting Raylan in achieving his revenge. This approach skillfully preserved the dignity of the nobility. It was evident that George was meticulous in thought and adept at caring for others' feelings. This was not merely a matter of winning people over. It was about genuinely moving them. Truly, one cannot help but admire the Golden Lion family of Sardin, the vanguard of the Plantagenet Alliance. Raylan mused inwardly. No need for thanks. We are all members of the Plantagenet Alliance. How could I allow you to be bullied by those northerners? George laughed heartily, draining the bottle of cider in one go. What a shame. As we venture deeper into the wilderness, we haven't passed through a major city in quite some time, making it difficult to find supplies. By the way, we're hosting a barbecue feast tonight, all nobles of the Plantagenet. Would you like to join? George extended the invitation. In times of weakness, joining a group indeed serves as a means of ensuring safety. As night fell, the sky was adorned with twinkling stars, casting a silvery glow over the earth. Within the camp, groups of young boys and girls gathered around a bonfire, laughing and playing together, their camaraderie evident after months of shared experiences. Come, Raylan, let me introduce you. This is Joffin, the legitimate son of Count Nomir. Hello, Raylan. I have long admired your reputation for decisively overcoming Olin. Johann remarked with a smile, extending his hand. Greetings. Raylan responded, his face adorned with a genuine smile as he shook Johann's hand. Allow me to introduce Gillen and the beautiful sisters, who are undoubtedly your admirers. George led Raylan around the bonfire, flitting like a butterfly among the flowers, occasionally making introductions. Greetings, Mr. Raylan, Gillen, and the lovely sisters. Strikingly identical with their sparkling emerald eyes, spoke in unison, their cheeks flushed. Beautiful ladies, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Raylan remarked, placing his hand over his heart and executing an elegant noble bow. Observing the two young ladies retreating with rosy cheeks, George appeared on the verge of fainting. My friend, you are indeed fortunate. They seem quite taken with you. Twins. Twins. George exclaimed, gesticulating wildly, though with a hint of exasperation. However, I suspect that amidst the impending scarcity of resources, your organization of this banquet is not merely a quest for romance. Raylan spoke with restraint regarding his own tendencies. Although he did not mind occasional indulgence, it was contingent upon the circumstances. It is truly wonderful that you can perceive this, George remarked, the playful expression on his face fading, subtly adopting the demeanor of a leader. He strode confidently to the center of the venue and tapped his silver spoon. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the interruption. I kindly ask you to direct your attention this way. George possessed a remarkable authority among the crowd, which ceased their activities and turned their gazes towards the epicenter. First and foremost, let us extend a warm welcome to our new companion. He is none other than Raylan, George proclaimed, leading the applause. The resounding clapping erupted around them, akin to the crashing of waves. Raising himself, Raylan bowed to those around him. Very well. George waved his hand, silencing the applause, and continued. The purpose of establishing this humble alliance is to ensure that each apprentice of the Golden Flower can safely reach the academy and become esteemed wizards. However, my friends, our troubles have arisen. A somber expression crossed George's face, and his tone grew grave. The atmosphere around him shifted to one of solemnity, with only George's voice echoing softly. The deathly prairie? Raylan's heart jolted as he rifled through the memories of his former extravagant self. According to the recollections organized by the chip, the continent where Raylan resided was vast and expansive, dotted with numerous duchies, without a unified name. The Golden Flower Alliance, to which Raylan, the Viscount, belonged, was situated in the southeastern corner of this land. They appeared to be among the earlier group of apprentices, and the caravan had been journeying northward, traversing several duchies and kingdoms, having already reached the northern part of the continent. Beyond the desolate regions lay a broad, elongated prairie, rumored to stretch towards the sea. Yet this prairie was fraught with peril, a realm forbidden to humanity. It was said that the prairie teemed with ferocious beasts, and even the most ruthless bandits dared not venture into its depths, for beneath every patch of grass lay the bones of mercenaries, adventurers, and travelers. Now, the caravan laden with wizard apprentices intended to traverse this deathly prairie to reach the coastline, shielded by the protection of the black-robed and white-robed masters. We shall surely make it. A stir arose among the crowd, followed by a rotund individual affirming, indeed, with the protection of the esteemed wizards and knights, our chances of passage are significantly high. However, George cautioned, yet, there are times when even the masters may be unable to provide care, and death may ensue. That individual could be me, or it could be you. Are you willing to accept such a fate? Correct. Our goal is to reach the Wizard Academy on the other side of the sea and attain the honorable status of wizards. However, the brutal selection process begins now. According to intelligence gathered by my esteemed father, every caravan of wizards has faced casualties on the prairie. George continued, unveiling a grim facet of reality. What shall we do? Many youths, now flustered and pale, gazed at George, hoping he would offer guidance. Indeed, the very purpose of our alliance's formation is for this. George proclaimed loudly. I have conferred with several others from the caravan, and they have agreed to rearrange the positions of the carriages, allowing the members of our Golden Flower Alliance to occupy the nearby carriages. This has also received the approval of the black-robed masters. Furthermore, we noble gentlemen shall form a guard unit to take turns ensuring the safety of these carriages. Of course, this will be under the assistance of the black-robed knights. As for the lovely ladies, the matters of logistics and maintenance shall be your concern. Regarding the matter of weaponry, you need not fret. I have made the necessary preparations and even procured a crossbow. George proclaimed his intentions loudly. After a brief discussion among the young men and women, they expressed their support unanimously. Excellent. We are in accord. As for the position of the captain of the guard, it is only fitting that George assumes this role. Seizing the moment, George proceeded to assign several tasks. Subsequently, he announced the continuation of the banquet, though it was evident that the enthusiasm of the attendees had waned compared to before. Initially, I had intended to procure a cross-sword for you as well, but it seems unnecessary now. George raised his goblet and approached Raylan, gesturing toward the sword hilt at Raylan's waist. Each time the wizard convoy traverses the vast grasslands, there are fatalities, is that not so? Raylan inquired. Indeed, if fortunate, there may be only one or two. On one occasion, as many as 10 perished. George shrugged. Otherwise, why would I exert such effort to form an alliance that would dissolve upon reaching the coastline? Once the seeds are sown, there will always be a harvest. Raylan replied with a smile. Even if there is none, it cannot be deemed a loss, can it? Your prowess in swordsmanship is matched only by your wisdom. George's eyes sparkled with admiration. Such insights were imparted by my father. So, would you be willing to assist me? George extended his hand. As you wish. Raylan smiled, and their palms met in a firm handshake. Raylan's agreement to George's request was not a mere impulse, but rather a decision reached after careful consideration. His understanding of the dangers lurking on the prairie was limited, and under such circumstances, joining forces and collaborating to navigate through the challenges appeared to be a commendable strategy. The chilling wind swept across his face like a blade, and as he inhaled, he caught a whiff of fresh grass. It had been 15 days since they had entered the Death Prairie. The traces they encountered were 3 marks intertwined, resembling the claw prints of some creature. Indeed, the perils of the Death Prairie were beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals or even aspiring knights to withstand. Since entering the prairie, despite the intensified patrols by the cloaked figures in black and white, and the apprentices huddling together for safety, casualties had still occurred. The marks on the wagon were left by a pack of carrion wolves, a result of an ambush they had faced shortly after entering the prairie. Although no lives were lost, the wolves had charged perilously close to the wagon, inflicting damage that left a profound impression on Raylan. Since that encounter, the apprentices could no longer camp beneath the wagons. They were forced to sleep atop them. Yet, even this precaution did not prevent further casualties. Raylan's countenance was dark and foreboding. Although protected by the black-robed knights within the carriage, the youths inevitably needed to disembark to attend to their physiological needs, a necessity fraught with peril on this treacherous expanse of grassland. Tragically, one young lad met his demise when he was bitten by a venomous creature as he alighted from the vehicle. The analysis from the foundational chip revealed that the toxin could erode the neural pathways of the brain within a mere 13 seconds, leaving no time for intervention. Even the most skilled white-robed wizards could do nothing but watch as the boy succumbed to the poison. Consequently, the apprentices refrained from dismounting the carriage unless absolutely necessary. For the confined space within was not only cramped but also bore an unpleasant odor from the collective presence of so many individuals. Raylan, at the cost of driving the carriage for the dark-robed knight, secured an opportunity to stretch his limbs. Although sitting outside the carriage posed certain dangers, the presence of the dark-robed knight rendered the situation paradoxically safer. As night descended, a voice called out, "Let us encircle the carriage and rest." Instantly, the entire convoy came to a halt. Traveling through the night not only posed significant risks but also deprived the horses of much-needed rest, which could lead to dire consequences. "You possess commendable carriage-driving skills," remarked the dark-robed knight, his eyes opening slightly, his voice deep and resonant. "Thank you for the compliment," Raylan replied with a nod. Upon returning to the carriage, a pungent aroma assailed Raylan's senses, causing him to frown. Observing the vacant expressions of the apprentices, he sighed inwardly. Since the onset of casualties, the youthful faces had lost much of their cheer, creating an atmosphere that was both grim and sorrowful. This was one of the reasons he preferred not to linger inside the carriage. Raylan settled down, taking a moment to survey his surroundings before producing a few dry flatbreads to nibble on. The arid texture felt akin to chewing on sand, the taste quite unpalatable. Yet he persevered, swallowing the bread despite the sharp discomfort it caused as it scraped down his throat. He quickly reached for his water flask, taking several large gulps before exhaling deeply. Ever since entering the grasslands, even securing provisions had become a challenge. Although the apprentices possessed gold coins, in the absence of shops and merchants, the coins held little more value than stones. "Raylan, how are things looking? How many more days until we escape this wretched grassland?" inquired a freckled youth once Raylan finished his meal. His words evidently captured the attention of those within the carriage, and several pairs of eyes turned toward Raylan. "In my conversation with the dark-robed knight while driving, I learned that we have traversed half of our journey. If the remainder goes smoothly, we should reach the coastline in another fortnight," Raylan informed them. "Oh heavens, another fortnight. I can hardly endure another day of this cursed existence," lamented the freckled boy, raking his fingers through his hair in frustration. "Hey, cheer up, Casa. Just hold on for another 15 days, and we will reach the coastline, where delectable fruit compotes, soft white bread, comfortable beds, and warm baths await you," encouraged another youth, though it was unclear if his words were meant for Casa or himself. A rhythmic knocking echoed, followed by the creaking of the carriage door as George, clad in soft armor and bearing a sword at his waist, appeared, exuding the air of a gallant knight. "Greetings, gentlemen and ladies. It is time for a break. Those wishing to step outside for some fresh air, please do so. For those who do not require it, kindly remain inside the carriage, as the outside world is fraught with danger." A stir arose within the carriage as several blushing young women exchanged glances before rising to exit the vehicle. Raylan shrugged, grasped his crossed sword, and declared, "Let us proceed." As a member of the guard, he felt compelled to dismount and safeguard these delicate ladies, even if his role would likely only involve sounding an alarm and summoning the dark-robed knights for assistance. I think I'll stay behind." Khazar fidgeted anxiously. "Very well." Raylan raised his hands in surrender and stepped down from the carriage. Upon treading on the soft grass, he instinctively stretched, finding the vast expanse of the prairie before him quite enchanting. Were it not for the myriad dangers lurking, he might have developed an affection for the scenery. "Isn't it beautiful?" George remarked, gazing at the slowly descending sun in the distance. "Indeed, it is beautiful, yet perilous," Raylan murmured. "Dangers abound everywhere, my friend. Illness, famine, warfare. This world is rife with life and death crises. Though this place poses a lethal threat to us, to the white-robed wizards, it is akin to frolicking in their own back gardens." George tightened his grip on his standard long sword. Are you suggesting that with power comes safety and freedom? Precisely. Take Khazar, for instance. He has already lost his courage. In his quest for strength, he lacks the spirit of adventure. Even if he reaches the Wizard Academy safely, he may never become a wizard. For the pursuit of sorcery is 100-fold more perilous than the treacherous plains. George cast a stone far away. It is time to protect our lovely little treasures. Observing George's retreating figure, Raylan smiled. Courage, you say? Yet for one who seeks truth, caution holds equal significance. Chip, commence scanning. Raylan silently commanded. With his directive, a three-dimensional holographic representation materialized before him, revealing the surrounding terrain. On the pale blue geographical image, scattered white dots marked the positions of apprentices, indicating no harm posed to Raylan. In contrast, the dark-robed knights appeared as brilliant red points, signifying entities deemed by the chip to be threats to his life. At the center, a few carriages housed several white-robed wizards. Raylan hesitated to scan them, fearful of alerting them to his presence. Such a revelation would spell disaster. Through continuous scanning, the surrounding dangers materialized in Raylan's mind. Even the venomous insects from before had not evaded the chip's scrutiny. Presently, this area seemed relatively safe. This was the assurance that allowed Raylan to venture forth. Though he had agreed to be part of the guard, he would not engage in foolish acts that would place him in peril. With the chip, he could ascertain the situation within a 20-mile radius, thus maximizing his safety. Chapter 10. The Carrion Wolf Pack, just in time. The flowerless snake fruit had been depleted, providing an opportunity to gather more. Although he wondered if such plants still thrived on the prairie, in the depths of his thoughts, Raylan gradually distanced himself from the convoy. Chip, retrieve my current physical data. A beep echoed in response. Raylan Farrell's strength, 1, 6, agility, 1, 7, constitution, 1, 5, condition, healthy. The chip's feedback was received. The increments were minimal, merely around 0, 1. Raylan furrowed his brow, since everyone had settled in the carriage to rest. He had been unable to find a suitable place to practice his breathing techniques. Moreover, the effects of various potions were waning. According to calculations, the optimized cross-sword technique paired with the breathing method could elevate his physical attributes to approximately 1, 9 at best. The remaining enhancements must be derived from awakening the life energy within him, which would only manifest after he became a knight. Raylan discreetly observed the girls of the Golden Flower Alliance from a distance, while simultaneously searching for usable plant materials. After a prolonged period of fruitless endeavor, he reluctantly lifted his gaze. Indeed, the disparity in their habitats rendered the flowerless snake fruit incapable of thriving on the grasslands, and he could not even find a suitable substitute. Hey, Raylan, it's time to get on the vehicle. George's booming voice echoed. Suddenly, an alarm blared. Warning! Warning! A dangerous creature is approaching. At that moment, a voice emanated from the chip, and a vivid red warning text appeared before Raylan's eyes, strikingly conspicuous. Quick! Display the imagery. Raylan's expression remained unchanged, yet his pace quickened considerably, nearing the limits of his endurance, with his right hand gripping the hilt of his cross-shaped sword tightly. Before him, the virtual image displayed a cluster of crimson dots, encircling the convoy like a pocket. Beep. According to the database comparison, the dangerous creatures bore a 97.8 similarity to carrion wolves. Carrion wolves. Raylan narrowed his eyes, recalling the data he had previously gathered. Carrion wolves, a type of prairie wolf, are known for their ferocity. They typically hunt in packs. Their estimated strength is between 2 to 3, agility between 3 to 4, and constitution between 3 to 4. Such prowess is undoubtedly beyond what I, as a mere squire, can withstand. Raylan quickened his pace once more, arriving before George, and whispered, "We have a predicament." George glanced around at the others, noting that the apprentices remained engrossed in their own tasks. He removed his water flask, concealing his actions. "What is the situation?" "A pack of carrion wolves. I have seen their tracks." Raylan spoke with urgency. "I understand." George took several deep swigs of water and signaled with a few simple gestures. When faced with danger, sometimes one only needs to outrun their companions. "We must hurry." Observing that most of their alliance had already departed, George hastened to keep pace with Raylan. Unexpectedly, "Raylan, your scouting skills are impressive," George remarked softly. After spending so much time together, he had come to understand Raylan well enough to know he would not deceive him. Despite the quiet and inconspicuous retreat of the apprentices from the Golden Broom Alliance, some astute individuals noticed the commotion and began to withdraw discreetly. Bang! Bang! The sound of the black-robed figure resonated like thunder, exploding in the ears of every apprentice. The apprentices, who had been resting on the grass, suddenly fell silent, and then a frenzy ensued as they dashed towards the caravan. No need for pretense. Run! George bellowed, drawing his longsword. A mournful, elongated howl filled the air, imbued with a bloodthirsty ferocity. The wolf howls crescendoed, having recognized their prey. They opted for an immediate assault. A flurry of shadowy wolves, each measuring 2 to 3 meters in length, charged towards the apprentices, conjuring a series of dark phantoms. The carrion wolves. The last apprentice cried out in despair. In an instant, a shadow pounced upon him, the tremendous force knocking the girl to the ground. Followed by a merciless bite from a wolf, its sharp teeth ruthlessly severing the throat of the girl, whose face was etched with hopelessness. A tearful girl ran, calling out, "Mama! Mama! I want my mama!" Whoosh! At that moment, 7 dark figures burst forth from the caravan, wielding enormous swords that sliced through the air as they charged towards the pack of wolves. It is the black-robed knights. They are taking action, Raylan thought to himself. The average value of the carrion wolves hovers around 3, comparable to that of the knights. However, humans wield weapons and possess intelligence, and knights, in particular, have secret techniques that significantly amplify their potential, unleashing astonishing power. In a one-on-one, or even 1 against 3, the carrion wolves would undoubtedly stand no chance. But now, Raylan's expression was one of deep concern as he gazed upon the encroaching mass of crimson dots. Previously, a mere pack of nearly 100 carrion wolves had assaulted the carriage, inflicting damage upon its structure. Now, there were hundreds. Perhaps today, the enigmatic wizard would reveal his power. With a resounding thud, the black-clad knight swung his colossal sword, slicing a carrion wolf in twain, the blade glinting with silver brilliance. "Heh," he snarled, licking the blood from his lips, his demeanor menacing. "Come forth, my little darlings." "Thank you, my lord," stammered the young girl he had rescued, her voice trembling with gratitude, tears still glistening on her cheeks. She was the very child who had been crying out for her mother moments ago. Awakening from her daze, the girl rushed toward the carriage. "Quick, form a defensive circle around the carriage. Boys, draw your cross swords and move forward," commanded the knight in black. "Remaining with the caravan." "Understood," George replied loudly, quickly leaping onto a nearby cart to direct the members of the alliance. It was time to fight. Raylan tightened his grip on the cross-sword, murmuring to himself. He surveyed the scene. Thanks to his alertness, the Golden Rattle Alliance had suffered minimal losses. Aside from a few unfortunate souls who had stumbled and fallen, there were no casualties. "Are you not afraid?" inquired the black-clad knight. "Haha, the carrion wolves are both intelligent and cunning. As long as we demonstrate that we are a tough adversary, they will surely realize that attempting to prey upon us would result in their own heavy casualties," Henri replied nonchalantly. Though uncertain whether the knight's words were meant to console, Raylan felt a palpable sense of relief. Oh woo. The few apprentices who had previously succumbed were now lifeless, their bodies attracting the carrion wolves, which had become frenzied, viciously charging toward the caravan. "They're coming. Everyone, heed my warning. While we shall strive to protect you, there will inevitably be oversights when that time comes. You must fight with all your might," Henri shouted, brandishing his giant sword and positioning himself alongside the other knights at the forefront. "Kill!" roared the knights, and Raylan could even perceive a faint gleam upon their massive blades. As the sword fell, a massive gash was inflicted upon the chest of the foremost carrion wolf, sending it tumbling back, blood scattering into the air. In that moment, a dozen silhouettes stood resolutely like an iron bastion, firmly repelling the pack of carrion wolves. "We must join the fray, to conserve the knight's stamina," George urged, stepping beside Raylan. "Indeed, if this continues, the knights will exhaust themselves, posing a great danger." Raylan nodded in agreement. At George's behest, all the men unsheathed their long swords, aligning themselves beside the knights to confront the ferocious wolves. "Oh whoa!" The howls of the wolves echoed relentlessly, and before Raylan stood a colossal wolf measuring over 2 meters in length. The carrion wolves roared incessantly, and even Raylan could catch the foul odor emanating from their ranks. "Chip, simulate the scenario and devise the optimal killing strategy." The task is established, and the simulation begins. A radiant glow envelopes Raylan, revealing a 3-dimensional scene around him. The carrion wolf across from him finally launches an attack, its gleaming claws stained with mottled blood, swiping towards Raylan, stirring a gust of warm, rancid air. The subject is under attack. Optimal response strategy. Deflect with the cross sword from a 50-degree angle to the right. And thrust. Huh. Raylan roars, channeling his breath technique, summoning the strength of every muscle in his arms, and striking from the right to deflect the wolf's claw. Bang! A tremendous recoil surges from his hand, making him feel as if he had struck a thick ironwood. The carrion wolf's strength surpasses mine. If this continues, I shall be drained. A swift resolution is imperative. Chapter 11. Cross/. After deflecting the carrion wolf's claws with a single strike, Raylan is astonished by the wolf's force. Immediately, the cross sword arcs in a brilliant trajectory, guided by the calculations of the chip, and lunges toward the carrion wolf. Thrust. With a powerful motion from his waist, the cross sword pierces the air, accompanied by a whistling sound, charging at the carrion wolf. Thud. The sensation of the longsword penetrating flesh resonates through Raylan's grip, as if the cross sword were tightly ensnared. Tremors coursing through the immense force attempting to wrench it away. Hey! Raylan yanks the cross sword back with both hands, pulling it free, blood gushing forth. A howl of agony erupts from the carrion wolf. Raylan's strike had precisely pierced the base of its forelimb, a known vulnerability. The wolf now stumbles backward, seemingly incapacitated in one paw. Observing the retreating carrion wolf, a glimmer of determination sparks in Raylan's eyes, yet he refrains from pursuing. Most of my current pressure is borne by the black-robed knight beside me. If I venture beyond the defensive perimeter, it would be a path to certain death. Moreover, a wounded carrion wolf can no longer mount an assault. It will soon meet its demise, or perhaps become sustenance for its companions. Well done. George's voice rings out from a distance, his form also stained with blood, executing his swordplay with an elegant flair, resembling more of a performance than a battle, yet imbued with unmatched ferocity. Remarkably, he stands firm against two carrion wolves, neither yielding. The secret sword techniques of the nobility are indeed formidable. Raylan muses briefly before redirecting his gaze to the pack of wolves. The brutal clash between man and wolf has persisted for nearly half an hour, the sun gradually descending, casting the grassland into shadow. At this moment, the eyes of the carrion wolves shimmer with an eerie green light, surrounding the entire camp like a host of ominous emerald orbs, an unsettling sight. Gasping for breath, Raylan feels as though he has emerged from a pool of blood. His face is smeared with crimson, yet he lacks even a moment to wipe it away. Even with the aid of chips, capable of dispatching wolf packs with minimal exertion, he was on the brink of exhaustion. If he was in such a state, it was needless to mention the other apprentices. Only the black-robed knights still possessed some reserves of strength, albeit not for much longer. In such dire circumstances, why had the white-robed wizards yet to make their move? With a fleeting glance, Lei Lin observed a vacant area at the center of the camp, where three figures clad in white robes sat, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence. Not a single apprentice dared to approach within 3 meters of them. Meanwhile, the ravenous pack of scavenging wolves had diminished by a third. The number of apprentices still holding the line alongside him was dwindling, most of them wounded and tended to by the girls who remained behind. If I were the Wolf King, the losses suffered thus far would be sufficient to warrant retreat. What remains will undoubtedly be met with one final, ferocious assault. Raylan swung his sword to fend off a scavenger wolf, seizing the opportunity to retrieve a handful of berry-like plants from his pocket, which he hastily consumed, chewing a few times before swallowing. These were the useful flora he had gathered along his journey, capable of swiftly replenishing his stamina, yet they were now nearly exhausted. A chilling howl pierced the air, resonating with an ominous tone. The scavenger wolf pack, stirred by the call, erupted into a frenzy, launching a reckless assault. Here it comes. The final wave. Raylan's eyes glimmered with determination as he brandished his crossed sword and charged forth. With a thunderous impact, a tremendous force jolted his hand, nearly causing the crossed sword to slip from his grip. The scavenger wolf before him appeared significantly larger than its predecessors. Raylan shook his tingling arm and commanded, "Chip, skin the scavenger wolf before me." Scavenger wolf, strength, 2. 3, agility, 4, 1, constitution, 3, 1. Note: among the scavenger wolf pack, some individuals are markedly larger. Chosen as the guards for the alpha wolf, they often possess greater strength than their kin and display unwavering loyalty to the alpha. Impressive. It seems the alpha wolf has truly invested heavily this time. Raylan mused, charging once more to engage the massive scavenger wolf. In his previous life as a researcher, he believed his fervor had long since diminished. Yet now, In this primal society, battling against a pack of wolves, he felt something within him igniting, stirring his blood to a boil. Unlike the comfort of his former life, this was the primal instinct awakened by the necessity of survival. Raylan experienced a moment of clarity. Aha, come on. With the ancestral breathing technique mastered to a profound degree, he now sought to comprehend and unleash his life energy through the brutal melee. Aspiring to become a true knight. Kill. Raylan's eyes blazed as he engaged in a savage struggle with the scavenger wolf. At this moment, he fully surrendered to the chaos. Channeling the fear of death from his past life and the anxiety of arriving in an unfamiliar world into every swing of his sword. Suddenly, as he wrestled with the scavenger wolf, a spark of insight illuminated his gaze. He brought the cross sword down from above, trailing a silver gleam. The sword emanated a faint glow, and as the two slashes converged, they formed a cross-shaped radiance. The secret technique of the cross sword, cross slash. This killing move encapsulates the essence of various combat arts, enhancing one's lethality through refined skill. While it may not rival the knightly secret techniques that augment attributes comprehensively, a preparatory knight wielding a killing move poses a significant threat to a formal knight endowed with life energy. The cross slash struck fiercely against the scavenger wolf, carving a cross-shaped wound into its shoulder, causing the creature to whimper as blood gushed forth. Now's the moment. Raylan's eyes sparkled with intensity as he surged forward. Advancement. Jump slash. The cross-shaped sword cleaved through the air, sending the massive head of the carrion wolf soaring into the sky. The surrounding pack of wolves was taken aback, their assault momentarily faltering, while even the nearby black-robed knights turned in astonishment. Standing atop the colossal head of the carrion wolf, Raylan felt an exhilarating rush and could not help but let out a roar towards the heavens. After venting my frustrations just moments ago, it is time to retreat. I am not a fool. That devastating strike took a toll on my stamina, and having already released the pent-up negativity within me today, I must conserve some strength for self-preservation. Raylan accepted the water bottle tremblingly handed over by the girl, taking large gulps. As he drank, he concealed the brilliance of wisdom emanating from his eyes. The pack of wolves I slaughtered today surpassed all but the black-robed figures, and with this proof, no one could compel me to the battlefield again. The next step is to conserve my strength while witnessing the sorcerer's prowess. Based on the data collected earlier, the chip deduced that there is a 98% likelihood of the black-robed knights making a mistake. If the wolf pack breaks through the encirclement, the apprentices will suffer casualties. And at that moment, even the white-robed sorcerers, no matter how detached they may appear, must take action. As the alpha wolf, hidden among the pack, continued to roar, the charge of the wolves intensified, led by the formidable guardian wolves. One of the apprentice guardians at the forefront was bitten in the throat and fell to the ground. There was no time to waste. Activate the secret technique, shouted the black-robed knight, angry. Instantly, the black-robed knights emitted crackling sounds as their muscles swelled. What once appeared as mere muscular figures now resembled small giants. They have manifested their secret technique. Raylan's eyes widened in anticipation. Chip, collect data. Beep. Task established. Data collection initiated. Knight's secret technique. Strength type. Upon activation, physical constitution enhances, strength surges, agility declines. Defensive capabilities increase. Vital energy circulation pathways are being collected, currently recorded at 43. 3. Insufficient remaining data for analysis. Observing the screen before him, Raylan felt a twinge of regret. He still could not comprehend how the knight's life energy was activated. However, if only there were a knight-level specimen for dissection, perhaps understanding would be within reach. The black-robed knights, upon activating their secret technique, not only exhibited a remarkable increase in strength, but also appeared to bolster their defensive abilities. Aside from evading the claws of the guardian wolves, they brazenly allowed the claws of the ravenous wolf pack to scratch their bodies, retaliating by cleaving the heads of the scavenger wolves with their massive swords. Yet, as the number of guardian wolves grew, one ravenous wolf finally breached the gap and charged into the throng of apprentices. Help! Daddy! Mommy! I don't want to die. The cacophony of cries erupted, and chaos ensued within the camp. After all, they were just a group of 13 or 14-year-old children, Raylan lamented, with a howl. It seemed a chain reaction occurred, as another giant wolf broke through the encirclement, landing amidst the small circle of the Golden Blossom Alliance. Raylan, come with me. Let us slay it. George, his arm bandaged, uncertain of which noble lady had done so, had wrapped it in layers and tied it with a bow, prompting Raylan to stifle a laugh. No need for that. Hand me the crossbow. This. George unfastened the crossbow from his back and handed it to Raylan. It may not be of much use. These beasts have tough skin and thick flesh. If one does not strike a vital spot. Oh, damn it. Good heavens. Chapter 12. The strike wind speed and humidity measurements ongoing. Trajectory calculations complete. As the chip calibrated the trajectory, Raylan pressed the trigger of the crossbow. Whoosh. The powerful bolt shot forth, the tremendous recoil causing his arm to tingle. Thud. The bolt pierced through the left eye of the carrion wolf, emerging from the right, eliciting two anguished howls before the creature collapsed onto the ground. With the chip in hand, I wield an unparalleled advantage in this high-precision endeavor. Unlike a traditional bow, the crossbow simply requires one to aim and pull the trigger, rendering it far more convenient. Raylan contemplated the distinction between wielding the cross sword and utilizing the crossbow. It appeared that he was better suited for ranged attacks in the future, which also seemed more secure. However, he remained at a loss regarding the activation of the knight's life energy. Must it truly be awakened through a bloody battle? Previously, Raylan refrained from using a crossbow, motivated by a desire to vent his frustrations and to explore the potential of awakening the life energy within knights. Unfortunately, having a chip is his trump card. He had never truly pushed himself to the brink of life and death, thus he could not fathom the sensation of life energy manifesting in dire straits. Well done, Raylan, George suddenly exclaimed, slapping Raylan's shoulder with enthusiasm. From this moment on, this crossbow is yours. Thank you. Raylan smiled, for even without George's words, he had long desired to possess the crossbow. Oh, Raylan, he has slain the carrion wolf. Lord Raylan, please save us. At that moment, more carrion wolves surged into the camp, and the apprentices cried out, rushing toward Raylan. Thanks to George's prior preparations, their losses had been minimal. And with the prowess of both Raylan and George, two adept knights, this area was relatively secure, apart from the vicinity of the white-robed sorcerer. Gasping for breath, Olin managed to fend off an attacking giant wolf with his sword, yet the immense force sent his cross sword flying from his grasp. I am the heir of my family. There are still many pleasures I have yet to experience. How can I perish here? Olin roared, as two of his companions had already succumbed, and the remaining ones were either dead or scattering in fear. At that moment, the cries of Lord Raylan reached his ears, igniting a spark of hope within him. Of course, the flowering Gilded Alliance possesses strength, and Raylan has proven to be formidable. He can surely rescue me. Without further hesitation, Olin sprinted towards Raylan. Raylan, Lord Raylan, help. With a grunt, Raylan readied the crossbow, and upon hearing the cries, he glanced over to see Olin in a pitiful state. His sword had fallen, he bore wounds, and a giant wolf was hot on his heels. Unfortunately, you have mistaken your ally. Did you truly believe I would be so magnanimous? A sinister smile crept across Raylan's lips. With the white-robed sorcerer present, I dare not gamble by covertly taking lives. However, should it merely be a matter of rescue, no one can justifiably take offense. Raylan gazed at Orlin, his face illuminating with a radiant smile. He will undoubtedly come to my rescue. Without a doubt, Orlin, upon witnessing Raylan's smile, felt a wave of relief wash over him, motivating him to quicken his pace. Oh, no. In that instant, despair overcame Orlin as he observed Raylan unleashing a crossbow bolt, eliminating a scavenging wolf on the opposite side. How could you do this? Orlin momentarily lost his focus, tripping over a stone and tumbling to the ground. The wolf behind him lunged forward, its fangs sinking in, blood gushing forth. Thank you. On the other side, the girl whom Raylan had rescued approached him with gratitude. Thank you so much. No need for thanks. Raylan smiled, while Lilith, standing nearby, blushed and lowered her gaze. A whistle pierced the air, and George cast a glance at Lilith, his eyes conveying an understanding look towards Raylan. Even in such dire circumstances, George, you should temper your temperament. Even if I were to descend into the abyss of despair, my yearning for beautiful love cannot be extinguished, George proclaimed in a tone befitting a martyr, facing death with fearless resolve. You won't perish. The white-robed ones will act soon. Raylan rolled his eyes. Despite the chaos surrounding them, the giant wolves seemed to possess an uncanny sixth sense, refraining from disturbing the three white-robed wizards, forming a peculiar circle. Amidst the clamor, Raylan, with his enhanced senses, managed to catch snippets of conversation between the white-robed wizards, perhaps revealing their lack of concealment. Crows, do not delay. Too many apprentices have fallen, which will diminish our standing. A woman's voice echoed. Fear not. I have counted. Thus far, exactly 10 have perished. and we have not exceeded the limit. A somewhat cynical male voice chimed in. However, we are reaching our threshold. Hasten your actions, for I still need to contemplate the stability model of this spell. Damn, the negative energy in this vicinity is too intense. It is utterly impossible to construct duo Go Wu Li. Then allow me. The previously silent white-robed man rose. A mysterious wizard. Is the legendary manipulator of natural forces finally preparing to intervene? Raylan's eyes fixated intently on the white robe. You wretched, foolish beasts dare to disturb the repose of our esteemed wizards. Only death awaits you as your eternal abode. Master Rekrich, as the incantation of the white-robed man echoed. Raylan's ears were assailed by the frenzied alarms of his chip. Alert! Alert! Radiation energy source detected. Negative energy field identified. It is advised that the subject vacate the area immediately. This did not seem to be the common tongue of the continent, but rather an ancient language. Exceedingly convoluted. Is this the language wizards employ for their spells? As the white-robed man rose, the pack of scavenging wolves rapidly retreated, as though they had encountered a formidable adversary. Secondary energy fireball. After the incantation concluded, a fiery sphere materialized in the man's hand, suspended in midair. According to the calculations of the Raylan ship, this fireball boasted a temperature exceeding 1,000 degrees, causing the surrounding air to shimmer with distortion. The fireball, trailing flames, descended into the heart of the carrion wolves. Boom. Watch out. Get down. Raylan bellowed, but alas, it was too late. Both the apprentices and the pack of wolves were thrown into chaos, tumbling in disarray. The thunderous explosion resonated, accompanied by a scorching wave of heat. Coughing, Raylan struggled to rise, hastily expelling the dirt and grass from his mouth. His body was caked in mud, resembling a figure unearthed from a pit. According to the chip's calculations, that spot should have been where the alpha carrion wolf resided. Gasping, Raylan climbed onto the cart. His gaze fixated on the direction of the wizard's assault. He couldn't help but inhale sharply. Where the fireball had landed now lay a pitch-black crater, 3 meters wide and 2 meters deep, while the surrounding carrion wolves had been reduced to cinders. The pack whimpered before hastily retreating. To achieve such devastation as a mere mortal, is this the power of a wizard? Raylan's eyes blazed with fervor as he beheld the white-robed wizard. The power of a wizard. I must possess it. As he passed by Olin's corpse, he paused momentarily, extracting a small golden pouch from Olin's embrace and stowing it away. This appeared to be Olin's pouch for magic stones. Raylan's pupils constricted. Evaluation. Scope. Action. Magic stones. His mind raced. It seemed those wizards had accepted a mission to escort us apprentices. With a death quota in place, only surpassing a certain number would lead to a decline in evaluation and reduced rewards. I had previously underestimated the value of magic stones. These white-robed wizards, allowing apprentices to perish, likely aimed to seize the magic stones of the deceased. Fortunately, the number of deceased apprentices had reached a perilous threshold. We could remain safer henceforth. As the realization dawned upon him, Raylan's expression soured. Is this the world of wizards? So rational, so cold-blooded, frigid to the point of heartlessness. Everyone, hurry up and prepare to depart. The stench of blood will soon attract other predators. Black-robed Knight Ungray, having torn off his tattered outer garment due to activating a secret technique, donned a new cloak. Sweat streamed down his brow, and he breathed heavily, appearing somewhat weakened. A glimmer of light flashed in Raylan's eyes. It seems that awakening the Knight's secret technique comes at a price. Hey, Raylan, look. Just as Raylan was about to board the carriage, George stealthily approached, gesturing furtively to the side. On another black carriage, Beista sat with her legs drawn to her chest, bloodstains on her shoulders, appearing as though she had recently shed tears. Olin had always been Beista's foremost protector, yet now, their group was nearly decimated. And Beista's situation was dire. George whispered in Raylan's ear, wearing an expression that suggested an opportunity had arisen. I have lost all interest in her. Furthermore, given the perilous circumstances we find ourselves in, could you not exercise a modicum of restraint? Raylan was somewhat speechless as he pointed to the collar of George's shirt, which bore the unmistakable marks of a girl's lipstick. He could not fathom when this rascal had managed to charm someone. Ah, my brother. It is only in such dire moments that the true strength of a knight in preparation is revealed. Moreover, it is a fundamental skill that girls often develop an affection for the young man who rescues them. George proudly withdrew several handkerchief-like items from his pocket, displaying his conquest with great self-satisfaction. Do you see? Just today, I have already garnered the favor of 3 ladies. Raylan was at a loss for words. Reflecting on the past exploits of a dandy, he realized that the former version of himself had always resorted to force when pursuing a girl he admired. Truly, all right, it is time to set off. Upon seeing several black-cloaked figures gathering the bodies of apprentices and retrieving magic stones to hand over to the white-robed sorcerer, Raylan quickly shifted the conversation. Chapter 13. Arrival. The Deathly Prairie, indeed, is not a realm that mere mortals can traverse. Raylan sat within the carriage, his body jostling with the rhythmic bumps of the vehicle. A small window was ajar, allowing a shaft of golden sunlight to pour in, infusing the interior with a touch of vitality. It had been over 10 days since the pack of carrion wolves had attacked, and during this time, as they ventured deeper into the grasslands, the perils encountered by the caravan had multiplied. Raylan had come to realize that the carrion wolves were merely at the base of the food chain on the prairie. Above them lurked numerous cunning and ferocious predators. Along the journey, he had witnessed several groups of creatures, each as formidable as the previous wolves. In addition to the carrion wolves, there were towering black flocks of colossal birds, and even monstrous beasts measuring several meters in length, resembling saber-toothed tigers, but as massive as hills. Their mere presence leaving Raylan breathless. Fortunately, the mortality rate among apprentices seemed to have reached its limit, prompting the white-robed wizards to take action. They not only established defensive magical formations on each carriage, but also directly intervened to disperse the beastly hordes, averting significant casualties within the caravan. The most perilous encounter occurred during a standoff with one of those hill-like monsters. Fortunately, this creature appeared to possess a modicum of intelligence. Recognizing that the white-robed wizards were not to be trifled with, after a tense standoff, it retreated without launching an attack, allowing everyone in the caravan to exhale in relief. Time had elapsed. Raylan retrieved his pocket watch, glancing at the hands that indicated it was around 3 in the afternoon. Rising to his feet, he opened the front door of the carriage, and a moist breeze swept in, tinged with a hint of salt, refreshing to his senses. He inhaled deeply several times before taking a seat beside Ingri. "Good afternoon, Lord Ingri." Leyland chuckled softly as he took the reins, skillfully guiding the horse-drawn carriage. Henri leaned against the side, unfastening a flask from his waist. Upon opening it, a potent aroma of alcohol wafted into the air. He lowered his gaze and took a sip, closing his eyes in blissful contentment. As Raylan was admiring the scenery on both sides, he heard Angry's voice approaching. "Very well." Raylan smiled, having deliberately cultivated a rapport with Henri for this very reason. "Now, for the first inquiry, what awaits us at the destination? There are temporary tents of various academies where you will have the freedom to select an academy according to your interests, along with a more precise assessment of your qualifications." Temporary tents of the academies? They resemble the school enrollment processes from my previous world, though I wonder what the requirements might be, Raylan pondered silently. "All right. For the second question, in your opinion, what is a wizard like?" Raylan posed the second question. "Wizards, are they? They wield formidable power, pursuing truth based on the principle of equivalent exchange. Young one, do not harbor illusions of receiving benefits from wizards without recompense. Otherwise, the flames of the abyss shall surge forth to punish your soul." Angry's face twitched, as if recalling some unpleasant thought, and his voice grew exceedingly somber. "Pursuing truth. Equivalent exchange? I find that intriguing." A smile flickered at the corners of Raylan's mouth. After responding, Henri seemed to lose interest in conversation, taking several deep swigs of strong liquor, bowing his head, and closing his eyes. Within a matter of minutes, the sound of his snoring filled the air. Leyland gazed listlessly at the scenery ahead. Although the pastoral landscape was indeed beautiful, a month of unchanging vistas had stirred within him a sense of nausea. As the horse-drawn carriage continued its relentless advance, the verdant greens of the distance began to dwindle, giving way to an expansive ocean of blue, accompanied by gusts of wind. At last, they arrived at the Death Coast. Henri, who had been sleeping, opened his eyes and regarded Leyland, declaring that they had reached their destination. As the sea drew nearer, Leyland's gaze fell upon a marketplace-like area ahead. Tall and short tents stood in abundance, some with peculiar shapes, forming a large encampment. Surrounding them were dozens of carriages resembling the one Leyland currently commanded. Most numerous were the apprentices, aged around 13 or 14, their faces alight with curiosity. A cursory count revealed that there were at least hundreds of them, crowding the encampment, with apprentices frequently emerging and entering tents. Their expressions varied. The caravan came to a halt, and 3 figures clad in white robes emerged, gathering the apprentices together. The leader, a raven, spoke with an icy voice. "Now, you will enter the encampment with me and select your academies. Remember, You may explore multiple institutions, but once a contract is signed, there is no turning back. Those who violate this will face execution at the entrance of the encampment. The chilling words sent a shiver through the apprentices. Haha, Raven, you have arrived a bit late today? A voice boomed as a stout figure emerged from the encampment, also dressed in white robes, greeting them with a jovial demeanor. Do not frighten our dear new bloods. We encountered some difficulties along the way, the Raven explained. You may call me Jialong, hailing from the beautiful nine-ringed White Tower. Trust me, if you are choosing an academy, the nine-ringed White Tower is undoubtedly your best choice. As Jialong spoke, he led the apprentices into the encampment. The atmosphere was bustling, with most individuals being fellow wizard apprentices, some forming circles while others continuously moved in and out of tents. Jialong guided Leylin and his group, totaling around 40, to the heart of the encampment. Here stood a grand white tent adorned with strange patterns, resembling both decoration and script. Raylan could not help but scrutinize further. A chip. Scanning. Beep. An image materialized. The chip relayed information, yet within the three-dimensional depiction. The white tent appeared devoid of any patterns, as if they had never existed. How could this be? Raylan gazed incredulously at the tent once more. As moments ticked away, the patterns on the tent seemed to come to life, writhing incessantly. Hee-hee. Ha-ha. Chirp. A cacophony of sounds enveloped Lei Lin, while the surrounding light appeared to warp and distort. He glanced at his hands, which seemed to stretch impossibly, taking on an elongated and slender form. Lei Lin, what is the matter with you? At that moment, a sudden tap on his shoulder jolted him from his reverie. Suddenly, Lei Lin felt a jolt throughout his body, awakening him from his stupor. He glanced around, noticing that the apprentices were still engrossed in the words of the portly Jialong, as if everything had returned to normal. Was it merely an illusion? A shiver ran down Lei Lin's spine as he commanded, Chip, display my previous state. A pale blue holographic screen materialized, replaying the images of moments past. Anomalies in the subject's cardiovascular flow rate were detected. Immediate examination recommended. The subject is in an abnormal state. It is advised to maintain distance. Subject status restored. A stream of data unfolded before him, confirming that what he experienced was not a figment of his imagination. Phew. Is the sorcery of wizards always so enigmatic? Lei Lin wiped the cold sweat from his brow, still haunted by the recent experience. Lei Lin, you look rather pale. Could it be that you are unwell? George inquired from the side. Regardless of who it was, after what just transpired, no one would appear particularly well. Lei Lin thought to himself, aware that his visage likely resembled that of a corpse. And no, it's nothing. What was Jialong saying? Lei Lin quickly diverted the conversation. Oh, we still need to go inside to fill out forms and test our qualifications. Then we will have free time to choose our academy. Jialong's voice boomed ahead. Since you arrived late, you have one more day within this time. You must select your academy for further studies, or you will have to wait until next year. At the front, Jialong continued to speak loudly. Now, line up one by one to collect your forms from me, and then proceed inside for testing. Jialong sat behind a white table, distributing a stack of form-like documents. The queue advanced swiftly, and soon it was Lei Lin's turn. Fill in your information here, then enter the tent and follow the instructions given inside. Raylan took the form and discovered that it was crafted from exquisite sheepskin parchment. The information required was minimal, merely his name, age, and place of birth. Grasping the quill on the table, Raylan swiftly filled out the details. The pale red ink traced intricate patterns on the parchment, creating a visually stunning effect. To his surprise, this dandy's calligraphy was quite commendable. After completing the form, Raylan picked up the sheepskin parchment and entered the white tent. Come forth. An elderly voice beckoned. The interior of the tent was spacious, with only a white-haired old woman seated behind a black chair, a crystal ball resting upon the table before her. How curious that I suddenly thought of a fortune-telling witch. Greetings. Raylan approached the witch and bowed respectfully. Present the form. Clearly, the witch was not one to be easily impressed, her tone as icy as ever. Raylan, is it? Place your hand upon the crystal ball. Chapter 14. The test. Raylan followed the witch's instructions and placed his hands upon the surface of the crystal ball. It was icy. A wave of energy surged forth, an unusual sensation coursing through his fingertips. A sharp pain pierced through Raylan's head, akin to a glass rod being violently stirred within. As the headache intensified, the crystal orb before him emanated a faint glow. Excellent. Do not relent. The witch fixed her gaze upon the crystal sphere, with the agony escalating. The orb in Raylan's grasp grew increasingly radiant. This cannot continue. I cannot endure it. Raylan gritted his teeth. Yet the excruciating pain that felt as though it could cleave his head in twain compelled him to involuntarily release his grip. Is it to this extent? The witch nodded, producing a quill made of goose feather to inscribe something on Raylan's parchment. We categorized the qualifications of apprentices into 5 tiers, with 1 being the lowest and 5 the highest. You fall into the 3rd tier, which is of average aptitude. As she spoke, she flipped a ring on her hand, etching a peculiar symbol onto the parchment, which shimmered with a gentle luminescence. The testing here is complete. You may proceed to the next area. Next, observing a freckled girl entering the tent, Raylan accepted the parchment, expressed his gratitude, and lifted the curtain to continue on to the subsequent phase. The space remained as stark as ever, with only a white-bearded elder seated at its center. Given the size of the tent, it seemed there were only 2 tests. Indeed, it appeared quite simple. Raylan pondered as he took a seat before the elder and handed him the form. 3rd tier qualification? Not bad. The elder stroked his chin. Very well. We shall now proceed with the affinity test. He rapped on the table, which then split open, revealing a black basin that rose from its center. The basin was dark and appeared to be crafted from stone, filled with a liquid that flowed like mercury. Gaze intently at the center of the water's surface. The elder's voice resonated, tinged with a hint of guidance. Raylan found himself involuntarily fixating on the mercury at its center. As his attention intensified, the mercury began to swirl continuously, as if a portal had opened at its base, giving rise to a vortex. Now, tell me, what do you see? Raylan's eyes appeared somewhat lost, gazing into the shadows, a swirling abyss of darkness, with crimson speckles adorning the periphery. Is there more? Surrounding him were a few emerald glimmers. Are there many green ones? Not many, just a scant few. Your assessment has reached its conclusion. In terms of elemental affinity, you possess the highest connection to shadow and darkness, followed by fire, and finally a trace of botanical affinity. As the elder spoke, he swiftly inscribed details onto the parchment, ultimately sealing it with his handprint. Here is a piece of advice. Although a wizard can harness any force, it is the path aligned with their greatest affinity that will lead them the farthest. The elder handed the completed form to Raylan, stating, "All done. Your evaluation has concluded. Exit through the back door and begin your selection of the academy." Raylan saluted and departed from the tent. As he lifted the flap behind him, a ray of sunlight streamed in. "Chip, activate my previous state. The subject has been subjected to an unidentified force field interference, entering a hypnotic state." Indeed, Raylan's expression darkened, and he exhaled helplessly. Fortunately, there is no malice from the other party. Otherwise, deep within, his yearning for power intensified. "Hey, Raylan." George's voice echoed in his ears. "Have you completed the test too?" "Yes," Raylan nodded, raising the sheepskin parchment in his hand. "I have finished as well, hee. This young master is a genius with a 4th tier qualification." George laughed heartily, his demeanor exuding smugness. "I'm not very familiar with the qualifications for wizards. Could you explain it to me?" Raylan inquired. The George family was far more powerful than the Farrell Viscount family, and thus possessed greater knowledge regarding the secrets of wizards. "Of course, this is common knowledge. Anyone entering any academy will tell you," George replied. "The qualifications of wizard apprentices are divided into 5 tiers based on their probability of advancing to a formal wizard. The 5th tier is the highest, with a 90% chance of becoming a formal wizard. The 4th tier is slightly lower, with a 50% chance. This young master is indeed a genius in this regard. Haha, my father will be utterly delighted." George digressed, clearly elated. "Oh, as I mentioned, the 4th tier qualification is followed by the 3rd tier, which signifies a 1 in 10 chance of becoming a wizard. At the 2nd tier, the probability drops to 3 or 4 in 100, and the 1st tier is the bleakest, with a mere 1% or even 1 in 1,000 chance. In summary, only those with 3rd tier qualifications or higher have the opportunity to advance to wizardry, while those with 1st or 2nd tier qualifications are essentially doomed to a lifetime as apprentices." "I see," Raylan pondered, gauging his own circumstances. "It appears my qualifications are average. No academy would refuse me entry, yet I wouldn't be highly regarded either. And what about affinity?" Raylan asked again. "Affinity pertains to the future path of a wizard. As you know, some wizards can manipulate lightning, others fire, and some ice. These represent the choices of their paths. Although theoretically, wizards can wield any type of magic. Those with the highest affinity not only cast spells more swiftly but also with greater potency. If a fire affinity wizard attempts to cast water magic, It will require significantly more mental energy, and the power will be greatly diminished. They might summon a pool of water elements, only to end up conjuring a mere water sphere. In essence, affinity determines the future path of a wizard, while qualifications dictate how far one can travel along that path. George summarized. The last statement is quite insightful, though it does not quite align with your earlier words. Leyland echoed the final remark. Hee, you've caught me. These are the words from a travelogue of a wizard. George sheepishly scratched his head. By the way, I finally discovered the reason behind the indifference of the black-robed knights accompanying us. George suddenly recalled something and eagerly shared. The power of a wizard, even in the form of an apprentice, is beyond what knights can withstand. Don't you find the behavior of those black-robed figures throughout our journey rather peculiar? Indeed. It is somewhat strange. Raylan nodded, pondering aloud. Perhaps they possess some hidden background? No. George shook his head vigorously. Dear brother, you are entirely off the mark. These black-robed knights are actually experimental subjects of a certain wizard. Experimental subjects? Raylan's eyes widened. In his era, conducting live experiments was a taboo in the scientific community, and even the few that occurred were shrouded in secrecy. To see such practices so brazenly displayed here was astonishing. During the course of the experiments, these subjects were subjected to excessive radiation and will not survive for many more years. They are merely being utilized to escort us apprentices. Is that the reason? Raylan recalled Ingrid's somewhat pallid complexion and silently nodded. Previously, the chip had detected traces of radiation on them. Yet the radiation levels on the white-robed wizard were 100 times stronger than theirs, which led Raylan to dismiss any impact. George spoke with disdain, his expression reflecting discontent. As an heir to a noble family, he was evidently displeased by the previous rudeness of the black-robed knights. I've heard. That group in the west. Not only were they treated as lords by the knights, but they also had encounters with several of them. George's indignation flared momentarily before he adopted a somewhat lecherous demeanor. Encounters with several? Raylan began to piece things together. Are there women among the knights? Of course, although most female knights are rather muscular. Some who practice special techniques are quite attractive. Besides, female knights possess exceptional stamina, able to endure various escapades. Especially when you delve into deeper communication, the sensation of their powerful thighs wrapping around you is simply exquisite. George had completely transformed into a lecherous figure. The Viscount's retinue also included female knights, but they were all muscle-bound warriors, which Raylan found unappetizing. Shaking his head, he preferred to avoid discussing such topics with George. I understand now. Let us proceed to select our academy. My father has already made the arrangements for me. It's the 9-ringed White Tower. Our family has a connection with one of the esteemed wizards there. Why not join me? George extended the invitation. Raylan felt a flicker of desire, yet hesitated as he recalled the ring adorning his neck. The esteemed wizard had not specified that the ring would grant him entry into any particular academy. What if there were restrictions? No. I wish to explore further. Raylan politely declined. Very well, I shall proceed to handle the formalities. You may seek me in the vicinity of the 9-looped White Tower. George waved his hand and melded into the throng. Where should I go now? Never mind. I shall first see what academies are available. Raylan meandered aimlessly through the camp, observing the peculiar and whimsical tents. Some resembled large mushrooms, complete with a small door at their center, while others were shaped like the head of a horned demon, requiring apprentices to enter through the gaping maw. Much like a haunted house. In front of these various abodes, names were marked with letters, written in the common tongue of the continent, which was a fortunate circumstance. Raylan glanced around briefly, taking note of the names of various institutions. Juhuan White Tower, Mesopotamian University, Wetland Garden. Chapter 15, The Apprentices. Beneath the names of each college, the subjects of expertise and renowned wizards were indicated, offering choices for the apprentices. This must be our guide to selecting a college based on elemental affinity. Raylan nodded. My affinity for elements lies predominantly with shadows, with darkness reigning supreme, followed by flames. While flora is utterly out of the question, unless I wish to remain an apprentice for all eternity. Furthermore, Raylan removed the wizard's ring he had meticulously kept close to his person. Chip, scan the patterns on the ring and compare them with the emblems of the academies I previously encountered. Beep. Task initiated, scanning in progress, scanning complete, comparing with database. Comparison concluded, similarity indices, Blackbone Forest 67. 3. Mesopotamian University 54. 4. The Cottage of the Gothic Sage 23. 1. Are these 3 academies the most likely candidates? Leyland stroked his chin, reflecting on the descriptions of the various academies. I recall that Mesopotamia University is renowned for its expertise in flames, flora, and the crafting of enchanted artifacts, whereas the similarity with the cottage of the Gothic sage is somewhat lesser, lacking a reputation in the realms of shadow and dark sorcery. It appears that Blackbone Forest is the only viable option. Their dark spells are particularly celebrated, and their research in the realm of souls is at the forefront among the academies. However, Blackbone Forest. The name evokes an unsettling familiarity reminiscent of dark magic from a past life. Leyland hesitated. As someone attuned to shadows and darkness, it seems I can never truly approach the light. After much contemplation, Leyland resolved to explore this path further. After all, one should not allow a mere name to hinder personal growth. I believe the enrollment point for Blackbone Forest Academy is located to the east of the camp. After walking for over 10 minutes, Leyland arrived before a tent constructed from countless white bones. The letters arranged upon it formed the phrase "Welcome to the Blackbone Forest," in bold crimson, dripping with a semblance of blood, which sent many apprentices fleeing in terror. Leyland was left speechless. What was the purpose of creating such a horrifying scene? Was it merely to instill fear? Surely, it would have been more prudent to maintain such theatrics after the contract was established. Otherwise, the apprentices would be frightened away. Leyland shook his head and stepped into the skeletal tent. Upon entering, a chilling and sanguine atmosphere enveloped him, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. He heard a sinister chuckle, hee. After such a long wait, someone has finally arrived. Where are you? Who speaks? Startled, Leyland inquired, who was there? Apologies. You have stepped on my hand. The voice emanated from beneath his feet, startling him further. Only then did he realize that his shoe rested upon a withered hand. Hastily, Leyland leaped back, exclaiming, I am truly sorry, sir. No harm done, but could you kindly move your foot? It is resting on my right hand. It was only then that Leyland realized the unevenness of the tent's floor, strewn with numerous desiccated bones, and it was due to his momentary carelessness that he had stepped upon them. As Leyland stepped back, several withered hands and feet rapidly converged, assembling into a skeletal humanoid form. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a thin layer of skin still clinging to the bones, while 2 flickering green flames within the skull's eye sockets emitted a terrifying glow. My apologies, esteemed sir. Leyland swallowed hard and hurriedly apologized. No matter. The skeletal teeth clattered as it spoke in a human voice. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Professor DeRoth of the Shadow Department of the Blackbone Forest Academy. You may address me as DeRoth. Greetings, esteemed DeRoth. Leyland bowed once more. Have you come here with the intention of joining our Blackbone Forest Academy? The skeleton, somehow cloaked in a black robe, concealed its form, which alleviated Leyland's discomfort significantly. Before that, I would like to review the regulations concerning apprentices at the Blackbone Forest. Certainly. DeRoth produced a dust-laden parchment from behind, handing it to Leyland. According to ancient agreements, upon your selection of the Blackbone Forest, you will be entitled to foundational coursework, a set of introductory meditation techniques, 5 years of residency, with accommodation and meals provided at no cost. Furthermore, we permit you to exchange knowledge with our esteemed faculty in return for magical stones or equivalent compensation. As DeRoth continued to elaborate, Leyland scanned the text with remarkable speed, utilizing his chip for constant comparison. He discovered that DeRoth's words matched precisely with those inscribed upon the parchment. The fundamental benefits offered by various academies were quite similar. The chip's feedback sent a thrill through Leyland, although it still couldn't scan DeRoth. The subtle fluctuations of power emanating from the professor indicated that his strength far surpassed that of the 3 white-robed individuals from the carriage. I have gathered the essential information. May I inquire what payment is required to enter the Blackbone Forest Academy? 13 magical stones or items of equivalent value, DeRoth replied. I shall use this as my substitute. Leyland resolved firmly, producing the wizard's ring from around his neck. You seem to possess an intriguing trinket. The green flames in DeRoth's eye sockets brightened considerably. The skeletal hand took the ring, examining it closely with a magnifying glass-like object. Ah, quite an interesting item. I have not seen such a pattern in ages. A low-tier magical artifact. It appears to originate from our Blackbone Forest Academy, inscribed with a hastened magical array, albeit damaged. Its value is 15 magical stones. Now, new blood, do you wish to use this ring to cover your tuition fees? Once decided, you will forge an ancient contract with the Blackbone Forest. DeRoth intoned in a melodic voice. I accept. Leyland's voice was resolute. Excellent. I hereby declare the contract established. Now, present your form to me. Upon receiving the form handed to him by Leyland, Dorothea let out a hearty laugh. Affinity for the shadow element. It's no wonder you've chosen our academy. In this regard, we are the finest on the entire South Coast. Dorothea tossed a metallic object resembling a flat piece of iron, which Leyland examined to find emblazoned with the numeral 9. Is that all? I had expected some sort of signature. Leyland remarked casually. Hee. No one has ever dared to deceive a legitimate wizard. The skeletal figure chuckled ominously, sending a chill down Leyland's spine. Well then, I shall take my leave, sir. Leyland bowed and exited the tent, making his way to the rear of the Blackbone Forest Academy's encampment. Behind the signs of these academies stood rows of wooden cabins, with several young apprentices moving in and out, seemingly designated for the newly admitted students. Hello, are you new here as well? A wooden door marked with the number 6 creaked open, and an apprentice with red hair and blue eyes stepped out, greeting Leyland. Greetings. I am Leyland. He smiled. Haha, I'm Baru. No need to elaborate on my background. It won't matter once we reach another continent. Baru appeared quite amiable. Come, let me introduce you. He called out to the various wooden doors. Hey, everyone, we have a new companion. A few apprentices emerged from the doors, gathering together. Leyland counted about 7 or 8 in total. Good day, my lord. I am Creve from the Lanced Empire, with a 4th-tier aptitude. A boy exuding a leadership aura introduced himself. You seem to have arrived a bit late, Creve remarked. I encountered some trouble while crossing the prairie, Leyland replied vaguely, clearly reluctant to elaborate further. The Death Prairie? Quite perilous indeed. Creve turned to the apprentices behind him. Allow me to introduce you. I've already met Baru. This is Hank, with 3rd-tier aptitude. A tall, robust young man sheepishly scratched his head, appearing somewhat simple-minded. This is Lano, with 4th-tier aptitude. Lano, a slender and short boy, bore a proud glint in his eyes despite his stature. And this is Gulika, with 2nd-tier aptitude. And Nis and Dorothea, both with 1st-tier aptitude. At this point, Creve made an effort to suppress his disdain, yet Leyland could still detect a hint of condescension in his tone. 1st and 2nd-tier aptitudes essentially sealed one's fate as a lifelong apprentice. It was no surprise that he seemed indifferent. Hello. Gulika managed a forced smile, awkwardly greeting him. Nis and Dorothea, 2 young girls with baby fat still adorning their cheeks, lowered their heads shyly. And who is that? Leyland inquired, gesturing subtly. Beside their small circle stood a boy clad in black, his pallid complexion marking him as somewhat of an outsider, exuding an air of arrogance. Ah, that is Gaiman. In this edition, our prodigious student possesses a 5th-tier qualification. It is merely a matter of time before he becomes a full-fledged wizard. Claywell's countenance darkened, his tone unmistakably tinged with envy. Hiss, with a 5th-tier qualification, there is a 90% likelihood of becoming a wizard. No wonder he exudes such arrogance. Leyland inhaled sharply, casting several furtive glances at Gaiman. Humph, as if sensing the attention of those around him. Gaiman let out a cold snort and retreated into his wooden cabin. This cabin was distinctly larger than those surrounding it and adorned with more opulent decorations. As a 5th-tier apprentice, his treatment was unparalleled, and it was quite possible that a mentor had already reserved him as a pupil. Claywell's expression grew increasingly grim. Raylan observed that among the apprentices, several cliques seemed to have formed. The youths of the 3rd and 4th tiers of aptitude, feeling superior to those of lower qualifications yet inferior to their betters, looked down upon the lesser apprentices while grappling with their own insecurities. Meanwhile, the low-tier apprentice, Gully Cha and his companions, found solace in their shared plight. Outside of these factions, there was a prodigious talent, Jiamin, who floated between the two groups. Greetings. I am Raylan, and my aptitude is 3rd tier, he declared. Pay them no mind. Their potential is at best that of 3rd-tier apprentices, scoffed Lan Nua. Indeed. When it comes to the study of sorcery, aptitude holds significant importance. Raylan concurred, though he found it somewhat perplexing that these youths were already forming alliances. He naturally opted for actions that aligned with his own interests. Among the apprentices, Jiamin possessed independent capital, but Raylan, lacking such innate talent, had no choice but to join a group. Comparatively, the faction led by Cruel appeared to hold more promise. Aha, welcome. With your addition, our group's strength shall be fortified. One day, I shall make that individual regret their choices. Ah, you see, this continent is, in fact, quite small. In the outside world, it is referred to as the Kori Archipelago. Islands? Raylan gasped, based on his travels over the past 6 months. He was nearly certain that this land was at least as expansive as the Eurasian continent of his previous life. To think it was merely an archipelago? Oh, my apologies. Geography is my weak point. It often leaves my tutor in a fit of frustration. Raylan explained. In reality, the Farrell family was merely a viscountcy, relatively new and lacking the historical gravitas of the great noble houses, which made such ignorance understandable. Haha, hearing you say that makes me laugh, Baru exclaimed. I drove 5 of my noble etiquette instructors away. Eventually, my father offered a handsome bounty of 10 gold coins a month, yet no one was willing to teach me. This was revealed to me just before my departure. Let us return to our previous discussion. We reside on the Kori archipelago, known in the outside world as the Desolate Isles. Desolate? Raylan queried, perplexed, as the population here seemed abundant, with numerous principalities. It appeared to refer to a scarcity of certain resources. Indeed, for the Kori archipelago, due to climatic conditions and other factors, the land can no longer produce the resources required by sorcerers. Aside from the hopeless apprentices and those wizards choosing to retreat into seclusion, traces of other sorcerers are nearly non-existent on this continent. I see, Raylan nodded. The legends of sorcery, while well known in his homeland, were evidenced only by their ancestors' singular encounter with a sorcerer, highlighting the rarity of such beings. The true continent lies beyond the sea we are set to cross. It is said that the land above is not only rich in various resources for sorcerers, but also harbors countless hidden relics and remnants of laboratories. Each region is adorned with academies and factions that engage in scholarly exchanges. In that vast continent, sorcerers are no longer mere legends. Although still relatively rare, it is possible for ordinary individuals to encounter them. It is only there that we can embark on our journey of sorcery. The glimmer of yearning was unmistakable in Byru's eyes. I see. What is the name of that continent? Asked Leyland. I do not know. Byru shook his head. The continent is immense. It has never been unified under a single name. And we are heading to its southern region, a narrow strip known as the Southern Coast. Just the southern coast is several times larger than our entire Kelly archipelago. Gasp. Leyland inhaled sharply. Such vastness? The world is indeed expansive. The higher you rise, the farther you can see. This is a saying from a bard I greatly admire, Byru concluded. Thank you for your enlightening words. I believe I need some time to process this. Leyland bid farewell to Byru and approached his wooden cabin. A yellow wooden door bore a rusted iron plate inscribed with the symbol for the number 9. As he pushed the door open, a musty, decaying odor, accompanied by a cloud of dust, rushed forth. Raylan could not help but sneeze twice with considerable force. It appeared that this was merely a makeshift stronghold, rather rudimentary in nature. Within the wooden cabin, there was nothing but a wooden bed and a chair. Leyland found a piece of cloth and wiped down the chair before sitting upon it. Creak, creak. The yellow wooden chair emitted sounds of distress, making Leyland anxious that it might shatter into pieces at any moment. Fortunately, it was merely for one night. In such conditions, it would be prudent to tidy up a bit first. Raylan brushed off the dust from his clothing and stepped out of the wooden cabin. He had made arrangements with his friends, including George, and now that his enrollment in the academy was secured, it was time to inform them, ensuring they could keep in touch through letters in the future. The apprentices under Raylan's tutelage were already considered late arrivals. By the time the other apprentices traveling with him had chosen their respective academies, the enrollment tints of various institutions appeared notably desolate, with few visitors. The 9-loop White Tower. It is here. Raylan made his way to the apprentice dormitory area and intercepted a familiar girl from his carriage. Lace, hello? Do you happen to know where George is? Lace, a girl with fiery red hair, had developed early and already possessed a captivating figure. Raylan. Lace blushed slightly. Having witnessed Raylan's multiple acts of bravery in saving several apprentices during their journey, she held a favorable impression of him. George is in room 13. I'll go fetch him. Lace hurriedly lifted her skirt and dashed away. The scent of her perfume lingered in the air, stirring something within Raylan. Raylan. This moment of reverie was abruptly interrupted by a cheerful voice. George, appearing refreshed after a bath and a change of clothes, had also shaved, looking quite spirited. Have you chosen your academy yet? He clapped Raylan jovially on the shoulder. Blackbone Forest. George stroked his chin, recalling what the senior students had mentioned. It seems to be renowned for shadow and necromantic spells. I hope you don't end up crying from fright at the sight of skeletons tonight. Senior students? Raylan shook his head, his estimation of George's charm increasing. Hiki. All those who can participate in the apprentice test are noble offspring. And I happen to know a distant cousin. George grinned, wearing an expression of triumph. As for skeletons, I imagine you'll encounter them not just at night but even during the day. Raylan could only manage a wry smile, recalling how he had recently completed his enrollment contract under the watchful gaze of a skeletal figure. Nonetheless, knowing the location sufficed, we must keep in touch. George's demeanor shifted from playful to earnest. Let's keep in touch. Raylan nodded in agreement. By the way, do you know where Bastar has gone? George asked suddenly. Bastar? Raylan shook his head. After the recent attack by the carrion wolves, this typically vibrant and beautiful girl had become markedly quieter, though she had managed to persevere until now. Well, I heard from other companions that her aptitude is lacking, only rated as second tier, and she ended up in the wetland garden. Understood. Thank you. Raylan had little interest in this girl, although she was someone his previous self had admired greatly. To him, at 13 or 14 years old, she was merely a child. Their past encounters had been little more than childish pranks. How about it? Don't you feel a bit regretful for not winning her over? George donned a mischievous expression once more. Get lost. After an hour or two, darkness enveloped the sky completely. Raylan, alongside the other apprentices, enjoyed a sumptuous dinner provided by the Academy in the Blackbone Forest grounds. The meal was lavish, reflecting the institution's generosity, especially since they would be departing the next day. A myriad of fruit juices, the tantalizing aroma of roasted goose, along with caviar, truffles, and fruit salad, ignited Raylan's appetite, which had languished since his arrival on the prairie. The apprentices congregated in several circles, indulging in their feasts, when Raylan caught sight of his skeletal mentor, Doroth, standing off to the side. While Gaiman occasionally approached him to engage in conversation, it was indeed a stroke of luck for us to have an apprentice with a fifth-tier aptitude in this session. Baru tore off a leg of roasted goose and bit into it with fervor. Ever since Gaiman's arrival, Doroth had held several private discussions with him, the content of which remained a mystery. During the apprenticeship, possessing a commendable aptitude plays a pivotal role in a wizard's training. Thus, Doroth's actions were rather understandable. Baru, focus on your roasted goose. Playwell's tone grew chilly, prompting Baru to swallow his juice and hastily lower his gaze to the delectable dish before him. For wizards, while aptitude is significant, it is not the sole determinant. The accumulation and sedimentation of knowledge serve as the true impetus for continual advancement. Another apprentice of third-tier aptitude interjected. Despite this assertion, the atmosphere in their small circle grew somber as they observed Gaiman and the mentor sharing laughter, leading everyone to silently savor their meals, their appetites waning. Gulika, do tell us what transpired next. Meanwhile, in a circle composed of lower-tier apprentices, Gulika sat at the center, seemingly narrating an adventurous tale. His eloquence was remarkable, and his tone was filled with humor, causing Nis and Dodleal to clutch their bellies in fits of laughter, resembling two joyous larks. In stark contrast, the atmosphere in Raylan's circle remained rather muted. The others exchanged glances, stretching their necks and perking their ears to listen, while only Claywell maintained an air of pride. Observing the fourth-tier apprentice, Lano, who appeared eager yet too bashful to join, Raylan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. They truly were a bunch of children. Following a brief tidying up today, Raylan's wooden cabin was barely habitable, at least free from excessive dust. Raylan lay in bed, still clothed, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. At last, he had entered the academy. The path of wizardry was now open before him. Chapter 17. The airship Dong Dong. The sonorous chime of the bronze bell resonated, rousing Raylan from his slumber. As he opened his eyes, a sliver of morning light streamed through the window, illuminating his boots. Is it morning already? Raylan rose, hastily washed up, and stepped outside. Good morning. Good morning, Raylan. Belru, bearing the weight of two dark circles beneath his eyes, yawned repeatedly. The conditions here are absolutely dreadful. There are fleas and mold on the blankets. Oh dear. I cannot endure even a moment longer in this place. Complaints echoed around him. These apprentices hailed from noble families, accustomed to a life of comfort, and could scarcely tolerate even the slightest discomfort. Nowadays, many of them were plagued by insomnia, their eyes shadowed by deep rings of fatigue. Though Lei Lin experienced some insomnia during the first half of the night, he eventually fell asleep in the latter half. And now he feels far more invigorated than those around him, possessing the leisure to wander about. The entire camp seems to have come to life, with many individuals dismantling tents, while the ground is strewn with discarded refuse. Raylan moved quietly, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Every year at this time, a cohort of apprentices braves the peril of death to arrive here, embarking on the path of the sorcerer. My journey shall commence from this very point. Gather round, called a white-bearded elder in a booming voice, directing everyone to assemble according to the academy's instructions. Stay close. His voice, amplified by some arcane means, reverberated throughout the camp, grating on the ears. After some time, Raylan had merely managed to associate names with faces, yet he found a particular camaraderie with Baru. Forgive me. I wandered too far in the camp and lost track of time. Is there something amiss, Cruel? A look of regret appeared on Raylan's face. It's nothing. Minter Darrote asked him to tally the numbers and inform him later. He is quite pleased at the moment. Baru shook his head. Very well. How shall we depart? Shall we take a boat? Raylan gazed at the distant azure sea, stretching endlessly, with no sign of a large vessel in sight. Not only was there no boat, but from a geographical standpoint, it was evident that this was not a prime harbor. A sense of perplexity stirred within Raylan. That seems likely, doesn't it? However, to reach another continent, the journey may take as long as 6 months. Baru scratched his head. The transportation conditions in ancient times were exceedingly primitive. Merely reaching the academy would require nearly a year. We cannot squander our time like this. We must utilize it wisely. Leyland touched the leather pouch at his waist, within which lay 3 magic stones pilfered from Olin, lost in contemplation. Traveling by ship? Such a naive notion. A voice echoed, frigid and laced with derision. A ship? Leyland gazed at the approaching figure cloaked in black. This place is the Sea of Death, where even the most unassuming fish could slay a knight. The ocean teems with colossal beasts and even ancient creatures, all of which harbor a disdain for human vessels, often conjuring storms. Venturing out to sea by ship is akin to courting death. A mere fish could vanquish a knight? Leyland's eyes widened in disbelief. As a mere squire, he had yet to attain the status of a true knight. If what the cloaked figure claimed were true, falling into the sea would spell certain doom. Raylan instinctively summoned his physical data. Raylan Farrell, Strength, 1, 9, Agility, 1, 9, Constitution, 1, 9, Condition, Healthy. On the Death Grasslands, Raylan procured some wolf meat for examination and was elated to discover that the eyeballs of the carrion wolves contained a substance beneficial for the cultivation of the knight's breathing technique. He promptly collected numerous eyeballs from the carrion wolves. Thanks to the contributions of the carrion wolves, Raylan's data now reached the threshold of a preparatory knight. According to the calculations of the foundational chip, each attribute had attained a value of 2, indicating that his overall physical capabilities surpassed those of an average adult by more than double, marking the threshold for a preparatory knight. Only by awakening his intrinsic life energy could he transcend this value. Clenching his fist, he felt the potent strength surging within his palm. At this moment, if armed with a cruciform sword, he was confident he could withstand a small squad of militia. How astonishing it was that knights, who were even stronger than he, could not compare to a mere fish in the Sea of Death. Raylan felt a sense of perplexity, pondering whether Gaiman had deliberately exaggerated the truth. However, it was indeed a fact that the Sea of Death harbored immense peril, where even wizards could not roam freely. Chip, can you scan the surrounding waters? Ding. Excessive radiation sources detected around the subject. Unidentified force fields are scattered, causing interference. Scanning impossible. The chip emitted a notification. Radiation sources? Unidentified force fields? Raylan glanced over at Dorothea, gaining some clarity. In our original continent, the number of wizards was scarce, and various radiation force fields had little impact. The chip's scanning range could even extend up to 20 miles. Yet within the camp, surrounded by apprentices and formal wizards, the interference was too significant, limiting the chip's scanning capabilities. What is the actual scanning range now? Raylan's expression turned grave. Huff. Raylan exhaled a long breath, relieved. This distance was sufficiently perilous for a warning. However, upon reaching other continents or academies, this reconnaissance range would likely diminish further. If an upgrade is necessary to enhance the range, please upgrade the chip. Just then, the chip sent another message. An upgrade is possible? Raylan's face lit up with joy. Upgrade. Ding. Insufficient energy, please replenish. The mechanical voice sounded, plunging Raylan from ecstasy to despair. Damn. The chip had vanished from my original body. How could I extract it to recharge? Moreover, even if I managed to retrieve it, where would I find an energy device? Raylan clasped his head, soon regaining his composure. Never mind, since I can upgrade, there will always be a way in the future, and the current functions are sufficient for my needs. What did Jamon just say to you? A voice broke through Raylan's reverie. He simply mentioned our departure. It must be quite dull, right? Belru speculated, after all. It must be quite uncomfortable to remain silent all day. Indeed. Cruel nodded, then turned to Raylan. We are about to set off, so do not wander off. If you board the wrong vessel, it could lead to serious complications. A ship? Raylan glanced at the sea, yet saw no trace of any vessels. Haha. Cruel laughed heartily. Who says ships must come from the water? Look. Following Cruel's pointed finger, Raylan and Belra looked up, their mouths agape. In the distance, 3 colossal white ships gradually approached from afar. As the vessels drew nearer, their enormous shadows enveloped the entire camp, plunging the ground into darkness. Oh, look quickly. Goodness. How beautiful. The crowd within the camp evidently noticed the anomaly, many lifting their heads and exclaiming in various tones of astonishment. How about that? This is the transportation of wizards, the floating ships. We shall be boarding them. Cruel boasted with a hint of pride. These are merely what Mentor Doroth told him. What is there to boast about? Jamon, who had appeared unbeknownst to anyone, remarked coolly. Damn it. Cruel stamped his foot in frustration. The 3 floating ships continued to draw closer, steadily descending onto the flat ground outside the camp amidst the cheers of the crowd. Quite reminiscent of the airships from historical records of the past, complete with large gas bags. I wonder if they are filled with hydrogen? Raylan, possessing the wisdom of a past life, swiftly emerged from his astonishment, finding himself capable of contemplating the design of the floating vessel. The pristine white hull descended upon the ground with a resounding thud. As the cabin doors swung open, several robed wizards emerged, prompting a stir among the camp, where a few elderly men stepped forward to engage in negotiations. All right, everyone, gather your belongings and follow me. Do not stray. Dorlit, draped in a black cloak that concealed his entire figure, commenced the assembly of his apprentices. Raylan possessed but a few belongings, a water pouch, a leather bag, and a cross sword hanging at his waist, with a crossbow slung across his back. These constituted his entire fortune. Within the camp, the apprentices, under the guidance of the wizard, poured forth, gathering on the planes in units designated by their academies. Attention! Listen closely. When your names are called, take note, the 9 arcane white tower and the wetland garden. You shall board the airship on the right, the one marked with the number 332. Do not make a mistake. Mentors, pay heed to the ship's number. And apprentices, follow your mentors. And now, Mesopotamia University and the Glitter Academy. Your airship is the one in the center, numbered 955. The voice continued its announcements. The Blackbone Forest and the abode of the Gothic sage. Your airship is the one on the left, numbered 455. Do not err. At last, Raylan heard the name of the Blackbone Forest and glanced toward the airship on the left. As he approached, he realized the vessel was immense, its gas bag resembling a colossal white football, casting a vast shadow upon the ground. Apprentices of the Blackbone Forest, follow me. Dorothea's eyes blazed with a green fire. Accompanied by 2 shadowy figures who appeared to be her servants or subordinates, Raylan strolled in the midst of the procession, casting a glance around. To his far right, it was George's turn to board the airship. He enthusiastically waved his hand in this direction before stepping into the cabin. From this moment forth, the apprentices would embark on their separate journeys. A sudden wave of melancholy washed over Raylan, only to be swiftly suppressed. Chapter 18. Friction. Soon, it was the turn of the Blackbone Forest Academy, and Dorothea was the first to step through the hatch. The apprentices hurried to follow, and as Raylan exerted a slight pressure with his foot, a firm sensation emanated from beneath his boots, akin to treading upon a bluestone floor. Such an unusual material. It resembled wood, yet was significantly more resilient. Was it some form of alloy? Raylan gazed at the earthy, textured ground, lost in thought. At last, the cabins of our Blackbone Forest are located along this corridor, from number 13 to number 32. You may allocate freely, but remember, my room number is 14. Come find me if you need anything. After Doroth finished speaking, his dark cloak swirled as he entered his chamber accompanied by 2 attendants. Now, it is my turn to assign the rooms. Courier stepped forward. Humph. Gaiman snorted dismissively and casually chose the room marked 18. Courier's face flushed with a mixture of crimson and pale, as he clenched and then relaxed his fists repeatedly. Very well. Gaiman has selected room 18. Next, Bellu, you shall occupy room 15, and Lano, you will take room 16. With Gaiman having departed, the remaining Bellu and Lano were all part of Courier's circle, and Gulicha, along with the others, dared not oppose. Raylan was assigned to cabin number 20. He said nothing and swiftly entered his quarters. The room was quite small, merely a cramped compartment that could accommodate a single bed, leaving little space for even standing. This reminded Raylan of the narrow sleeping berths in trains from his previous life, where one could scarcely stretch their legs. Having a bed is already a blessing. During my time on the Death Prairie, I had to sleep sitting up. He reassured himself. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard this airship. I am your captain, Gagewu Kafate Linboear, wishing you a delightful journey, announced a resonant male voice. I will now outline a few important reminders. Apart from the instructors, no one is permitted on deck unless you wish to plummet from the skies. The dining hall is located in the first hall, the second hall serves as the washroom, and the third hall is the lounge. You are all welcome to visit. The voice emanated from a brass pipe, its purpose as an air conduit or a speaking tube uncertain. As the airship ascended, Raylan felt a lightness in his body, and the vessel swayed slightly. He quickly leaned against a small glass crystal window. This window, no larger than a soccer ball and quite thick, obscured the view of the outside world. As the airship climbed higher, the ground diminished in size, and gradually, the original camp transformed into a mere black dot in Raylan's sight. Raylan meticulously placed the crossed sword and crossbow aside before reclining on his bed. According to Mentor Dorothea, the journey is expected to last approximately a month, which feels rather protracted. Since departing from home, it has already been more than half a year, and yet, he has yet to arrive at the academy. In a state of drowsiness, Raylan closed his eyes. Ding, ding dong. A melodious chime resonated, rousing Raylan from his slumber. He sat up and glanced out of the window, only to be greeted by a shroud of darkness. It was indeed night. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. The dining hall is currently serving dinner. Tonight's offerings include foie gras with truffles, roasted whole chicken, white bread, and squirrel meat. The voice transitioned to that of a delightful lady. Raylan gently patted his stomach, swiftly rose to his feet, and tidied his attire before hastening towards the dining hall. The wooden doors around him occasionally swung open, revealing apprentices emerging from within. The first hall was already bustling with apprentices, yet Raylan could not spot any of the mentors, leaving him to wonder if there was a special dining area. At the apex of the hall, a colossal white stone radiated a brilliant white light, illuminating the space like a miniature sun. The dining hall was adorned with long tables and white chairs, reminiscent of a university cafeteria. "Hey, Raylan, over here," called out Byru from a corner, surrounded by several other apprentices from the Blackbone Forest. "I've arrived," Raylan responded, making his way to the food counter where he acquired a silver tray and cutlery. After a moment's contemplation, he selected a loaf of white bread, a fried chicken leg, a serving of fruit salad, and a bottle of apple cider, before joining Byru at the table. "You all came quite early," Raylan greeted them. "It's you who arrived late. You didn't oversleep, did you?" Byru chuckled. Raylan settled himself, taking a hearty swig from a bottle of apple cider, realizing he had indeed overslept. Glancing around, he pondered whether we would be traveling alongside these apprentices. At that moment, the hall was filled not only with the apprentices from the Blackbone Forest Academy but also from other institutions, with the young men and women huddled together according to their respective schools, maintaining a somewhat distant demeanor towards one another. It was evident that we shared the same route as the Gothic Sage's cabin and several other academies. However, the nine-ringed white tower was entirely in a different direction, necessitating a parting of ways. Blue Nua remarked. "Is that so?" Raylan felt a tinge of regret, noting that George and his companions had boarded the airship on the right, clearly separated from the Blackbone Forest Academy, making future communication rather troublesome. Beyond the routine of meals and sleep, there was little else to occupy their time, and this monotonous existence had persisted for a tedious 15 days. "Bellu, what troubles you?" Raylan inquired, observing that Bellu appeared rather listless. Over the past fortnight, Bellu had transformed into quite the chatterbox, regaling tales from his family lineage to the intricate preparation of a dish from the royal capital. Speaking with the fervor of a bull in heat, Raylan and his companions have transitioned from unbearable discomfort to a newfound familiarity, now regarding their current situation as the sole source of amusement in their otherwise monotonous lives. "Indeed, I am quite eager to hear about your romantic escapades," Leno chimed in, urging for more revelations. "That's all there is to say?" Byru exclaimed, rolling his eyes, utterly at a loss for words. "How dreadfully dull," Byru lamented. "Hang in there. Just 2 more weeks to go. The journey from your home to the camp is far longer. How did you pass the time?" Raylan encouraged his friend, albeit with a hint of curiosity. "My residence is in the Bourbon Kingdom, right on the edge of the Deathly Prairie. It took me over half a month to reach the camp." Byru rolled his eyes, exasperated. "No wonder." Raylan shook his head. "Jamon, I spotted this first. What do you intend to do about it?" The silver plate clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Meanwhile, Jamon skewered a golden brown chicken leg onto his plate, declaring that whoever seized it first would claim it as their own. The onlookers did not intervene, but instead wore expressions of amusement, relishing the unfolding drama. Throughout their lengthy journey, Crave and Jamon had increasingly found each other intolerable, particularly as Jamon expressed a desire to recruit two subordinates. Despite previous tensions that had been tempered by their respect for the sorcerer, the situation was now clearly spiraling out of control. Raylan furrowed his brow. "You are forcing my hand." Cruel bellowed, his muscles bulging as though he had expanded in size. As a nobleman, he had undergone knightly training and seemed to have awakened his life energy, transforming into a true knight. Chip. Scan. Ding. Cruel's power. 2. 5. Agility. 2. 7. Constitution. 3. 0. Status. Mystic Surge in effect. Estimated effects of the mystic power. Upon activation, strength and agility will increase. Today, you will learn to bow your head before the esteemed lion. Cruel roared, propelling himself forward with a kick, his body becoming a blur as he charged at Gaiman. Warning. Warning. Radiation energy source detected. Status. Unstable. Immediate evacuation recommended. The chip's voice echoed in Raylan's ears. Radiation energy? Could it be the sorcerer's doing? Raylan was taken aback. Beelzebub. Green beings, heed my call and descend to the mortal realm. Gaiman intoned in a peculiar voice, utilizing an obscure language, yet strangely, Raylan understood him entirely. Sizzle. Vines writhed protectively before Gaiman, stretching forward to trip Cruel. Layers of vines coiled around him, enveloping his entire body, leaving only his face exposed. Magical item. Gasps arose from the surrounding apprentices. To wield a magical item, one must at least be a first-tier apprentice. Had he been promoted to a first-tier apprentice? Whispers filled the air, and the onlookers gazed at Gaiman with reverence, causing Cruel's face to flush even deeper. What say you? If you swear allegiance to me, I shall release you. Gaiman approached Cruel. Absolutely not. The honor of the Golden Lion family shall never be sullied by my hand. Cruel's veins throbbed, as if he were about to bleed. Very well. Then I have no choice. Gaiman shrugged helplessly, the vines tightening relentlessly, accompanied by cracking sounds as though they were breaking Cruel's bones. Just as a few apprentices could no longer bear to watch and were about to intervene. Boom. The airship suddenly jolted, the lights dimming instantly. Whoosh. Whoosh. The windows shattered, fierce gusts rushing in. Accompanied by the howling wind, blue currents of electricity surged. Witnessing this, Raylan's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. A thunderstorm? What about the sorcerers on the airship? You insignificant insects dare to invade the great Pandara's territory. A voice thundered, accompanied by a tempest. Chapter 19. Arrival at the Academy. It was a fully grown storm giant. Damn it. How did this creature appear on this route? Hadn't it been cleared beforehand? Where are the sorcerers from the various academies? We require their assistance. A cacophony of frantic voices erupted. Activate the grand defensive witch formation, or those apprentices will surely perish. With the utterance of an incantation, a milky luminescence surged forth from the walls of the airship. At several breaches, green flashes danced as vines relentlessly ascended, firmly sealing the gaping openings. Breathing heavily, Leyland's complexion flushed, clad in coarse attire. When the storm giant spirit spoke, the apprentices present felt an overwhelming chill of oppressive force wash over them, immense, formidable, and imbued with raw malice, nearly suffocating Leyland. Fortunately, with the activation of the defensive array, a sense of lightness enveloped him, alleviating his distress. Had it not been for this, it is likely that all the apprentices in the hall would have succumbed to asphyxiation moments later. You humans shall pay the price for your reckless actions. The storm giant spirit bellowed, its voice resonating through the witch formation, causing the milky light to tremble. Great child of nature, please temper your wrath. We possess a token. A familiar voice cut through the chaos. It was the airship's captain. This is an accord established with His Majesty the Storm King. It grants us passage. The voice of the witch was imbued with confidence. A token? Questioned the storm giant spirit, its tone tinged with skepticism, followed by a furious roar. Pandara is free. The tribal covenant does not bind me. Roar. Howl. Dominate. As the incantation resounded once more, the tempest outside intensified tenfold. Damn it. It's a wraith. I've struck gold. The witch's voice rang out again, though lacking its usual bravado, now fraught with desperation. Everyone, unite and strike. Boom. The kaleidoscopic lights outside flashed incessantly, intertwining with the lightning. The airship began to tremble slightly. Raylan's complexion had turned somewhat pale. He could only pray for the sorcerers to display their formidable powers and drive away that accursed storm giant spirit. Otherwise, at such heights, he would have no means of escape. Bang! After another resounding noise, the airship returned to tranquility. Had it departed? It was merely a newly matured storm giant spirit, equivalent at most to a semi-elemental formal sorcerer. With 9 of us aboard, its retreat was only to be expected. The voices of the sorcerers outside were clearly audible, unrestrained, seemingly intended to soothe the apprentices' troubled souls. Indeed, upon hearing this, the apprentices present erupted into jubilant cheers. Oh, praise the great sorcerers. Damn, I thought we would be reduced to pulp. Aha, look at that coward. He actually wet his trousers. The apprentices laughed uproariously at the misfortune of one unfortunate soul, releasing the pent-up fear within them. Raylan cast a fleeting glance. Long before the storm giant spirit had spoken, Gaiman had already loosened the vines that bound Crevel. Now, Crevel was nowhere to be found, while Gaiman, despite a slightly pallid complexion, stood resolutely at the center of the scene, embodying the posture of a victor. The chip had previously failed to detect that Gaiman bore enchanted items, suggesting that he had only recently acquired them, with the sole source being Dorit. It seemed that upon obtaining these enchanted items, Gaiman had hastened to challenge Crevel's position. Had it not been for this unforeseen interruption, he might indeed have succeeded. Raylan mused silently. Due to the disruption caused by the storm giant spirit, the conflict between Gaiman and Crevel concluded in an ambiguous manner. Since then, Crevel had made a concerted effort to avoid appearing in the same vicinity as Gaiman, evidently fearful of his enchanted items. This confrontation had also left a profound impact on Raylan. Crevel had fully awakened his life energy, crossing the threshold to become a formal knight, yet before an apprentice wielding enchanted items, he remained as vulnerable as a lamb. It was clear that the power of sorcerers surpassed that of knights by far. Initially contemplating the activation of his life energy, Raylan now resolved that if he had not achieved this by the time he reached the academy, he would relinquish the endeavor. All his focus must be dedicated to the study of sorcery. He made a firm decision. As days turned into weeks, the airship finally reached another continent. Aside from the encounter with the storm giant spirit, the airship encountered numerous flying creatures along its journey, leading Raylan to realize that not only was the Sea of Death perilous to traverse, but the skies harbored dangers as well. Fortunately, the token of the witch proved effective against most creatures, preventing any conflicts. During this time, the airship made several landings, disembarking batches of teachers and students, gradually becoming more spacious. Before long, over a fortnight had passed. Bang! The airship landed on the ground, causing the entire compartment to shudder violently. Had they finally arrived? Raylan quickly gathered his belongings, departing from the small compartment he had occupied for over a month. Gaiman, Crevel, conduct a head count, commanded Dorit, holding a black staff, the top of which was adorned with a massive green gemstone. As you wish. Gaiman and Crevel nodded and began the head count. Raylan cast a glance at Crevel. Ever since the incident at the restaurant, the young man had grown notably reticent, often retreating into his own compartment, and now he bore a somewhat sullen expression. In stark contrast, Gaiman was exceedingly vivacious. Whispers hinted that he had been accepted as a direct disciple by Doroth. Unlike ordinary students, the status of a direct disciple was considerably elevated, granting access to a wealth of advanced knowledge from their mentor at no cost. A group of over a dozen individuals disembarked from the airship. Is this the academy? It appears rather desolate. Raylan surveyed his surroundings. All around him lay a desolate expanse of desert, interspersed with several narrow paths that clearly bore the imprints of previous travelers. At the heart of a fork in the road stood a weathered wooden sign, marred by numerous splintered edges. In bold black lettering, it indicated the destinations of each route: Shadows and the Realm of Death, Blackbone Swamp. The lettering was twisted and contorted, sending a shiver down Raylan's spine. Come with me. Dorothea stretched her limbs, the white bones creaking ominously, as if they were on the verge of disintegration. Beware. Although our Academy's apprentices regularly cleanse this area, some humanoid creatures, pollutants, and malevolent beings still wander here. Should you fall behind, we may soon have the unfortunate privilege of gazing upon your remains. Dorothea let out a chilling chuckle, causing the apprentices who heard her to flinch, instinctively clinging closely to her, fearful of being left behind. The group cautiously embarked on the path leading to Blackbone Swamp. What was that? Raylan, positioned in the middle of the procession, suddenly caught sight of a flash of darkness ahead. A creature resembling a lizard, yet adorned with a singular blue horn upon its head, darted past. Chip. Initiate scan. Task established. Scanning commenced. Echoed the mechanical voice of the chip. Unknown high-energy life form detected. Estimated strength, 3 to 4, agility, 4 to 5, constitution, greater than 5. Assessment, extremely dangerous. Raylan hurriedly pressed forward. In this perilous land, it seemed that the formidable figure of Minter Dorothea, composed of a mass of dark brown bones, was his sole bastion of safety. It appears our young apprentice has begun to grasp the gravity of their surroundings. The green flames within Dorothea's eyes flickered erratically as she spoke softly. As the group ventured deeper, the desolation of the terrain gradually diminished, giving way to an abundance of underbrush along the roadside. Soon, Raylan found himself enveloped by a shadowy forest. It was unclear whether it was merely an illusion, but upon entering the woods, he sensed the sun's radiance dimming significantly, while a faint, ghostly mist enveloped the area, imparting a chilling aura. Warning! Warning! High-energy life forms approaching rapidly. Location, above. The chip's alarm resonated through the air. Raylan swiftly lowered his head and crouched down. A piercing cry echoed through the air as a black, red-eyed crow swooped down from the tree, darting over Raylan's position. Its sharp talons aimed directly at a female apprentice's face. Boom! A burst of green liquid struck the raven, which squawked in distress and plummeted to the ground. Wisps of white smoke rising as a corrosive sound filled the air. The female apprentice stood frozen, suddenly overwhelmed by fear, and burst into tears. Within mere moments, the crow lay lifeless on the ground, leaving behind a gaping, corroded pit. "What are you staring at? Move," came Dorothea's voice from ahead. The sobbing apprentice wiped her eyes with her sleeve and, gritting her teeth, began to advance. Raylan was taken aback for a moment, but quickly hurried to catch up. After walking for approximately another hour, the group arrived at the heart of the Black Forest. Before Raylan, the landscape suddenly opened up. What came into view was a vast graveyard. In the very center of the Black Forest, for reasons unknown, lay an expansive field of tombs. This cemetery was substantial, constructed from black and white marble, exuding an air of opulence. However, it appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time. Many tombstones were toppled and overgrown with weeds, while some were entwined with creeping vines. Occasionally, crows perched upon them, cawing ominously, creating an unsettling atmosphere. "Welcome to the city of shadows and death, the Blackbone Forest." Doroth chuckled mischievously, yet Raylan couldn't shake the feeling that he was reveling in their misfortune. Chapter 20. The selection of a mentor. The Blackbone Forest Academy indeed possessed a rather macabre sense of humor, establishing itself amidst a graveyard. Raylan shook his head. Yet soon he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if every pore in his body were opening up to breathe in the air of this place. A chip activated. Task established. Environmental sample collection, analysis in progress. The presence of a certain negative energy particle in the surrounding environment has noticeably increased, resonating slightly with the subject's spiritual force. Hypothesized to be a dark-type negative energy particle. The voice of the chip echoed. "Ah, so that is it. The increased negative energy in the environment evidently benefits dark-type sorcerers. Much like the notion in novels from my previous life, where cultivation sects sought to inhabit places rich in spiritual energy." Raylan began to comprehend the Academy's choice. The password. At that moment, Dorothea had led her team to the very heart of the cemetery, where the largest tomb stood. Constructed from blocks of black marble that resembled a colossal dark fortress. Beside the tomb entrance, two immense stone statues loomed. To the left, a two-headed hound adorned with barbed spikes, and to the right, a gigantic winged lizard with bared, jagged teeth exuding a menacing aura. Both statues were remarkably lifelike, their eyes crafted from black gemstones, appearing almost animated. As Dorothea approached the statues, the lizard spoke, its voice dry, with stone dust cascading from its jaws. "Enough, Jamalo. Do you not recognize me?" Dorothea's expression reflected her irritation. No sooner had she spoken than both the lizard and the hound erupted into boisterous laughter, their voices conjuring a tempest that ruffled the collars of the apprentices behind them. "Dorothea, while we are quite familiar with you, rules are rules." The statues now seemed entirely animated, the hound licking its forepaw, emitting a voice reminiscent of a woman. "Or do you wish to engage us in a game?" The lizard extended a forelimb, beckoning with a human-like gesture. "Come on. I find myself rather restless." All right. Let me think." Dorothea rolled her eyes. "Oh, damn it. I ought to sever the heads of those swine who designed the defensive sorcery and stuff them where the sun doesn't shine." Dorothea suddenly roared. "Quickly, what is the password?" The hound growled, sparks beginning to emit from its mouth. "The secret password is, I detest foul bones," Dorothea whispered. A smirk flickered at the corner of Raylan's mouth, as he summoned considerable willpower to suppress his amusement. Though Dorrit appeared as a mere skull, Raylan could ascertain that his current mood was decidedly grim. Aha! The command was correct. The lizard and the giant hound laughed heartily, clearing the path. Suddenly, a young apprentice could no longer contain himself and let out a sound. Humph! A surge of green flames erupted from Dorrit's eye sockets, indicating that it was imperative to instill a sense of respect for mentors in the newly initiated apprentices. Snap! Dorrit snapped his fingers. Ah, what is that? Stay away, stay away. The apprentice who had made the sound staggered back several steps, collapsing onto the ground and wailing in terror. Rossi, what's wrong? An apprentice nearby approached. No, don't come closer, Rossi screamed, his face beginning to contort in fear. Witnessing this scene, a chill crept into the hearts of the surrounding apprentices. Among wizards, equality prevails, allowing for playful banter. Yet, apprentices must maintain a posture of humility. Raylan suddenly grasped the survival principle of the wizarding world. Only with equal strength can dialogue commence. Jamon and Cluel appeared to be deep in thought as well. Lift him up, let us proceed. Dorothea pointed to the still screaming Rossi. His two attendants approached, one on each side, effortlessly hoisting Rossi. They must each be at least high knights. Observing how easily the attendants subdued Rossi, a glimmer of insight flashed in Raylan's eyes. Upon opening the tomb door, a circular flight of stone steps spiraled downward, gradually disappearing into an unfathomable darkness. Dorothea tapped the ground with her staff, producing a resonant sound. Aside from the color, this place seemed akin to a medieval castle. Raylan marveled as he ascended the steps of the Blackbone Forest Academy, illuminated by the blue flames. He lost track of time, but it certainly exceeded 20 minutes. How vast! The underground structure's expanse far surpassed that of the cemetery above, extending several times over. Resembling an underground kingdom, Raylan silently pondered. Our Blackbone Forest Academy was established in the year 324 of the Western calendar, boasting a history that exceeds a millennium. The inaugural headmaster was the great wizard Merlin Faircoast Jelawechi. Dorothea led the way, occasionally offering explanations. What you just entered is the main entrance of the academy. Besides that, there are numerous other exits. Once you become official wizards, you may apply to select an unoccupied grave in the cemetery above as your private passage. She elaborated. However, Raylan's lips twitched in disbelief. We aspire to become wizards merely to acquire a grave? Such a morbid jest. Yet, recalling the unfortunate example of the previous individual, he dared not voice his thoughts aloud. Our Blackbone Forest Academy is divided into several major areas, including the residential zone, teaching zone, experimental zone, garden zone, trading zone, and task zone, among others. A guide will show you the specific locations later. For now, you must follow me to register for your studies and choose a mentor. Dorothea gestured towards a sizable room, pointing to the inscription on the iron door. This is the administrative office, though I suspect you may not wish to return here in the future. Raylan gazed at the intricate designs on the door, which resembled both script and ornamentation, and ultimately conceded that they bore no resemblance to any form of writing he had previously encountered among the young aristocrats. Oh, I forget that you are unfamiliar with the ancient Byron language, exclaimed Dorothea, tapping her forehead. Not to worry. This is the foundational language of incantations, which you will learn in due course. Dorothea, come in. As a venerable voice resonated, the iron door suddenly began to move of its own accord, extending a formidable steel hand to unfasten the latch and graciously gesturing for entry. Raylan followed Dorothea into the spacious room, where he discovered an elderly man with a white beard and red eyebrows seated behind a large black desk, diligently inscribing something with a quill pen. Beside him lay a substantial stack of parchment. Behind him stood numerous towering bookshelves, filled with scattered parchments and crystal spheres, resembling a grand library. You have arrived late, the old man remarked, setting down his quill and managing a smile on his withered face. We encountered some difficulties on the way. A wandering storm giant caused some damage to our airship, which delayed us, Dorothea explained. That is indeed unfortunate, the old man replied, turning his gaze to the apprentices, his bright eyes glimmering with wisdom as they settled on Gaiman at last. It appears you have made a remarkable acquisition. Indeed, Dorothea gestured. Gaiman, step forward. Pulling Gaiman closer, she proclaimed, I have reached an agreement with him. He is now my official apprentice. Quickly, process the paperwork. Dorothea handed the old man a heavy black pouch along with a stack of forms. Ah, a fifth-tier aptitude, quite commendable, the old man remarked, producing a pair of spectacles, which were adorned with a golden chain that hung from his nose. Of course, That wretched Mido has the audacity to pass such troublesome matters on to me, haha. Now, I shall see her seed with envy. Dorothea chuckled with delight. Now then, Gaiman, do you wish to become Dorothea's student? The old man inquired. I do. Gaiman replied softly, casting a glance at Dorothea. Excellent, the old man said as he began writing on a piece of parchment before handing a black package to Gaiman. This is yours. Hold on to it. Dorothea let out a sound of satisfaction, hastily leading Gaiman out of the room. Well then, with Mr. Dorothea's task accomplished, I shall now address you regarding important matters. The old man tapped the desk, capturing the apprentice's attention before continuing. Since you have already paid your tuition and fulfilled the contractual obligations, you are now apprentices of the Blackbone Forest. You will now embark on the selection of your mentors. There are two methods for selecting a mentor. The first is a random selection, wherein you place your names in a crystal ball, and my dear pet will randomly draw a teacher. This method is free of charge. What is your pet? One apprentice timidly inquired. Oh, the old man chuckled, and suddenly a black python materialized on the desk. This is my magical companion, Spotted. It does not know any of you, so I believe its selection will be fair and just. Are there any further questions? The second option allows the apprentices to choose their mentors themselves. I will provide brief introductions and requirements of the mentors for your consideration. However, should you opt for this method, a payment of 1 magic stone will be required. Regardless of the chosen method, once you have decided upon your mentor, alterations are impermissible. The elder proclaimed. Now, I shall call out names. Those mentioned, please step forward and inform me of your selection. Chapter 21. Guafate upon the elder's announcement. A wave of anxiety swept through the apprentices. What to do? How to choose? Belru's expression was one of distress. Naturally, those who pay are to be preferred over those who do not. It is a matter of common sense. You must still possess some surplus magic stones, no? Raylan inquired, somewhat perplexed. However, I have but a single magic stone remaining. My family sacrificed an entire 1,000-man squadron to obtain 2 stones. Belru clearly hesitated, and Raylan was startled, instinctively patting his pockets. Who would have thought that the value of magic stones exceeded my expectations? The ambush on Olin indeed proved to be quite advantageous. Yet, this is the sorcerer's desert of the Kelly Islands, where innate resources are scarce, perhaps in this continent. The value of magic stones and similar resources is comparatively abundant. Such matters can only be resolved by your own choice. Raylan advised Belru. All right, the first name Lano, the elder declared. Which will you choose? I have no magic stones left. May I defer payment? I possess 4th-tier qualifications. Lano's face flushed with embarrassment. Excellent qualifications. Alas, rules are rules. The elder shook his head. The black python flickered its tongue, touching the crystal sphere, and the words illuminated and settled. Lano, Mentor Ganfulin. The elder tossed a black package to Lano and snapped his fingers. Boom. Suddenly, a black spherical object appeared, floating in the air. This shadowy servant shall escort you to your mentor. The elder gestured as if to bid farewell. Lano, with a look of resignation, followed the black sphere out. Next, Rossi, the apprentice who had mocked Dorid at the entrance of the tomb, stepped forward. Though he appeared somewhat improved, beads of cold sweat still adorned his brow. Oh, what do I see? A nightmare mark. Poor child, you shall have much to endure in the coming month. Could you please remove this mark? Rossi's voice trembled. Certainly. 100 magic stones. No deferrals. The elder responded decisively. Rossi shook his head, retrieving a magic stone from his pocket. I wish to choose my mentor myself. Very well. The elder accepted the magic stone and tossed a hefty tome resembling a dictionary to Rossi. All information regarding mentors willing to take on apprentices is contained within. Take your time to choose. Bang. An hourglass appeared on the table, sand trickling steadily down. I almost forgot to mention. You have only the duration of 1 hourglass' worth of sand to make your choice per magic stone. Should you exceed this time, additional payment in magic stones will be required. The elder grinned with a chilling demeanor. Rossi swallowed hard, watching the sand descend, and hurriedly began to peruse the tome. This hourglass appeared to grant only about 5 minutes. A mere glance would not suffice. Raylan's eyes narrowed. Time's up, as the old man's voice echoed. The hefty tome automatically closed with a resounding thud. Well then, have you made your decision? Or do you wish to deliberate further? The old man inquired. I have made my choice. I select Teacher Vivian. Rossi declared, taking a deep breath. Gather your belongings and follow the attendant. The old man tossed another identical black package to Rossi and summoned a shadowy servant. Rossi bowed slightly, and followed the floating attendant out of the door. "Next, Cruel," the old man called out. Raylan observed intently as the apprentices approached one by one. Cruel, evidently of considerable means, paid 3 magic stones, perusing the materials thoroughly before making his selection. As for Bello, he ultimately opted not to pay the stones, choosing instead to draw randomly, uncertain of whether the outcome would be fortuitous or otherwise. "Next, Raylan," the old man announced, calling Raylan's name. Raylan took a deep breath and stepped forward. The choice was his own. He handed a piece of magic stone to the old man. "You are well aware of the rules." The old man snapped his fingers, and the hourglass was turned, marking the beginning of the countdown. The hefty tome, akin to a dictionary, felt substantial and had a distinctly tactile quality. Raylan swiftly turned the pages, perusing the information inscribed on the parchment. It was written in the language of Corey Island, seemingly tailored for apprentices like us. "Chip, record it. Extract the information." The instructor Lystel, an expert in the realms of necromancy, mutation studies, and the structure of negative energy, generously offers 3 pieces of paid knowledge. The stipulation: apprentices must assist in an experiment each month without fail, under any pretext. Dorothea, a master of shadow magic, specializes in anatomy, energy transformation, and necromantic resurrection. The requirement: apprentices are to pay 1 magic stone monthly and participate in experiments. Grofart, the alchemy mentor, excels in potion making, plant cultivation, and the neutralization of negative energy. He offers 1 piece of paid knowledge for free, with the condition that apprentices must assist daily in cleaning the laboratory, pre-treating various herbs, and aiding wizards in potion experiments, provided it does not endanger the apprentice's safety. Esthro, a master of curses, is well-versed in curse studies, human anatomy, and spiritology. He can provide 5 pieces of paid knowledge at no cost, allowing the apprentices to select the type, with the flexibility to be taught anytime, anywhere. The requirement: participation in just 1 experiment. The pages rustled, creating a soft sound, and as the last grain of sand fell, Raylan turned over the final page. "With a commendable memory, this will surely aid in future studies. Which one will you choose?" the old man inquired with a smile. Raylan closed his eyes. "Chip, how is the data organization progressing?" "Ding. The organization is complete, having compiled the information of 53 mentors and eliminated misleading and deceptive information." The expression on Layleen's face was somewhat grim. The information contained within the parentheses from Mentor Gwafate had piqued his concern. It seemed that the wizard's experiments were perilous, posing a genuine threat to the safety of the apprentices. Gwafate's focus was merely on pharmacology, but what of the other disciplines, such as shadow magic and necromancy? It was no wonder the conditions offered were so generous. Free knowledge was merely a bait to entice apprentices into participating in these experiments. Although incidents were not guaranteed, should one occur, the consequences would be dire. Chip, initiating the selection process, aligning with the criteria, those that matched my personal qualifications. Ding. A flash of blue light illuminated the scene, and the pale blue screen before Leyland shifted dramatically, with the majority of the other mentors' information vanishing, leaving only a scant few behind, including that of Dorot. Dorot, the shadow magic mentor, was proficient in anatomy, energy transformation, and necromantic rebirth. Requirements: apprentices must pay 1 magic stone each month while also cooperating in experiments. Gwafate, the pharmacology mentor, excelled in potion making, plant cultivation, and negative energy neutralization, offering 1 piece of paid knowledge free of charge. However, apprentices were required to assist daily in cleaning the laboratory, pre-processing various herbs, and aiding the wizard in potion experiments, with the stipulation that it would not endanger the apprentice's safety. It appeared that Dorot was relatively mild-tempered among the mentors at the academy. Otherwise, he would not have been entrusted with welcoming the new students. Raylan pondered to himself, regrettably, my supply of magic stones has dwindled. With his newfound status, he is unlikely to pay me much heed. Most instructors of the shadow category in similar disciplines demand participation in perilous experiments, all while offering no assurances of safety. Truly a treacherous predicament. Reluctantly, Raylan dismissed the dark arts. What remained was the esteemed mentor in pharmacology. The chip possessed an unparalleled advantage in such precise operations, allowing me to profit from alchemy and subsequently acquire knowledge in the dark arts. Observers merely watched as Raylan closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, he made his decision. I choose Mentor Gwafate. Pharmacology? The elderly man expressed surprise. Do you wish to become an apothecary? The initial investment in this field can be quite daunting. Would you consider another option? I believe Durot would be more suitable for you. Thank you, esteemed sir. Raylan bowed sincerely. I have a penchant for pharmacology and have previously studied this subject to some extent. Since you have made your choice, let it be so, the elder replied, picking up a quill and swiftly inscribing on the parchment. This is your package. Follow the shadow apprentistical fate. He handed Raylan a black parcel. Raylan deeply bowed in greeting, then nodded towards the remaining apprentices before stepping out of the door. The shadowy figure of the servant floated ahead, occasionally circling, yet at a pace that was easily matched by Raylan's peak knightly physique. Apprentices wandered by now and then, casting glances at Raylan with an expression of familiarity. Raylan followed the shadowy servant through several corridors, 2 grand halls, and a garden, before finally halting in an area reminiscent of a laboratory. The shadowy servant became translucent, effortlessly passing through the grand door, leaving Raylan standing outside. Raylan stood outside in silence, hesitating to knock on the door, patiently waiting. After a brief moment, a middle-aged man's voice resonated from within. Raylan, come in. Yes. Raylan stepped back and entered the laboratory. A blend of pungent and sweet aromas filled the air, mingling with a scent reminiscent of disinfectant, causing Raylan to frown. At the laboratory table stood a middle-aged man with white hair, clad in a white coat adorned with golden embroidery. His eyes sparkled like 2 golden gems. I am Gwafat. I have already heard from the shadow servant about the particulars. Now, Raylan, are you willing to become my disciple? The middle-aged man set down the test tube, his tone grave. Chapter 22. The meditation method. I am willing. Raylan promptly replied. Very well. Since this is the Academy's arrangement, I shall accept you as my disciple. Gwafat stroked his chin. Though the surroundings are modest, it is sufficient for your initiation. He glanced around the laboratory. At least it is quiet here, free from disturbances. What initiation? Raylan inquired, somewhat perplexed. Now, Raylan, tell me, in your heart, what is a wizard? A mysterious being capable of summoning winds and thunder, and wielding the forces of nature like fire. Raylan recited the common saying from the Kori Islands. That strays a bit from the topic, Gwafat remarked. The term wizard actually originated during the ancient wars, designating those who possessed power. Wizards study the rules, master them, and derive strength from utilizing these rules. They are scholars in relentless pursuit of truth. Gwafat elucidated the concept of wizards to Raylan. So, wizards are not an exclusive title for humans. Raylan began to grasp the idea. Precisely. Other humanoid races, and even intelligent beings, can also be wizards, such as the sea wizards and dragon wizards. Gwafat casually stated. Now, let us commence the ritual. Do not fear. It is quite simple. With a crackle, the ground around Gwafat softened, transforming into a magical array, and strange waves radiated outward. The surroundings dimmed, with only a flicker of flame rising at the center of the array. Now, place your hand in mine. Raylan extended his hand, and a broad palm enveloped his own. According to ancient rites, Raylan Farrell, I hereby guide you onto the path of the wizard. Recite after me. I swear. I shall forever pursue the path of truth. Gwafat employed a foreign tongue, yet Raylan comprehended fully, instinctively echoing the same words. I swear. I shall forever pursue the path of truth. The youthful voice of a boy, still in his early teens, resonated, tinged with a hint of innocence. Without the teacher's permission, I vow not to divulge any knowledge acquired from them. Gwafat continued speaking, while Raylan followed suit, their voices eerily intertwining. The flames at the center of the array suddenly blazed brightly, roaring to life. Congratulations on becoming a formal wizard apprentice. After the ceremony, Gwafat celebrated with Raylan. Raylan lowered his gaze to his hands. After the enigmatic ritual, he sensed a subtle shift in the world around him, as if everything had changed yet remained the same. An alert chimed from the chip, indicating an anomaly in his brain waves. It appeared that there had been a change in his mental faculties. Yet he lamented the absence of any related information from his previous life, recognizing that he would have to acquire knowledge on his own. With a hint of resignation, he noted, Come to me at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. As you command, master. Raylan replied, bowing as he exited the laboratory. Fortunately, he had passed by earlier. Otherwise, he would still be unaware of the location of the dormitory area. While following the shadowy servant, he had instructed the chip to begin mapping the surroundings, and it had already documented a significant portion of the area, ensuring he would not be lost in the treacherous domain of the sorcerers. Upon reaching the accommodation zone, Raylan rummaged through the old man's bundle and retrieved a key. Following the numbers, he located his room. This must be it. Raylan inserted the key into the lock, and a resounding metallic clank echoed through the air. As the door swung open, flames ignited within the darkened room, seemingly employing a sorceress principle to create a system reminiscent of voice activation. Raylan set down his parcel and surveyed the territory where he would reside for the next several years. The dormitory was relatively modest, divided into 3 compartments: a bedroom, a living room, and a washroom. Remarkably, each apprentice had their own private quarters, with a neatly arranged stack of fresh bedding upon the bed, exuding an air of cleanliness and order. The surroundings were quite pleasant. Raylan sat on the bed and began to unpack the items distributed by the academy. In this moment, he appeared strikingly similar to the gray-robed apprentice he had encountered earlier that day. Raylan meticulously arranged his belongings and tidied up the room. As he stepped outside, the door of the adjacent dormitory swung open, revealing an apprentice with chestnut hair. "Hello, are you the new apprentice? My name is Bill." Upon hearing Raylan's voice, Bill's face lit up with recognition. "It's already evening. I was just about to head out. Shall we go together?" "I couldn't wish for anything more." Raylan smiled, casually shutting the door behind him. The dining hall was located 3 levels below ground, offering a plethora of complimentary meals. Of course, one could also choose to pay for custom dishes to their liking. Bill led the way, chattering away. "I hail from the Marsh Duchy. How about you?" "The Corey Islands." "Goodness, that's quite far. You must have faced many hardships on your journey." Bill, clearly a loquacious individual, divulged a wealth of information. Like Raylan, he was also a newcomer, having arrived 5 days earlier. The Blackbone Forest Academy boasted nearly 100 instructors, with the number of apprentices exceeding 1,000. "By the way, who is your mentor?" Bill inquired. "Alchemy?" "Impressive." Bill appeared visibly astonished. "Is alchemy difficult?" A sense of concern welled up within Raylan. Not only is it challenging, but studying to become an alchemist requires an abundance of materials for practical application. Few with modest means would choose this path, though indeed, being an alchemist can be quite lucrative. Bill regarded Raylan with a look of regret. "You must have been assigned a mentor at random, and that python, Spotted, must have led you astray. Is that so?" Raylan mused, scratching his nose. "All right, we've arrived at the dining hall. Feel free to take whatever you desire." The Academy's dining hall was lavish, surpassing even the fare Raylan had experienced aboard the airship. The patrons were all cloaked apprentices, with not a single formal wizard in sight. At last, the journey into the world of wizardry is about to commence. Raylan idly caressed the crystal ball, his eyes gradually becoming unfocused, pupils dilating. He detected the data interface. Was the transmission commencing? The voice of the chip resonated. "Initiate." At Raylan's command, an intense pain surged through his head, as if a chunk of lead had been forcibly inserted. Raylan cradled his head, realizing that with the pain, a multitude of images and texts suddenly flooded his mind. The first line read, "Basic meditation technique." This knowledge seemed to have emerged abruptly, deeply imprinted in Raylan's brain. After what felt like an eternity, he finally emerged from the throes of agony, his mind still clouded. "Chip, commence the organization of the basic meditation technique materials." Ding. Task established. Organization commencing. Before Raylan appeared a blue screen that began to flicker. Ding. The data has been reorganized, with 21.3 of irrelevant information removed. "Shall we commence transmission?" "Transmit." Raylan commanded. As the chip continuously conveyed information, Raylan gained insight into the meditation techniques for wizard apprentices. The introductory meditation technique, as its name suggests, is specifically designed for wizard apprentices and represents the most fundamental knowledge. After years of refinement, it has reached an almost flawless state, with the basic meditation techniques across various academies being largely similar in content. In essence, it resembles the visualization methods of a previous existence, enhancing mental strength by delineating runes within one's mind. The more runes an apprentice sketches, the more potent their mental faculties become. Wizards prefer to meticulously document every process with precise data. The categorization of apprentices is determined by the progress made in meditation. Achieving the ability to meditate on 8 runes at once qualifies one as a first-tier apprentice, while successfully meditating on all 24 runes signifies entry into the second tier. It appears that third-tier apprentices may require additional criteria. Furthermore, the pace of meditation correlates closely with a wizard's innate aptitude. For those of fourth-tier aptitude, achieving first-tier status may take approximately 15 to 20 days, while third-tier requires a month, second-tier necessitates around 6 months, and first-tier could span from 1 year to several years. The meditation data is now in a standalone document. Shall we begin parsing? A window popped up on the chip. Commence parsing. The parsing process is underway. Progress 011. The chip displayed the ongoing progress. Raylan calmly compared the differences between the two. Chapter 23. Within the Academy. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. The grand copper clock in the room had completed more than one full rotation of the hour hand. Over an hour had elapsed. The first rune had been deciphered. Should it be transmitted? The chip emitted a sound. Has it finally been deciphered? Commence transmission. The rune manifested in a three-dimensional form, adorned with intricate patterns, where not a single step could be erroneous. To represent this rune in book form demands not only exceptional artistic skill from the author, but also challenges the learning capacity of the recipient. Raylan estimated that an ordinary apprentice would require several days to begin comprehending a rune. Only then would they start to mentally sketch it. In contrast, for a chip, this process takes merely a few hours. Such progress, he mused, might rival that of a fifth or even fourth-tier aptitude. With the chip's transmission, Raylan had fully grasped the structure of the first rune, which resembled the letter but lacked the horizontal line in the center. Its surroundings were adorned with intricate patterns and spirals, becoming increasingly dizzying with each glance. As he commenced his meditation, it was essential to maintain a pure heart and envision a tranquil, expansive lake. Raylan gently closed his eyes. In the dimly lit room, the youth sat cross-legged with his eyes shut, resembling a tranquil slumber. After an indeterminate passage of time, a faint glimmer of light appeared around the young man, subtly flickering before merging into his being, swiftly vanishing from sight. Raylan's eyelids fluttered before he finally opened his eyes. Exhaustion washed over him. It appears that both the meditation technique and the night's breathing method possess temporal limitations. Chip, please conduct a health check on my body. Ding. Subject status detection in progress. The activity level of the subject's brain cells has intensified, and the vitality of all cells in the body has risen. Ding. Subject's physical constitution has increased by 0.05. Meditation, truly a wizard's method of cultivation. I can feel it. The essence of meditation primarily affects mental fortitude, while the enhancement of physical constitution is merely a secondary effect. The mind influences the material. Through the practice of meditation, my physical limits are beginning to shatter. Raylan's expression was complex, a mixture of indescribable surprise and joy. According to the information, it is advisable to take a nap after meditation for optimal results. Raylan shed his outer garments and reclined upon his bed, slipping into a profound slumber. Ding ding. The alarm clock chimed, its mechanical voice rousing Raylan from his dreams. The time set for my alarm has arrived. How swiftly time passes. He stretched languidly, glancing at the clock which indicated 5:30. Quick, I must prepare. I am to meet Mentor Guafat. Raylan hastily attended to his grooming, then made his way to the dining hall, consuming a few bites of plain bread for breakfast before arriving at yesterday's laboratory. Good day, Mentor. Raylan greeted with a bow. He noticed that the silver-haired Guafat was accompanied by a female apprentice, whose curvaceous figure was strikingly beautiful, evidently another student of the Mentor. Have you begun to experiment with meditation? Guafat furrowed his brow. How do you feel? My head aches, and I feel somewhat dizzy. Such sensations are typical side effects following the transmission from the memory crystal ball. Be sure to rest more, Guafat advised. Now, allow me to introduce you. This is BG, my other student, and this is Raylan, the new apprentice who joined us yesterday. Hello. BG curtsied gracefully. Greetings. Raylan placed his right hand over his heart, exuding an air of noble, gentlemanly demeanor. BG is your senior. In addition to her, you have another upperclassman named Merlin, who excels in pharmacology, Guafat informed Raylan. Merlin is hailed as a once-in-a-century genius in the field of potions, and he is the most promising candidate to inherit the Mentor's legacy. BG added. Indeed, Merlin's talent in pharmacology is truly remarkable. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to consult him. Guafat's face lit up with a smile at the mention of Merlin, evidently pleased with this student. As for you, Raylan, are you acquainted with my regulations? I have seen them in the Mentor's documentation. Raylan nodded. Very well. From now on, you are to come here daily to assist with cleaning and organizing herbs. During your breaks, you may attend free lectures. Regarding my offerings, you may propose a paid course once you have mastered the foundational knowledge. Guafat continued. Thank you, Mentor. Raylan bowed deeply, feeling entirely ignorant of the wizarding world. Even if Guafat were to ask for his choice, he would be uncertain of what would yield the greatest benefit in the future. For now, I grant you half a day's leave. BG will accompany you around the academy and inform you of certain prohibitions, Wafak concluded. Yes. Both Raylan and BG nodded as they departed the laboratory. This is the Minter's residence. Apprentices are generally not permitted to enter. This is the trading area, where apprentices may engage in transactions. Over there is the task zone, where tasks and their levels are inscribed upon the stone walls. Apprentices can earn contribution points and magic stones by accepting tasks. BG's voice was melodious, her beauty captivating, and her lively personality uplifted Raylan's spirits. As the two wandered leisurely through the academy, their conversation predominantly consisted of BG's role as a guide, sharing tales of various locales and taboos. Unbeknownst to them, they ventured into a garden. Filer, splendid job. Come on, let's have another. A voice resonated, capturing Raylan's attention. In the center of the garden, a group of apprentices surrounded a tall, strikingly handsome youth, engaged in animated chatter. The young man, ensconced among them, boasted a mane of radiant platinum hair and captivating emerald eyes, exuding an enigmatic allure. That is Senior Filer, a prodigious wizard who ascended to the rank of second-tier apprentice merely 6 months after entering the academy. BG's eyes widened, her face illuminated with unprecedented brilliance as she murmured. Such an expression? It seems BG harbors quite an affection for Filer. Raylan touched his nose thoughtfully. BG. Ah, what is it? After several calls, BG's gaze finally shifted away, her cheeks noticeably flushed. Oh, I merely wish to inquire why there are so many plants thriving down here underground. Raylan inhaled the fragrant aroma of a vibrant red flower. The academy had transplanted expansive patches of sunlight moss atop the garden area, a type of moss that radiated a luminescence akin to sunlight, enabling flora to thrive even in subterranean depths. Oh, Raylan nodded, contemplating whether he should bask in the sun more often. After all, it is not beneficial to remain in the shadows indefinitely. Noticing BG's reluctance to depart, Raylan feigned keen interest in the garden, lingering until Filer and the other apprentices had left. However, BG dared only to steal a few glances at Filer, missing the opportunity to engage him in conversation, much to Raylan's exasperation. BG's timid demeanor regarding romantic pursuits seemed rather rare within the academy. The teaching district announced the following day's courses daily, which included numerous complimentary public classes that newcomers should not overlook. After leaving the garden, BG escorted Raylan to the teaching area, pointing to a large wooden sign at the front, underneath which several other apprentices in gray robes were busily taking notes. Free public classes? Does that imply there are also paid courses? Raylan inquired. Indeed, there are also paid offerings, encompassing advanced knowledge at the cost of 1 magic stone for 10 class hours. While these provide better outcomes than the public classes, they still pale in comparison to the direct teachings from instructors, BG replied with a wry smile. I suppose their only advantage is their affordability. Raylan nodded. On one side, a teacher instructs dozens of students, while on the other, his mentor offers personalized guidance. Undoubtedly, the outcomes differ significantly. However, for him, equipped with a chip, his capacity for learning is extraordinarily formidable. Even in a crowded classroom, he is confident in his ability to excel. He now possesses only 2 magic stones. Previously, he had glanced at the task area, and to acquire more magic stones, one typically must undertake rather cumbersome tasks, with a minimum requirement of being a first-class apprentice, which Raylan has yet to achieve. As for the menial chores, they are almost entirely managed by magical servants, and the remaining tasks are swiftly claimed by others. Leaving him with no opportunity at all, Raylan found himself somewhat troubled. The magic stones served as a universal currency among wizards and represented the most prevalent means of acquiring advanced knowledge within the academy. Lacking these stones would inevitably hinder his academic progress. For now, it would be prudent to complete the public courses before advancing to the rank of a first-level apprentice, after which he could contemplate undertaking tasks to earn the coveted magic stones. Let out a sigh. How's the chip mapping the academy? Beep. 66. 7 recorded. In certain areas, names are indicated, accompanied by annotations from BG. The regions designated for free movement are marked in green, while areas of moderate danger are highlighted in yellow. As for places that BG cannot access, the chip marks them in red, indicating extreme peril. Regarding these red zones, intends to circumvent them entirely. Even before becoming a third-level apprentice, he would not dare to inquire about them. The map has been fully recorded. Nodded and bid farewell to BG, saying, Thank you for accompanying me today. I have a general understanding of the academy's layout. That's wonderful. BG played with a small white flower in her hand. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Of course, smiled. The wizard's meditation is a relentless journey. Only through daily, unwavering effort can one consolidate their mental strength and become a master of the arcane forces. The chip merely aids in comprehending the meditation techniques, while the delineation of runes in the mind relies entirely on one's own mental prowess, which also involves aspects of the subconscious and innate talent, where the chip offers little assistance. After meditating, felt a nearly imperceptible increase in his mental strength and fell into contemplation. Chapter 24. First-level apprentice. The so-called first-level apprentice is essentially one whose mental prowess surpasses that of ordinary individuals, capable of drawing in external energy particles and storing them within their body, forming the nascent concept of magical power. It is only at the second level that apprentices begin to engage with spell models and can fully execute a spell. However, as long as magical energy is formed within the body, one can continuously radiate to enhance their physical constitution and resist external radiation pollution. Raylan, drawing upon the information regarding meditation techniques, has made an assessment of the hierarchical structure among the apprentices. Chip, retrieve the data I have collected today and commence analysis. This has been Raylan's ongoing endeavor, to amass information about others without arousing suspicion, thereby creating a comprehensive database. Establishing a repository of knowledge on mental strength and quantifying it was a project Raylan set out to undertake yesterday. The volume of information required is immense, and the process may span several years. Ding. Analysis complete. Conclusion. The entire environment of the Blackbone Forest Academy is permeated with trace amounts of radiative pollution. The wizards, along with certain experimental apparatus and materials, are the primary sources of this contamination. It is advised that individuals should either distance themselves immediately or bolster their resistance. Indeed, I wondered why there were no ordinary people visible within the academy. It turns out that both wizards and apprentices exert an influence on their surroundings, an effect that only wizards can withstand. Ordinary individuals might scarcely survive in such an environment for more than a few years. Raylan's expression was grave as he summoned several human images, including those of Bijie and Gulfate, based on their leaked radiation detection. The official wizard appeared to be nothing less than a mobile source of nuclear radiation contamination. A single individual was comparable to a miniature nuclear reactor. Were they, perhaps, harnessing radiation for evolution? Raylan furrowed his brow. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to become a first-class apprentice as swiftly as possible. The longer the delay, the greater the harm inflicted upon his body. Raylan made a resolute decision. For the next half-month, he diligently reported to Mentor Gulfate each day, assisting in tidying the laboratory and handling some inconsequential experimental materials. During this time, he also encountered Gulfate's brilliant disciple, Merlin, who happened to be his senior. Tall and reserved, Merlin immersed himself in experimentation, rarely engaging in conversation with anyone besides Gulfate, and seldom communicating with Bijie and Raylan. This might well be the reason behind his remarkable success in pharmacology. The remainder of Raylan's time was devoted to the limited free courses offered at the Blackbone Forest Academy. The selection was scant, featuring only a few subjects such as the origins of wizards, fundamentals of ancient Byron language, principles of sorcery, basics of pharmacology, anatomy, and fundamental principles of spell models. After all, being public courses, any attendance was considered a boon. Raylan reassured himself that with his chip, he could record all the lectures delivered by his mentor, allowing for easy revision later on. Unlike the other apprentices, who faced dire consequences for ignorance, needing to pay a price to consult with their teachers or peers, Raylan was even contemplating selling knowledge from the public courses to earn some magic stones. Today's lesson was truly challenging. The anatomical image of the desert lizard was displayed for only a few seconds. I barely caught a glimpse of the whole. Bill lamented. There is no alternative. The volume of anatomical knowledge is traditionally vast, with numerous images. If we don't proceed swiftly, we will never finish. Raylan replied, as he and Bill were neighbors and both new apprentices, often attending classes together, thereby fostering a decent camaraderie. As for Cruel and the others, due to their assignment under different mentors and their distant residences, they merely maintained contact. Mentor Marlene's anatomy course is a prerequisite for many advanced subjects. We cannot afford to neglect it. Bill expressed his frustration. Raylan, did you manage to remember everything from earlier? It's virtually impossible to remember it all, but I did mark the general shapes and the positions of several key organs. Raylan concealed his skill. Impressive. Could you possibly tutor me after class? I'll offer one magic stone. Bill resolved earnestly. I intend to major in morphology, and mastering anatomy is imperative. Certainly. Raylan smiled and nodded. While the academy prohibited apprentices from trading paid knowledge privately, there were no such restrictions concerning public courses. Raylan inquired specifically, discovering that the senior apprentices disdain such meager remuneration, while the junior apprentices, lacking the requisite skills, fall short of the educational standards, thus presenting an opportunity for him. However, as you are aware, I intend to engage in meditation each evening, setting the time for 1 hour after dinner, to be sustained over the course of a week. What do you think? Raylan inquired. No problem, Bill replied, noting that the duration and cost of the public course were comparable, yet it offered one-on-one tutoring at a reasonable price. Tossing a piece of magic stone in his hand, Raylan nodded, acknowledging Bill's adeptness in handling matters. He promptly paid the tuition, placing the black crystal on the bed. Raylan retrieved a black pouch from his waist, opening its mouth to pour its contents onto the bed. Four gleaming black magic stones tumbled out, bouncing slightly. I am also a new apprentice, having only trained for over half a month. Aside from Bill and a few others, no one truly believes in my abilities, thus far. I have only earned 2 magic stones. Alas, this tutoring merely serves as a meager source of income and consumes a considerable amount of time. Senior Merlin can easily sell a potion for 10 times what I make. Apothecaries are a rarity among wizards, although becoming one demands substantial investment. The financial returns upon achieving results can be astonishing. Soon, I have a premonition that tonight I shall ascend to the rank of a first-class apprentice. Attaining this status will allow me to harness the energy particles in the air, not only effectively resisting the pollution of the Academy's castle, but also enabling me to attempt the brewing of basic potions. Excitement gleamed in Laylene's eyes, quickly subdued as he carefully stored away the magic stones on the bed. He then settled into a cross-legged position, embarking on today's meditation. The room fell into tranquility, with only the gentle sound of Laylene's breathing resonating in the stillness. Raylan's chest rose and fell gently, his expression serene, save for the perpetual fluttering beneath his eyelids. After approximately an hour, several black luminescent specks emerged from his forehead, reminiscent of fireflies. These orbs danced around him momentarily before vanishing into his 7 orifices, an occurrence that appeared rather peculiar. Upon the ingress of these ebony lights into his being, Raylan trembled violently, his facial muscles convulsing, beads of perspiration cascading down his visage, only to swiftly subside. After a considerable interval, he opened his eyes. At last, he had ascended to the rank of a first-tier apprentice. I had devoted over half a month to this endeavor, a pace slightly behind the ordinary progression of a 4th-tier aptitude. In truth, I could have attained this elevation 5 days prior, yet I chose to pause and solidify my mental fortitude. The ease of this promotion was partly due to that decision. The rationale behind prolonging the ascension process was twofold. Stabilizing my mental prowess was one aspect, while the other was to maintain a low profile. Typically, an individual with a 3rd-tier aptitude, upon acquiring the meditation technique, would require around a month to become a 1st-tier apprentice. However, achieving this in half that time is characteristic of a 4th-tier aptitude, and I wish to avoid the scrutiny that could arise from doubts concerning my capabilities. Should my chip be uncovered, it would not only be detrimental but could also pose a fatal risk. After all, the chip, having undergone temporal transformations, had fused with my very soul, rendering it inseparable. A 1st-tier apprentice's foundational chip is estimated to possess a mental acuity approximately double that of an average adult, with an inherent vitality that draws energy particles from the air with remarkable allure. As Lei Lin raised his hand, a layer of black radiance enveloped it, reminiscent of a soft cotton veil, imbued with a chilling sensation. My affinity for the dark element is unparalleled. Thus, I have chosen to major in dark particles, a strategy one had previously determined. As for the fire element and other forms of energy particles, I shall retain a small portion merely to serve as a catalyst for future spellcasting. Snap! With a snap of his fingers, Raylan was suddenly enveloped in a soft azure glow. Accompanying this luminescence was a veil of steam that drenched his garments, akin to a refreshing shower. Raylan chuckled, and almost immediately, a vibrant crimson radiance enveloped him. Beneath this fiery aura, wisps of white vapor began to emanate from his body, with the moisture swiftly evaporating, leaving the entire room shrouded in a gentle haze. Since becoming a wizard apprentice, the ability to harness simple energy particles for everyday purposes has proven to be remarkably convenient. Raylan sighed and inquired, "The chip, was the entire process just now recorded?" Ding. "It has been recorded. Please assign a name." A simple application of water and fire energy particles. Ding. Renaming completed. Data is being stored. With the assistance of the chip, Raylan's mastery of energy particle manipulation now placed him among the most distinguished of the first-tier apprentices. Raylan smiled faintly and was about to rise, but suddenly felt a dizzy spell. He had overexerted his mental energy moments ago, leading to this state of fatigue. A bitter smile crossed his face as he realized the reason. The mental power of a first-tier apprentice was still exceedingly feeble. To fully harness energy particles for practical purposes, one would at least need to be a third-tier apprentice to squander such resources without consequence. Raylan pressed against his temples. Having meditated earlier, he could now only replenish his mental energy through slumber. After hastily tidying his room, he succumbed to a profound sleep. The following morning, Raylan rose, invigorated, and made his way to Professor Guffate's laboratory. What is this fluctuation? The white-haired Guffate's eyes widened in surprise as he beheld Raylan entering. Raylan, you have made a breakthrough. Indeed, Raylan replied, slightly bowing his head. It has only been a little over 20 days since you began your meditation. It appears that your aptitude ranks among the finest of the third tier, and you are but a step away from qualifying as a fourth tier. Guffate's face broke into a gratifying smile. Chapter 25. Introductory Pharmacology Professor. I have ascended to the rank of a first-tier apprentice, and I have also grasped some of the public courses offered by the Academy. Raylan spoke softly. I understand. You wish to select my paid knowledge. Gorfit interrupted his words. I have received news that you have begun earning magic stones by teaching public courses to other apprentices. It appears your learning and memorization abilities are quite exceptional. It seems you are now capable of pursuing advanced knowledge. Thank you. Raylan bowed deeply. He was somewhat familiar with the paid public courses offered at the Academy. Although they taught advanced knowledge, they merely covered the most rudimentary material. The more cutting-edge research, along with the private experimental processes and results of various mentors, could only be exchanged with their respective instructors. Such acquired knowledge was the most valuable, and could even be directly transmitted into the apprentice's mind through spells, ensuring it would never be forgotten. However, the cost was exorbitant, with any single subject requiring no less than 10 magic stones, an amount Raylan could not afford at present. The only hope he had rested on the promise initially made by Gorfit. Gorfit nodded and cleared the instruments from the experimental table, retrieving several peculiar items from an unknown source to place upon it. A large book with a yellow cover, a crystal ball, and a test tube filled with a yellow liquid. These 3 items represent my 3 areas of expertise. The book on the far left symbolizes the neutralization of negative energy. The crystal ball signifies plant cultivation, and the test tube represents elementary alchemy. Make your choice, Gorfit declared. I choose alchemy. Raylan opted for Gorfit as his mentor precisely to develop his skills as an apothecary and earn money through the sale of potions. Thus, this selection was a natural fit. Elementary alchemy was an advanced course building upon the foundational principles of public alchemy courses. Upon completing both courses, he would theoretically be able to create potions. I knew you would choose this. A knowing smile spread across Gorfit's middle-aged face. Indeed, mentor, I firmly believe that while effort does not guarantee reward, the absence of effort certainly ensures no reward. Precisely. A correct mindset. Such a philosophy is essential on the quest for truth. Gorfit nodded, handing the yellow test tube to Raylan. Now, it belongs to you. This? How do I use it? Raylan inquired, gazing at the test tube in his hand. Simply drink it. Raylan uncorked the oak stopper and poured the yellow liquid into his mouth. He struggled to swallow the potion, gasping out white vapor. I swear, I have never consumed anything so foul. The stench, unimaginable in its intensity, assaulted Raylan's neural senses, inducing a dizzying sensation. Under the overwhelming stimulation of the taste, Raylan found himself somewhat disoriented, as the surrounding scene appeared to warp and twist. You feel, why not? Raylan gazed at Gwafate, who at that moment resembled a twisted strand of spaghetti. His lips moved in a disjointed rhythm, uttering words that were intermittent and fraught with harsh static, akin to the cacophony of 2 pieces of metal grinding against each other, reminiscent of a radio struggling to capture a clear signal. As Raylan raised his hand, the smooth palm became riddled with wrinkles, droplets of moisture cascading down as if melting like wax. Ultimately, he transformed into a puddle of liquid, and darkness enveloped him entirely. How do you feel? Gufate's voice echoed, startling Raylan. He instinctively touched his head, feeling a firm sensation accompanied by warmth and slight dampness. The surroundings returned to normal. Guafate stood there, a smile gracing his face. It feels terrible. Cold sweat streamed down Laylene's forehead. Was what he had just experienced an illusion? It felt too vivid. This is a normal phenomenon. A wizard's illusion is as tangible to an apprentice as reality itself. In fact, some apprentices have even lived an entire lifetime within an illusion, ultimately passing away from old age, Guafate explained. At that moment, Laylin realized that a wealth of knowledge had been added to his mind. On the far right of the textual imagery, a line of letters appeared, elementary alchemy. All right, your task for today is to clean District 3 thoroughly, and additionally, to freeze all the fire ant grass. Guafate assigned the tasks. Raylan nodded, grasping the tools from the corner of the laboratory, and proceeded to clean in Area 3. Congratulations, Raylan. Beatrice approached him during the break. It's merely luck, Raylan replied with a smile. Beatrice had arrived a year earlier than him, and was now a first-tier apprentice. Second-tier apprentices are already capable of casting zero-level spells. Moreover, the runes of willpower grow increasingly challenging. I will require at least another year of relentless meditation to have any chance of advancement. Raylan possesses a chip, granting him a profound understanding of his own circumstances. Meanwhile, on the other side, Merlin, engrossed in his experiments, lifts his head and forces a smile that is more lamentable than sorrow itself. Raylan nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware that this senior had suffered severe facial burns during an experiment, rendering him nearly incapable of expressing any semblance of emotion. The perils of a wizard's experiments are indeed formidable. Raylan shook his head in dismay. Raylan was quite nimble, typically completing the tasks assigned by the Fruit Law Special Department by midday. With some leisure time in the afternoon, he could attend public lectures. After bidding farewell to Beatrice and Merlin, Raylan refrained from occupying a spot in the teaching area and instead made his way to the Academy's trading zone. The trading area was expansive, situated adjacent to the task zone, yet it was rather chaotic. Numerous gray-robed apprentices set up small stalls, with wooden boards erected in front, displaying items for sale or terms for exchange. Occasionally, a few apprentices would engage in haggling, creating a lively atmosphere. It appeared that this space was exclusively for apprentices, as the formal wizards had a different venue for their transactions. Observing the scene, Raylan noted the absence of any white-robed or black-robed wizards, with only gray robes in sight. Raylan casually glanced around. The stalls were haphazardly arranged on the ground, reminiscent of small vendors from a bygone era, albeit somewhat unkempt. The wares displayed were eclectic, predominantly consisting of weapons such as bows, knives, and darts, alongside biological materials like pelts, livers, and eyes, some still stained with blood. The remainder comprised a mishmash of assorted items, the purpose of which eluded Raylan. As for potions, any stall bearing that designation was surrounded by a throng of apprentices, while the stall owner maintained a stoic demeanor, exuding a formidable aura of energy. According to the chip's analysis, these were predominantly third-tier apprentices. Indeed, the scarcity of potions surpassed my expectations, not to mention the absence of enchanted items. None to be found whatsoever. It now seemed that the low-tier enchanted item had indeed been the one Dorrit had given to Gaiman. Raylan couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Although he had once possessed a magical artifact, it was unfortunately defective, and he had surrendered it as part of his admission credentials. Given his current circumstances, acquiring another one would prove exceedingly difficult. As Lei Lin perused the array of merchandise on display, he made his way to the heart of the trading area. Here stood several wooden cabins, appearing significantly more formal compared to the surrounding stalls, with the occasional apprentices entering and exiting, their auras radiating with considerable strength. Raylan casually entered a shop that sold potions. What do you need? The shopkeeper, a rotund man clad in a gray robe, appeared rather lethargic. According to the chip's detection, he was merely a third-tier apprentice, even possessing some enchanted items. I require a complete set of apparatus for potion brewing, Raylan stated slowly. Another fanciful dreamer. You, a first-tier apprentice, wish to dabble in potion making? Do you believe yourself to be Merlin? The portly man scoffed. Ah, I see. You are also an apprentice of Master Guafate. So your interest in potions is understandable, he continued, his demeanor brightening slightly. So you are a junior to Merlin. Greetings, I am Us. The stout man introduced himself, a cunning and shrewd expression crossing his face. Rather than potion making, if you could procure some of Merlin's potions for me, I would pay a handsome price. Of course, the potions from Professor Guafate would be even better. Now, please, allow me to introduce the instruments. Oh, certainly. Certainly. Us rubbed his hands together, presenting several sets of glass apparatus on the wooden table. These are all second-hand, yet still functional. I recommend this set. It was discarded by a third-tier apprentice. He retrieved a set of pale yellow vessels, including beakers, glass rods, petri dishes, and test tubes, which were quite comprehensive in their configuration. Raylan ran his fingers over the instruments, appreciating their tactile quality. According to the chip's analysis, the quality of these devices was fairly uniform, yet sufficient for his needs. I'll take this one. How many magic stones? Raylan inquired. Wrap it up for me. He handed 2 magic stones to the portly vendor, who promptly accepted them and carefully packaged the instrument before presenting it to Raylan. Do you have any basic potion recipes available? Raylan asked, securing the parcel on his back. Indeed. I possess recipes for stamina potions, bleeding stop potions, and insect-repelling potions. Which one do you desire? The stamina potion. Raylan casually selected one among the basic potion recipes. And please provide me with an additional set of materials. Chapter 26. Commencing the experimentation, the rotund vendor, Uthas, retrieved a black wooden box from a shelf behind him and placed it on the table. He then unearthed an aged piece of parchment from beneath the counter, its edges frayed and worn. 1 stamina potion recipe, 1 magic stone, 1 set of raw materials, sufficient for 10 concoctions, 1 magic stone. Raylan opened the ebony box, revealing 10 blood-red fruits meticulously arranged within, their surfaces marred by intricate fissures. Beside them lay a slender green root and a vial of obsidian powder. After carefully securing the box, he picked up a piece of parchment. The pale yellow paper bore inscriptions in black ink detailing various formulas and precautions. Although the handwriting was somewhat indistinct, the essence was largely legible. He possessed only 4 magic stones, and with a modest purchase of materials, he had completely depleted his resources. The formidable demands of alchemy are truly not something an ordinary individual can withstand. Subsequently, Raylan's life returned to its previous state of precariousness. Before he knew it, over a month had elapsed. The completion of his research was heralded by the chip's alert. At the long table in the library, Raylan closed the book in his hands. Aside from attending lectures and assisting his mentor with experiments, Lei Lin spent the majority of his time immersed in the library, diligently perusing nearly all the available free literature to enhance his knowledge about chip technology. Finally, he exhaled in relief, having thoroughly grasped the intricacies of the potion formula. Although Guafate imparted the fundamentals of potion making to him, much of it remained inscrutable, laden with specialized terminology that he had to research independently. Consulting his mentor for clarification would incur a fee, and unfortunately, Lei Lin found himself as impoverished as a beggar without a single magic stone to his name. Consulting the library's free resources was a common practice among financially constrained apprentices, yet none possessed Lei Lin's chip. For them, sifting through the vast mountain of books to find specific information often required weeks or even months. In contrast, Lei Lin had efficiently cataloged the accessible literature in the library, establishing a comprehensive search index. Thus, when confronted with future inquiries, he could swiftly resolve them through his chip. However, the foundational potion-making knowledge proved to be a costly endeavor. Even with the chip's assistance, he had only managed to comprehend 1/3 of the material. Nevertheless, this fraction was immensely beneficial. The formula for the basic stamina potion had been completely deciphered, and he was ready to embark on the practical creation of it. My knowledge accumulation is sufficient. I shall commence the crafting of the stamina potion tonight. A brown-haired female apprentice glanced up at Lei Lin before refocusing her attention on the black tome in her hands. The library was home to many apprentices, all adhering to the rules in a serene atmosphere, making it one of Lei Lin's favorite places to read. Hey, Lei Lin. As he stepped out of the library, an apprentice greeted him. Lei Lin lifted his gaze. Good day? Cruel, donned in the gray robe of an apprentice, seemed to have shed much of his previous arrogance. Congratulations on becoming a first-tier apprentice. In his perception, Cruel had also ascended to first-tier status. Everyone in our circle has now achieved first-tier status. Cruel emphasized the initial words, seemingly disregarding the presence of Gully and a few others. We've recently accepted several tasks in our area. Are you interested in joining us? Cruel inquired, evidently striving to maintain their original small group dynamic. Tasks already? Lei Lin furrowed his brow. As far as he knew, the vicinity around the academy was perilous, particularly for first-tier apprentices who could not yet cast spells. There's no choice. In this place, all advanced knowledge comes at a cost, and it's only payable in magic stones. We have exhausted our supply. Cruel chuckled ruefully. If you aspire to become a potion master, the resources required are substantial. I will consider undertaking tasks only after I reach second-tier status. Take care of yourselves. Lei Lin ultimately declined, aware that while the rewards for completing tasks were tempting, one must also possess the means to survive. Very well. I have heard that you are earning magic stones by teaching others. Would you be willing to instruct us as well, at your previous rates? Upon hearing that Raylan was reluctant to go, Crave expressed a hint of regret and inquired further. Of course, I would be delighted to do so, and I can even offer you a discount. Raylan smiled, for the exchange of benefits has always been the unwritten code among wizards. After both parties agreed on the time and location for the lessons, Crave took his leave, observing his retreating figure. A glimmer sparked in Raylan's eyes. Is he still attempting to win favor? Unfortunately, Crave has yet to comprehend that in the realm of wizards, one's own strength is of paramount importance. Shaking his head, he made his way to the dormitory. The dormitories at Blackbone Forest Academy are designed for individual occupancy, ensuring both confidentiality and safety. Leyland secured the door, hanging a Do Not Disturb sign before proceeding to the adjacent room. This space was dominated by a large black table, upon which rested the instruments Leyland had acquired previously. Having familiarized himself with these apparatuses through prior practice, he had fully deciphered the formula for the stamina potion today. It was time to commence. Raylan murmured to himself as he retrieved the black box that once held the materials from one side of the room and placed it on the table, unveiling its contents. Before him lay crimson fruits, verdant roots, and a vial of ebony powder. Raylan's fingers glided over the surfaces of the three items, chips, detecting activity, establishing models. The assessment commenced. Data collection began, and modeling was initiated. As the chip completed its task, Raylan issued a new command. The experimental simulation proceeded. Preparation of the stamina potion. Anticipated duration, 2 hours and 21 minutes. Indeed, it was possible. A smile illuminated Raylan's face. Even with identical materials, subtle differences at the individual level could yield varying outcomes. In the alchemical process, even the slightest variation in activity could lead to disparate results. A qualified apothecary must continuously deduce subsequent processes through hands-on experience and make adjustments to achieve a complete medicinal property. This endeavor relies solely on innate talent and extensive experiential accumulation. With the chip, however, preliminary scanning and simulated experiments could be conducted, ensuring a success rate that far surpasses that of many apprentices. Raylan patiently awaited for a considerable duration, until the voice of the chip resonated. Simulation experiment completed. Success rate 23.6. A success rate nearing a quarter? Raylan's face lit up with exhilaration. Typically, novice alchemists meet with failure on their first attempts, yet I, from the outset, merely by adhering to the chip's guidance, possess a 1 in 4 chance of success. Commence transmission of the experimental process. Initiating data transfer. Images flashed before Raylan's eyes, as though he had already concocted countless stamina potions. Responses to various unforeseen reactions and the handling of materials unfolded vividly before him. It has begun. Raylan's expression grew somber as he picked up a crimson fruit, the blood chi fruit, rich in abundant nutrients, yet necessitating a detoxification process. Raylan placed the blood chi fruit into a pristine white bowl and, grasping a pestle, proceeded to crush the fruit. Vivid red juice surged forth, accompanied by an intoxicating aroma that wafted through the air. After subjecting the crushed blood chi fruit to a filtration process, Raylan poured the crimson liquid into a beaker. He then ignited the black candlestick beneath it, as a delicate blue flame gently licked the base of the beaker. As moments passed, the red liquid within began to bubble, with flecks of black powder swirling amidst the frothy effervescence. Raylan picked up a glass rod and placed it into the beaker, beginning to stir incessantly. A wisp of mental energy traveled along the glass rod and penetrated the liquid that had begun to boil, releasing a steady stream of black gas. This was the hidden toxin within the blood chi fruit. Once the dark vapor was entirely expelled, Raylan transferred the now vibrantly crimson liquid into a test tube. The first step was complete. The purity was commendable. Next, it was time to deal with the root of the luo fruit. Raylan subsequently processed the remaining blood chi fruits and the roots of the luo fruit. After several unsuccessful attempts, he ultimately acquired 8 vials of crimson liquid and 7 vials of a gelatinous green substance. Now, the final blending process awaited him. Raylan placed a tube of green gelatin into a petri dish and retrieved a glass vial from the black box, sprinkling a dash of black powder over it. Upon contact, the black powder reacted violently with the green gelatin, causing it to swell incessantly while emitting a low, wailing sound. Suddenly, a white mist enveloped the periphery of the petri dish, crystallizing into shards of ice that encapsulated the green gelatin within. Now was the moment. Raylan tipped the ice into a nearby beaker, where flames roared to life beneath it. The final step. With eyes wide open, Raylan continuously poured the crimson essence from the red test tube into the mixture. His mental energy also transformed into wisps, extending into the beaker. Crack! A sudden noise erupted from the beaker, as the gelatin and red liquid instantaneously turned black, releasing a foul odor. Had he failed? Raylan's expression remained impassive. Chip. Analyze the cause. Ding. Analysis and progress. Conclusion. The primary mental energy exhibited unstable fluctuations, while the flame temperature displayed a chaotic curve. Chapter 27. Successful alchemy. Lin swept the remnants of his failure into the trash bin and took a deep breath. Onward. The same process unfolded repeatedly, ultimately leading him to the moment of pouring the essence of blood energy into the beaker. The crimson essence and the verdant ice crystals continuously merged, transforming into a subtle shade of yellow. The green vitality and the red blood energy, under the profound influence of the great will at the abyss's depths, converged. Fulrakaza Kuliai sang. The myriad colors within the beaker amalgamated under the incantation, ultimately coalescing into a delicate azure hue, exuding an alluringly sweet fragrance. It is complete. A standard portion of stamina potion. Raylan smiled as he carefully filled a diminutive test tube with a vibrant blue liquid. This slender vial, no longer than a finger, contained a nutritional elixir capable of fulfilling all of an individual's dietary needs for an entire week while ensuring sustained vitality. It is a favored choice among long-term experimenters and intrepid adventurers alike. A standard portion is valued at 5 magic stones. Leyland gently shook the test tube, the potion within radiating an enchanting glow under the light. As the evening wore on, he gazed at the 3 pale blue test tubes in his hand, seemingly lost in thought. Out of 10 attempts, he had succeeded 3 times, yielding 3 potions, a success rate approaching 30%. I recall that even Merlin, the prodigy of alchemy, regarded as a once-in-a-century genius, only achieved success after a month of practical experimentation, did he not? This absolutely must remain confidential, otherwise, I would have no way to explain it. Resolutely, Leyland decided to destroy all 3 potions contained within the test tubes. What a pity. He felt a pang of regret. These 3 potions represented 15 magic stones, costing merely 1. The alchemical industry reaps exorbitant profits, often tenfold upon resale. Yet, I cannot take action now. Leyland felt a surge of frustration. Not only could he not sell the potions, but he would also need to earn money to purchase materials for continuous experimentation, creating the FAOD of failures, before he could even consider selling the most basic potions in at least 6 months. This timeline was conjectured based on Merlin. He wished to avoid drawing excessive attention, hence he needed to appear slightly inferior to Merlin. Merlin had abundant materials and practiced incessantly, ultimately succeeding in producing his first potion after a month. Lacking such resources, Leyland could only reveal his talent for potion making after a 6-month period of failures. As a disciple of an alchemy mentor, producing potions after half a year of setbacks would align him with the typical progression of a gifted apprentice. There was absolutely no way he could sell a large quantity of potions within the academy, unless I could find a black market. But venturing beyond the academy would pose significant dangers. Raylan shook his head, meticulously storing away the experimental materials before exiting the chamber. This situation further substantiated the remarkable advantage of the chip in executing such intricate and precise tasks. The next step was to continuously refine his skills and advance to the rank of a second-tier apprentice. Once he had attained sufficient prowess, he would then sell potions to earn magic stones, acquire knowledge, and establish a virtuous cycle. According to the chip's calculations, Raylan would require nearly a year to progress to the second-tier apprentice level. After all, mastering the 24 will runes became increasingly arduous as one advanced, coupled with the necessity for knowledge accumulation. Unbeknownst to him, another 6 months had slipped by. On the path paved with black stones, a boy with chestnut hair ambled with his gaze lowered, seemingly lost in contemplation. This youth, appearing no older than 13 or 14, bore a somewhat pallid complexion, as if he had not basked in the sun for an extended period. This boy was none other than Raylan. who at that moment held a test tube concealed within his sleeve, as if grappling with a significant decision. It had been half a year since he had successfully concocted a stamina potion for the first time. Raylan mused as he observed the gray-robed apprentices passing by. Throughout these past 6 months, the Academy had witnessed numerous events, such as Feller's astonishing endeavors and Merlin's new concoctions, furthering the accolades of prodigies. Of particular relevance to Raylan was the news that Gaiman had successfully ascended to the rank of a second-tier apprentice. He vividly recalled the astonishment and envy in Cluel's eyes when this news was shared, despite his attempts to mask it. The rapid advancement of someone with top-tier qualifications from the 5th level was indeed remarkable. Yet, regarding this classmate hailing from the same locale, Raylan felt little sentiment. He remained engrossed in his own pursuits, appearing to outsiders as merely an ordinary first-tier apprentice. During these 6 months, Raylan had repeatedly procured materials for stamina potions, investing all his earnings from teaching into this endeavor. Furthermore, to obscure the assistance of the chip and create a FAAD, he often attempted to independently concoct potions without its aid, resulting in a success rate of 0 and a waste of over 10 magic stones thus far. Naturally, he occasionally sought guidance from Mentor Guafate, presenting his encountered challenges and potion remnants to inquire about fundamental concepts and techniques, which significantly enriched his knowledge of alchemy. In secret, Raylan had grown confident that, with the chip's assistance, he had surpassed Merlin in the art of stamina potion crafting, only slightly trailing behind Mentor Guafate. Today marked the occasion when he would present a successful product, one he had inadvertently created, for the mentor's evaluation, deliberately leaving a few imperfections in the potion, controlled by the chip. It appeared akin to a novice's subpar work, yet, for a newly promoted apprentice, it was quite commendable. Raylan's grip on the vial of potion tightened involuntarily. If I can just surpass today's challenge, I will be able to openly sell a modest quantity of potions in the future and earn some magic stones. Yesterday, I heard from Lano that he has already begun to sense the call for advancement. I must not lag behind in my progress. Raylan hurried into Guafate's laboratory. Raylan, do you still have some questions regarding the stamina potion? Guafate noticed a distinct change in his student today. No, Minder. Raylan took a deep breath. I succeeded once yesterday. What? Guafate paused, his hand gripping the beaker slightly. Although your talent in alchemy surpasses my expectations, the crafting of stamina potions is no trivial task. Through the inquiries Raylan posed over the past 6 months, Guafate recognized the remarkable progress this apprentice was making. Yet, it seemed he was still a step away from successfully concocting the stamina potion. At this juncture, Merlin, who had been intently dripping a drop of crimson crystal into a test tube, accidentally jolted, causing black vapors to erupt from the vessel. With a sigh, he shifted his gaze toward them. Bijia leaned in closer. Did you bring the finished potion? Guafate inquired. Here. Raylan presented the blue elixir from his sleeve. Guafate uncorked the oak stopper, inhaling the aroma, his face displaying astonishment. He then dripped a drop onto his fingertip, extending a silvery beam from his brow that pierced straight into the blue droplet, stirring it gently. Guafate closed his eyes, his brow furrowing, then quickly relaxing. The purification of the blood fruit was quite well done, but the final quantity was excessive, and the integration of mental energy posed some issues, resulting in a loss of medicinal properties. Overall, there are many concerns, yet this is indeed a success. Congratulations. A radiant smile blossomed on Guafate's face. Hearing this, Raylan's own smile emerged, and Bijia let out a cheer, embracing Raylan warmly. The girl's alluring curves pressed closely against his chest, stirring unusual emotions within him. Congratulations. Merlin approached as well. I still have much to learn compared to Senior Merlin. Raylan released Bijia, hastily adding, you needn't be overly modest. Compared to Merlin, your practice materials have been scarce. Otherwise, I believe you could have successfully concocted your first potion within 3 to 4 months. Your talent is commendable even in the Blackbone Forest. Guafate praised. Looking back, I truly consider myself fortunate. First, I had Merlin, a once-in-a-century alchemical genius, and now I have you. Guafate seemed to reflect. Finish processing the monkey head mushrooms you have at hand before you speak. Guafate's expression turned serious. He then returned the stamina potion to Raylan. Your success this time had a significant element of luck. What you need to do next is remember the feeling of successful crafting and practice more. This potion can also be sold for resources. Understood. Raylan carefully stored the stamina potion, solemnly assuring him. Once they finished their tasks in the laboratory, Raylan and Bijia stepped out together. As a celebration for your first success, how about we go to the second-floor restaurant for a meal? Bridget darted ahead, occasionally twirling like a lively butterfly. Indeed, it is my honor to invite such a beautiful lady to dine. Raylan bowed slightly, executing a gentlemanly gesture. Hee. Bridget covered her mouth with a delicate laugh. Then her demeanor shifted to a more somber tone. If only he were like you. What is it? Is your senior, feller, ignoring you again? Raylan was somewhat aware of the situation. Over the past 6 months, Bridget had gradually established a friendship with Feller, albeit a platonic one. Feller, engrossed in his experimental studies and adventurous pursuits, was surrounded by numerous attractive girls and held no particular interest in Bridget, often treating her with indifference. No, Feller is currently preoccupied with a crucial experiment, busy gathering resources. Bridget lowered her head and kicked a small stone by the roadside. Chapter 28. The Sale Wait. Raylan suddenly had a realization. You haven't given him the resources your family provided you, have you? No wonder you remain a first-tier apprentice, with your talents. You should have been promoted long ago. Bridget hailed from a modest sorcerer's family, small in scale, yet capable of occasionally acquiring resources and magical stones. As the family's hope, Bridget naturally received a monthly share. Her aptitude was commendable, having arrived a year earlier than Raylan. By rights, she should have already ascended to a second-tier apprentice. Yet now she remained a first-tier, even on the verge of being caught up by Raylan. No. Bridget quickly shook her head. Observing her reaction, Raylan slowly shook his head. Never mind. In matters such as these, I cannot offer much assistance. But do remember to exercise caution. Raylan hinted at something. All right, let us proceed to the second-floor restaurant, she suggested, a smile gracing BG's lips, clearly reluctant to delve further into that topic. The second-floor restaurant, a distinctive establishment, contrasted with the complimentary grand dining hall on the third floor, as it required the payment of magic stones for its services. However, the culinary offerings were far more delectable, featuring even some rare ingredients that could aid wizards in their meditative practices. This is the first time for Lei Lin to visit this place. He ordered 2 portions of honey cake, 1 serving of roasted beefsteak, 2 glasses of juice, and 1 portion of unicorn lizard meat, spinning a single magic stone, which made him feel quite pained. It is said that this lizard meat, having undergone special preparation, is highly beneficial for a wizard's meditation. I shall endeavor to try it today. Raylan deftly sliced a piece of lizard meat with a knife and brought it to his mouth with a fork. A wave of sweet and savory flavor enveloping his taste buds, causing him to pause in delight. Ding. Beneficial components detected. Effect: slight increase in meditation speed. Note: continuous consumption for over 10 days is required for a noticeable enhancement. Raylan was left speechless. Such superficial delights. How could I afford them with my limited magic stones? I suppose I shall have to settle for the taste. Meanwhile, Bijia was joyfully indulging in honey cake. After their meal, Raylan bid farewell to Bijia and made his way to the trading area. With his dwindling supply of magic stones, he planned to sell his stamina potions now. With Gruffit's endorsement, he could earn magic stones through the crafting of stamina potions. Navigating through the chaotic stalls, Raylan arrived at the Shop of Us, where he had purchased potion materials for the first time. Raylan, it's you again. You've spent over 10 magic stones in these past 6 months. Are you still not disheartened? Us was as plump as ever. Potion making is so beautifully enchanting. I simply cannot let it go. Raylan replied with a half-joking tone. However, today, I am not merely here to purchase materials, he said, presenting the stamina potion to the Rotundas. Take a look. This is Us Mouth Felagape. You succeeded? Of course. Raylan smiled. Us proceeded to examine the potion further, confirming its authenticity, his eyes almost sparkling with excitement. Over 100 attempts. You managed to successfully concoct a stamina potion in just over 100 tries. This talent is only slightly inferior to Merlin. Given that most of Raylan's ingredients were sourced from Us, he could quickly gauge Raylan's aptitude. Not at all. I owe much to the guidance of Mentor Gruffit. Raylan replied, a hint of shyness creeping in. Oh, Gruffit again. He already has Merlin. Why would he want to take on Raylan as well? Us lamented, rubbing his forehead and emitting a sound akin to a groan. Have you considered switching mentors? My mentor, Olin K., is also a distinguished professor of potion making. I'm certain he would adore you. Sorry, I have never contemplated that. Raylan hastily rejected the notion, aside from the fact that Gruffit had been relatively kind to him. Abruptly changing mentors could offend a formal wizard, and he was not keen on taking such risks. What a pity. Us shook his head. clearly aware that this hope was slim. All right, for this stamina potion, I can offer you 4 magic stones. What do you say? Despite the potion's market price being 5 magic stones, considering the shop's profit margin, for magic stones was indeed a fair offer. Quite fair. Let us exchange all the magic stones for stamina potion materials. Very well. Should you wish to sell potions in the future, I will purchase them all at the price of 4 magic stones. Us small eyes glimmered with excitement. An apprentice with slightly inferior alchemical talents compared to Merlin is akin to an unmined source of magical gemstones. If nurtured properly now, it signifies a continuous stream of profits in the future. Indeed, may our collaboration be delightful. Raylan and us shook hands, securing the 4 ebony boxes before stepping out of the wooden cabin. Behold, fresh lynx eyes. These are exceptional aids for meditation. A finely crafted cross-sword, along with a military crossbow, had been transported from the Deep Blue Empire. Flamingo feathers, undoubtedly precious experimental materials, available for merely 5 magic stones. The clamorous cries of various apprentices resonated in the air, and Raylan noticed a black-robed apprentice brandishing a gigantic, multicolored feather, incessantly shouting, clearly captivating the attention of those around him. Chip, skin the feather. Ding. Database comparison in progress. Similarity: Earthwalker birdtail feather 83, domesticated peacock 64, sharp-beaked crane 34. Leyland observed the apprentices who were still fervently shouting their wares, feeling somewhat exasperated. The feathers of flamingos are indeed precious. However, the 3 types of feathers detected by the chip are of a kind that would scarcely be picked up by an apprentice, even if they were lying on the ground. It was evident that the shouting apprentice was engaging in deception. This scenario is quite common at street stalls, although the items sold are relatively inexpensive. The prevalence of counterfeit goods is significant. Leyland typically procures materials from the central wooden cabin. Furthermore, the wizard apprentices are remarkably astute. The likelihood of unearthing valuable items at a street stall is akin to the chances of discovering a wizard's relic during an expedition. Raylan shook his head and departed from the trading area. 3 days had passed, and within the confines of his dormitory, he gazed contemplatively at the neatly arranged 16 vials of light blue potions on his desk. His success rate in crafting stamina potions had nearly caught up to that of Guafate, approaching 40%. However, selling them all would be akin to courting disaster. At present, he could only maintain a modest profit by releasing a mere 2 vials. The remainder would have to be concealed. Leyland sighed as he stowed 2 potions into his waist pouch, subsequently concealing the remaining 14 vials within a hidden compartment beneath his bed. The Academy prohibited the extensive sale of such items, necessitating his venture into the outside world in search of opportunities. A black market would be most advantageous, as whispers suggested that prices there could be considerably elevated. The perils of the outside realm are formidable. I must attain the status of a second-tier apprentice before daring to explore it. Thereafter, I can utilize the earnings from the potions to acquire advanced knowledge from Mentor Guafate, thereby hastening my progress towards becoming a second-tier apprentice. Once I achieve that rank, I shall be able to attempt casting spells and embark on quests, seeking potential avenues for advancement. Raylan pondered for a moment and inquired, Chip, please retrieve my current data. Beep. Raylan Farrell, first-class apprentice, strength, 2. 1 agility, 2. 3 physique, 2. 5 mental power, estimated to be 2. 5 times that of an average individual status, healthy after such an extensive period of meditation. My physique has seen the most significant increase, while strength and agility have also improved slightly. But what of my mental power? Raylan scrutinized the data before him, furrowing his brow. Chip, is it possible to quantify mental power and express it accurately? Insufficient data. Mental power information collection is in progress. The chip responded. When will it be ready? Raylan pressed. Estimated time, 155 days and 21 hours. Approximately half a year, then? That aligns closely with my advancement timeline as a second-class apprentice. Raylan nodded. During these 6 months, I do not intend to venture outside, so it matters not. In the ensuing days, Raylan immersed himself in rigorous training. His daily activities consisted solely of assisting Professor Guafate with experiments, concocting potions for sale, and acquiring knowledge for study. Beyond crafting stamina potions, he also procured formulas for hemostatic agents and basic detoxification potions, beginning to experiment with concocting other types of elixirs. Thanks to the chip, his success rate remained commendable, though he kept this information concealed. Raylan had anticipated this, as a first-class apprentice with only minimal magical resistance. It was entirely normal for him to encounter perilous situations while daring to embark on adventures. After this incident, it seemed that Cruel's team had finally grasped the gravity of their circumstances, choosing instead to remain within the academy to pursue their studies rather than undertaking missions outside. In the blink of an eye, Raylan had grown taller, his face bearing a touch of maturity. "I am 14 now," he mused, gazing at his slightly enlarged hands. A wave of sentiment washing over him. Within the Blackbone Forest Academy, there appeared to be a constant temperature magical array throughout the year. Raylan donned the apprentice gray robe without feeling the heat or cold. "Master, I wish to purchase a crystal ball for the construction of spell models." Raylan approached Gwafate. Are you contemplating the study of zero-level spells?" Gwafate lifted the white porcelain cup emanating white steam from the table and took a slight sip. "I am nearing the completion of my will runes. I am just one step away from becoming a second-tier apprentice and wish to prepare myself in advance for this endeavor." Raylan spoke gently, expressing his satisfaction at the progress made in advancing meditation techniques alongside the study of potions. Gwafate cast a glance at Bijia in the distance, who had only recently ascended to the second rank 2 days prior and had yet to demonstrate exceptional talent in potion making. Given her qualifications, her progress was indeed sluggish. The foundational spell model construction was priced at 30 magic stones by the Academy, but I can offer it to you at a discounted rate of 20 magic stones. Gwafate smiled, embodying the privileges of a mentor who has the discretion to provide discounts or even free instruction based on his disposition. It was evident that Gwafate held Raylan in high regard. Chapter 29, Level 0 Spells. "Of course, I have always cherished the teachings of my mentor." Raylan promptly nodded, unfastening the black pouch from his waist and spilling forth 20 magic stones. The 20 ebony crystals scattered across the tabletop, emanating a dim, ethereal glow. Gwafate retrieved a crystal sphere, the size of a fist, from a nearby wooden rack. Within it, golden characters seemed to ripple, which he then handed to Raylan. Raylan bent down to retrieve the crystal orb and placed it carefully. This crystal orb serves as a knowledge recording instrument for wizards, capable of storing far more information than parchment, albeit being a one-time use item. Once a person has gazed into it, the inscriptions within gradually fade, hence its considerable value. In the stillness of the night, within the confines of his dormitory, Raylan sat upon his bed and set the crystal orb aside. The spells accessible to apprentices are referred to as cantrips, distinguishing them from those wielded by fully fledged wizards, regardless of whether one is a second or third-tier apprentice. The spells at their disposal are solely cantrips. To successfully cast a first-tier spell without harm is often a hallmark of ascension to the status of a formal wizard. The principle behind spell models lies in the formation of a mental construct within one's mind, leveraging the properties of mental energy to attract external energy particles and effectuate intricate transformations, thereby manifesting spells. In simpler terms, mental energy acts as the catalyst, while the spell model serves as the additive. The catalyst remains constant. However, under the influence of different additives, it draws forth varying energy particles, resulting in the creation of distinct spells. Raylan pondered as he carefully stored away the crystal ball. Once he ascended to the rank of a second-tier apprentice, he would need to construct spell models, necessitating the purchase of various fundamental templates for spells. This would entail a substantial expense. Were it not for the income generated from his alchemical endeavors, an ordinary apprentice would likely have to endure numerous perilous adventures to accumulate sufficient magic stones. Raylan discerned the brutal law of the jungle from this experience. A first-tier apprentice who risks life and limb earns far less in magic stones than he does by casually selling potions. The monopoly yields exorbitant profits. Yet, such matters are of no concern to me. My current objective is to ascend to the rank of a second-tier apprentice. A first-tier apprentice merely accumulates a modest amount of energy particles within their body, possessing only a rudimentary resistance to spells and a superficial understanding of energy particle manipulation, thus incapable of casting spells. In contrast, the most significant distinction between a first-tier apprentice and a second-tier apprentice lies in the ability to cast zero-level spells. The destructive power of a zero-level spell, amplified through the enhancement of spell models, far surpasses the mere application of simple energy particles. I have nearly constructed the 24 will runes. Tonight, I shall advance to the rank of a second-tier apprentice. A resolute expression emerged on Laylin's face. As the night passed, he opened his eyes in the dormitory. He had finally advanced to the second level. He could sense that the energy particles within him had multiplied several times compared to the first level. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Mental database organization complete. Would you like to proceed with data integration of mental energy? At that moment, a response from the chip arrived. The host's mental power had augmented, and the chip was experiencing an unknown influence, accelerating its processing speed. A luminous screen materialized from the chip, displaying a myriad of intricate curves and numbers. From this, it became evident that the enhancement in the chip's computational capacity had occurred last night. It seemed that, indeed, the chip had undergone a qualitative transformation during its traversal through time and space, intertwining with my soul. The increase in mental energy was synonymous with the strengthening of the soul, which, in turn, had indirectly impacted the chip. Raylan speculated that the realm of the soul is the most enigmatic and unfathomable. Although the Blackbone Forest claims to be at the forefront in this domain, it has merely scratched the surface in understanding the nuances and patterns of spiritual entities. Moreover, such information is exclusively accessible to formally recognized wizards, rendering it exceedingly distant for Raylan. The ability of the chip to complete data processing in advance is indeed advantageous. It allows for the retrieval of my current data. Raylan Farrell, 2nd class apprentice strength, 2 agility, 2 4 constitution, 2 7 spirit, 4 1 status. Healthy. The chip projected Raylan's three-dimensional image before him, clearly delineating the data. The potential for mental strength to be quantified has finally arrived, suggesting a cumulative total comparable to the mental capacities of nearly 4 individuals. Raylan gazed at the image and inquired, "Chip, investigate the reasons behind the sluggish growth in various metrics following the promotion to 2nd class apprentice." A task was established, and the detection commenced. The cause was identified. The subject's body exhibited resistance. The chip's voice resonated. Leyland stroked his chin. Nestled between the teaching area and the trading zone lies a modest section, the Academy's exclusive high-end sales area. While the merchandise is quite legitimate, it tends to be rather expensive, and the service is rather unwelcoming, resulting in a generally desolate atmosphere. Raylan approached a counter where a stern old woman sat behind a transparent barrier, her expression akin to one who believed Raylan owed her a considerable debt of magical stones. "I apologize for the interruption," Raylan said with a slight bow. From this elderly woman, he sensed the fluctuations typical of a third-tier apprentice. "Chip, scanning. What do you want?" The woman's voice echoed, imbued with a dark, frigid tone that evoked the sensation of cold, smooth scales, easily sending shivers down one's spine. Ding. Name, unknown power, 2 0 agility, 2 1 constitution, 3 5 spirit, 7 6 evaluation, third-tier apprentice, dangerous. The chip's information materialized before Raylan, confirming that the old woman was indeed a third-tier apprentice, albeit seemingly diminished, with a lower mental state. Nonetheless, it would require little effort for her to subdue Raylan. The chip was now capable of assessing the combat prowess of apprentice-level beings, but the wizard's protective field rendered such evaluations ineffective. Raylan endeavored to adorn his face with the most radiant smile. "Could you kindly show me the basic spell models? Here you go." The old woman tossed a dusty tome towards him, exuding an air of indifference. I'm not angry. Raylan hypnotized himself as he opened the book. A plethora of spell models and their corresponding descriptions unfolded before his eyes. Secondary energy fireball summons a fireball to assail foes, possessing formidable power. Prerequisite courses, fundamentals of negative energy, spell model construction. Shadow sphere constructs a spell orb using shadow energy, offering considerable concealment. Prerequisite courses, necrobiology, mutagenesis. Acid splash forms a sphere of highly corrosive acid to attack, with minor trajectory adjustments possible. Prerequisite courses, fundamentals of negative energy, neurology. Shadow hand creates a hand of negative energy concealed within shadows for an ambush attack, exceedingly covert. Prerequisite courses, shadow energy studies, fundamentals of shaping energy. These are merely the foundational spell templates. Are there any advanced versions? Raylan inquired with a furrowed brow. There are none. Only basic templates are provided here. For others, seek your instructor. Please provide me with the spell templates for Acid Splash and Shadow Hand. Raylan inhaled deeply. 10 magic stones each. The old woman appeared somewhat impatient. After handing her 20 magic stones, Raylan received 2 hefty tomes bound in yellow sheepskin, one of which bore the title Shadow Hand inscribed in Byron's script on the cover. The counter was clearly designed to elevate the vendor above the customers, compelling buyers to gaze up at the old woman, which irked Raylan. Cradling the 2 books, he turned to leave, eager to vacate the premises. "Raylan," a voice called out, halting his steps. A lad clad in tattered leather armor jogged towards him. "I thought I saw a familiar silhouette ahead, and indeed it is you. It has been quite a while." Crevel greeted him. His leather armor appeared worn and unpatched, giving him a somewhat shabby appearance. Are you purchasing spell models? Have you also advanced to the second rank? Crevel observed the two spell books in Raylan's grasp, astonishment evident on his face. Chip scan. Ding. Crevel stats. Strength, 2. 6. Agility, 2. 8. Constitution, 3. 1. Spirit, 4. 1. Evaluation, second rank apprentice. It seemed that Crevel had not surpassed him by much. These statistics were evidently indicative of a recent advancement. Raylan silently made a comparison. Since our team encountered that incident last time, we have seldom ventured out on missions. Recently, Lano has been promoted to a second-tier apprentice and is attempting to master spell models. Unfortunately, he has yet to pass a foundational course and has failed several times. Cruel, with his hands tucked into his pockets, clearly sought to appear more nonchalant. He cast a glance at Raylan's brand new gray robe and thought, as expected of an alchemical apprentice truly affluent. With a smile, Raylan observed that the gray robe of the apprentice not only bore the solidified enchantment of the cleansing spell but was also crafted from commendable materials, offering a level of defense comparable to leather armor. Its price, however, was exorbitant. Many apprentices could not afford to replace it once damaged. Raylan, of course, was not among them, as he still had 2 sets stored in his wardrobe. Recently, his success rate had seen a slight improvement, allowing him to accumulate some magic stones. But every time he purchased a spell model, he found his resources entirely depleted. Raylan wore an expression of resignation. Indeed, the fees at the Blackbone Forest were exceedingly steep. Clerwild's demeanor was far from pleasant. His family was undeniably one of the most distinguished aristocrats in the Corey Islands. Yet upon arriving here, he realized that he was, in fact, utterly impoverished. Speaking of this, once we all advance to second-tier apprentices and master our spells, how about we undertake missions together? Raylan inquired. Is that so? That's wonderful, exclaimed Cruel, his expression brimming with surprise, as it appeared he had contemplated this for quite some time. Chapter 30. The Spell Experiment. Raylan discussed the specific timeline with Cruweir before taking his leave. His decision to join Cruweir's team for their mission came after much contemplation. He possessed numerous potions, yet they were light-sensitive and could only be utilized discreetly. Moreover, translating his newly acquired spells into tangible combat prowess necessitated a continual process of engagement in battle. In this regard, the average strength of Cruweir's team was comparable to his own, and since they hailed from the same locale and were previously acquainted, it was naturally preferable to join them over unfamiliar groups. Furthermore, Cruweir had amassed considerable experience through his extensive trials and tribulations, which provided Raylan with a sense of reassurance in accompanying them. Subsequently, once he had mastered the spell model, he could embark on missions alongside Cruweir's team to first gather experience before attempting solo ventures to seek out discreet channels. Upon returning to his dormitory, Raylan first reached for the spellbook concerning the Shadow Hand. The cover of the yellow tome was sturdy, reminiscent of leather, textured with intricate patterns, and emanated a chilling sensation that coursed through his fingers. A metal chain clasp secured the book tightly, attached to a button-like fastener at the back. Mastery of the Shadow Hand required research into shadow energy and a foundational understanding of transmutation, both of which he had already studied extensively. Raylan, through the sale of potions, continually amassed advanced knowledge of the shadow arts, now surpassing even those apprentices guided by shadowy mentors. The incantation begins, Mandala. Raylan's voice resonated with a deep timbre. Upon hearing the spell, the tome began to tremble, and amidst its quaking, black chains effortlessly unfastened, causing the pages to flutter one after another. Chip, commence data recording. Raylan perused the tomes concerning the Shadow Hand spell model, skimming through the pages until he was greeted by the chime indicating that the chip had fully recorded the information. He then set the book aside. The construction of a spell model serves as the foundation for a wizard's ability to cast spells, involving a series of intricately complex transformations and precise spell constructions. To learn a single spell, a minimum of 3 months is required. With a sigh, Raylan felt the arduousness of a wizard's endeavor to master spells. Without the chip, he would have to rely solely on relentless practice and countless failures before he could finally grasp the intricacies of magic. The chip's voice echoed, signaling the end of the data recording and the commencement of analysis. How long will it take? He inquired. Estimated time, 106 hours and 32 minutes. 106 hours and 32 minutes, approximately 4 to 5 days, was indeed a swift pace. Nodding in acknowledgement, Raylan rose, carefully stowing away the 2 spellbooks, and brushed off his attire. He made his way to a nearby room, originally designated as a parlor for apprentices or for other purposes, which he had transformed into a modest potion laboratory. Although this endeavor bore certain risks, with the chip in his possession, he could ensure that no mishaps would occur. With a mission looming in a few months, it was prudent to prepare a selection of potions to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Raylan ignited a candlestick, embarking on the intricate task of potion preparation. The educational system at the Blackbone Forest Academy is rather lenient. To Raylan, it resembles the ancient master-apprentice model of teaching. The academy merely provides the venue and the most fundamental services, with the more profound knowledge requiring guidance from one's mentor, resulting in a rather inefficient learning process. Furthermore, there are no compulsory assignments each year. As long as one pays the tuition and avoids a poor instructor, one can meander through 5 years here without obligation. Naturally, with the absence of duties, the privileges diminish as well. At least, Raylan had never heard of any generous offer, such as free distribution of magic stones each month. To earn magic stones, one must undertake tasks and risk life outside. In the realm of wizards, equitable trading is esteemed, with exchange being the foundational principle. In the ensuing days, Raylan monitored the progress of his spell model analysis while procuring fresh water, provisions, and other supplies in preparation for the forthcoming tasks. One afternoon, he arrived at the spell experimentation area. This designated space within the academy was specifically allocated for apprentices and wizards to test the potency of spells. As the immense power of various spells poses significant risks, including energy pollution, neglecting this could result in catastrophic consequences for the academy. The spell experimentation area is located at the far left of the academy, in a rather secluded spot. It is entirely constructed of white marble, exuding an air of robustness. The walls are adorned with various solidification runes. Raylan recognized 2 of them, one designed to neutralize radiation pollution, and the other to reinforce the walls. Here to conduct a spell experiment? A jovial bald man inquired as Raylan approached the counter. I wish to perform a spell experiment. What facilities are available? We have 2 main areas, the apprentice zone and the wizard zone. You are permitted only in the apprentice zone. Within the apprentice zone, there are public rooms and private chambers. The public rooms allow for experiments alongside others, which may lead to disturbances, but they are more economical. As for the private chambers, the fees are considerably higher. What is the cost for a private chamber? Raylan inquired. The bald man's eyes lit up. Clearly, he recognized a potential big client. 3 hours for 1 magic stone. Our private rooms are equipped with specialized testing devices that can accurately assess your spell's performance. Moreover, we guarantee exceptional value for your investment. Give me a room. Raylan tossed a magic stone to the man. Excellent. Please hold on. The man swiftly registered the transaction and handed Raylan a black, crystal-like item. Here is your room card. Room 32. Raylan nodded and stepped into the spell practice arena. The runes etched into the white marble on either side emitted a radiant glow, and it was evident that there were individuals within some of the chambers. Yet not a whisper of sound escaped. The only noise in the corridor was the sound of Raylan's own footsteps. Indeed, the soundproofing was remarkably effective. Raylan nodded as he located his room, brushing the black crystal plate against a prominent black pedestal before the door. With a crisp click, the door swung open, accompanied by a mechanical female voice. Welcome. You have 3 hours. Please manage your time wisely. The room within was expansive, approximately the size of a basketball court from Raylan's previous life. In the center of the arena stood several humanoid targets, clad in leather armor, metal plating, and the pelts of wild beasts. On the far right wall, a screen displayed usage instructions. Wizards could launch spells at the targets, while the screen would automatically record the power of the spells. The facilities here were remarkably advanced, bearing the essence of intelligent assistance, though regrettably brought to life through sorcery, thus diverging from the path of Raylan's former existence. He mused to himself, contemplating his next move. Let me first test physical attacks. Raylan approached a white humanoid statue clad in leather armor, his right arm's muscles bulging. With a thunderous roar, he launched himself forward, delivering a powerful punch to the center of the armor, leaving a faint imprint. The screen on the right flickered momentarily before revealing several figures. Category: Physical attack power, level 2 damage to the statue. Minimal. It seems this statue is not crafted from ordinary materials, Raylan murmured to himself. The level is a standard by which sorcerers measure the potency of their attacks, defined by the energy that can be fully released from a single gram of magic stone, representing 1 standard level. This measurement system is quite effective. Perhaps the chip can incorporate such details in the future. Data recorded, processing, the chip's voice announced. With a resolute shout, Raylan drew the cross-sword from his waist and struck down fiercely, creating a gust of wind. The blade met the armor with a sharp clang, leaving a gash that revealed the white interior beneath. Category: Physical attack power, level 3 damage to the statue. Minor observing the screen, Raylan nodded. A full-force strike with my cross-sword only inflicted this slight damage. It seems I can confidently employ spells now. Transmission in progress. With the mechanical voice of the chip, Raylan felt an influx of memories flooding his mind, all pertaining to the casting procedures of 2 spells. Each step felt as though he had rehearsed it 1,000 times, rendering it exceedingly familiar. Datification of 2 level 0 spells initiated. Acid Splash, level 0 casting time, 3 seconds range, 7 meters consumption, 2 points of mental energy. 2 points of mana Shadow Hand, level 0 casting time, for seconds range, 10 meters consumption, 2 points of mental energy. 2 points of mana. Mana represents the stored quantity of energy particles within the body, capped by the upper limit of one's mental strength. Casting spells requires not only one's mental energy as a catalyst, but also necessitates the expenditure of internal mana. Raylan suppressed his burgeoning excitement, addressing the chip. Diligently record my spellcasting process. Pandora Gregor. As the ancient words in Gutabaluan escaped his lips, an orb of dark green liquid materialized above his right hand, effervescing with white bubbles. Go. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the caustic sphere, the verdant liquid tracing an elegant arc before landing on the leather-clad effigy. Sizzle. Sizzle. The sound of erosion echoed as the figure gradually melted away, releasing plumes of thick white smoke, accompanied by an acrid odor that permeated the air. Within mere seconds, the upper half of the effigy was entirely corroded, leaving only a pair of white feet intact. Chip, assess the potency. Ding. Potency assessment, 5 degrees. Raylan glanced at the screen on his right, and at that moment, the text upon it shifted, revealing new records. Category: Spell Corrosion Attack Power, 5-degree damage to portrait, severe. It appears that the values estimated by the chip aligned perfectly with those displayed on the screen. Henceforth, there will be no need to return. The chip alone suffices to gauge the potency of the spells. Raylan nodded and commenced the incantation for another spell. Shadow Hand. As his words resonated, a dark hand materialized from beneath the shadow of an armored figure, seizing the effigy by its throat. With a sharp crack, the head of the effigy tumbled to the ground. Category: Energy Attack Power, Level 4 Damage Assessment, Severe. Chapter 31, Patrol Assignment. Observing the evaluation displayed on the screen, Raylan began to compare the merits of the 2 spells. The Acid Splash boasted greater power, yet the adversary could easily evade it, necessitating constant mental adjustments. Conversely, while the Shadow Hand possessed slightly lesser force, it was remarkably discreet, making it ideal for ambushes. Both of these spells were meticulously chosen, not only aligning with my affinity for dark energy, but also requiring no casting materials, thus proving to be the most convenient. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Leyland's mind. Could the models of these 2 spells be optimized? Ding. It is feasible. This optimization will consume 19 points of mental energy. Shall we proceed? Certainly not. I have no intention of depleting my mental energy entirely. Why must it require so much? Leyland's expression darkened. Optimizing the Acid Splash requires 9 points of mental energy, supplemented by advanced knowledge. The Compendium of Spells by Fowl, Principles of Projectiles. Optimizing the Shadow Hand demands 10 points of mental energy, supplemented by advanced knowledge. A comprehensive analysis of energy manipulation spells, shadow energy dynamics. Well, it appears that hope is not on the horizon for the time being. Raylan turned off the screen, contemplating the fact that each spell required 2 points of mental energy, which left him unable to sustain many at all. Chip, display my current status and compile the relevant data. Raylan Farrell, 2nd class apprentice strength, 2, 2 agility, 2, for constitution, 2, 7 mentality, 0, 1, 4, 1, mana, 0, 4, mana is determined by mental energy, status, healthy skills, cross swordsmanship. Potion making sorcery, Acid Splash, level 0 casting time, 3 seconds casting range, 7 meters consumption, 2 points of mental energy, 2 points of mana power, 5 Shadow Hand, level 0 casting time, for seconds casting range, 10 meters consumption, 2 points of mental energy, 2 points of mana power, for as Raylan commanded, a 3-dimensional hologram of himself materialized before his eyes, revealing all his information clearly. This was much more transparent. The two previous spells had utterly depleted both his mental energy and mana, explaining the slight dizziness he now felt. Raylan rubbed his aching temples. Given the limitations of his mental energy and mana, learning more spells was unrealistic. All that remained was to prepare additional potions. How he wished for a magical item. It would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly. In the Academy's mission area, a diverse array of apprentices gathered, most with grim expressions. Their bodies marked by the remnants of bloodshed and battle. Occasionally, a few gray-robed apprentices radiating intense magical fluctuations would pass by, carrying colossal monsters, eliciting envious glances from onlookers. At the heart of the mission area stood a black stone wall densely covered with tasks. The green luminescent text flickered against the dark rock, creating an eerie atmosphere. Among the many tasks, some bore a blood-red hue, instilling a sense of foreboding. The most perilous tasks also promised the richest rewards. In a discreet corner of the square, several figures stood quietly, seemingly awaiting someone. Has Raylan not arrived yet? Luno crossed his arms, feeling somewhat bored. It's not yet time. Why the rush? If he has promised, he will certainly come. Crevel polished a black machete, its smooth, curved blade stained with dark red blood. Raylan, is he the potion-making apprentice? A girl with green hair suddenly brightened. It is said that his talent in potion-making is second only to Merlin, and he can already concoct stamina potions for profit. Why would he join our team? He hails from the same place as us. Of course, we will embark on missions together. Luno smiled. Then you must introduce us later. If we can befriend a potion apprentice, we need not venture out into danger anymore. A red-haired girl giggled, her voluptuous figure drawing Luno's gaze. Suddenly feeling parched, he averted his eyes. Apologies. I am late. Raylan donned a suit of leather armor, enveloped in a gray cloak that rendered him somewhat bulky. A cross-shaped sword hung at his waist, while a crossbow rested upon his back, accompanied by a sizable black satchel. We have only just arrived, exclaimed Cruel, sheathing his machete with a smile. Is it merely the five of us? Raylan inquired, surveying his surroundings. He recognized only Cruel and Lano, having not spotted Byru and the others. Although Byru and his companions possessed only third-tier qualifications and had yet to ascend to second-tier apprentices, their limited magical resistance rendered the outside world perilous. This marked our first venture since our previous failure, and I am determined to avoid any further losses. Cruel elucidated. Raylan was momentarily taken aback. Although he possessed only a third-tier aptitude, with the aid of the chip, his innate talent could rival that of a fourth tier, far surpassing others in the study of spells. Belru and his companions were still lingering at the first-tier apprentice level, and taking them along would likely be more of a burden than a benefit. It was, in a sense, a pragmatic and harsh reality to keep them within the confines of the Academy for their own good. Allow me to introduce you, Claywell smiled. This green-haired one is Lilith, and beside her is Nilon. They are both apprentices of my mentor and were promoted to second tier 2 months ago. Greetings, Lord Raylan. Nilon's eyes lit up as she stepped forward. It is such a stroke of luck to embark on this mission with you. She puffed out her chest and spoke with a heavy nasal tone, almost in a playful manner. At this moment, Blano turned his head away, his expression somewhat darkened. I merely possess a slight talent for potion crafting, and I owe it all to Mentor Gwafate, Raylan replied, rubbing his nose. Although he was fully aware that a mere hint of interest from him would cause this beautiful woman to quickly gravitate towards him, his current focus on self-improvement left little desire for such distractions. Furthermore, after enduring the tumult of his previous life, Nilon was merely a woman of modest beauty to him. Now then, what are the details of our mission? Raylan interjected, cutting off Nilon's forthcoming words. Since this is our first collaborative endeavor, I propose we tackle the simplest task, patrolling the Academy's surroundings and clearing out some red-eyed crows. What do you think? Claywell inquired, knowing that the four of them had previously discussed this, but this was his first formal proposal to Raylan. That works perfectly. I am still not very proficient with my zero-level spells. Raylan agreed. Their newly formed team was indeed sensible to start with simpler tasks to build rapport, clearly indicating that Claywell had matured significantly since the unfortunate demise of Hank, adopting a more stable approach to his undertakings. Chip. Scan. Raylan commanded silently. Ding. Blano. Strength, 1. 8. Agility, 1. 9. Constitution, 2. 5. Spirit, 3. 7. Status, Healthy Lilith. Strength, 1. 9. Agility, 2. 5. Constitution, 2. 4. Spirit, 4. 3. Status, Healthy Nilon. Strength, 2. 7. Agility, 3. 4. Constitution. 2. 9. Spirit. 4. 6. Status. Healthy. Since the chip's computational capabilities had been enhanced, its detection abilities had also improved. Now, within the entire academy, aside from the official wizards, no other apprentices could evade the chip's probing gaze. Raylan pondered silently that the primary objective of the detection here was to avoid alarming the opponent. The official wizards were perpetually enveloped by a layer of force field, and any rash probing by the chip would undoubtedly lead to discovery. However, for ordinary apprentices, merely approaching Raylan's vicinity would render them detectable by the chip. According to the data, they were indeed newly advanced second-tier apprentices, yet surprisingly, they included the formidable Nilan, who appeared to have practiced the night-breathing technique, showcasing a physical strength not to be underestimated. These individuals had only just ascended, and even if they had previously acquired spell models, comprehending and mentally constructing them was another matter altogether. Familiarity was essential. After all, for second-tier apprentices, zero-level spells remained perilous. Without complete mastery, casting them rashly could lead to failure or even backlash. If assessed purely on martial prowess, in the absence of spellcasting, Nilan might very well be capable of subduing all three of them. This seemingly infatuated Nilan, who harbored aspirations of aligning herself with Raylan, was indeed the most formidable among the quartet of crave. It was likely that crave remained oblivious to this fact, as a subtle smile played upon Raylan's lips. Typically, a second-tier apprentice would require at least 3 months to half a year to fully master a zero-level spell. However, for him, once the chip thoroughly analyzed the spell model and imbued it into his memory, he could learn it instantaneously. The potency of any zero-level spell was beyond the resistance of a knight, with perhaps a slim chance for a grand knight to withstand it. Clearly, Nilan's data still reflected a knight's caliber. Even with the mastery of arcane techniques, Raylan felt no trepidation. During Raylan's period of observation, crave had already dashed to the counter to accept a patrol assignment. After a brief discussion among them, they collectively exited the academy. The glaring sunlight enveloped them, causing Raylan to squint. It dawned on him that he had been underground for over a year. Emerging now felt akin to a millennia-old zombie freshly unearthed. Raylan shielded his eyes from the sun, gazing at his snow-white palm. Having spent years underground and rarely venturing into the garden to bask in the sunlight filtered through the moss, his complexion now bore a sickly pallor, reminiscent of a patient suffering from excessive blood loss. Of course, this affliction was not uncommon among the students of the Blackbone Forest Academy. Nevertheless, as long as one's strength increased and mental energy radiated throughout the body, enhancing one's constitution by a point or two was entirely feasible, rendering daily sunbathing unnecessary. "Let us proceed," declared Claywell, taking the lead. Raylan glanced at the imposing tomb behind him, flanked by 2 guardian statues, before turning to follow the group. "Our patrol destination lies in the southwestern part of the academy, where the recent surge of red-eyed crows necessitates a cleanup, along with other creatures, of course. All materials gathered will belong to us, and each person will receive a reward of 3 magic stones." As the 5 of us exited the cemetery, crave found a spot and arranged us in a circle, unfurling a large map from his pack. On the pale yellow parchment, the cemetery housing the Blackbone Forest Academy occupied the center, covering roughly 1/10 of the area. Simple routes were marked around it, with names inscribed in black ink, while hazardous regions were specifically denoted in red with warning symbols. Chapter 32. The Red-Eyed Crows. Red-Eyed Crows? We encountered them upon our arrival, easily dispatched by Minardaroth, who employed a spell seemingly related to acid corrosion. Raylan stroked his chin, reminiscing about his initial days at the academy. "We must hasten to that location and commence our patrol. This mission requires us to collect the right claws of 10 red-eyed crows as proof of completion." "Do you have any questions?" Crave inquired, exuding a leadership presence. Noticing that Raylan and the others shook their heads, he continued, "Since we are now teammates, let us not conceal our strengths. Please share your approximate abilities for mutual understanding. I shall go first." Crave, possessing knight-level physical attributes, has mastered secret arts and even knows a cantrip. "Crave, I hadn't anticipated your acquisition of magic. It appears you are ahead of me." Nilan, knight-level physique, adept in secret arts. "I am currently learning the cantrip, Weary Hand, but I cannot use it yet." Nilan glanced at Crave, surprised. "Lilith, I have also undergone knight training. My coach mentioned I excel with throwing daggers, though I currently do not know any spells." Lilith spoke shyly. "Loner, a squire knight, lacks magical prowess, but my archery skills are commendable. Surprised by Crevel and Neelon's progress in learning spells, Lawner felt his cheeks flush, then patted the wooden bough slung across his back, reassuring them, "Fear not, I shall not be a burden to you." Raylin, a squire knight, currently possesses knowledge of one spell. Raylin touched his nose. "Even you have mastered a spell." "Oh, my apologies." Lawner seemed momentarily distracted. Having arrived at the academy alongside Raylin, he was aware that Raylin's aptitude was only 3rd tier, yet he found himself surpassed by Raylin, who had begun to exceed his 4th tier capabilities. "It's all right." Raylin shook his head, indicating he bore no ill will. In truth, as long as resources kept pace, Lawner's meditation speed far surpassed his own, yet Lawner lacked sufficient magic stones to acquire knowledge and rare resources, gradually falling behind. "Indeed, you are truly remarkable, Lord Raylin. Do you know what others say about you?" Neelon's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Oh, I would be keen to hear their evaluations. A rare genius in pharmacology. Appearing once in 50 years. Were it not for your existing mentor, several other professors in the field would undoubtedly vie for the privilege of taking you under their wing as their cherished disciple." Lawn cleared her throat, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Observing Land's fervent gaze, along with the expressions of Lilith and Blano, Raylin couldn't help but smile wryly. To expedite his alchemical endeavors, he had to masquerade as a remarkably gifted apprentice in pharmacology. Fortunately, Senior Merlin was shielding him, drawing attention away. Or else the scrutiny he faced would have been even greater. "By the way, Raylin, the potions you typically sell must have already sufficed to procure resources. So why venture out?" Blano inquired softly. "As for that, I find the academy somewhat dull at times, and having just mastered a spell, I need to hone my skills. The primary objective of Raylin is to accumulate experience in preparation for his future endeavors in seeking black market channels, though he cannot openly express this. Enough of idle chatter. While our destination may not be particularly distant, we are bound to encounter numerous challenges along the way. If we do not take action soon, darkness will envelop us." Cruel clapped his hands, grasped his machete, and took the lead. "Let us proceed." Raylin followed closely behind. "I wish to accompany you." Neelon walked beside Raylin, her intentions unmistakably evident. Following them were Lilith and Lano, bringing up the rear. "Exercise caution. The area near the academy is still open, but as we enter the forest, the dangers will multiply significantly," Cruel reminded them as they walked. Disregarding the presence of Lawn beside him, Raylin steeled himself as he maximized the chip's detection capabilities. This was his first encounter with the perils of the outside world, leaving no room for carelessness. The Blackbone Forest Academy was nestled deep within a dark forest, overshadowed by a dilapidated cemetery. Surrounding it were only low-lying grass and shrubs, posing minimal danger. However, once one ventured into the forest, the multitude of trees provided ample cover, making it a sanctuary for numerous predatory creatures. Raylin recalled that their initial ambush had occurred within this very black forest. "Warning! Warning! Unknown life form detected nearby. Threat level to the subject low." As the chip's voice echoed, a pale blue outline materialized in Raylin's vision, forming a 3-dimensional image. From this depiction, he discerned a red line slithering towards them. Suddenly, a shadow sprang forth from the underbrush, lunging ferociously at Crew's neck. Unfazed, Crew's black blade arced through the air, deflecting the shadow. The shadow fell to the ground, revealing its true form, a black snake over a meter long, its triangular head possessing a single vertical eye, with faint traces of blood on its scales. "It's a one-eyed iron wire snake. Be cautious of its venom," Lawn warned. At that moment, Lilith, who had been trailing behind, unleashed 3 throwing knives from different angles towards the iron wire snake. The creature coiled its body instinctively, evading 2 of the knives, while the last grazed its body, drawing a line of blood. "Hey!" Crew suddenly advanced, his black blade slicing through the snake's head with a glint of cold steel, severing it cleanly. The decapitated body writhed on the ground, still bleeding from the wound. "Ah!" Lilith gasped. "It is already dead. This is merely a reflex of its body. Have you not studied neurology?" Lawn scoffed. "The iron wire snake's venom sac and skin are the only parts of value, if anyone wishes to collect materials. Now is the time. The scent of blood will soon attract other creatures." Crew sheathed his knife, speaking slowly. "I'll do it." Lano stepped forward, and after a flurry of activity, the 5 continued on their journey. "Chip, did you record the data from earlier?" "Ding. Recorded. Iron wire snake. Subspecies of serpent. Strength, 1. 1. Agility, 2. 1. Constitution, 1. 6. Blood sample collected, Muscle tissue composition logged. The chip responded promptly. Nodding, Leyland quickened his pace. Days later, within a section of the Black Forest, a red-eyed raven flitted among the branches, its keen eyes surveying the surroundings as it occasionally preened its feathers. Suddenly, a white arrow shot forth. Caw! The red-eyed raven took flight, but as it evaded, 3 more beams of white light followed, each encasing a silver throwing knife. The raven gracefully maneuvered in an elegant arc, dodging the knives before landing in a clear area. Kill! Suddenly, a figure leapt from the thicket, brandishing a black blade, aiming a strike at the crimson-eyed raven. The arrows and flying daggers had merely served to drive this raven to the ground. The dark blade sliced through the air with vigor, targeting the raven. Caw! Caw! The crimson-eyed raven squawked loudly, producing a discordant cacophony. A flicker of anthropomorphic ire glimmered in its red eyes as its black talons met the black blade. Clang! Though the crimson-eyed raven was somewhat larger than an ordinary crow, roughly the size of a rooster, it astonishingly repelled the knight wielding the blade. Caw! It cried, shedding a few black feathers as it did so. Seizing the moment while the knight staggered back, the raven lunged forward, its sharp claws aiming directly for the knight's face. Pandora Greycall. The incantation rang out, urgent and swift, as a burst of green liquid shot forth, striking the crimson-eyed raven. Sizzle! White mist erupted, accompanied by the raven's anguished shrieks. Moments later, the cries ceased entirely, leaving behind a deep crater, littered with a few feathers that had not yet corroded. Are you all right, Crave? A rustle in the bushes heralded the emergence of several figures. The knight shook his head. I'm fine. Though the crimson-eyed raven possesses knightly strength and the ability to fly, it ultimately stands no chance against armed humans on the ground. He then glanced at the individual in the center, Leyland. The timing of the acid splash was impeccable. It was a testament to our teamwork. Leyland smiled. The edges of the black talons were razor-sharp, glinting ominously, as if recounting the tenacity of their original owner. The acid's corrosive power was substantial, leaving nearly nothing but the hardest talons intact. Crave felt a twinge of regret. Humph. If it weren't for Leyland, you all would have paid a hefty price to subdue this crimson-eyed raven. Nilon scoffed disdainfully. Observing the weariness of Blano and the others, Crave inquired, to which the other Liliths and Blano nodded in agreement. Raylan felt a sense of fatigue creeping upon him. The perilous depths of the Black Forest were fraught with danger. Despite the chip's alerts, he had lived in a state of constant trepidation for several days. His mind was weary, and he found himself longing for the comforts of the academy, specifically the warm water and inviting bed. Crave, with a hint of regret, carefully tucked away the claws of the red-eyed crow. What a pity. With our prowess, we are more than capable of hunting down additional red-eyed crows, which are far more valuable than the previous one-eyed iron snakes. Raylan's voice was cold, as he had always been a person of calm intellect, unfettered by the trivial gains that lay before him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Cruel nodded in agreement. Upon hearing Cruel's words, the expressions of the other 4 individuals visibly brightened. Even the sharp-tongued Nilon wore a blossoming smile. Chapter 33. The mountainous violent bear in the stillness of the forest. The occasional chirp of insects could be heard, while the towering trees, with their lush foliage, completely obscured the sun above, allowing only scattered beams of light to break through like columns of illumination. Quack! A somewhat familiar call resonated ahead. Cruel, leading the way, furrowed his brow. Why are there so many red-eyed crows lately? This species poses a significant threat to humans. If we do not eliminate them promptly, we will attract more of their kind, which could be quite troublesome. What shall we do? Should we take a detour? Lano inquired. The sound of flapping wings grew increasingly nearer, and Cruel laughed heartily. Since it has come to us uninvited, we shall graciously accept its presence. Not good. There are 2. Raylan's expression suddenly shifted as he gazed at the light screen. Cruel was taken aback. Indeed, as Raylan had warned, he spotted a larger shadow following the red-eyed crow. This is problematic. Cruel frowned. Raylan, Nilon, you handle the one in front. The remaining one is our responsibility. Prepare yourselves. Raylan instructed Nilon, drawing the crossbow from his back, calculating wind speed and humidity, adjusting trajectory. Whoosh! A dark line sliced through the sky, piercing through the front red-eyed crow, dislodging a few feathers. Quack! The leading red-eyed crow emitted an enraged cry and charged towards Raylan, seemingly unaffected by the attack. We'll draw its attention. Raylan maintained his composure, lowering the crossbow. Through the chip, he understood that the bolt had struck the red-eyed crow, yet its robust constitution, akin to that of a human knight, rendered it nearly impervious. Its feathers were exceedingly resilient, thus it suffered no notable injury. For the creatures of the wizarding world, ordinary human weapons posed little threat. Observing Raylin and Nilan diverting one red-eyed crow, Cruel felt reassured and shouted, "Lano, Lilith, intercept the other red-eyed crow behind us and prepare time for my spell casting." Lano and Lilith exchanged glances before dashing toward the rear red-eyed crow. As Lano ran, he drew his bow and shot arrows into the sky, accompanied by several flying daggers. Quack! The massive red-eyed crow flapped its black wings, swatting the arrows and daggers aside, astonishingly deflecting them with mere wing beats. Lano's face paled, and he hesitated in his stride. However, the larger-than-average red-eyed raven swooped down, its enormous claws grazing across the shoulder of Lanois, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. Lanois found himself pinned to the ground by the raven. "Help! Help me!" he cried out desperately, just as the raven was about to strike. A brilliant flash of white light erupted. Lilith brandished a gigantic sword, larger than her own frame, and forcefully swatted the raven aside. A net made of iron wire was thrown in front of Lanois. "I will distract it." Seized the opportunity to cast the net. Lilith, usually quiet and somewhat shy, appeared transformed in this moment. "All right." Lanois glanced at the nearby Cruel, who was still preparing a spell, before grasping the iron net. Lilith displayed evident mastery of swordsmanship, wielding the massive steel sword to create a shimmering curtain of silver light, keeping the raven at bay. With a swift maneuver, she executed a beautiful thrust, sending the red-eyed raven crashing to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust and dirt. What a chance! Lanois' eyes lit up, despite the searing pain in his shoulder causing them to redden. He swiftly unfurled the iron net, enveloping the raven within. Caw! Caw! The raven struggled violently, nearly escaping the confines of the net. "Cruel, hurry! The raven's feathers are too thick. My attacks barely inflict any damage." Lilith shouted urgently. "Thank you for your efforts." Cruel finally completed his spell, a dark red fireball hovering ominously above his hand. "Get back," he commanded, prompting Lilith and Lanois to retreat hastily. "Go." Negative energy fireball. With a decisive flick of his wrist, the dark red fireball soared through the air, trailing waves of scorching heat, and descended directly upon the red-eyed raven trapped in the net. Boom! A thunderous explosion accompanied by a fierce wave of heat radiated outward, unleashing a tremendous force. The blast left a charred crater in the ground, and even the surrounding thickets were not spared. Well done. Lanois, slightly slower to react, was knocked to the ground by the ensuing gust, his clothes now soiled with mud, yet his gaze towards the red-eyed raven was filled with an indescribable satisfaction. Phew! Cruel gasped for breath. The casting time for this negative energy fireball is rather lengthy. It requires someone to assist in restraining the target, but its power is indeed formidable. Lilith brushed back the stray hair from her forehead, her eyes betraying a clear concern as she glanced in the direction where Lei Lin and Enilon had fled. "I wonder how they are." "Do not worry. Lei Lin and Enilon are quite capable. Besides, we have managed to keep the largest one here," Cruel reassured, as this marked his first mission in a year, and he yearned for a flawless conclusion. "We're fine." Just as Cruel spoke, a nearby thicket parted, revealing Lei Lin and Enilon emerging from the foliage. They bore traces of black feathers, but appeared unscathed. "What about the other one?" "Right here." Raylin raised the blackbird claw in his hand and glanced at the enormous pit on the ground. "Goodness, it seems to possess a power of around 6 degrees, clearly. Craywell's spells are of the type that relentlessly pursue lethality." "I share this sentiment. Were the missions at the Academy always this perilous?" Raylin inquired. "Not at all. Even for patrol tasks like ours, which require locating 10 red-eyed crows, it would typically take at least a month. Yet, we have already exceeded expectations in just over 10 days. Nilan explained from the side. "Any issues are the concern of the esteemed wizards. We should leave this place promptly." "I sense it is not safe here," Lano added. "Indeed. Let us hasten our departure." Craywell tossed aside the mangled wire and discovered a dark iron claw. Raising his head to speak, no one voiced any dissent, and the group quickly resumed their journey. The others seemed to share a foreboding feeling, and the entire team moved with urgency. "Do you suppose those 2 red-eyed crows are here to guard some treasure? You know, some crows have a penchant for collecting shiny objects." At the back of the group, sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat grim, Nilan jested lightly. "How do you know that?" Lano appeared somewhat unconvinced. "Oh, Raylin, you truly are remarkable." Nilan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Lano turned his head away dismissively. Raylin's nose twitched as he suddenly caught a whiff of a deliciously sweet aroma. "Stop." Do you all smell that? Raylan quickly called for a halt. The group paused abruptly, questioning what they had detected. Craywell's expression tightened, his hand instinctively gripping the hilt of his sword. I believe I have caught a rather fragrant scent. Raylan slowly explained. Fragrance? In this forest, there is only the nauseating stench. It has intensified. Lano interjected. I detect a scent reminiscent of jasmine mixed with black oil roses. Lilith sniffed delicately. Everyone be cautious. There is the stench of beasts. Craywell unsheathed his sword with a sharp sound. This situation is clearly amiss. Raylan too reached for his waist pouch. Whoosh. A gust of wind rushed in, accompanied by an overpoweringly pungent odor. Roar. The ferocious roar of a beast echoed. The dark woods around them seemed to bow beneath the sound of the beast's growl. Craywell's expression changed dramatically. Be cautious, a formidable creature approaches. Thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps resounded, and Raylan and the others finally beheld the true form of the monster. A colossal black bear stood before them. Its skull cracked open at the top, exposing what resembled a brain, while a distinctive V-shaped white pattern adorned its chest, akin to a lightning mark. Beware. It is a mountain rage bear, each one rivaling a third-tier apprentice. We encountered this creature last time. Craywell's eyes shrank to the size of pinpricks, warning them to be wary of its roar attack. Last time, Hank fell victim to this very strike. Damn it. We must split up and flee. Luo's face turned pale, and in an instant, he turned and fled. What a coward. And Ilan's face flushed with anger. Luo's sudden departure caused the grizzly bear on the opposite mountain to hasten its pace. There was no alternative. This situation was truly beyond our capabilities. Let us scatter and hope to reunite at the academy. With a bitter smile, Crevel made his decision. Chapter 34. The Breakthrough Night. Upon finishing his words, Crevel produced a handful of black powder from his pocket and sprinkled it upon his legs. Suddenly, it appeared as though his height had been elongated. Upon closer inspection, it was not that he had grown taller, but rather that the soles of his shoes had sprouted a ring of black fuzz, elevating him above the ground. Seeds of swiftgrass? It seems this is the means by which Crevel intends to preserve his life, though the after effects of such seeds are not trivial. Raylan murmured to himself and then turned to the two girls beside him. Though it feels somewhat awkward to say this, let us part ways for now. Having chosen to embark on this perilous adventure, we must be prepared for the possibility of perilous consequences. Frankly, it is quite astonishing that you managed to remain behind those two boys for so long. As Ilan spoke, she produced a green vial of elixir and shattered it upon the ground. A whirlwind of emerald hue suddenly enveloped Ilan and Lilith. Academy, behold, the two girls, now shrouded in the verdant tempest, vanished from Raylan's sight. Have you all prepared your trump cards? Raylan chuckled, his feet stirring as he too disappeared into the depths of the forest. In an instant, the five-member team began to fragment, each individual unleashing their unique abilities to flee the scene. Raylan's footsteps were relentless, as the trees on either side appeared to recede into the distance. The mountainous grizzly bear possessed formidable attack power, yet its speed was merely average. Among the five of us, Kruyer had consumed a swift herb, while Lilith and Neelon utilized acceleration potions. My own knightly physique endowed me with commendable speed. However, it was Bluno, who fled at the slowest pace, that faced the gravest danger. Without any hidden trump cards, he would likely meet his demise there. With Bluno's delay, I should be able to escape the hunting grounds of the mountainous grizzly bear. Thus, it is best to forego the use of that potion. As a pharmacist, Lei Lin, despite not being able to sell in large quantities, has nonetheless amassed a modest fortune. Naturally, he has prepared several trump cards for survival, which grants him the confidence to venture out and hone his skills. Every landing of Lei Lin is exquisitely precise, each movement seeming to harmonize seamlessly with the forest, unimpeded by branches or vines. His actions flow with an elegance akin to the gentle flow of water, his speed remarkably comparable to that of Crave, who utilizes the swiftness of the quick grass. A thunderous roar reverberates from ahead. Suddenly, a shadow appeared before Lei Lin, accompanied by a colossal bear paw. Impossible! How did it manage to position itself in front of me? Could it be that Lan Nua could not divert its attention? A surge of astonishment coursed through Lei Lin as he instinctively drew his cross-shaped sword to strike. Clang! A tremendous force emanated from the weapon, enabling Lei Lin to pivot swiftly, evading the onslaught of the bear's paw. However, the sword slipped from his grasp and soared away. Boom! At that moment, Raylan unhesitatingly hurled a vial of crimson elixir towards the mountain grizzly. In the instant the test tube shattered, a surge of red flames enveloped the bear. Without a glance at the scene behind him, Raylan turned and continued his flight. Although the explosive agent possessed considerable power, comparable to a typical level 0 spell, it fell short against the rugged and resilient mountain bear. A resounding roar echoed from behind, drawing ever closer to Raylan. The mountain bear appeared only slightly singed on its head, while the rest of its massive form remained unscathed. The earlier explosive agent had merely incited its fury, yielding little else in effect. Remarkably, the bear's colossal and cumbersome body seemed as light as a feather, allowing it to maintain an impressive speed as it pursued Raylan. Chip. Initiate detection. Raylan issued a command, yet after a prolonged wait, he heard nothing but faint, indistinct noises instead of the expected response from the chip. 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 Raylan called out once more, but to no avail. Raylan's visage contorted in anguish. The chip was his most formidable trump card in this realm, and the abrupt sense of its loss sent him spiraling into near madness. Suddenly, the mountain bear bore down upon him once more, its colossal paw swatting through the air as if attempting to squash a mere fly. Shadow's grasp. Raylan swiftly intoned the incantation, and a dark hand emerged from the bear's shadow, firmly seizing its paw. The mighty creature roared in fury, yet it found itself ensnared by the shadowy appendage, unable to break free. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Raylan hastened to escape, for the effect of the shadow's grasp could only endure for mere seconds. Time was of the essence. Raylan hastily fled the scene, his escape fraught with disarray. The underbrush of the dark forest swayed relentlessly beneath the force of the wind, occasionally punctuated by the distant chirps of insects. Just as Raylan exhaled a sigh of relief, the harsh cawing of a crow echoed ominously from above. Raising his gaze, Raylan beheld 3 crimson-eyed crows, even more formidable than the one he had encountered earlier. Upon spotting him, they swooped down with alarming speed. My crossed sword had been discarded, and my mental and magical energies were nearly depleted. Was it to be that I would perish here today? A sense of foreboding suddenly surged within Lei Lin. A black claw descended upon him, prompting Lei Lin to roll away just in time, though the bird's talon still left 3 bloody scratches on his back. The excruciating pain reddened his eyes. No, I refuse to die. I have yet to become a wizard, to behold grander vistas. How can I perish silently here? As he rolled on the ground, he grasped a hard, azure stone. With a fierce cry, he sprang to his feet and brought the stone crashing down upon the red-eyed crow above him. The impact resounded with a tremendous thud, and Lei Lin exerted all his strength, causing the crow to stagger and fall. Caw! From the sky came the furious cries of 2 other red-eyed crows, witnessing the demise of their kin, and they immediately swooped down, screeching. Come on! Lei Lin crouched low, resembling a leopard poised to hunt. He felt every vein in his body expand, blood surging powerfully, delivering potent energy throughout him. A warm current rose from his lower abdomen, and the pain from his back seemed to diminish. This is life energy. Lei Lin was momentarily taken aback. He had already reached the physical conditioning of a preparatory knight, and through persistent meditation, he had surpassed the level of a formal knight. Though he had yet to unlock his life energy until now, unexpectedly achieving a breakthrough. At that moment, the warm current coursed through to his eyes, causing a sharp pain that nearly brought him to tears. When he opened his eyes again, the world appeared hazy, as if shrouded in mist, but eventually, the faint blue text of a chip materialized before him. Ding. The subject has been subjected to an unknown influence. Status anomaly detected. Subject has entered a hallucinatory state. The chip's light screen flickered intermittently, seemingly besieged by intense interference. Hallucination. Lei Lin was startled, and just then, another red-eyed crow lunged at him, while the roar of a mountain bear echoed from the woods behind. A massive paw, armed with barbed claws, reached out ferociously toward him. Faced with this lethal attack, Lei Lin gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. The searing pain of the claws piercing his body surged, yet it was not as overwhelming as he had envisioned, and he remained standing. Is this truly the case? A smile crept onto Lei Lin's lips. Chip, display my current status. In the darkness, the chip's light screen became increasingly clear. Previously, rows of glaring red anomaly notifications had gone unnoticed by him. Ding. Detection complete. Subject inhaled potent hallucinogenic gas. Sensory faculties affected. Would you like to expel it? Expel immediately, Lei Lin commanded. Beep. Utilizing reserve energy, expulsion in progress. With the chip confirming the completion of the expulsion, Lei Lin opened his eyes once more. He now found himself nestled within a thicket, while both the mountain bear and the red-eyed crows had vanished without a trace. The thorns in the thicket have carved numerous gashes upon him, from which blood flows outward. Yet his back bears no wounds. It seems that it was indeed an illusion. What I witnessed and heard moments ago was but a mere figment of my imagination. Raylan surveyed his surroundings once more. To his left, a colossal tree lay severed, encircled by scorched earth marked by the ravages of fierce flames. Although what I beheld was illusory, my reactions were undeniably genuine. The incendiary potion and the shadowy hand both manifested upon that great tree, which, in my perception, resembled the formidable mountain bear. Raylan felt a tinge of regret. The explosive potion was worth a considerable sum of magic stones. A hefty price he had paid to acquire the formula and materials from us. To think it was used merely against a tree. However, it was not entirely without merit. Raylan glanced at the prior notification from the chip, a significant surge in adrenaline secretion, a 58 increase in blood flow. The subject had ignited its life energy, achieving a breakthrough to knighthood. Although the preceding experiences were mere illusions, in that moment of peril, the eruption of potential and the ascent to knighthood felt entirely plausible. It was fortunate that the surge accompanying the promotion to knighthood jolted him into awareness. Otherwise, he might have been played to his demise. Raylan felt a twinge of trepidation. The chip. Record my state upon breaking through to a knight. Ding. Successfully recorded, designated as the knight breakthrough state. This state may very well be the key to awakening life's energy. Yet, it somewhat resembles the arcane arts of my previous life, evoking a sense of unconventionality in its approach. Raylan harbored some doubts regarding this perilous method of breakthrough for knights, as it often relied heavily on fortune. Otherwise, excessive secretion of adrenaline could lead to poisoning and even death. Chapter 35. Return to the Academy. I wonder how Kluel and the others are faring. Raylan struggled to rise, feeling as though his body were on the verge of disintegration. If I am in such a state despite having a chip, their condition must be no better. I must hasten to find them. Otherwise, falling into a trap or attracting some wild beast would truly spell disaster. Raylan extracted a vial of crimson elixir from the leather pouch at his waist. He uncorked the oak stopper and poured the vibrant liquid onto his wounds. A hissing sound ensued as white mist billowed forth, causing Raylan to grit his teeth, his visage contorting in discomfort. Once the vapor dissipated, a delicate crimson film enveloped the injuries, staunching the flow of blood and securely sealing the wounds. Raylan waved his arm, noting that his mobility remained largely unaffected. The hemostatic potion proved effective, albeit its application was excruciatingly painful. Raylan lamented as he retrieved a vial of blue stamina potion and drank it down. The sweet, azure liquid was infused with the aroma of freshly baked bread, and he felt significantly rejuvenated, regaining some of his strength. He emerged from the thicket and leaned against a large tree to rest. Chip, is there any way to counteract that hallucinogenic gas? Aware that the only threat in that vicinity was the gas itself, and that no other dangers lurked, Raylan was inclined to lend assistance to his companions if possible. If all else failed, he would have no choice but to turn back, alert the Academy's instructors, and pray for their safety. Recommendation: clear water provides an effective barrier against the gas. Came the chip's response. Chip, scan the area ahead and generate an image. Knowing that hallucinogenic gas lay ahead, Raylan felt a twinge of unease despite having protective gear. Ding. The scan is complete. An image materialized before Raylan's eyes, revealing a depression not far from where the five of them had stood, populated by enormous mushrooms. These fungi towered nearly to human height, exhibiting an eerie violet hue with numerous black spots that subtly formed a visage of human agony. What kind of mushrooms are these? Comparing with database. Similarity: spider face 98. 7. Goliath mushroom 74. 5. Purple umbrella flower 23. 3. The spider face is a remarkably peculiar plant known for emitting an intensely potent hallucinogenic gas, which even individuals with slightly lower fortitude cannot withstand. It often attracts certain birds, establishing a symbiotic relationship with them. It seems the two red-eyed crows earlier were indeed drawn to it. Raylan observed that at the base of the purple mushrooms lay several skulls, some resembling those of humans, while others belonged to various animals. However, such perilous flora should have been eradicated from around our academy long ago, unless they had been recently transplanted. Raylan surmised, suddenly feeling a chilling sensation wash over him, as if he had grasped a thread of an insidious plot. Shaking his head, he realized that such matters were beyond his current involvement. He hastily sought out Nilan and the others, determined to depart at once. Thanks to the chip's detection capabilities, locating his teammates proved to be remarkably straightforward. He soon discovered Lano lying not far away, his thigh pierced by a broken branch, evidently the result of a reckless collision. Shortly thereafter, he encountered Crave, who was frantically hacking at a large black stone, oblivious to Raylan's approach until he was ultimately subdued and carried away. As for Nilan and Lilith, they were the most fortunate. Shortly after their departure, they became ensnared by a tangle of vines. When Raylan found them, they were surrounded by a green halo emanating from an acceleration potion, miraculously unharmed. Raylan led the four of them far beyond the reach of the spider's visage and discovered a small stream, where he unceremoniously hurled them into the water. This, too, was a suggestion from the chip. As the frigid, biting waters surged into the nostrils and mouths of Creer and the others, their bodies began to convulse violently. Cough, cough. The group erupted into fits of intense coughing. Raylan moved the group onto the flat ground, allowing them to recline. He then seized his weapon and took up a position for vigilance. Do you recall the events that transpired earlier? Raylan approached Claywell. Indeed, I remember now. We encountered the mountain rage bear and the scavenger wolves. Claywell gingerly touched the wound on his face. Were you the one who saved us? Precisely. However, what we faced was not merely ferocious beasts. Once they regain their senses, I shall explain everything. Raylan gestured towards the others, who were clearly beginning to awaken. After they had distanced themselves from the influence of the spider's venom and consumed copious amounts of fresh water, the group gradually regained their clarity of mind. Raylan succinctly recounted the incident involving the visage of Spider-Man, and regarding himself, he merely mentioned possessing an item that enabled him to counter illusions, thus escaping peril. Upon the conclusion of Raylan's narrative, the expressions of Cruel and his companions darkened considerably. Raylan, I owe you my life, Cruel declared solemnly. So do we. Nilan and Lilith echoed in unison, while Lanner opened his mouth, yet words failed to escape his lips. I suggest you tend to your injuries first, Raylan remarked, gesturing towards the puncture wound on Lanner's thigh. Very well, I have some medicinal powder here. Lanner, would you like some? Cruel replied, reaching into his waist pouch to retrieve a vial of powder, which he then extended towards Lanner. Raylan slightly sniffed the air, recognizing the potion as a common remedy, effective for injuries yet vastly inferior to a proper hemostatic agent. The group gradually tended to their wounds, with Lano being the most gravely injured. His lips were pale, and his thigh was heavily bandaged. Cruel procured a branch for Lano to use as a makeshift crutch, enabling him to walk, albeit with great difficulty. The resilience of wizards had begun to diverge from that of mere mortals. With the aid of potions, even moderately severe injuries could heal completely within a few nights. What should we do next? Cruel inquired, glancing at Raylan, although he was the nominal leader of the small team. Raylan's remarkable performance compelled him to bow his head in respect. Can you still walk? Raylan asked Lano. I can. I can walk perfectly well. Please, do not leave me behind. Lano hastily leaned on the crutch to stand upright. Then we should set off without delay. Raylan recalled the visage of the Spider-Man and his own foreboding conjectures. Indeed, Nilan and Lilith echoed, appearing visibly shaken by their surroundings. My acceleration potion. I spent 5 magic stones to procure that. Nilan lamented during their journey. At least you're in better shape than I am. Look at me. Cruel organized their belongings, ensuring the precious bundle containing 12 red-eyed raven claws was secured. This was their proof of mission completion. He gestured towards his ankle, where a ring of fine black fur had begun to sprout and creep up his calf, threatening to spread further. The external appearance was one concern, but the most pressing issue was that the swift grass, if it continued to parasitize the human body, would become toxic. At that point, amputation would be the only recourse. Cruel's expression hardened. Let us move swiftly. Although he maintained a stern demeanor, his pace evidently quickened. After the assault by the Spider-Man, the 5 had become jumpy, flinching at the slightest sound. Upon arriving at the Blackbone Forest Cemetery, Raylan vowed he had never realized that graves could possess such charm. Password. A dual-headed dog inquired in a feminine voice. Blackbone Supreme. Cruel replied slowly. It was only upon entering the academy gates that Raylan felt a profound sense of relief. This adventure, while not resulting in fatalities, had encountered numerous perils. Were it not for the chip, their team might have perished entirely. Let us proceed. We must report our mission. A smile blossomed on Cruel's face, while Lilith and Nilan appeared to exhale in relief. The 5 approached the mission area, with Cruel queuing at the counter while the other 4 waited nearby. Nilan, were casualties this frequent during previous missions? Raylan sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The number of injured in the mission area had significantly increased, accompanied by intermittent curses and sobs. This was certainly unprecedented. I am certain of it. And Elan observed the gloomy faces of numerous apprentices, indicating that their tasks had not only failed, but had also incurred substantial costs. Look, the mission has been altered. Raising his head, Leyland beheld a striking layer of red text materializing at the top of the black wall. Attention! The probability of dangerous creatures appearing around the academy has significantly increased. It is advised that apprentices venturing outside exercise utmost caution. It is recommended that those below the third rank refrain from going out. This text was notably larger than the surrounding fonts and presented in a vivid red, rendering it highly conspicuous. Following the warning, there was a new task inscribed in red. Task: identify the source of the anomalies surrounding the academy. Reward: 500 magic stones. Any 3 advanced scholarly subjects, or an improved spell model. This task is exceedingly perilous. Please consider carefully before accepting. 300 magic stones, along with the option of any 3 advanced subjects and an enhanced spell model. Leyland marveled aloud, wishing he possessed such an abundance of magic stones. Lilith was equally taken aback by the generous reward. Chapter 36. Bottleneck, did you not see the warning? Those below the third rank will surely meet their demise if they venture out. A voice resonated, and Crave appeared behind Nilan. Indeed, here's the reward for the task. 15 magic stones. Crave opened his hand, revealing 5 black crystals nestled at its center. According to our previous agreement, each individual is entitled to 3 magic stones. Crave proceeded to distribute the magic stones, then opened a large black parcel containing numerous claws, feathers, eyes, and other materials of the red-eyed raven. Moreover, the claws of the red-eyed raven are worth a bit more. 2 can be sold for 1 magic stone, and along with the other materials, they amount to approximately 15 magic stones. What do you think? Do you have any objections? If not, we shall proceed with this distribution. The claws of the red-eyed raven merely serve as proof of task completion and will ultimately be returned to the apprentices, constituting a source of income. I have no objections. Leyland replied with a subtle smile. His primary intention was to accumulate experience, and he was not overly eager for magic stones. A yield of 30 magic stones was already quite substantial, yet it also depended on expenditures. During this task, Nilan and Lilith utilized acceleration potions. Crave employed swift grass seeds, and Leyland had directly consumed explosive potions, hemorrhage potions, and stamina potions, the total value of which far exceeded 30 magic stones. If one were to calculate meticulously, their undertaking was, in fact, a loss. Leyland's potion crafting would have yielded more profit. Seeing that Leyland had acquiesced, Nilan and Lilith, along with Lano, could only nod in agreement. In this task, Leyland contributed the most. Had it not been for his intervention at the end, we would have perished long ago. You may take a little more. Crave's expression was earnest, indicating his firm resolve. Truly unnecessary. Leyland smiled, selecting 2 right claws of the red-eyed raven and several other materials, totaling 6 magic stones, before relinquishing the rest. This is all I require. Very well, let us proceed with further distribution. Crave appeared somewhat resigned, yet joy was unmistakably reflected in Lilith and Lano's eyes, due to the injuries sustained by several of them and the apparent emergence of some issues near the academy. The atmosphere had turned perilous, making it impossible to accept any further assignments. After hastily exchanging contact information, they departed from the mission area. Cruel was the swiftest to leave. His legs, now cloaked in thick black fur, resembled those of an orangutan, indicating his desperate need for assistance. Farewell. Lilith and Lano also bid their farewells and exited. Could you share your dormitory number with me? Nilan seemed to press herself against Raylan, whispering near his ear. A gentle breeze brushed against him, eliciting a ticklish sensation. I'm not in the mood for that right now. Let us discuss it later. Raylan declined, still feeling lingering pain throughout his body, leaving him no inclination to entertain such matters. Very well, I shall await your response. Nilan giggled, bestowing a soft kiss upon Raylan's cheek before swiftly darting away. Raylan shook his head and turned to walk back to his dormitory. The task had only been underway for less than a month. Yet why did it feel as though an eternity had passed? Raylan closed the door securely, set aside his cross-shaped sword and various items, and reclined upon his bed. The plush bedding cradled his form, enveloping him in a sensation of exquisite softness and comfort. Chip. Display my current data. Raylan Farrell, Second Apprentice, Official Knight. Strength 2, 5. Agility 2, 7. Constitution 3, 0. Spirit 4, 2. Mana 4, 0. All attributes have seen an enhancement. strength, agility, and constitution have each increased by 0. 3. While spirit has risen by 0. 1. Following my promotion to an official knight, all my attributes have advanced. And the increase in mental prowess is the result of my continuous meditation over the past month. Raylan gazed at his three-dimensional image, the chip, calculating the life energy within him and pondering how much it could enhance his physical attributes. After igniting the life energy within, a knight experiences a period of explosive growth. However, for Raylan, he had previously augmented himself significantly through meditation and radiation, rendering the forthcoming effects rather modest. Task initiated, computing. Ding. Simulation complete. It is projected that his strength could increase by 0. 6. Agility by 0. 3. And constitution by 0. 1. The chip's feedback resonated. Had my previous average data been 1. 9. This surge of life energy would have elevated all my metrics by over 1 point. Yet now, with such a solid foundation, further enhancement proves to be increasingly challenging. Raylan pondered the reasons. The Farrell family was merely an emerging knightly lineage, and their inherited training methods ceased upon the elevation to formal knighthood, leaving them utterly devoid of insights on how to ascend to the rank of a great knight. Although the Academy surely possessed materials on this subject, the potential of knights paled in comparison to that of wizards. Thus, this avenue could be momentarily set aside. Since entering the Academy, Raylan has devoted all his attention to the study of sorcery, neglecting his knightly training for quite some time. For even the greatest knight serves merely as a subordinate and follower to a formal sorcerer. Moreover, the path of knighthood reaches its conclusion after the rank of a great knight, while sorcerers continuously ascend in their craft. Naturally, Raylan opts for a path that promises a brighter future. On this excursion, aside from the advancement to a formal knight, this map holds the greatest value. Raylan unveiled an enormous map, its pale blue lines meticulously delineating the Blackbone Forest Academy and its surrounding environment, surpassing the detail of the one possessed by Crave. This map was a synthesis of Raylan's explorations, the scans from his chip, and the maps held by Crave and others. While it cannot be claimed to be entirely free of inaccuracies, it is undoubtedly one of exceptional precision for an apprentice level, and could fetch no less than 2 magic stones if offered for sale. At the center of the map, the location of the Blackbone Forest Academy is marked in verdant letters. From the map, it is evident that our Blackbone Forest occupies merely an inconspicuous fragment of the southern coast, aptly described as rural. Encircling the Blackbone Forest, to the south lies the Sea of Death, to the north the Despair Mountains, to the west the abode of the Gothic Sage, and to the east the Duchy of Marshlands. Both the southern and northern regions are designated as forbidden zones, teeming with perilous creatures, bloodline mutants, polluters, and malevolent spirits steeped in the aura of death. Apprentices venturing therein are met with certain demise. The abode of the Gothic Sage represents another wizarding faction, rumored to have had some friction with the Blackbone Forest, thus rendering it equally inaccessible. The sole territory open to the apprentices of Blackbone Forest is the Duchy of Marshlands. Raylan pondered quietly, noting the resemblance between the distribution of power in this world and the Warring States period of his previous life in Japan. The territories were delineated by wizarding organizations that covertly manipulated the overt principalities. Within these principalities, wizards and their bloodlines constituted the royal and noble classes, while the knightly order represented the lesser nobility. From a socio-political perspective, wizards embodied the daimyo class of the Warring States, whereas knights served as the samurai tier beneath the daimyo. Furthermore, there was no nominally unified emperor. The multitude of small states resembled stars scattered across the sky, each engaged in its own conflicts, resulting in widespread chaos. Behind the principality of the swamp lay the support of several wizarding families from the Blackbone Forest, comprising 19 provinces with vast territories. Among them were numerous minor wizarding families, as well as itinerant wizards and travelers. It was improbable for all of them to converge at the Blackbone Forest Academy for resource exchange. Thus, there must be smaller trade fairs. I could also disguise my identity and venture there to sell some potions. Although Raylan's proficiency in pharmacology is rather mediocre, the assistance of the chip in analysis significantly elevates his success rate in potion formulation, surpassing that of his senior, Merlin, and even rivaling that of his mentor, Guafate. However, such accomplishments must be meticulously concealed, and Raylan dares not release an excessive number of potions within the academy. The promotion to a third-tier apprentice represents a formidable milestone for all wizard apprentices, without an abundance of resources to facilitate this advancement. One can only endure the passage of time, even with the utmost top-tier qualifications at the 5th level. The journey to becoming a 3rd-tier apprentice would still require no less than 3 years, devoid of resource support. Raylan possesses merely an ordinary 3rd-tier aptitude. Relying solely on this meager income, it remains uncertain when he will fulfill the requirements for promotion. Chips simulate the conditions necessary for advancing to a 3rd-tier apprentice. Prerequisites for promotion to a 3rd-tier apprentice. Mental acuity must reach 7. Mastery of at least 3 spell models is required. And 500 grams of active potion must be combined with a surge. The spell models may be straightforward, yet the active potion poses a significant challenge. Costing no less than 500 magic stones. Raylan's expression grew solemn. As a pharmacological apprentice, he was well aware of the nature of active potions. These concoctions transcended the realm of basic elixirs such as stamina or hemostatic potions, reaching the threshold of primary potions, which boasted astonishing effects in enhancing mental acuity, fortifying physical constitution, and strengthening will runes. Their demand consistently outstripped supply. 500 magic stones seemed rather excessive. However, once I thoroughly grasped the fundamentals of elementary pharmacology imparted by Mentor Fate, I would be able to concoct primary potions independently, with only raw materials needed. A mere 100 magic stones would suffice. The crux of the issue lay in achieving a mental capacity of 7. Raylan's countenance darkened. The chip. At my current state, how long would it take to reach this threshold through meditation? The primary mental capacity model is established, simulating experiments now. Ding. Experiment concluded. Estimated time, 8 years, 6 months, and 15 days. The chip's emotionless voice resonated. The subject exhibits resistance to the meditation method. It is advisable to switch to a more advanced meditation technique or combine it with other materials to enhance meditative efficacy. The chip projected a screen displaying a plethora of dense data and results. Chapter 37. Ancient Potions according to the chip's simulations and calculations. The basic meditation method proved most effective when constructing will runes, yet 2nd-tier apprentices had already completed all 24 will runes. From here on, it would require time to refine. It is no wonder that even 5th-tier qualified apprentices must linger at the 3rd-tier threshold for an extended period. Leyland gazed thoughtfully at the mathematical formulas and their results. Having spent considerable time at the academy, he had yet to hear of an apprentice possessing advanced meditation techniques. Moreover, the direct disciples of other mentors typically languish for several years at the 2nd-tier apprentice level. It seemed that even the mentors were of little assistance in this regard, and thus it could be deemed a pursuit worth abandoning. As for the auxiliary materials, there were indeed several recipes within the realm of basic potions that could enhance mental fortitude. However, they were quite costly, and the raw materials were exorbitant, with success rates that were dishearteningly low. Nevertheless, with the aid of my chip, my chances of success would undoubtedly surpass those of other alchemists. Therefore, pursuing this avenue to elevate my mental prowess remains a viable option. Raylan resolved to gather formulas for potions that could enhance mental prowess and sell these potions externally in exchange for resources to concoct more. However, the tumultuous state outside the academy posed a significant challenge. How could he venture forth to seek the black market and minor trading gatherings? If even seasoned wizards struggled with the issues beyond the academy's walls, Raylan, a mere 2nd-tier apprentice, would stand little chance. With this thought weighing on him, he soon drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, Raylan approached Mentor Fate. Formulas for potions that can enhance mental acuity? Fate expressed surprise. The success rate for concocting such potions was exceedingly low, and the requisite materials were exorbitantly priced. Many alchemists had faced ruin in their pursuit of these brews, with only heirs of affluent families having a realistic chance of success. Although Raylan possessed remarkable talent for alchemy, Fate felt that his disciple might be somewhat overly ambitious. Master, as you know, my aptitude is only at tier 3. The leap from a 3rd-tier apprentice to a formal wizard presents an even greater hurdle. The younger one is, the higher the success rate for becoming a formal wizard. I wish to take that gamble. Raylan spoke softly, sigh. Fate let out a deep sigh and slowly sat down. I possess several formulas for the basic mental potency potion, but upon acquiring them, I entered into a binding contract that prohibits me from reselling the formulas. Furthermore, the improved version I have developed is certainly beyond your financial means. How many magic stones are required? Raylan's heart sank, yet he still managed to voice the question. I knew you wouldn't give up. It will cost you 5,000 magic stones, but I will extend this favor to you because you are my student. Raylan gasped in disbelief, then forced a bitter smile. It seems I am without hope. An improved mental potency potion formula requires decades of relentless experimentation from an apothecary, resulting in significant costs. Moreover, possessing a unique potion often marks the beginning of an apothecary's fortune, thus justifying the exorbitant price of the formula, Gwafate explained. Monopoly yields the greatest profit, Raylan nodded slowly. However, it also depends on the individual. If an apprentice were to hold a precious formula, even someone like Raylan might entertain nefarious thoughts. Yet, Gwafate is a certified wizard, backed by the Blackbone Forest Academy, and enjoys a commendable reputation, leaving him with little to worry about. However, if you genuinely harbor such intentions, there might be a way. Just as Raylan was preparing to take his leave in disappointment, Gwafate spoke again, igniting hope within Raylan. It seems there is a possibility. Raylan felt a flicker of joy in his heart and quickly bowed. While I cannot provide you with the improved potion formula, I do possess several ancient formulas from the time of legendary wizards, acquired during various expeditions. You may take them for experimentation, Gwafate said slowly. Ancient wizard formulas? Raylan inquired. His curiosity piqued. Indeed, the era of ancient wizards was a time of unparalleled glory. They not only established the vast ancient Bale Empire across the continent, but also set their sights on distant realms, conquering one plane after another. Gwafate's face flushed with excitement, clearly enamored with the might of the ancient wizards. Regrettably, for reasons unknown, the ancient Bale Empire fell in a single night, severing the lineage of ancient wizards. We have only gleaned remnants of their documents and research from scattered ruins, which paved the way for the rise of modern wizards. Raylan's expression reflected awe as he mused. I wonder how powerful the ancient wizards truly were. He then asked, do these formulas possess any flaws? Indeed, you are astute. Although these ancient formulas yield superior results, many of their ingredients are now extinct. At least in my 2 centuries of existence, I have yet to hear of them. Gwafate replied slowly. Nevertheless, many apothecaries remain enamored with ancient formulas, hoping to find substitutes. Even if the effects are merely a fraction of the original, they would still be immensely beneficial to us. Raylan felt a surge of joy within, with the aid of his chip. His research in this domain would undoubtedly require significantly less effort than that of other pharmacists. Yet, he maintained a facade of a furrowed brow. Was the teacher suggesting that he seek alternative medicinal materials? Indeed, the success of a pharmacist often hinges upon a moment of inspiration, with many novel potions being developed on such insights. If you truly desire it, you might venture forth and test your fortune. However, do bear in mind that the probability of success is exceedingly low. Gwafate's expression grew grave, evidently recalling his own experiences of failure. Mentor, I still wish to give it a try. Even if I cannot concoct the potion, studying the formula could enhance my crafting skills, Raylan asserted through clenched teeth. With such determination, I am reassured. Gwafate nodded, rummaging through the shelves behind him for quite some time before unearthing a few dust-laden scrolls. All my ancient potion formulas are contained within these. Raylan felt the weight of the scroll as he grasped it. It was evidently crafted from some unknown material. Its heft substantial. Casually, he unfurled a green recipe, only to be taken aback by the dense array of ingredients before him: ghoul flowers, 7-leaf clovers, the venom sac of a human-faced serpent, strands of vengeful spirits. At least half of these components were entirely unfamiliar to Raylan, and the remaining third were exceedingly precious resources for an official wizard, causing his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. What do you think? Surprised, aren't you? When I first laid eyes on it, my expression mirrored yours, Gwafate remarked with a smile. However, if one were to truly concoct a potion using the materials listed herein, it would surely prove invaluable even to official wizards. Raylan perused several other formulas, striving to locate those suitable for a novice wizard, with materials that could be most readily gathered. After a painstaking half-hour, he managed to uncover 2 recipes, the Azure Elixir and Maria's Tears. These 2 concoctions were particularly appropriate for Raylan's current predicament. Indeed, these 2 formulas are well suited for you, Gwafate remarked, nodding in approval. Each one cost 150 magic stones, totaling 300. Although this price was significantly less than that of the mental energy potion, which was exorbitantly more expensive, Raylan still felt a pang of reluctance. He emptied his pockets, and a cascade of magic stones tumbled forth, forming a small mound before Gwafate. Amongst this heap, a few stones emanated a more potent aura. These were intermediate magic stones, each equivalent to 10 ordinary ones. There are 250 magic stones here, along with this serpent scale grass. Raylan reluctantly retrieved a small cloth pouch from his bosom. Upon opening it, he revealed a slender silver blade of grass, adorned with patterns resembling serpent scales. This was an item he had painstakingly acquired through a commission to us. And though he had extracted some essence for potion making, the serpent scale grass no longer held significant value for him. The serpent scale grass, though somewhat imperfect, still retains its medicinal properties. Its estimated worth is 50 magic stones. Guffate's eyes gleamed as he examined the silver grass. The transaction is now complete. Those 2 formulas are yours, he said, smiling and nodding in agreement. Raylan carefully tucked away the formulas for the Azure Elixir and Maria's Tears, then bowed deeply to Guafate before departing the room. 300 magic stones. This year, all my earnings from potion sales have been invested in this endeavor. The ingredients required for these 2 potions are exceedingly rare. I must hasten to sell the accumulated potions outside the academy to procure the necessary resources for experimentation. Raylan felt a pang of regret. His success rate far exceeded others' estimations. In addition to the potions sold within the academy, he had amassed quite a collection. If he could sell them outside the academy, it would amount to a substantial fortune in magic stones. Ever since acquiring those 2 potion recipes, his mind had been consumed with thoughts of how to earn magic stones and concoct potions. Raylan, the voice of a young lady broke through his reverie. It's you, BG. My apologies. I was lost in thought. Raylan scrutinized the young girl before him. After a year of development, BG's figure had become increasingly alluring, particularly the 2 prominent curves that had begun to take form. Humph, you're just the same. So is Filer. BG pouted playfully. Haha, what's wrong? Is Filer ignoring you again? Raylan teased. Not at all. Recently, Filer has been quite nice to me. We just shared dinner on the 2nd floor yesterday. BG's face lit up with joy. It's just that he has been utterly captivated by that blood task from the academy, wholly focused on earning the reward. 300 magic stones, not to mention top-tier knowledge and modified spell models. If I weren't still a 2nd-tier apprentice, I might be tempted as well. Raylan joked. What were you just thinking about? Oh, nothing much. Just considering that selling potions within the academy feels somewhat disadvantageous, I was thinking of trying outside. Raylan said, half seriously. As for the idea of selling potions outside the academy, there was nothing to conceal. Other potion apprentices surely harbored similar thoughts, though none would anticipate the staggering quantity he intended to release. However, one must remain anonymous during sales. As long as no one recognizes him, he would be fine. The apprentices within the academy were indeed quite astute, driving prices down significantly. Bija nodded. Why don't you follow in Senior Merlin's footsteps? He signed a contract with a wizarding family, who provides him with materials for free and accepts his potions indefinitely. I cherish my freedom, Raylan replied, shaking his head. He was somewhat aware of Merlin's situation. Merlin had entered into a wizard's contract with a family that supplied him with abundant materials for experimentation. After becoming a 3rd-tier apprentice, he was required to supply that family with potions monthly, and once he became an official wizard, he would have to join their ranks. This was also a method for wizarding families to recruit other low-tier apprentices. Had it not been for the chip, Raylan might have walked a similar path, or even worse. Faced rejection due to insufficient talent. Bijia, it seems your family is also within the Marshland Principality. Do you have any information regarding markets or exchange fairs? Raylan inquired. Of course. However, it is quite complex there, filled with wandering wizards and rogues. It's chaotic and very dangerous. I understand, but I could avoid going in person. Perhaps I could hire someone instead. Raylan began to speak fancifully. In the Academy's mission area, apprentices could also post tasks, provided they had sufficient magic stones and paid a deposit. That's true. I will send you some relevant information to your room shortly. Bijia pondered for a moment before nodding. I truly appreciate it. I'll treat you to dinner at the restaurant on the 2nd floor another day. Raylan's face brightened with surprise. All right. Bridget's eyes sparkled like crescent moons. In the ensuing moments, Raylan meticulously analyzed 2 potion recipes through the chip while seeking low-level spells capable of altering one's appearance and aura. Bridget had long since provided him with information regarding the sorcerer's market, yet as long as the peculiar occurrences outside the academy persisted, Raylan felt compelled to remain indoors. In the complimentary dining hall, Raylan was sharing a meal with Bill. Today's offerings included white bread and caviar, alongside steak and juice. What? Perry is dead, Raylan exclaimed, astonished. Perry was a 3rd-tier apprentice, possessing 5th-tier qualifications and an esteemed manner. He had ascended to 3rd-tier apprenticeship 4 years ago, becoming quite the figure within the academy. Indeed, he had undertaken a mission to investigate the surroundings of the academy and had even formed a small team, which included another third-tier apprentice. Bill's expression darkened. With such a lineup, only a fully fledged sorcerer could have been capable of slaying Perry. Raylan speculated that Perry must have possessed enchanted items, making him among the elite of third-tier apprentices. It was possible that his mentor had bestowed upon him some powerful life-saving artifacts, yet he had still met his demise, which intensified Raylan's apprehension about the dangers lurking around the academy. Not necessarily, he may have been overwhelmed. It was said that when Perry was discovered, his lower body was missing and his entrails had been entirely consumed, an evident sign of the work of beastmen. However, one commonality remained. Beastmen were inherently savage and exceedingly cunning. Weren't they typically found prowling the desolate wastes? How could they wander here and attack apprentices? Do they not realize this is a blatant provocation? Raylan pondered with uncertainty. The intellect of beastmen is rather limited. Who knows what they think? It's precisely why they have always refrained from provoking fully fledged sorcerers, lest they meet their demise, Bill added. When the Academy's fully fledged sorcerers ventured out, they encountered no hindrances and discerned no anomalies, indicating that these beastmen had concealed themselves in advance. Upon encountering apprentices, they would rush in, exhibiting a clear tendency to prey on the weak. However, their arrogance would not last long. Perry was a direct disciple of Professor Blacklong's, a man notorious for his pride and protective nature. He would undoubtedly take action, Bill asserted confidently. The Blackbone Academy had largely ignored the beastmen, partly because their strength was insufficient to pose any danger to fully fledged sorcerers, and partly to provide apprentices with opportunities for experience. However, with the death of a direct disciple, the situation had drastically changed. Yet Raylan remained incredulous about the sudden appearance of beastmen around the academy. It evoked a sense of conspiracy akin to the previous encounter with the Spider People. Nevertheless, he mused, I am not the only clever individual within the academy. If I can conceive of these thoughts, surely others can as well. Why then has there been no hint of rumors circulating? Raylan quietly contemplated the situation, sensing something amiss. It was prudent for him to make early preparations. It concerns a friend of mine. I must take my leave, he informed Bill. Do attend to your matters. Bill replied with a smile. Is there something amiss? Raylan approached Gullica and inquired softly. Gullica, a reticent individual, seldom engaged with others, particularly under the intentional suppression from Creve and his companions. The fact that he sought Raylan indicated the gravity of the matter at hand. Indeed, we do have something of great importance to discuss with you. Could you join us? Gullica asked. Very well, I have no pressing matters, Raylan agreed. Raylan glanced at the door number 1913, which was quite distant from him. No wonder they seldom met. Enter. Do not be too astonished. Gullica hinted at something. Raylan inhaled deeply, discreetly slipping his left hand into his waist pouch before pushing the door open and stepping inside. As he entered, a nauseating stench assaulted his senses, reminiscent of a grotesque amalgamation of sewage and the odor of decay, nearly prompting him to retch. Suppressing his queasiness, Raylan surveyed the dormitory of Gullica, which bore a striking resemblance to his own quarters, save for the presence of a girl seated upon Gullica's bed, accompanied by a shadowy figure cloaked in black, from which the foul odor emanated. Hello, Duo-Lear. Raylan recognized her as a fellow apprentice, albeit one of lesser aptitude. Having only recently ascended to the rank of first-tier apprentice, the figure shrouded in black exhibited peculiar fluctuations in its aura, at times barely qualifying as a first-tier apprentice, while other times appearing to be on the cusp of advancing to the second tier, with a palpable intensity of radiation surrounding it. Hello, Raylan. Duo-Lear managed a strained smile, her eyes swollen and reddened, as if she had just wept. Indeed, Gullica closed the door behind him. Offering a faint smile as he addressed Raylan, Duo-Lear has already made her acquaintance known. This is Nic. Do you remember her? Nic? A fellow apprentice who had joined them initially, possessing first-tier qualifications, and a girl who had shared a close bond with Duo-Lear. Raylan certainly had a recollection of her. However, the figure in the black cloak was enormous and unwieldy, resembling a corpulent being, exuding a repugnant stench that made it difficult for Raylan to reconcile this form with the petite, sweet girl he once knew. Nic, remove your cloak. Raylan is not a stranger. Besides, you still require his assistance, Gullica urged. Indeed, Duo-Lear chimed in encouragement. Upon hearing their words, Nic hesitated momentarily before slowly shedding her cloak. Ugh. Raylan covered his mouth, his eyes widening in utter shock. What manner of being was this? Her face was marred by scars, with remnants of stitches evident, a pig-like nose protruding from her visage, a bald head, one ear missing, sparse teeth, and a continuous flow of repulsive yellow pus oozing from her mouth. Her features appeared as though they had been haphazardly rearranged and stitched together. At the sight of her grotesque appearance, a singular thought flashed through Raylan's mind. The stitched monster. NIC now resembled a disjointed assemblage of human and animal remains, crudely sewn together. This extreme ugliness, when juxtaposed against Raylan's memories of the girl, elucidated why NIC had always concealed herself beneath that black cloak. Do you remember the conditions attached when selecting a mentor? Gulicha reminded him. Are you implying to participate in experiments? Raylan gasped, recalling his initial apprehensions regarding the overly favorable conditions proposed by certain wizards, which now, in hindsight, proved to be a trap. Precisely. We lack magic stones and were assigned mentors at random. NIC was allocated to a professor specializing in mutation studies. He treated Nis exceptionally well, not only imparting a wealth of knowledge for free, but also promising to subsidize her with a magic stone each month as long as she cooperated with the experiments. Dalaral, standing nearby, occasionally dabbed at her tear-streaked eyes. 3 days prior, during an experimental mishap, Nis had been contaminated by magic, resulting in her current state. Eurecha's voice was somber. Human experimentation? Leyland felt a weight in his heart. He was well aware that many wizards within the academy conducted clandestine human research. Yet it was rare for them to directly target apprentices. While there were numerous knights and commoner slaves available for experimentation, apprentices possessed magical resistance, making them the most desirable subjects. Finally, Nis spoke, her voice hoarse and aged, tinged with a metallic tremor. Indeed, Eurecha interjected, clearing his throat. I too have participated in numerous experiments alongside my mentor. Although no irreversible transformations have occurred thus far, some side effects have already begun to manifest. Raylan issued a command, and soon enough, upon examining the image of Guli Cha, it became evident that certain organs within him, particularly his lungs, had begun to exhibit signs of deterioration. The apprentice had already developed a resistance to magic. One could only ponder the intensity of radiation required to overwhelm even him. Raylan's expression shifted continuously. What did the Academy say? What else could they say? Nis had signed an agreement with her mentor prior to the experiment, absolving her of any compensation. Dodo Lyre's voice trembled with a hint of tears. Raylan remained silent, as numerous inadequately skilled apprentices, lacking magical stones, were randomly assigned to the tutelage of various mentors. Should fortune favor them, they might find themselves under the guidance of someone like Fate, a stroke of exceptional luck. Conversely, if they were to encounter those sorcerers fond of conducting human experiments, they could only resign themselves to misfortune. Furthermore, many apprentices, unable to withstand the allure of their mentors, succumbed to the temptation of signing agreements to participate in experiments, with the grim possibility of meeting their demise as a consequence. Raylan unequivocally stated his intentions. Challenging a formal sorcerer as an apprentice, one must question his sanity to undertake such an audacious feat. Raylan nodded, for behind him stood the apothecary Guafat, and if even he could not provide assistance, then Nisi would be left in utter despair. Would you mind if I take a look? Raylan inquired of Nisi. Not at all, Nisi replied in a barely audible whisper. Leyland stepped closer, the foul stench becoming even more overwhelming. He gritted his teeth and lifted Nisi's hand. Each finger was thicker than a radish, the surface a ghastly shade of blue and purple, adorned with repulsive rings of wrinkles. The once delicate and fair hand of the young girl had transformed into this state. Leyland surmised that if hope eluded him as well, Nisi might have even resigned herself to the thought of death. Raylan pressed his hand, inquiring whether he could feel anything. There was none. The defense appeared commendable. Raylan silently assessed, retrieving a gleaming silver scalpel from his waist pouch. The sharp blade glided across the surface of his palm, causing the skin to slightly indent, yet astonishingly, it did not break the surface at all. Raylan furrowed his brow, exerting force as he channeled all his knightly strength into the blade. At last, the scalpel pierced Nisi's skin, and a drop of yellow pus oozed forth. Raylan swiftly retrieved a test tube, capturing the purulent liquid within. He then gently added some hemostatic agent, and in mere seconds, the wound on Nisi's hand healed at an astonishing pace, leaving no trace behind. Such remarkable regenerative abilities. Raylan quietly marveled, though he dared not voice his thoughts. Noticing that Modoriel and Gulika were both transfixed, staring at him, Raylan offered a faint smile. Yodamashira. As the incantation resonated, a subtle whirlwind stirred within the room. Dark mist began to rise, coalescing before Raylan into a vague silhouette. Gulika and Modoriel stood in stunned silence, while Nisi took a few steps back. To think that in just over a year, he had reached such heights, was it truly impossible to compensate for innate talent? Gulika observed Raylan as he cast his spell, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Raylan paid no heed to Guliacha. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the summoned entity before him. Here you go, Raylan uttered in the ancient Byron tongue, tossing a test tube containing Nis's bodily fluid to the shadowy figure. With its eyes ablaze, the shadow, lacking arms, clutched the test tube between its jaws. With a resounding crack, the test tube shattered, and the shadow ingested the yellow viscous liquid. As the yellow fluid coursed through its being, the shadow's state appeared increasingly unstable. It roared loudly, prompting beads of cold sweat to form on Raylan's forehead. Clinstadmers. Raylan chanted incantations fervently, retrieving several dark green stones from his satchel and casting them into the shadow. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, the shadow ceased its frenzied behavior and began to utter a few disjointed phrases to Raylan. Guliacha and the others strained to listen, but the language was foreign, entirely unlike Byron. Through the ages, numerous wizarding factions had devised their own unique languages of magic, making mastery of them akin to chasing a dream. The shadow continued to roar until, in a final bellow, it vanished into thin air. Raylan gazed at the vanishing shadow and let out a long sigh of relief. How is it? Nis inquired, her concern palpable. It's quite challenging. Your constitution has been thoroughly transformed, and a significant amount of tainted energy lingers within you. Were it not for your status as a wizard apprentice, you would have perished long ago. Raylan replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing Raylan's assessment, Nis's eyes dimmed, and she took a few steps back. However, there is not entirely no solution. Raylan continued. What is the solution? Regardless of the conditions, I will do everything for Nis. Dorel exclaimed, clenching his fist. Indeed. Let's brainstorm together. We will surely find a way. Buricha chimed in, encouragingly, leaving Raylan somewhat speechless. Raylan spoke slowly, explaining that the radiation from such transformed bodies could only be fine-tuned by oneself. No other sorcerer could intervene, for doing so would result in severe rejection reactions. A formal sorcerer? I am merely a first-class apprentice. Nis's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming. This is exceedingly difficult, yet it also presents a glimmer of hope. Is there any other method? Deloriel inquired. There is a second approach, which involves the royal water harmonizer. It can cleanse the polluted energy within Nis, making subsequent alterations to her form significantly easier. Raylan elaborated on the alternative solution. The royal water harmonizer. Good heavens. Isn't that a potion exclusively for sorcerers? A single vial costs at least 1,000 magic stones. Gulicha exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Indeed, the pollution within Nis is quite severe. Only the potion utilized by sorcerers to eliminate radiation will prove effective. Raylan affirmed. These are the only 2 methods I can conceive of, and I shall consult my mentor for further guidance. Raylan was confident that even Mentor Gufate would not possess a superior solution, as these 2 methods were the most optimal strategies provided by the chip. A formal sorcerer? 1,000 magic stones? I shall achieve that, Nis declared resolutely, clenching her fists. I truly apologize for being of no assistance. Please accept this vial of potion, which may alleviate some of your pain during the midnight hours. Raylan slightly bowed, retrieving a vial of pink elixir from his bag. This was all he could do. How did you know? Nis inquired, clearly taken aback. From the reactions within your body. It is evident that midnight is the moment of most intense energy particle conflict, as well as the most agonizing, Raylan replied calmly. Nis, why did you not inform me? Doral's eyes glistened with unshed tears. You have already done enough. Nis hesitated. Take it. Raylan handed the elixir to Gulika and turned to leave the dormitory. The 3 individuals within the room were suddenly enveloped in a suffocating silence. What shall we do? Gulika was the first to break the stillness. A formal wizard? For those of us with inferior qualifications, that seems far too distant. Accumulating magic stones to purchase the royal water blending agent is a more pragmatic approach, Doral suggested. If we pool our resources and borrow from others, we might manage. Yet even Doral doubted her own words. Apprentices would typically use magic stones either to acquire knowledge or enhance their abilities. Who would waste them on water? No. I aspire to become a formal wizard. Nis slowly shook her head, her tone unwavering. Thanks to my mentor, this body possesses significantly greater defenses than an ordinary person's, and my spell resistance is commendable. If I take on more tasks, I can earn resources to advance. I cannot continue to be a burden to you both. Nis forced a smile that resembled more of a grimace than joy. Why? How did it come to this? Doral wept. Gulika quickly embraced her, offering comfort. It was evident that the two had long since become a couple. If I were to follow the narrative conventions of novels from my past life, should I not swiftly sell the elixir to earn money for Nis's treatment, while simultaneously advancing to wizardry to avenge her? As Lei Lin ambled along, his mind wandered into a labyrinth of thoughts. Alas, this is the harsh reality. Nis and I are not even ordinary friends. We are merely strangers who have crossed paths a few times. Given our shared origins, the painkillers I just administered were already a considerable concession. As for the magic stones, I scarcely have enough for my own use. How could I possibly part with them? One must take responsibility for their own choices in life. Raylan's eyes turned cold as he departed from the area. He would do nothing further for Nisi. Her fate rested solely in her own hands. Strolling into the garden beside the dormitory, he inhaled the fragrant blossoms and basked in the simulated sunlight cascading from above, and his spirits unexpectedly lifted. He approached a long bench and sat down, observing the apprentices passing by, his heart enveloped in tranquility. Occasionally, indulging in the warmth of the sun was indeed a delightful pleasure, was it not? A voice interrupted his reverie as a young man clad in a gray robe settled beside him. Jamon? Raylan slightly opened his eyes. Jamon's attributes were as follows: power, 1, 9, agility, 2, 7, constitution, 3, 1, spirit, 5, 0. Evaluation: second-rate apprentice, detected to possess low-grade magical artifacts, posing a considerable risk. The chip relayed Jamon's data into Raylan's mind. As a wizard apprentice, Jamon's spirit was the highest, and through radiation, his physical prowess had also seen a comprehensive enhancement. Generally, wizards consciously augment their constitution in preparation for future transformations. Currently, Jamon's mental strength surpassed Raylan's, and he bore magical artifacts. However, his combat experience remained uncertain. If I were to duel with Jamon, what would be the probability of victory? The simulation commenced, yielding a victory probability of 57.82. The chip provided the data. A little over half, indicating the potency of the magical artifacts was significant. Jamon was no mere flower nurtured in a greenhouse. Chapter 40. A word of caution. Through the chip's analysis, Raylan gained some insight into Jamon's capabilities. In the realm of second-tier apprentices, Raylan possesses commendable combat prowess. As long as his opponent does not wield any enchanted artifacts, he stands a significant chance of victory. Although Jamin is equipped with an enchanted item, he is still slightly inferior, indicating his combat capability is marginally lower, coupled with some battle experience, albeit limited. Of course, these are merely rough estimations from the chip. Real-world skirmishes depend on myriad factors. Long time no see, Jamin. Raylan greeted warmly. Unbeknownst to Jamin, in that fleeting moment, Raylan had discerned much about him. With a flick of his robe, Jamin seated himself beside Raylan, lifting his gaze to reveal a pallid complexion, basking in the sunlight. It had been ages since he had felt the sun's warmth. Since becoming an apprentice under his mentor, his days had been consumed by a relentless cycle of meditation, experimentation, and study. Jamin stretched languidly, relishing the moment. I've heard you've been faring quite well under Graf's tutelage. Jamin inquired suddenly. Merely managing to concoct a few potions and trade resources, Raylan replied modestly. But recently you ventured on a mission with Cruel and the others. Are you fully committing to that side now? Jamin remarked with a sudden smile, though a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Raylan felt somewhat speechless, astonished that the childish disputes from his youth still lingered on, completely oblivious to the fact that he too was merely a 14-year-old boy. They were acquaintances who happened to cross paths, engaging in tasks together. So simple. Although Raylan was not afraid of Jamin, he preferred to steer clear of any unnecessary trouble. Jamin scrutinized Raylan intently, and even the chip indicated traces of a spell scanning his brainwaves, suggesting that Jamin had, astonishingly, employed a magical means to ascertain the truth. Time passed, and eventually, a radiant smile blossomed on Jamin's face. I have high hopes for you. Sharp, cautious. Associating with Kruyer and the others will only hinder you. Only by joining a higher echelon can you acquire resources, glory, and even life itself. Jamin rose, his voice lingering softly. Here's a piece of advice. Leave the academy at once. What? Could you elaborate? Raylan's heart tightened, sensing he had grasped something significant, and hurriedly inquired. Was he merely playing the part of a mysterious figure, accompanying someone of stature, and then withdrawing? Was that truly entertaining? Did he genuinely consider himself the protagonist of a novel? Nevertheless, Jamin was of fifth-tier aptitude, a core seed for ascending to wizardry. Undoubtedly privy to more information than he was. It seemed that something truly momentous was about to unfold, and Raylan's expression turned grave. Within the dimly lit room, the flickering flames cast a muted glow, permeated by an air of decadence. The soft moans of a woman intertwined with the hushed breaths of a man, merging into an intoxicating symphony. After the crescendo, the woman lay in the man's embrace, utterly languid. "You were remarkable, like a lion." Ilan's gaze was dreamy and distant. Raylan caressed Nilan's smooth back in silence. He had encountered numerous events today and urgently needed an outlet, naturally seeking solace in Nilan. After all, Nilan was no longer a novice, and Raylan's former self was far from virtuous. They could indulge in each other's desires and embrace their roles as casual lovers. With the chip's control, he was assured there would be no offspring, allowing him to revel in the moment without restraint. As this thought crossed his mind, Raylan felt a resurgence of vitality within him. "Oh," Nilan gasped, attempting to climb atop Raylan once more, only to be halted by his gentle yet firm grip. A mischievous smile danced upon Raylan's lips as he pressed Nilan's head down. Nilan shot him an exasperated glance, her mouth curling into an alluring smile. Before she nestled beneath the covers, Raylan let out a contented sigh, leaning against the wall, his hands grasping a pair of towering forms that felt as soft as sponge. After a considerable time, Nilan finally rose, making her way to the nearby washroom in her natural state. Listening to the sultry beauty humming a tune while bathing, Raylan began to ponder the events of the day. The matters concerning Nisi could be disregarded for now. The sudden warning from the gate was alarming and warranted serious attention, as it likely pertained to the anomalies occurring outside the academy. It was imperative to investigate the whereabouts of the other 5-tier apprentices. Haiklongsi was currently sweeping the area due to the incident involving Perry, and once he concluded his task, it would present an opportune moment. A glimmer of determination shone in Laylin's eyes. "Darling, what are you contemplating?" Nilan cooed as she nestled closer, her soft forms pressing against Laylin's right arm. "I am considering certain matters," Laylin replied with a smile. "It seems that Lord Haiklongsi has been causing quite a stir outside the academy lately. Have you heard about the incident involving Perry?" Nilan reclined comfortably in Laylin's embrace, making no further movements. Raylan smiled faintly and said, "You have your own circle. I have a few matters for you to inquire about." A sweet smile appeared on Ilan's face. "At your service, my Lion King." "Do not address me in such a manner. It feels rather peculiar and conjures images of a certain lion," Raylan retorted, rolling his eyes. "Enough of that. Let us get down to business." His expression turned serious, prompting Ilan to wipe the playful demeanor from her face. She had aligned herself with Raylan to elevate her status and acquire resources, and she was quite clear about her intentions. "Please investigate the recent achievements of the Black Longsi. Is the area around the academy safe now? Additionally, what has become of the 5th-tier qualified apprentices within the academy?" Laylan whispered beside Nilan's ear. "They are aware." Nilan cradled Laylin's head with both hands, wondering if something significant was about to transpire. "I hope it is merely my conjecture." Laylan pondered for a moment, tidied himself up, and proceeded to visit Mentor Guafate. "You've arrived. What brings you here?" Guafate inquired, his gaze fixed intently on a test tube as he tossed in a blue petal. The red beetles eagerly devoured the petal, gradually dissolving it into droplets of green liquid. In just a matter of seconds, half of the test tube's red beetles had entirely transformed into a vial of verdant potion. "What astounding technique!" Laylan exclaimed in admiration. "Huh, merely a practice exercise," Guafate replied, shaking his head. "You only seek me out when you have a matter to discuss. Speak up, Merlin." Guafate's face broke into a mysterious smile. "He has taken on a mission and is currently away." "For how long?" "Approximately 1 to 1.5 years. It could potentially be extended." Guafate's tone grew more serious, yet his expression conveyed a sense of satisfaction. "One last question. Was the mission recommended by that family behind senior brother Merlin?" Laylan inquired. "A family capable of luring a prodigy in potion-making from the Blackbone Forest Academy must possess formidable strength and have intricate connections with Blackbone Forest. Their information may even be more reliable than Guafate's. However, you need not worry excessively. Your talent in potion-making is second only to Merlin's. The Academy needs someone of your caliber," Guafate reassured him in the end. "Indeed," Laylan replied with a wry smile and a nod. It seemed that the Academy was indeed stratified. Those with 5th-tier qualifications and elite talents like Merlin were preparing their paths in advance. As for him, the treatment would be considerably lesser. To this day, he had only received veiled hints from his mentor, although Laylan remained somewhat unclear about it all. One thing was certain. The academy had become perilously unsafe. Raylan reaffirmed his determination to depart. May I accept an overseas assignment? Certainly. Proceed to the task reception area and convey your intentions. They will understand, especially considering your commendable qualifications and exceptional talent in pharmacology. Gwafate nodded in agreement. Thank you, Minner. Raylan quickly bowed, relieved that the apprentice could leave, as he had no desire to remain on the battlefield. Subsequently, Raylan assisted Gwafate with several potion experiments and inquired about Nisi's situation, but regrettably, Gwafate had no viable solutions to offer. After bidding farewell to his mentor, Raylan ventured outside. Behind BG was merely a small family, and Cruier and the others possessed no more than average qualifications. It was unlikely they would have any information. He contemplated subtly hinting to them, with success relying on their fortune. Within the opulent dining hall on the second floor, splendid crystal chandeliers sparkled with resplendent light, accompanied by musicians performing in the background. Savoring exquisite dishes amidst the delicate melodies was truly a delightful experience. The ingredients here were meticulously selected, not only enhancing physical constitution, but also accelerating meditation, making it a favored spot among apprentices and wizards alike. However, on this particular day, the number of patrons was sparse, most wearing somber expressions that rendered the atmosphere quite unappetizing. Raylan settled into a plush, down-filled armchair, gently pushing a steaming cup of hot cocoa infused with black pearl powder toward Enilon. This concoction was reputed to possess certain benefits for meditation. Care to give it a try? He inquired. Enilon offered a wry smile in response. Had you brought me here earlier, I would have been overjoyed. But now. Chapter 41. Procurement. It appears you have gathered quite a bit of information. Do enlighten me. Raylan was not at all surprised by this. No matter how one attempts to disguise it, the atmosphere within the academy becomes markedly distinct in the face of an impending war. The disappearance of a significant number of burgeoning wizards is bound to attract attention. Moreover, the academy's desire for concealment appears rather feeble, as the war ultimately relies on the established wizards, while the apprentices can offer little assistance. In the end, what remains is a cohort of the least qualified and lowest-ranked individuals, destined to serve as mere cannon fodder. Helong Si has meticulously cleared the lairs of beastmen and other creatures in the vicinity of the academy, particularly the beastmen, all of whom have been subjected to sorcery, transformed into zombies, their souls eternally imprisoned within their bodies to suffer endlessly. Raylan nodded slightly, realizing that the vicinity of the academy was, for the time being, secure. But what are the other wizarding seats? This poses a considerable dilemma. According to the information I gathered through my other sisters, Trist and Chapar, those exceptionally gifted apprentices have recently departed from the academy under various pretexts. It is only a matter of time before this news spreads. And what about you? My senior, Merlin, has been absent from the academy for several months now. Furthermore, I too shall soon embark on a mission away from here. Raylan softly divulged the intelligence he had gathered, rendering Enilon's complexion even paler. And you? What are your plans? Raylan inquired once more. None. I have my own intentions. Enilon replied, smiling while declining. After joining the family, he was bound by the constraints of the contract, and he harbored too many secrets, rendering it unsuitable for him to have anyone frequently by his side. Enilon's eyes dimmed momentarily, and Raylan understood that their relationship had reached its conclusion. After all, they were merely seeking amusement, and it was entirely natural for them to part ways when faced with adversity. I have one more favor to ask of you. Raylan produced a box carved from black wood and placed it upon the dining table. What is it? Enilon inquired, her smile somewhat strained. As she casually opened the black box, the neatly arranged vials of potions dazzled her eyes. This is. A look of astonishment flickered in Enilon's enchanting gaze. These are the potions I have accumulated. Could you help me sell them? Raylan's fingers interlaced, his expression calm. This was merely a fraction of the potions he had secretly concocted. It could be understood as a year's worth of accumulation, totaling several hundred magic stones. Entrusting Enilon to sell them served two purposes: Raylan's reluctance to attract attention and a desire to offer some form of compensation. After all, he still retained a hint of traditional masculinity, providing a parting gift seemed appropriate, allowing Enilon to profit in the process. Absolutely. Currently, the market is flooded with raw materials and spell models at drastically reduced prices, while the prices of finished potions and low-tier magical items are soaring. Enilon's eyes sparkled with excitement. This phenomenon was typical, as war loomed, spell models and other raw materials could not be immediately transformed into power, thus leading to their depreciation. Conversely, items that could instantly enhance strength were in high demand. Please sell all the potions for me. And then just give me 300 magic stones. Raylan sipped the hot cocoa on the table. And Ilan's expression grew somewhat complex. Of course, I can do that. In fact, my family could absorb this batch. Do you have more? I can notify my family to offer you a satisfactory price. This is already my entire year's accumulation. You know I rely on potions to exchange for resources. Had it not been for the favorable market conditions, I would not have released everything. Raylan's demeanor was earnest. Very well. I will expedite the sale for you. And Ilan understood, in her eyes, given Raylan's capabilities. Accumulating this batch while continuously selling potions was already a considerable feat. Both of them, preoccupied with their thoughts, found the subsequent meal somewhat tasteless. After it concluded, and Ilan hastily bid farewell to Raylan, who entrusted a few messages to acquaintances, subtly hinting, without explicitly stating anything, leaving the discovery to their own devices. Ilan acted swiftly, delivering a small pouch of magic stones to Raylan the following day. After much contemplation, Raylan decided that it would be prudent to expend his magical stones while still at the academy. After all, opportunities for trade fairs might be scarce outside, and the resources available within the academy are undoubtedly more comprehensive. This upcoming excursion is likely to extend for an extended duration, and Raylan has resolved to prepare for his advancement in the outside world. He intends to procure all the necessary materials for the active potion as well as the spell models. As for the knowledge requisite for a third-tier apprentice, it has long been stored within his chip. However, the knowledge imparted by the Academy's professors is limited. They are notably reticent regarding the promotion to a formal wizard and foundational subjects for first-tier wizards. Only third-tier apprentices, after signing a contract, are granted the privilege to access such information. Raylan first arrived at the spell trading area. What do you want? The old woman behind the counter inquired, her demeanor increasingly unfriendly. However, Raylan was in high spirits. He had already discerned that the third-tier apprentices across from him were those who had failed to advance to official wizards and had been bound by contracts to remain and provide basic services for the academy. Due to these contractual constraints, escape was not an option for them, and they were likely to be affected during intense battles, which explained their less than pleasant attitudes. I want all the foundational spell models of the Shadow Affinity, except for the Shadow Hand, Raylan declared with a sense of grandeur. The old woman behind the counter cast a surprised glance at him. After all, it was rather uncommon to encounter a second-tier apprentice with such wealth. That will be a total of 13 models, amounting to 130 magic stones. And for the foundational modeling spell models, that comes to 140. Came the voice from behind the counter. Raylan nodded, pouring a heap of magical stones onto the counter. The woman counted them meticulously, storing the stones away before presenting him with 14 hefty volumes bound in sheepskin, each resembling a substantial brick, stacked to nearly his height. It seemed he would need to procure several more horses. Raylan engaged several servants to deliver the spell model books to his chamber before making his way to the trading area. At this moment, the trading area was one of the few vibrant places within the academy. The influx of apprentices had noticeably increased, and several exquisite items had emerged, drawing the attention of many onlookers. It seemed the apprentices were not oblivious to the happenings around them. Raylan pondered deeply. Much like in a forest, when a great calamity looms, only a select few animals sense the impending danger and flee, while others, despite their lack of awareness, instinctively follow suit upon witnessing the escape of the few. However, there were still no magical items in sight. Raylan felt a twinge of disappointment. He had long desired to acquire a magical artifact, yet such items were indeed rare and exorbitantly priced. Whenever they appeared, they were invariably snatched up by formal wizards, and even those overlooked by the wizards would soon be seized by a frenzy of third-tier apprentices, leaving no chance for Raylan. The crafting of magical items involved extensive knowledge of alchemy and enchantment, disciplines that were profoundly intricate, and with my focus on potion making, I scarcely had enough time to delve into them. With a bitter smile, Raylan acknowledged that even chips possess a limit to their computational capabilities. Based on his previous explorations, it became evident that only through the continuous elevation of his own soul could he instigate an upgrade in the chip. Upon reaching the rank of a third-tier apprentice, should circumstances prove dire, he contemplated delving into the arcane art of enchantment himself, hoping to fabricate a magical item. Without such enchanted artifacts, the other wares at the stalls held no allure for Raylan. However, some peculiarities caught his attention. For instance, the stall selling finished potions was surrounded by a throng of eager patrons, and the sales of bows and leather armor were thriving, while stalls offering raw materials languished in obscurity. Navigating the familiar paths, he arrived at Utha's potion shop, where a multitude of apprentices had gathered. They enthusiastically purchased potions without hesitation, displaying a remarkable generosity. Uth was drenched in sweat, having employed several apprentices to assist him, an occurrence that was quite rare in the past. Raylan glanced around, observing the rapid disappearance of finished potions from the shelves, with numerous signs indicating empty spaces. Upon seeing Raylan, Uth's eyes brightened. He called over an apprentice to take his place and attended to Raylan personally. Dearest Raylan, this morning I heard the sweet song of the lark, and I knew there must be good news. How many potions do you have? I can offer you a 10% increase. Uth greeted him warmly, as if he had encountered a precious gemstone. I'm afraid, Raylan replied, raising his hands in a gesture of apology. I've been preoccupied with tasks lately and have scarcely had time to brew potions. What a lamentable piece of news. Uth sighed. You cannot fathom how bustling the market has been recently. Well, I am here to purchase materials, Raylan stated, handing us a list. After Uth took the list and examined the densely packed names and quantities, his expression shifted and beads of sweat began to form on his brow. So many raw materials. Let me see, white crystals, wisteria roots, claws of the demon. Are you intending to brew a vitality potion? The stout man inquired directly. Indeed, I must prepare in advance for my promotion. If you have any finished vitality potions available, I would be willing to purchase them outright, at whatever price you deem fit. Raylan casually remarked that the formula for the active potion was readily available in the library, having been perused by many. It was hardly surprising that the chubby fellow could recognize it. Behind the materials for the active potion, Raylan had also included numerous common ingredients, such as azure elixirs and Maria's tears. As for the few primary components, they had long been extinct in the wizarding world for centuries, and Raylan chose not to mention them at all. The concoction of the active potion was exceedingly intricate. With a low success rate and an overwhelming demand, whenever it appeared, it was swiftly purchased, leaving no stock. Uth shook his head. You potion masters have it easy. You can brew your own potions if needed. I recall the hardships I endured as a second-tier apprentice just to obtain a single vial of the active potion. Chapter 42. A temporary departure. All right, enough of that. These materials are indeed pricey, but now the raw ingredients are being offered at a significant discount, 200 magic stones. Uth announced the price. Raylan nodded and handed 20 medium-sized magic stones to Uth. He then received a large package from Uth, which drew the attention of those around them. Raylan offered a wry smile as he slung the package over his shoulder, engaging in casual conversation with Uth. How are you? Have you come across any news regarding enchanted items? Raylan was always keen on any means that could swiftly enhance his strength. Of course not, Uth replied promptly, shaking his head. Recently, the prices of enchanted items have skyrocketed, but who wouldn't desire something that could save their life? Who would be willing to sell such a thing? He then lowered his voice conspiratorially, having acquired so many materials and inquiring about enchanted items. You must have received some information on the matter, haven't you? Raylan nodded, expressing his intention to undertake an extended task and to venture out for a while. Uth also nodded in agreement, remarking that he too would be leaving shortly. It was astonishing that even Uth, a third-tier apprentice endowed with magical artifacts, felt the need to retreat. This heightened Raylan's sense of urgency. After exchanging a few more words with Uth, he hurriedly bid farewell and set out. There was no time to waste concerning the task. He needed to depart immediately. Although his aptitude for wizardry was rather mediocre, his talent in potion-making had garnered praise from Mintergal Fate, thus the Academy would surely not retain him to face certain peril. They were all a pitiful lot. Observing the lowly apprentices before him, who calculated their task rewards and toiled to amass funds for paid knowledge, a sense of compassion welled up within Raylan. Clearly, they were mere pawns. While an individual apprentice held no value against a formal wizard, a collective of dozens, or even hundreds, when combined with sorcerous formations, could inflict harm or even death upon a formal wizard. Their purpose lay in this potential. However, the dangers of warfare among wizards were immense. It would be a stroke of luck if they managed to survive even 30% of such encounters. Although Raylan felt a sense of compassion, he refrained from divulging the information. His insinuation to his companions was already a precarious maneuver. Should he further propagate the news, it would undoubtedly jeopardize even Guafat's safety. Raylan glanced at the task wall, noting that the majority of the assignments were short-term and in close proximity to the Academy. It appeared that other dispatched missions had been concealed by the institution. Seizing the opportunity when the vicinity was relatively deserted, Raylan hastened to the counter. "What task shall I undertake?" The attendant was a frail old man, exuding a genial demeanor. "The tasks displayed on the wall do not suit my capabilities." "Is there something a bit more extraordinary?" Raylan whispered, throwing a small pouch towards him. The old man deftly caught it and, upon opening it, revealed a smile. "Indeed, there is." He retrieved an ancient-looking black scroll from beneath the counter. "Take a look at this. All the tasks are listed herein." The scroll, imbued with an air of antiquity, was unfurled by Raylan as he swiftly perused the assignments. A common thread ran through these tasks. They were generally of low difficulty but required extensive durations, seemingly designed to allow certain promising individuals to remain in the field and avoid calamity. After scanning the information with a chip, Raylan promptly selected one. Investigate the wilting of flora near the City of Eternal Night. Duration, 3 years. This one, he declared, pointing at the investigative task. The City of Eternal Night is located in the eastern province of the Swamp Duchy. You will need to traverse most of the duchy to reach it. Would you care to purchase a map? The old man grinned slyly. "One map, please." Although Raylan had already acquired a map, having another for comparison would be advantageous. Parting with 2 magic stones, he obtained a pristine map that not only delineated the various provinces of the Swamp Duchy, but also highlighted a route in red ink. From the map, it was evident that the City of Eternal Night lay at the far eastern edge of the duchy, bordering the frontier and quite distant from the academy. However, it was conveniently situated near a gathering place for wizards as indicated in the materials sent by BG, facilitating the reception of information. This was precisely why Raylan opted for this task. "This is your entry permit." The old man handed Raylan a red iron token. "Do not misplace it. Lost tokens are not replaced." It seemed the academy had recently tightened its regulations regarding entry and exit. Raylan contemplated silently in his heart, saying nothing outwardly as he accepted the iron plate. Upon exiting the mission area, he proceeded to bid farewell to his friends, Gufate and Beaky among others. Pushing open the door to his room and gazing at the familiar furnishings, Raylan was suddenly filled with a sense of nostalgia. The spell books and materials he had acquired that day lay quietly in the corner of the room, filling 2 large boxes to the brim. Raylan pondered for a moment before shifting the bed aside, revealing the floor beneath, which was surprisingly free of dust. Feral. He gently tapped a black spot on the floor. With a mechanical click, the wooden planks gradually retracted, unveiling a series of vials filled with potions. In comparison to the minuscule amount he had provided to Nilan, the quantity here was at least tenfold. If I saw this, his eyes would surely bulge in astonishment, Raylan thought with a smirk. These were the potions he had clandestinely amassed over time. Thanks to the chip, his success rate far surpassed that of others. Aside from a small portion that had been sold, everything else was stored here. Let me tally them up. 200 stamina potions, 150 antidotes, 180 hemostatic potions, along with various other concoctions, totaling no less than 3,000 magic stones. With the concealment of spell books and other raw materials, transporting these potions would be significantly less troublesome, as he would need to inscribe hidden runes outside as well. Raylan opened one peculiar box after another, each adorned with strange runes, revealing prepared sponges, silks, and other materials designed to prevent the potions from rolling and being damaged. After spending the better part of the night, Raylan finally placed all the potions into the boxes, concealing them among raw materials and spellbooks. It was 6 o'clock. Hearing the alarm clock ring, Raylan promptly silenced the timepiece within his room. After a hurried wash, he took 2 large boxes to the topmost floor of the academy, where he acquired 3 robust black horses and a carriage. Taking a deep breath, Raylan steered the carriage towards a platform resembling a lift. "Present your token," a man's voice called out. Raylan quickly retrieved the red iron piece he had obtained the previous day. With a thud, the lift-like platform began to ascend slowly, ultimately arriving at a certain location, emitting a sound reminiscent of a gate opening. 2 stone doors swung open, allowing a brilliant ray of sunlight to pour in. Raylan squinted, realizing that the academy indeed possessed other external passageways. The previous entrance seemed solely designated for pedestrian access, while this one was intended for larger goods. With a crack of the whip, he urged the cart forward, only to discover that his position was precisely behind the grand central tomb. To avoid complications, he had mentioned to Beatrice and the others that he planned to depart in the coming days, yet he refrained from disclosing the exact time, thus allowing for a quiet exit. "Well, it appears my departure resembles that of a fugitive rather than a mission-bound traveler." Raylan glanced at the carriage he was driving. along with the heavy boxes in tow, and could not help but smile ruefully. "Chip, display the map." At his command, a route map even more intricate than the one obtained from the old man yesterday materialized. Based on yesterday's map, calculate the most optimal route. Requirements: convenience, safety, and proximity to the wizarding market and resource points. As Raylan spoke, a red line appeared on the map, differing slightly from the previous day's version, incorporating several detours around areas densely populated with wizards. "Let us proceed." Following the route indicated by the chip, Raylan urged the carriage onward. Chip, maximize detection range. Traveling alone, he dared not let his guard down. Mission established, commencing detection. The chip dutifully executed its task, projecting three-dimensional images of the surroundings before Raylan. The carriage sped along the road, and the chirping of birds had significantly diminished. As he ventured further from the academy, Raylan's nerves grew increasingly taut. Ding! Morning! Morning! High-energy life form detected ahead. The chip's voice echoed, and a red object was projected on the screen. Towering branches spread out in all directions, adorned with numerous floating red lights. Is that a tree? Raylan reached into the pouch at his waist and slowed the carriage's pace. Chapter 43. The Tree Demon Giant. As the carriage drew nearer, the scene ahead unfolded before Raylan's eyes. In the middle of the road stood a colossal ancient tree. Its green branches stretched outward, forming an immense leafy canopy, with vines cascading down from above. Upon the massive trunk were a pair of eyes and a mouth, resembling a human face, albeit with green irises. Nearby, several winged creatures flitted about, their green skin humanoid in shape, yet entirely naked. "A tree demon giant," Raylan exclaimed, followed by a wry smile. Wasn't it said that the area around the academy had been cleared? How could this behemoth still remain? Apprentice of the Blackbone Forest Academy? The giant tree inquired as the other winged beings turned their attention towards him. "I am but a humble apprentice preparing to depart. Might I request that you clear the path? I am willing to pay a price." Raylan made his final effort. Any creature attempting to flee the dark forest was destined for death. The resonant voice of the colossal tree reverberated painfully against Raylan's eardrums. At that moment, a green vine descended, bearing the lifeless body of a human, desiccated and clad in the gray robe of an apprentice from the Blackbone Forest Academy. "Big brother, stay and play with us." At that juncture, a diminutive sprite descended from the giant treant, addressing Raylan in a melodious, childlike voice that ensnared his senses. As if spoken by the most significant person in his life, a lingering thought began to blossom within him. Perhaps remaining here was not such a bad idea after all. "Morning, morning. Subject is under the influence of enchantment." The chip's voice alerted him, jolting Raylan from his reverie. "How dare they ensnare me?" Anger flickered across Raylan's face. "Chip, what are the detection results?" Treant giant, strength, 5, agility, 0, 5, constitution, 9, 8, spirit, 3, 5, skills, bloodsucking, vines. Green tree sprite, strength 0, 9, agility, 2, 5. Constitution, 1, 5, spirit, 3, 1, skills, enchantment. It is rumored that the green tree sprites and treant giants share a symbiotic relationship, with the sprites typically luring creatures into the attack range of the giants, who then execute the hunt. The chip's prompt echoed in his mind. The treant giant's strength and constitution were overwhelmingly high, and its massive size rendered it nearly impossible to evade. Raylan maintained a calm demeanor. "It appears that confrontation is my only recourse. First you. How dare you enchant me?" Target acquired. Wind force calculations in progress. Trajectory adjustment initiated. Suddenly, Leyland raised his hand, revealing a concealed crossbow, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A black line sliced through the air, striking the green tree spirit directly. The arrow embedded itself in the spirit's right chest, tears glistening in its eyes as a green, sap-like fluid oozed from its wound, falling to the ground below. "Tyrus! That human dared to slay Sister Tyrus." A voice filled with terror and resentment echoed from within the treetops. "You dare to harm my daughter!" The tree giant roared in fury, summoning massive vines to lash out at Leyland. "Giddy up!" Leyland urged the cart backward, narrowly evading the tree whip. According to chip calculations, the tree giant's vine attack had a maximum range of only 20 meters. Its slow movement was its greatest weakness. Raylan drew the cross-sword from his body, secured the carriage, and disembarked. "I merely wish to depart, since you refuse to listen to reason. It seems only force can resolve this matter. You have slain my beloved Tyrus. I shall transform you into a desiccated corpse, to be hung upon my person for a century." The tree's colossal roots burst forth from the ground, rising to stand like a human, and pursued Raylan. Such speed. Are you jesting? Raylan laughed heartily, his form flickering as he charged towards the treant giant. A verdant shadow lunged at Raylan, who deftly rolled to the side, evading the assault. Crack! The green vines lashed down like a whip, creating a massive crater in the earth. Raylan brandished the cross sword, cleaving towards the tendrils. The silvery blade struck the vines, leaving merely a faint scar upon their surface. Reeling from a tremendous backlash, Leyland sensed several shadowy figures emerging behind him. As an attack materialized from the rear, the optimal response was indicated. Pivot 50 degrees to the right and leap aside. The chip's notification resonated within him. Raylan deftly deflected a creeping vine with his sword, swiftly pivoting to evade the shadowy assailant pursuing him. Father, we are here to assist you. A contingent of 7 or 8 green tree sprites descended, their wings unfurling as they brandished diminutive bows, resembling mere toys. However, upon noticing the dark green liquid on the arrows, Raylan's expression shifted dramatically. Poisonous. He swiftly retrieved a vial of purple elixir from his satchel and hurled it towards the tree sprites. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered, releasing a plume of purple smoke that coalesced into the form of a harpy. The creature opened its mouth, emitting a piercing shriek. The harpy's wail elixir. It cost me 20 magic stones. Raylan covered his ears. Despite his preparations, the sound was still jarring. Meanwhile, the tree sprites collapsed, incapacitated by the potent mixture. Utilizing potions to simulate magical effects is a common tactic among alchemists, yet at his current level, Raylan was unable to create the harpy's wail elixir himself. It was a product he had acquired from Mintergwa Fate. Such elixirs are not only costly, but also finite in supply, causing Raylan considerable distress as he surveyed the remaining vials. Seizing the moment while the tree giant and sprites were still reeling from the harpy's wail, Raylan surged forward, executing a series of cross slashes. Several tree sprites were effortlessly cleaved in two. Their unique eardrum structure seemed to allow them to perceive a broader range of sound waves. Yet they were clearly vulnerable to the effects of the harpy's wail. As Leyland's eyes gleamed with excitement, he mercilessly crushed several more of the fallen treants. Oh, no. July's Dilia, the tree giant, endowed with formidable vitality, quickly recovered from the banshee's wail. Upon witnessing Leyland's brutal assault on its daughters, it roared vehemently, summoning additional vines that cautiously ensnared the remaining treants, sheltering them within the canopy. That human's magic is malevolent. Do not reveal yourselves. The rumbling voice of the colossal tree resonated. Seizing the opportunity, Leyland's heart raced as he swiftly recited an incantation. Acidic splatter. A vibrant green sphere materialized, maneuvering deftly through the vines under Leyland's command, striking the giant's left eye with precision. Sizzle. A cloud of white mist erupted, oozing green pus alongside the anguished cries of the tree giant. When the mist dissipated, the giant's left eye was irrevocably lost, leaving behind a charred pit. I shall slay you. I shall end your life. Hanks will annihilate you. The tree giant quivered violently, its form thrumming as the surrounding vines writhed like a web. Who are you speaking of? At that moment, Leyland had already arrived at the base of the tree, the immense canopy casting a shadow that obscured the sunlight, leaving only a patch of mottled darkness. As the tree giant bellowed, Leyland approached the roots. Perish! The giant howled, uniting countless vines into a massive green hand that lunged toward Leyland. Farewell. With a serene smile, Leyland hurled a dozen crimson potions at the base of the colossal tree and swiftly retreated. Boom! A fierce conflagration erupted, engulfing the tree giant entirely, followed by a violent explosion and billowing black smoke. Utilizing 10 explosive potions simultaneously proved extraordinarily effective, particularly against this plant-based foe. Although Raylan ran with remarkable speed, he was still grazed by the searing heat from behind, causing the strands of hair atop his head to curl. The tree demon giant let out a harrowing scream, collapsing with a thunderous crash, still ablaze. The green tree spirits residing within the canopy were the first to be affected, swiftly reduced to charred remains. Ding! The target has lost all signs of life. The chip's feedback resonated. It was merely a skirmish. Half of my stored potions have already been expended. Nevertheless, the combination of the tree demon giant and the green tree spirits would pose a headache even for a third-tier apprentice, so concluding matters in this fashion is quite satisfactory. Fearing the approach of pursuers, Raylan hastily urged the carriage forward, driving the 3 magnificent steeds to gallop at a breathless pace, vanishing into the horizon like a fleeting gust of wind. Half an hour later, a gray owl flapped its wings and landed on a nearby branch. Hanks is dead. The owl emitted a voice eerily reminiscent of a human. I know, I know. Suddenly, a human face appeared beside the branch, a second-tier apprentice. What now? Shall we pursue? The plan is about to commence. That foolish tree demon deserved its fate. The owl pecked at its feathers. I shall take my leave. With that, the owl spread its wings and soared into the sky. The human face fell silent for a moment, then broke into a human-like grin, though merely a servant. Those who dare to slay my kin must pay the price. The branch stretched toward the remains of the tree demon giant, where the flames had finally extinguished, leaving only a litter of charredwood and the corpses of the green tree spirits. Suddenly, one of the bodies stirred. It was still alive. This green tree spirit had been thoroughly burned, and without treatment, it would soon lose its life. The branch presented the green tree spirit before the human face. Do you wish for vengeance? Yes. For revenge, Doris. I would pay any price, even my soul. The green tree spirit struggled to articulate. Ha, splendid. The human face laughed heartily, just in time. I have a vial of failed potion left from my last experiment. Perfect for you. A crack suddenly opened in the black trunk, enveloping the green tree spirit entirely. Raylan remained oblivious to the fact that someone was plotting against him from behind, yet he urged his carriage onward at a frantic pace. After 5 relentless days of travel, he finally exhaled a deep sigh of relief upon noticing signs of human habitation in the vicinity. Although wizards often regarded ordinary humans with disdain, much like humans viewed ants, it is undeniable that these very common folk form the foundation from which wizards emerge. Thus, despite the persistent occurrence of human experimentation, which is brazenly conducted at the Blackbone Forest Academy, all wizards strive to avoid human settlements when engaging in such activities, in order to prevent significant casualties. Otherwise, they would face the collective ostracism of the wizarding community. Having arrived at the next city, Raylan felt he could finally take a moment to rest. After 5 consecutive days of travel, both he and his horse were utterly exhausted. As he slowed his pace, he surveyed the surrounding landscape. Scattered fields dotted the sides of the road, and not far away stood a magnificent windmill. A crystal-clear brook flowed beside the fields, where unfamiliar fish swam languidly. Upon witnessing this serene tableau, Raylan felt an unexpected sense of relaxation wash over him. How long had it been since I last experienced such tranquility in the human realm? According to the map, the nearest city should be Greystone City. Raylan glanced at the display on his chip. The proximity to the academy was still too close, although there was a gathering point for wizards nearby. It would be perilous to sell potions or gather information here. Moreover, an uneasy premonition lingered in his mind. He furrowed his brow as he gazed in the direction behind him. Having slain that treant giant, would my enemies allow me to escape so easily? Ding. Morphing technique analysis completed. At that moment, the chip's notification chimed. Excellent. A smile spread across Raylan's face as he swiftly perused the details of the morphing technique. Morphing technique. Level 0 spell effect. Can slightly alter facial muscular structure duration. 1 day consumption. 1 point of mental energy. 1 point of magical power. This was the 0-level spell Raylan had specifically chosen to disguise his identity. However, would it merely alter his appearance? Raylan pondered. Many wizards discern identities through mental fluctuations or even at the soul level. Of course, such matters pertain to formal wizards, and it is unlikely I will encounter them now. Chip, is it possible to optimize the morphing technique to also mask mental energy fluctuations? Raylan inquired. Ding. Task established. Optimization objective set. Simulation analysis commenced. After approximately a few seconds, the chip's feedback arrived. Optimization is feasible, requiring 7 points of mental strength, an expenditure of 14 days and 5 hours, and necessitating supplementary advanced knowledge, spirit research and annihilation runes. 7 points of mental strength? I will attain that in a few years. However, acquiring knowledge on spirit research and annihilation runes is not so easily obtained. The study of souls has always been one of the most enigmatic aspects within the realm of wizards. Although the Blackbone Forest Academy claims to be at the forefront and has achieved numerous research results, it is likely that their understanding is merely superficial. Furthermore, Raylan is still a second-class apprentice and does not have access to such knowledge. For now, having the mimicry technique will suffice. Raylan glanced around and guided the carriage into a nearby grove. Moments later, when Raylan emerged again, his appearance had undergone a complete transformation. The youthful visage had matured significantly, with thick brows and large eyes, bearing a countenance that was quite ordinary. He had also donned a set of weathered leather armor. and the scabbard of his crossed sword appeared somewhat antiquated. Leyling's physique has always been quite tall, and with a nourishing diet. He has previously been close to the average height of an adult. Now, he appears as a lean, yet seasoned mercenary. Raylan arrived by a babbling brook, gazing at his newly transformed visage. Ah, splendid! Remarkably, even his vocal cords had undergone a metamorphosis, allowing him to alter his voice. It now resonated with a rich, husky timbre, a stark contrast to the once youthful and delicate tones. For the time being, he decided to venture into the city with this appearance. Nodding to himself, Raylan then produced a parchment-wrapped bundle, unveiling a mound of white powder within. The odorless powder of the subterranean dreaming worm. Just a gram of it could completely erase any trace of a creature's natural scent, he murmured softly. Raylan cast another glance at the carriage, contemplating his possessions, and decided to discard all but the potions and spellbooks, securing the box of raw materials upon the backs of the two horses. Let us depart. He approached the final horse, which bore no burden, untied the reins, and delivered a sharp crack of the whip. With a resounding neigh, the black stallion surged forth into the unknown. Subsequently, Raylan sprinkled a vibrant red powder across the carriage, and then applied the odorless powder of the subterranean pest upon the remaining two horses before mounting one and setting off. Shortly after Leyling's departure, thick black smoke began to rise from the forest, soon followed by roaring flames. As he journeyed along the main road, the traces of humanity became increasingly apparent. After an hour of travel, Leyland glimpsed the silhouette of Greystone City. The city's walls were modest in height, revealing gray structures with domes and spires from the outside. Beside the city gate, soldiers armed with weapons patrolled the area. What do you want? A leader clad in half a leather armor intercepted Leyland. Mercenary, part-time trader. Leyland replied with a smile, noting the greedy glint in the eyes of the soldiers behind the leader. The leader glanced at Leyland's steed and the box he carried. Swallowing hard, his gaze then swept over Leyland's waist, and upon spotting the crossed sword, a look of apprehension crossed his face. The entry fee is 1 copper. Here you go. Leyland tossed a pristine brass coin to the leader. You may enter. Just remember not to wander out at night, or you'll be thrown into the dungeon by the patrol. The leader forced a grim smile. Thank you, Leyland said as he passed through the city gate with his belongings. Head? One soldier appeared visibly dissatisfied. Silence. Don't you see his attire? Anyone who can safely bring goods into the city alone is no ordinary individual. He could very well be a knight. The leader lowered his voice. From now on, do not provoke such individuals. It seems that wherever one goes, strength serves as a universal passport. Rylan rode his ebony steed through the streets of Greystone City, observing the common folk on either side who recoiled in trepidation. Their gazes held a mixture of fear and envy, and they could not help but nod in acknowledgement. However, considering the level of prosperity in Greystone City, it likely paled in comparison to a humble village in a future era. Raylan roughly estimated the area of the entire Greystone City and concluded that it could accommodate no more than 10,000 inhabitants. The living conditions within the city were even more deplorable. The streets were composed of yellow mud, littered with sand, and a mere gust of wind would stir up clouds of yellow dust. The pedestrians on either side appeared gaunt and emaciated, clad in rough, gray or black garments, many of which were tattered and frayed. Numerous enclosures lined the roads, housing cattle and sheep, while other small livestock scampered about, leaving an incessant stench of fresh manure lingering in the air. Filthy, chaotic, and substandard. This was Raylan's first impression of Greystone City. He needed to find an end to rest. The relentless journey had left him weary. After searching for quite some time, he found no signs of an inn. Eventually, he spent a few copper coins to inquire with a local resident about a place that might offer shelter. The Great Sword and Wine Cup. So this was it. Raylan gazed at the sign with a sense of resignation. This establishment was located in the western part of the city, which appeared to be plagued by disorder. He witnessed numerous incidents of drunkenness and brawling, with one party even brandishing knives and daggers, yet the presence of law enforcement was conspicuously absent. Upon pushing open the door, a pungent odor of cheap alcohol assaulted Raylan's nostrils. Another round. Well done, Jace. Various cacophonous sounds incessantly bombarded his eardrums. Inside resembled a tavern, filled with inebriated patrons indulging in hearty revelry, while others, with half-open, bleary eyes, rested their hands on the shoulders of barmaids, uttering lewd remarks. Sir, what do you require? The bartender, a young man with tousled blonde hair, appeared to be the most sober individual in the entire establishment. I have heard that one can find accommodation here. Raylan settled onto the high stool beside the counter. Indeed, In the entirety of Greystone City, we are the sole providers of accommodation. The bartender shrugged his shoulders, adding, however, there is little to take pride in, as our town sees but a scant few travelers throughout the year. May I have a quiet room? And could you tend to my 2 horses? What would be the cost? Raylan glanced at the large oak barrels behind the bartender. Please bring me a glass of your finest wine. He tossed a silver coin across the counter. At your service. The bartender promptly presented a mug of honey mead, declaring it to be our finest brew. As Leyland sipped his drink, he listened intently to the bartender's introduction. In truth, many wizards harbor a disdain for intoxicating beverages, preferring instead those that invigorate the senses. Raylan seldom indulges in alcohol, but his curiosity compelled him to sample something new. However, the flavor of the honey butter mead was rather ordinary, tinged with a slightly astringent note that left him feeling somewhat deceived. The cost of accommodation here is 30 coppers per night, with an additional 20 coppers daily for the care of 2 horses and their fodder. Before leaving the academy, Leyland exchanged a handful of coins, and now he generously tossed out 2 silver coins, declaring he would stay for 4 days. Look, what a magnificent horse. Its coat, its stature. It is undoubtedly more valuable than the war horses of the Lord's estate. An obnoxious voice interrupted the moment. Chapter 45. Inquiries. Raylan furrowed his brow. It seemed that his 2 horses had attracted trouble. However, he was in dire need of a display of authority. A cold smirk crept upon his lips as he turned and exited the bar. Beside his black steed, a group of ruffians had gathered, eyeing the magnificent horse with avaricious gazes, particularly fixated on the box upon its back. One impatient individual had already begun to loosen the reins. Are you intending to touch my belongings? Raylan strode forth with confidence. Clearly, the leather armor and crossed sword he bore commanded a measure of intimidation. Yet it was evidently insufficient. A man with slanted eyes shouted, "This is undoubtedly my family's stolen horse. How can it possibly belong to you? You must have pilfered it from my home, you despicable thief." Even if Raylan were merely an ordinary mercenary armed with weapons, he could not withstand the onslaught of numerous thugs. Their intentions were unmistakably malicious. Yes, let us take him to the sheriff. The other miscreants began to incite. The surrounding residents displayed expressions of disdain, retreating to a safe distance, yet none dared to intervene. Come on, he is but one man. The slanted-eyed thug produced a dagger from his pocket and lunged forward, eager for a confrontation. Raylan wore a sinister grin as he deftly sidestepped the thrust of the dagger, swiftly seizing the thug's right wrist. With a slight twist, the thug let out a pained cry, and the dagger clattered to the ground. "Ah, it hurts. What are you doing? Let go of me. My brother-in-law is the sheriff. He will not spare you." The thug wailed in distress. "Is that so? The sheriff? How frightful!" Raylan exclaimed theatrically, then abruptly twisted with force. A sickening crack echoed through the air, and the thug collapsed, rendered unconscious by the pain. Head! Head! A few of the other ruffians shouted from a distance, but none dared to approach. With a smile gracing his lips, Leyland transformed into a shadow, plunging into the mob of ruffians. The air was filled with the sounds of chaos, thundering blows, the sickening crack of bones, and the anguished cries of the defeated. Leyland seemed to embody a tempest of darkness, dispatching the gangsters with remarkable swiftness. Within mere moments, he had brought them all to their knees, leaving each one with a shattered arm and a broken leg. With a warm and inviting smile adorning his face, Raylan approached the fallen figure of the triangular-eyed man. He lifted his foot and then brought it down forcefully upon the man's right leg. The triangular-eyed man was swiftly jolted awake by the pain, only to roll his eyes back and faint once more. "Take your leader away. You are welcome to seek vengeance. However, should you return, it will not merely be a matter of severed limbs." Raylan spoke to the other ruffians, and to their eyes, his smile resembled that of a devil. At the very least, he possessed the physical prowess of a squire. The bartender inwardly exclaimed, yet wore an even more gentle and humble smile on his face. "Esteemed sir, how may I be of service to you?" Such was the impact of displaying strength. As he surveyed the suddenly quiet bar, Raylan could not help but smile wryly to himself. He did not wish to act like a lunatic earlier, but with such a substantial load, what if someone pilfered it while he was away? Although he had left behind a tracking spell, should it sustain any damage, he would have no place to lament his loss. However, by revealing the might of a squire, many who had initially harbored ill intentions were compelled to retreat. "Assist me in carrying the boxes to my room, and lead the horse to the stable, providing the finest feed." Raylan tossed a silver coin to the bartender. "That ruffian earlier, what connections does he possess?" merely relying on a slight association with the constable for his petty gains. "You need not worry at all, my lord." The bartender lowered his head. Possessing the strength of a squire implied a certain level of knightly training. Such individuals were either of noble birth or backed by a powerful faction. A mere constable of a small town would not dare to act against them. "Take me to my room," Raylan casually inquired, for after all, what significant connections could a mere ruffian have? The room was situated at the back of the bar, and the bartender deliberately led Raylan to the farthest chamber from the bar itself, retrieving a key and unlocking the door. A ray of sunlight streamed through the open window, casting a golden glow across the room. In the center stood a large bed adorned with pristine white linens that appeared exceptionally clean, while a table to one side held a blue vase with several unidentified wildflowers. "It looks very clean, quite delightful. I shall take this one." Raylan nodded. "Here is your key. Please keep it safe." The bartender respectfully handed him a brass key. Raylan took the key, dispatched the bartender to lead the horses into the stable, and had the trunk unloaded into the room. He ordered a steak to be served in his quarters, instructing the bartender not to disturb him before finally shutting the door. The soundproofing of the room was commendable. Once the wooden door was closed, the external clamor diminished significantly. Today's actions seemed rather ostentatious. However, there was no alternative. Greystone City was too small, and the presence of any unfamiliar face would inevitably attract attention, making it impossible to remain inconspicuous. Within the city walls, one felt considerably safer. At least, the casting of large-scale destructive spells would be thwarted. Furthermore, the likelihood of being pursued by hostile forces outside was 50-50. If it could be avoided, that would be ideal. Yet, should a confrontation arise, it would be imperative to eliminate the pursuers in order to escape unscathed. The most probable threat would be a third-tier apprentice wielding enchanted items, or perhaps some creature servants bred by sorcerers. Now, it was time to recuperate, observe the movements outside, and prepare to confront the enemy. Additionally, he had to continue practicing the transformation spell every day. As Raylan pondered, he sliced off a corner of the steaming steak and brought it to his lips. The steak was delectable, and feeling somewhat famished, Raylan soon devoured the entirety of the meal. Once satiated, he summoned the bartender to tidy up, and after the bartender exited, Raylan hung a "Do Not Disturb" wooden sign on the door. He then scattered a layer of energy particles within the room as a precautionary alarm before plunging into a state of meditation. Meditation was an essential practice for wizards, and although the enhancement of his mental acuity was negligible at present, Raylan persisted in this daily ritual. After more than an hour of sustained meditation, he succumbed to slumber. Outside Greystone City, above a small grove reduced to charred remnants, a green, winged creature suddenly descended. Doris sensed it, the scent of her foe. The green tree spirit, known as Doris, folded her wings and, barefoot, stepped onto the smoldering charcoal, her face betraying a look of confusion. The scent abruptly ceased here. At that moment, the green tree spirit was unrecognizable from her former self. Once merely the size of a human head, Doris now resembled a child of 7 or 8. Furthermore, her once beautiful visage was marred with tumor-like growths, layered and grotesque in appearance. Her mouth was filled with sharp fangs, occasionally flicking out a snake-like tongue. Her body was riddled with wrinkles and adorned with oddly shaped scales. The original green tree spirit was a creature of remarkable beauty, but now, it was clear that no one would associate Doris with her former grace. "Human, you cannot escape." Doris screeched in hatred, flicking her tongue and suddenly unfurling her wings, pursuing the direction Raylan had taken with another horse earlier that day. For the following 2 days, Raylan remained sequestered within, finally restoring his stamina and mental fortitude to their peak. 2 days had passed, and yet his pursuers had not caught up. They were likely not apprentices, otherwise they would have utilized mundane means to unearth him long ago. They must be some sort of engineered creatures or wizardly minions. Upon this contemplation, Raylan donned a dark robe, obscuring his visage, and leaped through the window into a shadowy alleyway. "Master, the master has arrived," exclaimed a group of ruffians who, upon spotting Raylan's garb, approached eagerly. "What news? Have any peculiar occurrences transpired in the vicinity of Greystone City these past few days?" rasped a voice from beneath the cloak. "Allow me to speak first," interjected a thug, pushing his way to the forefront. In a nearby village, Aunt Sophia's cow has given birth to a calf with 2 heads. Others are claiming it to be a curse. The chip's voice chimed in. Target's blood flow velocity has increased by 12.4, and the cerebral wave fluctuation remains stable. Conclusion: no deception detected. Raylan nodded and tossed a silver coin to the thug. It's my turn now. Uncle Hugo's son has gone missing near the forest by the roadside. Signs of a wolf pack have been discovered in the vicinity. These were the thugs that Raylan had subdued over the past couple of days, proving quite useful for gathering information. Although they initially attempted to deceive him with lies and falsehoods for monetary gain, Raylan, equipped with a chip detector, was not easily fooled by mere mortals. He swiftly broke the arm of the liar on the spot, instilling fear in the others. Under the rule of money and violence, these thugs quickly reported all the news surrounding Greystone City. What did you say? Human corpses have been found. There are traces of green pus nearby. Raylan's interest was clearly piqued. Clarify this, and this gold coin shall be yours. A slender youth with red hair swallowed hard and replied, I just heard this news. Several corpses have already been discovered near the mill in Macy Village, all drained of blood. Everyone is saying that a vampire is on the loose. The Lord's Manor has dispatched knights to investigate. Indeed. Excellent. Raylan inquired further about the location, realizing it was quite close to where he had last concealed his tracks. He nodded, tossed a gold coin to the youth, listened to a few more pieces of information, and then turned to leave the alley. Chapter 46. The trap. Based on the recent information and calculations from the chip, the creature tracking me is likely that very vampire. Raylan had previously eliminated his scent with a powder and altered his appearance to enter the human city, intending to shroud himself amidst the dense human aromas and assess the enemy's formation in preparation for a counterattack. As it stands, the results have been satisfactory. Alas, my odorless powder is nearly depleted. Otherwise, I could have distanced myself significantly. Raylan felt a twinge of regret. The subterranean moth is a rather rare and valuable wizarding material, traditionally commanding a high price. Raylan had expended considerable resources to acquire a small pouch of this substance to concoct the scent-eliminating powder. However, the quantity would only suffice for 3 or 4 days at most, and within such a brief span, it would be impossible to escape far. Should the adversary expand their search radius, his whereabouts would undoubtedly be uncovered. Furthermore, it is imperative to resolve this matter swiftly. Otherwise, should he be relentlessly pursued to his destination, it would spell considerable trouble. Laylin's expression was heavy. Even now, the powder on his body was gradually losing its efficacy, relying solely on the complex scents within the city to mask his presence. Yet, it still attracted those unknown creatures. Upon returning to his room, Laylan casually sat on the bed and contacted the chip. Chip, based on the information gathered over the past 2 days, simulate the data on hostile organisms and commence the design of an elimination plan. Ding. Task established. Beginning the construction of a hypothesis model. Inputting map. Inputting main combat power. Simulation analysis in progress. The mechanical voice of the chip echoed, devoid of any warmth or emotion. The chip, designed in his previous life as a computational aid for scientists, could hardly possess intelligence or sentiment. Due to concerns over human rights, the absolute prohibition of the emergence of intelligence and emotion was embedded as a top priority in the chip's core programming. Simulation hypothesis concluded. Success rate for the main entity, 67. 7. Target neutralized, with minimal damage to the entity. To be injured? Laylan pondered, stroking his chin. Is there a possibility for a flawless kill? Insufficient data. Further analysis of the hostile organism's information is necessary. I see. Laylan shook his head. According to the information he had gleaned from the local ruffians, the creatures outside the city were in an extremely agitated state, beginning to attack civilians incessantly. Within a maximum of 24 hours, they would start to breach the city. Although the wizards generally adhered to an unspoken agreement not to disturb civilian life, there were always a few reckless ones. Should a significant number of casualties arise and their identities be discovered, Laylan would have to bear the responsibility alongside the wizard behind those creatures. He certainly did not wish for that. 67. 7. A sufficient gamble. Moreover, I possessed the confidence to retreat unscathed. A fierce determination crossed Laylin's face as he stepped outside. The bar remained as lively as ever. Upon seeing Laylan, the bartender approached with a bow. What may I assist you with, my lord? Please help me find a certain individual. Laylan spoke slowly, articulating his request. Certainly. While our city lacks a mercenary guild, there are still some thieves. I can facilitate contact for you, the bartender replied. Additionally, the lord of the city has sent someone over. Our esteemed Lord Roland wishes to meet with you. Lord of the city? Laylan nodded. A squire would receive hospitality and recruitment from their lord wherever they went. Should Roland become aware of Laylin's identity as a wizard, the treatment would be even more grandiose. I have matters to attend to for now. How about we reschedule the meeting for the day after tomorrow? Leyland contemplated. Of course. Also, the steak here is quite delectable. Please send a portion to my room tonight. Leyland instructed further. As you wish. The bartender smiled. The following night, a figure cloaked in gray appeared in a small grove that had been reduced to charred remains. Investigation? What is there to investigate here? There are no treasures. It is likely the careless farmer who neglected to notice and thus caused the fire in the grove. The figure clad in gray, though somewhat frail, exhibited remarkable agility as he rummaged through the charred remnants. Something was amiss. The traces left behind were not merely the result of ordinary charcoal flames. The gray-cloaked individual furrowed his brow, for as an experienced thief, he discerned anomalies in the burn marks. I must leave at once. Had I known this was connected to the enigmatic figure, I would have declined the task, even if the reward had been tenfold. With a swift shake of his cloak, he prepared to depart. Eureka! The scent of my adversary. At that moment, a raspy voice echoed from behind him. The thief's body shuddered as he beheld an ugly apparition hovering in midair, the size of a child. Its body was adorned with irregular scales, its face riddled with grotesque growths, and its mouth occasionally flicking out serpentine tongues. Surely, even a demon could not be so hideous. A thought flashed through the thief's mind. He leaped back, creating a distance of 5 meters. I should have anticipated this. I have been used as bait. The thief cried out. You shall not escape. Doris, flicking her tongue, unfurled her wings and soared above the thief's head. We can negotiate. I possess extensive information regarding the task at hand. The thief shouted in despair. Die. Doris's eyes glowed red, utterly disregarding the thief's pleas and cries. She swiftly severed the thief's right hand, which wielded a dagger, and began to greedily lap up the thief's blood. Minutes later, only the desiccated corpse of the thief remained. A lingering scent still clung to his garments. That accursed apprentice must be within the city. Doris gazed towards the distant outline of the city walls. Whoosh! A flash of darkness surged forth, an arrow slicing through the air, piercing directly into Doris's chest. The last of the odorless powder wasted here. And having applied a paralyzing powder on the thief, I refuse to believe this arrow will miss. From the nearby thicket emerged Raylan, donned in leather armor, wielding a crossbow that had just discharged. My enemy. Doris's countenance twisted in rage. Her already grotesque features were now marred by bulging purple veins. A visage that could surely frighten a child. I never expected that the one pursuing me would be the former Trant, and that such a once beautiful being had been transformed into this. Raylan lamented. Mutated Trant power, 3, 1 agility, 4, 3 constitution, 3, 5 spirit, 5 ability unknown. The chip relayed the detection data. How astonishing that such enhancements have occurred. Truly remarkable technology, yet your genetic state is unstable, beginning to manifest in your appearance. You will likely not survive beyond half a month. A glint of cold light flickered in Raylan's eyes. The foe who murdered my father and sisters. Doris vowed to exact her revenge, even if it meant selling her soul. With a roar, Doris yanked the arrow from her chest, releasing a cascade of green ichor. Her wound, oozing with a greenish pus, was rapidly enveloped by root-like tendrils that spread forth, soon concealing the injury. Die! Doris transformed into a gust of green wind, charging towards Raylan. After undergoing such extensive modifications, was her physical assault rendered nearly ineffective? Raylan nodded and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a mound of earth erupted beneath them, perfectly obstructing Doris's path. The soil peeled back, revealing a vibrant crimson potion within. Boom! A surge of flames erupted, scorching the nearby grasslands to a charred black. The fire enveloped Doris, accompanied by the crackling sounds of her being roasted. With a rush, a green figure burst forth from the inferno, her form singed and still ablaze, charging towards Raylan. Target speed reduced by 67. The chip alerted him. Having been struck first by the paralyzing powder and then by the explosive potion, even with enhanced fire resistance, she would undoubtedly sustain injuries. Laylene's countenance remained serene as he discarded the crossbow and drew forth his cross sword, charging forward with fervor. Cross slash. A brilliant arc of silver light emanated from the sword, enhanced by the life energy of a knight, casting a sharp radiance. The cross-shaped blade struck the green tree spirit head-on, eliciting a spray of verdant fluid. Doris was sent reeling backward, prompting Laylin to halt his pursuit. He gazed at the cross sword in his hand, his brow furrowing slightly. The once silver blade was now marred with numerous pockmarks, coated in Doris's corrosive green ichor. The very essence of this liquid possessed formidable corrosive properties. This sword was rendered useless. Leyland felt a pang of regret. This cross sword had been acquired from a minor noble during his journey and had served him well, only to meet its demise here. He casually discarded the sword and observed Doris, who was advancing with a cross-shaped gash on her chest. Leyland quickly intoned an incantation. Hand of Shadows. A black hand emerged from the shadow of Doris, seizing her ankle and anchoring her firmly to the ground. Hiss! A white mist began to emanate from the black hand. While the Hand of Shadows possessed corrosive effects, it was still insufficient to contend with this mutated tree spirit. Leyland's mind raced. Let me test my newly acquired spell on you. Azure Thunder, heed my command. Descend upon the mortal realm and strike my adversary. Byronic language, as Leyland chanted. A silver-blue spark of electricity flickered to life in his hand. Go. He pointed, and the lightning transformed into a dazzling arc, hurtling toward Doris. Unfazed by the specter of death, Doris extended her hand forward, her palm splitting to reveal roots resembling tendrils. Whoosh! The roots entwined, forming the shape of a bow, and a brown arrow was knocked in place. This is bad. Leyland swiftly dodged. As Raylan exerted himself to twist his head, an intense pain surged through his shoulder. The entity had come under assault from arrows. Attention! Attention! The arrowheads are laced with a high concentration of bacteria. It is advised that the entity cleanse the wound immediately. Damn it! Raylan hastily extracted the arrow, retrieving a silver dagger from within his cloak. Gritting his teeth, he severed a ring of flesh surrounding the wound. Swiftly, he fished out a vial of green elixir from his waist pouch, pouring half onto the wound and the other half into his mouth. Upon hearing the reassuring voice of the chip confirming control, he finally exhaled in relief. At the same moment Raylan was struck. Doris was also hit by a bolt of lightning, sent hurtling through the air. Now, Doris was charred and blackened, her wings severely damaged, one hand lost to the ether. And a shadowy hand clutched her ankle, her life force dwindling to a perilous threshold, on the brink of death. Vengeance! Vengeance! Doris murmured unconsciously. Suddenly her gaze sharpened, and she viciously bit off her right leg. With a resounding crack, her thigh flew away, causing the shadowy hand entwined around her ankle to dissipate swiftly, together in demise. Doris's body swelled, the flesh on her face quivering violently, her speed tripling as she charged toward Raylan. Damn it! Raylan clutched his shoulder and retreated rapidly, simultaneously hurling his last vial of explosive potion. Boom! A cacophony of violent explosions erupted. Red flames and green ichor intertwined, emitting an eerie green luminescence. Raylan tumbled to the ground, rolling several times until he finally escaped the blast radius. The surrounding terrain was marred by a grotesque array of green bones and flesh, an unsettling sight indeed. Suddenly, upon noticing the green severed limbs strewn about, he observed a ring of yellow liquid seeping forth, incessantly eroding the earth beneath it. His expression shifted dramatically as he hastily inspected himself. To his horror, several drops of yellow pus had somehow corroded through his leather armor, leaving multiple gashes on his body. The area surrounding the wounds tinged with a faint yellow hue, and he had begun to lose sensation. The host had suffered secondary contamination from an unknown bacterium, initiating a rapid state of division and mutation. Immediate action was imperative. Chip, assess the injuries. Outline a treatment plan. Task initialized. Scanning in progress. Ding. According to the database comparison, treating these wounds necessitates 30 grams of phoenix feather, 500 milliliters of pink ink, 50 grams of green coconut stone. The chip listed a plethora of materials. Where on earth would I find the time to procure such items? Chip, provide emergency suppression methods. Raylan's countenance darkened. Utilizing fire to sear the wounds could effectively diminish the rate of bacterial mutation. The chip suggested. Fire? Raylan tore his clothing, igniting a branch and applying the bright yellow flames to his wounds. Sizzle. The sound of roasting flesh filled the air, accompanied by the acrid aroma of charred meat, causing Raylan's face to contort in agony. Minutes later, the chip relayed an effective alert. He discarded the torch and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Cold sweat cascading down his brow. This adversary was exceedingly perilous. It possessed formidable resistance to physical and flame attacks, moved with remarkable speed, and unleashed toxic assaults. It seemed tailored specifically for him. Had it not been for the chip, he shuddered to think of the consequences. Doris's bodily fluids could cause secondary contamination alongside the previous archery bacterium, a variable the chip had not accounted for, transforming Raylan's anticipated light injury into a calamitous victory. Moreover, all his prepared explosive agents had been entirely expended. He would need to gather fresh materials. In his recent skirmishes, Raylan has relied heavily on potions to overwhelm his adversaries. However, the cost has been substantial, with nearly 1,000 magic stones expended. Fortunately, he possesses the ability to concoct explosive potions, preventing even greater expenses. While the flames have temporarily stifled the spread of bacteria, a permanent solution necessitates the procurement of additional materials. Observing the charred wounds on his body, Raylan furrowed his brow and downed a vial of stamina potion before rising and making his way toward Greystone City. Given the considerable commotion he has caused, it is likely that the Lord's residence has already sensed something amiss, and a large contingent will soon be dispatched in response. Suppressing the pain, Raylan stealthily infiltrated Greystone City, secretly retrieving his chest without claiming 2 horses. Instead, he surreptitiously acquired a large chestnut horse outside the city and fled under the cover of night, hastening towards a location marked on the map, a wizard's market. As for the summons from the city lord, he had completely cast it aside. Days later, along the roads of the Walkerlawn province, a chestnut horse bore 2 large chests and carried a cloaked figure who panted heavily, urging the steed to gallop along the official path. "Chip, display my current status," Raylan thought, his body rising and falling with the motion of the horse. Raylan Farrell, 2nd rank apprentice, official knight strength, 1, 3, 2, 5, agility, 1, 5, 2, 7, constitution, 1, 0, 3, 0, spirit, 4, 1, 4, 4, mana, 4, 0 status, infected by an unknown pathogen, currently weakened. Although he quickly managed to suppress the bacteria, the toll of several days had left his body frail, with only a slight increase in his mental capacity, likely a result of his continuous meditation. Raylan gazed at his data, a wry smile playing on his lips. He had transformed his visage, shedding the cold demeanor of a mercenary for a strikingly handsome appearance. Characterized by golden hair and azure eyes, though his pallor betrayed significant blood loss. "Chip, display the map," Raylan commanded. Scrutinizing a map that had been meticulously compiled from various reports, now imbued with remarkable detail. According to Beatrice's intelligence, there existed a gathering point for wizards nearby, a potential source for materials to cure his infection. Through over a fortnight of probing and conjecture, Raylan had concluded that only Doris had been dispatched by the opposing side. Perhaps due to the onset of a formal conflict with the Blackbone Forest, he was now of little concern to them, a promising piece of news. He could also gather intelligence on the recent happenings in the Blackbone Forest. Resolute in his decision, Raylan left the main road and sought a secluded spot, extracting the tent and wooden framework from his box to prepare for his encampment. The vicinity appeared rather desolate, a fact not surprising, as wizards typically endeavored to avoid the presence of mortals, and the radiance they emitted was far beyond what ordinary humans could withstand. Raylan scattered a circle of white powder around the tent, a substance effective in repelling ordinary insects and ferocious beasts. He set up an iron pot, ladled some stream water into it, and kindled a fire. As the water came to a boil, Raylan emerged from the woods, tossing in matsutake mushrooms and various other fungi. Moments later, he added seasonings and several pieces of jerky, and soon, an enticing aroma of food filled the air. Raylan served himself a bowl of soup, its broth a delicate shade of white, and as he sipped it, a warm and comforting sensation enveloped him. Raylan sighed contentedly. Indeed, hot food was far more delectable. "I am nearly nauseated by the endless bread and salted meat." Surrounding him were fields adorned with wildflowers, accompanied by the melodious calls of unknown birds, reminiscent of larks. If only he weren't injured, it would be perfect. Raylan finished his soup and lifted his collar. Beneath his garment, charred muscles lay darkened, covered by a fine layer of black hair that resembled strands of hair, sending shivers down one's spine. "Over there, kill him." A rustling in the thicket made Raylan furrow his brow, and as the shouts grew nearer, he sensed trouble approaching. The grass parted, revealing a burly man shielding a noble-looking young lady. Upon seeing Raylan, the man appeared visibly startled, clearly not expecting anyone to be camping here, and he forced a wry smile. "I'm afraid I may involve you in this. Over there, do not let him escape." A group of soldiers clad in leather armor, armed with blades and spears, rushed in from behind, led by an individual adorned in a splendid armor made of silver rings. This attire was not typical of mercenaries or adventurers. They were likely noble retainers, which posed an even greater complication. Raylan's brow knitted in concern. According to the chip's analysis, the burly man was evidently injured yet still possessed the prowess of a preparatory knight. As for the pursuing soldiers, the leader was clearly knight class, while the ordinary soldiers were merely slightly sturdier commoners. "Who are you?" the leader inquired, scrutinizing Raylan. "I am but an innocent traveler. Continue on without regard for me, for I have seen nothing today." Raylan continued to sip his soup. His composed demeanor evidently gave the leader of the retainers pause, while the burly man and the young lady remained to one side. "Please, save us. I am the heir of Viscount Borit. Should you extend your hand, I shall forever remember your kindness and gain the friendship of the Borit domain." The young lady possessed captivating blue eyes, and her face bore a pleading expression, likely stirring the blood of any noble youth, compelling them to vow to fight for justice. She hastily divulged the situation, casting furtive glances at Raylan, her movements subtle yet not unnoticed by him. It seemed she was a noble heir who had suffered a defeat, deliberately exposing conflict in an attempt to ensnare him. Raylan shook his head. "The Lord has not committed the acts you describe. As for inheriting the viscountcy, it is a decision made by the noble council," the leader declared loudly. "I have evidence," the young lady retorted fiercely. Several militia men brandished their swords and charged forward, prompting the burly man to roar in defiance, stepping protectively in front of the noble maiden. Despite his injuries, the man demonstrated commendable strength, exacting a toll of 5 casualties among the militiamen. As a few of them proceeded to behead him and bind the screaming noble lady, the militia leader, who had been on guard against Raylan's intervention, now displayed a glimmer of doubt in his eyes. "It appears I have interrupted. Let us depart," the leader proclaimed, turning to leave. Chapter 48. The Market. "Is that truly the case? Then why does your hand still rest upon the hilt of your sword?" Raylan slowly rose to his feet. "The secrets of the adults must not be heard by anyone." The leader gradually drew forth his longsword. "Moreover, you bear wounds, which is the reason you cannot strike." Coughing weakly, Raylan remarked, "Your analysis is astutely correct. It seems you have resolved to end my life today. I swear, I will never divulge what transpired here. Only in death can one truly guard a secret." With a thunderous roar, the leader unleashed a brilliant arc of sword light towards Raylan. Raylan awkwardly dodged aside. A look of delight spread across the leader's face, his muscles tensing as he prepared to charge. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he stumbled backward several paces. The militia and the young girl behind him collapsed to the ground, their eyes the only part of them still moving. "You actually poisoned us!" The leader roared in astonishment and fury. He discarded his longsword and retreated, surprisingly quick, matching the speed of an ordinary person. Given his poisoned state, such swiftness was commendable, Raylan thought to himself. He then raised his crossbow, calibrating the wind's speed and humidity, adjusting the trajectory. With a swift motion, a black bolt pierced through the knight's chest. The knight, gazing in disbelief at the arrow that had emerged from his back, fell to the ground, bloodied and incredulous. Raylan approached the young girl, towering over her as he tossed a pouch of powder into her mouth. Moments later, she rose and began to stretch her limbs. "Are you a wizard?" The girl gazed at Raylan, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "Not at all. Merely an apothecary who has taken the liberty of dealing with them." Raylan gestured towards the militia lying on the ground. "Why do you not take action?" The girl pouted. Yet she proceeded to drag the incapacitated militiamen closer and move the corpses of the knight leader and the burly man aside. Suddenly, a cold glint flickered in her eyes as she drew a dagger from her bosom, methodically dispatching the immobilized militiamen one by one. Throughout this grim process, Raylan remained an impassive observer, watching as the girl executed those who had pursued her. "You must be a wizard," the girl asserted with conviction. "If you aid me in my quest for vengeance, I shall bestow upon you all the treasures of my family, including a relic left by a wizard. And I shall be yours." As she spoke, she began to loosen her garments. "Does your family truly possess a wizard's relic?" Raylan's expression turned slightly amused. "I swear it upon my family's name," the girl declared with unwavering determination. Initiating analysis. Target's blood flow rate has accelerated. Brainwaves exhibit distinctive fluctuations. Conclusion. Probability of deceit stands at 93. 3. Observing the chip's findings, Raylan shook his head. "Be on your way." "What?" The girl appeared visibly taken aback. "Do you find me unworthy? My family possesses vast wealth. You may have anything you desire. Have you perhaps indulged in too many chivalric tales?" Raylan interrupted her. In a dense forest, an adventurer encounters a fleeing princess and aids her in seeking revenge. Together, they embark on a series of arduous adventures, vanquishing their foes. And the adventurer is rewarded with treasures and the princess's affection, ultimately leading them to a life of blissful happiness. Raylan hummed in a bard's tone. Only a heap of ephemeral promises, perhaps accompanied by your corporeal form, would compel me to assist you in exacting vengeance upon a formidable force that controls the domain of the Viscount. Do I appear to be a fool? Yet, the young girl evidently wished to struggle further. Begone, Raylan bellowed. The girl reluctantly rose, a fleeting glimmer of resentment flashing in her eyes as she prepared to depart. Wait. After she had taken a few steps away, Raylan's voice resonated. Whoosh. An arrow pierced the delicate features of the girl, pinning her to the tree behind her. I could have spared you, but alas, I perceived malice in your gaze. Raylan sighed deeply, reflecting on how you, who were once protected and followed, could so readily abandon the remains without a second thought, revealing the chill of your heart. Furthermore, in your quest for retribution against former foes, and as a means of avenging me, you are certain to broadcast today's events far and wide. While I do not fear complications, I harbor a profound aversion to them. Given all these reasons, how could I possibly let you go? Raylan drew forth an arrow, laying the lifeless body of the girl, whose eyes remained wide open in death, alongside the other corpses. From his satchel, he retrieved a vial of yellow elixir and poured it upon the wound of one of the cadavers. With a hissing sound, the body rapidly decayed, dissolving into a pool of yellow pus. Raylan once again employed his method, obliterating all remaining corpses. Moments later, the camp was left with nothing but a pool of yellowish liquid. The burly man, the young girl, and their pursuers had vanished without a trace. This concoction for dissolving bodies, along with the previous paralyzing powder, were both products of Raylan's idle experimentation. While they proved ineffective against wizards and apprentices, they were undeniably effective against ordinary individuals. My foremost priority now is to acquire sufficient medicinal herbs for healing my injuries. Everything else is merely a nuisance. Raylan sighed, lamenting the unfortunate fate of the freshly established campsite. Subsequently, he dismantled the camp and erased all traces of his presence before vanishing into the dense forest. As night fell, outside a thicket of lush trees, a shadow cloaked in black robes, with a wide-brimmed hat obscuring its visage, arrived at the scene. The sound of leather boots crunching on dry twigs echoed eerily in the darkness, sending a shiver down the spine. Chip, scan the surroundings. A prompt response followed. Ding. Minor illusionary field detected. Effect. Ordinary individuals who wander and may become disoriented and end up circling aimlessly, ultimately exiting unwittingly. Indeed, it was no wonder that this place was steeped in tales of phantoms, accompanied by frequent reports of missing travelers. Although the enchantment remained in effect, any wizard would relish the opportunity to acquire additional experimental material from unsuspecting souls. Greetings, apprentice wizard. Welcome to the wizard's market. A nimble shadow leaped from the trees, landing atop a weathered gravestone, its eyes glowing with an emerald luminescence. As Raylan approached, he discovered it to be a black cat, a companion of a sorcerer, or perhaps a concocted creature. Or could it be the result of some arcane enchantment? Raylan pondered inwardly, then slightly bowed. I am but a wandering apprentice of the arcane arts. I have heard that this market is open to any sorcerer, is it not? Indeed, this fair is hosted by the illustrious Walker family, who promise every sorcerer that enters will find safety and refuge, at least within the confines of the market. The black cat licked its paw, emitting a sound akin to human laughter. Then I shall enter. The fee for apprentices is 1 magic stone. Fully fledged sorcerers enter free. Here you are. Raylan nodded and tossed a low-grade magic stone. The cat caught the stone in its mouth, leaped off the gravestone, and gestured for Raylan to follow. Raylan shrugged and followed along. As he ventured deeper, the white mist thickened, yet a small path appeared beneath his feet, seemingly well-maintained. The individuals conducting transactions here were predominantly cloaked in gray robes and capes, meticulously concealing every inch of their skin. Occasionally, those who were unmasked presented Raylan with a vivid spectacle. Among them were scaled sea folk and half-beasts adorned with fur around their necks, distinct from beastmen, belonging to more peace-loving races. Sorcerers could also emerge from this crowd. Raylan even spotted a wizard with an owl's head. Although most of the sorcerers emanated apprentice-level energy, Raylan sensed a distinctly sanguine aura, while the apprentice sorcerers from the outside lacked the foundational prowess of those from the academy. Their ability to rise in a resource-scarce environment rendered them exceptionally experienced and adept in combat. A weight settled in Raylan's heart. Most of the combat potions in his possession had been depleted, leaving him with little more than the meager strength of a second-tier apprentice. Barely enough to ensure his own safety. However, should he reveal the remnants of his potions, the approaching sorcerers would undoubtedly pounce on him like sharks. Upon glancing down, he noticed that the black cat had vanished. "Sir, do you require a guide? I only need a magic stone." A rather frail-looking boy approached. He radiated the energy of a first-tier sorcerer, his face gaunt, yet his eyes brimming with vitality. "Just show me around," Raylan replied. "Certainly." The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly led the way. This is the market protected by the Walker family, quite popular among wanderers and traveling sorcerers. See those wooden houses in the center? They are the Walker family's own shops. The boy earnestly fulfilled his role as a guide. "And these are the stalls of outsiders?" Raylan inquired, gesturing towards the sorcerer's operating stalls along the roadside. The wares displayed were of far superior quality compared to those in the academy, though counterfeit items were considerably more abundant. Indeed, as long as you complete the necessary procedures in the central hall and pay the fees, you can secure a stall. The boy nodded enthusiastically. "Do you have anything you wish to sell?" The Walker family also offers consignment services. "Let's not rush. Take me to the central area," Raylan instructed. Within the sorcerer market, he spotted several formal sorcerers clearly surrounded by protective fields, entities far beyond his current capabilities, prompting him to exercise increased caution. This is the Firehammer Workshop, specializing in weaponry. The shop with the test tubes next door is an apothecary, and the one on the far left is an auction house, where exquisite items frequently emerge. The boy was quite familiar with the surroundings. "An auction house? Do they have information on enchanted items?" Raylan inquired, feigning casual interest. Chapter 49, Healing Magical Items? The young boy shook his head. "Those are exceedingly rare treasures. I believe the auction house only sold a low-grade magical item last year. And even then, there were formal wizards participating in the bidding." "Is that so? Lead me to the weapon shop." Raylan followed the young boy to the Firehammer Workshop. "Greetings, old bearded one. I brought you some business," the boy exclaimed loudly upon entering the workshop. Indeed, the proprietor sported a thick beard, was of modest stature, yet possessed remarkably strong muscles, exuding an aura of robustness. "Welcome, esteemed guest. I am the owner of the Firehammer Workshop. You may call me Black Hammer." The shopkeeper introduced himself. "I am in need of a cross-sword." Raylan stated his purpose, recalling that his previous cross-sword had been damaged in a battle against the mutated green tree spirit. And finding a superior replacement would not be a simple endeavor. "A cross-sword, you say? Please, follow me," Black Hammer replied, unfastening his wine pouch from his waist. He took a swig, releasing a potent aroma of alcohol into the air. "Oh, did I not advise you to drink less?" the boy complained, wrinkling his nose. Burp. "Oh, Jaeger, you are but a child and know not the pleasures of savoring fine wine." Black Hammer chuckled, shaking his head as he led Raylan to a wooden rack. "All of our finished cross swords are displayed here. You are welcome to choose any one you desire. Of course, should you find none to your satisfaction, we also offer custom orders." As for the pricing, Black Hammer spoke distinctly when discussing prices, showing no signs of inebriation. Raylan casually observed the long swords resting upon the wooden rack, each blade evidently honed to a keen edge, their gleaming silver surfaces emanating a bloodthirsty glimmer. Raylan casually lifted a sword, feeling its dense and sturdy texture resonate through his palm, its weight substantial. The blade, forged from premium steel, was further enhanced with star iron. Its hilt, elegantly wrapped in black silk, offered a secure grip to prevent slippage. At the side, the blacksmith provided an introduction. The cross-shaped sword bore a slightly darkened exterior, emanating a dignified luster. Crafted from Dano alloy, the long sword had undergone treatment to effectively resist corrosion and damage from flames. "Oh," Raylan pondered, intrigued. "Could it withstand a wizardess spells?" "Certainly not." The blacksmith promptly shook his head. "To counteract spells, one must inscribe runes upon the blade and incorporate precious materials from alchemy. A sword crafted in such a manner becomes an enchanted item, far too valuable for mere sale." "My apologies for my greed," Raylan replied, shaking his head. He grasped the obsidian-hued sword. "I shall take this one, along with 20 crossbow bolts." "Very well." The price as the blacksmith's eyes sparkled, momentarily forgetting his drink. Once Raylan and the young boy exited the weapon shop, he secured the cross sword at his waist and tossed a magic stone to the boy. "This is your reward for today. I wish to stroll alone now." "Of course. Enjoy your day." The boy's face lit up with surprise as he pocketed the magic stone and dashed away. Time passed unmeasured as Raylan explored the various wooden shops in the center, eventually arriving at a store marked with an emblem of a test tube. "Sir, how may I assist you today?" The attendant, a young man dressed in a suit-like attire, inquired. Raylan glanced at the shelves laden with potions, where crystalline vials emitted a spectrum of dazzling colors. The transparent glass counter displayed an array of precious materials. It appeared that this establishment possessed greater prowess than that of the rotund USS. Raylan nodded to himself. "I require flamingo feathers, the eyes of a multi-tailed owl, the plumage of a human-headed bird, pink ink, and green coconut stones." Raylan swiftly recited the materials, which included herbs essential for treating injuries, as well as the raw ingredients for explosive potions and other fundamental elixirs. The attendant listened quietly until Raylan finished, then bowed slightly and inquired, "I apologize for the interruption, but may I ask, are you an alchemist?" "I merely possess a bit of knowledge," Raylan replied, his face completely shrouded beneath his cloak, concealing any expression from the attendant. "The Walker family extends a sincere invitation to an alchemist of your caliber, with terms that are undoubtedly among the most favorable in our circle of wizarding families." The attendant bent even lower in deference. Raylan had long anticipated this situation. The difficulty in cultivating an apothecary is widely recognized. Yet, wizards are inextricably linked to various potions, prompting wizarding families to offer an array of generous conditions to attract them. He needed to procure raw materials, and his identity as an apothecary could not be concealed. However, as long as no one discovered his innate talent, there was no fear of others finding out. After all, as long as he kept his own counsel, no one could discern whether he was a master apothecary or merely an apprentice. "I will consider this. Do you have the materials I mentioned earlier?" Raylan's voice emerged hoarse. "We have 2 feathers from the flamingo in stock, and as for the eyes of the multi-tailed owl, we possess a pair, though they have been in storage for 3 years and their potency has diminished somewhat. As for the feathers of the hebard, pink ink, and green coconut stone, we have those as well." And the attendant seemed to have memorized the store's inventory, and after a brief moment of contemplation, spoke rapidly. Raylan nodded, acknowledging that wizards primarily specialize in mental prowess. Upon advancing, they also develop their cerebral domains, thus making all wizards exceptionally intelligent. Raylan even surmised that when wizards attain an exceedingly profound realm, their brains could rival the computational speed of intelligent chips. "I shall take all of these. Please provide me with the total cost," Raylan affirmed. "The total comes to 157 magic stones," the attendant replied with a smile. Raylan nodded, retrieving a small box from his pocket, a preparation he had made earlier. Upon opening it, a multitude of slender, pale blue vials filled the interior. "Behold, these are stamina potions," Raylan declared, presenting the vials before the attendant. Stamina potions are among the most fundamental of elixirs. Nearly every apprentice in alchemy opts to concoct them as their inaugural potion. Upon seeing the vials, the attendant's expression shifted to one of evident disappointment. However, he quickly masked his feelings and began to inspect the contents. "For 30 vials of stamina potions, I can offer you the price of 130 magic stones," the attendant stated. Raylan discreetly nodded. "If sold to us, these would fetch a mere 120 magic stones. Indeed, the price outside is considerably higher, yet fraught with greater peril." "Very well." Raylan counted out 27 magic stones and handed them to the attendant. "Bring forth my materials." "Certainly, please hold on." The attendant swiftly collected the potions and magic stones before hastening to the back. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, the attendant approached Raylan, carrying a small wooden box. "Here are the goods you requested. Please inspect them." Raylan opened the small wooden box, which was compartmentalized with wooden dividers. Within these little wooden sections lay an assortment of alchemical ingredients, including vibrant feathers, verdant stones, and various powders, among others. Raylan's fingers delicately brushed over an array of medicinal herbs. The chip activated, conducting tests. Only after the chip confirmed that all the potion ingredients met the necessary standards did Raylan stow the box away and rise to depart from the apothecary. "I merely sold the most fundamental stamina potions, yet the materials required were so intricate that even I could not discern their specific uses. They would undoubtedly be unable to fathom them." Raylan concealed the box beneath his dark robe and meandered through the market a few more times before gradually departing. "Most importantly, my transaction volume amounted to merely over 100 magic stones. If the Walker family were to be swayed by such a trifling profit, their reputation would have already plummeted to the lowest depths. He extended the chip's detection range to its maximum, ensuring that no one was tailing him before finally leaving the Lost Forest. Since the previous incident, Raylan had relocated his camp, and he now resided in a cave, where the original inhabitant, a black bear, had long since become his dinner. Bang! Raylan arranged several large boxes together, creating a makeshift laboratory table, upon which he meticulously placed the alchemist's instruments. At last, he was on the verge of liberating himself from these insufferable bacteria. Clenching his teeth, Raylan thought to himself, the daily torment of searing pain, along with the constraints of his physique and strength, had become utterly unbearable. Raylan picked up a green stone, its surface adorned with the image of a leaf. This was green coconut stone, a peculiar amalgamation of plant and mineral. Crushing the green coconut stone, Raylan subsequently heated pink ink oil, adding the powdered stone once bubbles began to form. Sizzle! The powder plunged into the pink oil, emitting a piercing sound. Instantly, the pink ink transformed into a vibrant green, releasing an extraordinary fragrance. The potion was successfully concocted. Acknowledging the chip's notification with a slight nod, Raylan proceeded to disrobe, revealing an array of burn scars across his body. Two particularly horrific wounds marred his shoulder and abdomen, each encircled by tufts of hair-like fuzz. Chest irks. Raylan intoned the incantation. The green potion in the flask began to bubble vigorously, releasing vapors that thickened the air with their scent. Crackle! The hair around Raylan's wounds appeared to come alive, surging forth and writhing towards the flask. Gritting his teeth, Raylan endured as the hair incessantly emerged. After several minutes, the black fuzz surrounding his wounds had vanished, and the once flask had transformed into a clump of black fur. Raylan's expression was one of indifference as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He ignited a feather and cast it upon the tuft of fur. A mournful wail echoed as the green flames erupted, reminiscent of a woman's cry, somewhat akin to that of Doris. Numerous strands of hair attempted to flee, yet Raylan ensnared them with a milky white substance, binding them firmly within a small circle, compelling them to endure the flame's torment. By the end of the green flame's dance, all that remained was a heap of white powder. Raylan's expression was grave as he gently pointed at the pile of powder. With a whoosh, the powder rose, transforming into the visage of a woman, a nemesis, a foe. Infused with vengeful toxins, it was no wonder the bacteria proved so resilient. Shaking his head, Raylan splashed a vial of green potion upon the spectral face. Sizzle! The visage rapidly dissipated into wisps of white vapor, ultimately vanishing completely. Chip, initiate scan, Raylan commanded. Ding! The scan concluded, and the results revealed. The bacteria within the host had been entirely eradicated. Upon hearing the chip's notification, a look of profound relief finally graced Raylan's countenance. Stretching languidly, he absent-mindedly traced the scar on his body, pondering its unsightliness. What expression would Nilan wear upon witnessing it? He rummaged through a large chest, retrieving a vial of potion, which he swallowed. Minutes later, a surge coursed through his skin, expelling layers of scars and dead skin, rendering his complexion smoother. As long as the bacteria were vanquished, treating the surface scars was merely a matter of a few potions. Raylan gently traced the now exceedingly dim scar, contemplating that perhaps one more encounter would lead to its complete eradication. Subsequently, he extracted the remaining paw from the ill-fated black bear and prepared a sumptuous feast to reward himself. After satiating his hunger and thirst, he noticed that the outside world had succumbed to darkness. Within the cave, he ignited a small fire and began to ponder the journey ahead. With Doris dealt with and no pursuers in sight, he could proceed with greater peace of mind. The Academy's task was not pressing, as he had 3 years to fulfill it. Yet, he wondered how the Academy was faring at present. Although he could gather information about the Blackbone Forest Academy at the market today, he hesitated, fearing the presence of enemy spies. Should his identity be revealed, it would be akin to walking into a trap. It would only be after traversing a significant portion of the duchy that Raylan would begin to seek intelligence. Such monumental matters would undoubtedly serve as fodder for discussion among various wizard gatherings. As long as he remained cautious, he should not expose any vulnerabilities. These considerations could be set aside for now. The priority was to exchange the potions for magical stones, for embarking on a journey with so many crates would prove exceedingly inconvenient. Raylan patted the enormous hardwood chest and was reminded of the yellow horse that had nearly collapsed just a few days prior, eliciting a bittersweet smile. The Walker family's market was no longer an option. After all, I had just recently sold potions. Raylan summoned the map and pinpointed his location. The journey from the academy to the eastern forest province necessitated traversing through 5 other provinces. He resolved to sell his potions along the way, but he would only venture as far as the Gasara province. To sell potions all the way to the eastern forest province would unwittingly reveal both his route and destination, an imprudent move that Raylin would never make. While it was true that selling along the route might evade detection amidst the daily flurry of transactions, Raylin preferred to err on the side of caution. Unwilling to expose his whereabouts, Gasara province, located in the heart of the Swamp Duchy, was a hub of connectivity, making it nearly impossible for anyone to deduce his ultimate destination from there. Well, there was still ample time. If necessary, he could take a longer detour, but he must ensure that his identity remained concealed at all costs. As Raylin gazed at the map marked with routes and the location of the sorcerer's gathering, he fell into deep contemplation. Over 2 months had elapsed. Along the thoroughfare of the Jesala province, a sturdy black steed bore a wooden chest and a figure cloaked in black. The cloaked individual possessed a mane of fiery red hair and a strikingly handsome visage. Indeed, he was Raylin in disguise. Since their last encounter, Raylin had been diligently traversing the landscape, intermittently seeking out sorcerer markets or small-scale exchange fairs to peddle the potions he had crafted. His modest quantities had not incited the greed of any formidable beings on occasion. Some avaricious apprentices had attempted to confront him, yet they proved no match for his skills. The most perilous encounter involved an ambush led by a 3rd-tier apprentice. But Raylin had deftly evaded capture using the detection capabilities of his chip. Through these transactions, he had procured rare materials and amassed a wealth of unique knowledge from various sorcerers, significantly enriching the repository of his chip's database. Moreover, during these 2 months, he had successfully recorded all the shadow-based spell models he had originally purchased onto the chip and subsequently destroyed the original tomes. This act had liberated him from the burdensome weight of numerous belongings. Having sold off the majority of his potions and disposed of the cumbersome spell books, Raylin now found that a single chest sufficed to contain all his possessions. He estimated that once he sold the remaining potions, he would be able to travel with nothing more than a simple pack. I had somewhat underestimated the popularity of my finished potions. As it stands, I have amassed nearly 2,000 magic stones. Had I not invested in a plethora of knowledge and various trinkets, I would likely have exceeded 2,500 magic stones by now. Raylin extended his hand, feeling within his cloak, and was met with the firm texture of a pouch that elicited a smile from him. Fortunately, the realm of sorcery still possessed high-grade magic stones, each equivalent to 100 ordinary stones. Otherwise, I would be burdened with the dilemma of storing them. Chip, display my data, Raylin commanded. Raylin Farrell, 2nd-rank apprentice. Official Knight. Strength 2, 7, Agility 2, 8, Constitution 3, 0, Spirit 4, 6, Mana 4, 0, Status Healthy. The feedback from the chip resonated. Raylin sighed and brought up the map once more. On the vast expanse of the map, the province of Jesala was situated in the heart of the Marshland Duchy, where numerous small families of sorcerers were dispersed. Furthermore, this region served as the capital of the Mortal Duchy, attracting a multitude of wandering sorcerers, travelers, and even sorcerous criminals. Many sorcerers, due to differing ideologies or various other reasons, had faced exclusion and persecution from their original organizations, even becoming fugitives, thus transforming into dangerous wanderers. In the province of Jesala, there existed a grand sorcerer market, and the Bougainvillea family, one of the 3 prominent families of the Blackwood Academy, held dominion over this market. Here, one could undoubtedly gather a wealth of the latest information. Over the past 2 months, Raylin had discreetly unearthed numerous tidbits regarding the Blackwood Academy, though they remained vague. He only knew that they were engaged in conflict with foes to the west, while the identities of these adversaries and the outcome of the battles were shrouded in obscurity. Thus, at the Amling Bird Market, he planned to sell off the remaining potions, gather a few tidbits about the academy, and then set off on his journey. Raylin made a resolute decision. The quaint village and the dilapidated dock seemed almost implausible, were it not for the intelligence reports. I could scarcely believe that the grand market of the Swamp Duchy's sorcerers lay concealed beneath the humble abode of ordinary folk. Raylin cast a fleeting glance over the village, which appeared utterly desolate. Beneath it lay the sorcerer's market, perpetually emanating an aura of radiation. The villagers residing above must have been perpetually frail and ailing, with the looming threat of sudden demise. How could such a place ever flourish? It is likely that in a few decades, it shall transform into a ghost town. Raylan wrapped his tattered gray robe around himself, concealing his visage. As he approached a grand edifice constructed of stone and brick, he rapped lightly upon the door, which emitted a dull thud, resonating with decay. "Who goes there?" A frigid voice echoed from behind the door. "I am but a wandering apprentice of sorcery, seeking to glimpse the marketplace." With a creak, the heavy door swung open, revealing a shadowy figure clad in a black robe within. A sudden shock coursed through Raylan's heart as he sensed the palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from the figure clad in black robes. This was an elusive concept, yet one unmistakably shaped by the weight of having slain countless peers. The presence of this dark-robed individual left no doubt in Raylan's mind that he bore the lives of numerous formidable opponents upon his hands. Truly, this bustling marketplace was heavily guarded, with even the sentinels exhibiting an unwavering vigilance. The black-robed figure exuded the energy fluctuations characteristic of a third-tier apprentice, and even possessed disposable energy artifacts, all of which, however, fell prey to the scrutiny of the chip's detection, regardless of whether it is your first visit or not. Allow me to outline the rules. Any conflict within the marketplace shall be deemed a provocation against the Zijingwa family. The black-robed man intoned coldly. At this moment, Raylan discovered the pattern of the bauhinia flower on his cuff. "I understand." Raylan nodded. "Very well, the fee is 1 mana stone." After Raylan paid the mana stone, the figure in the black robe tapped on the mantelpiece, and the sound of steel machinery echoed as the fireplace turned to the right, revealing a descending staircase. Even the style is reminiscent of the Blackbone Forest. Raylan thought to himself, shaking his head discreetly. Upon entering the passage, the fireplace behind them closed abruptly, and the interior of the corridor dimmed, illuminated only by a few flickering lights. Raylan followed the staircase, feeling as though he descended several meters underground before a vast cavern revealed itself before him. The marketplace was immense, comparable to several football fields in size, with the ceiling adorned by formations reminiscent of stalactites, leading Raylan to suspect that this place might have been naturally formed. At the heart of the marketplace stood a row of buildings constructed from gray stones, encircled by a ring of wooden cabins, while stalls were notably scarce. By this point, Raylan had gained some understanding of the customs within the world of wizards. Typically, formal wizards donned white or black robes, while apprentices wore gray. The white robes were emblematic of more peaceful factions, such as those associated with healing, whereas the black robes leaned towards combat, often reflecting a more enigmatic disposition. Of course, these were mere conventions. Some wizards chose to dress in peculiar and eccentric attire that appeared quite strange. Chapter 51. The Teaching of the Spiral Abyss. Sir, do you require a guide? I only need a magic stone. Several young boys and girls surrounded him. No need. Raylan promptly declined. After visiting numerous marketplaces, he realized that guides did not require as many magic stones as he had initially assumed. Some were even provided free of charge by their families to lead the way. On his first visit to the marketplace, giving a boy a magic stone had proven to be a significant loss. As for ordinary marketplaces, they were relatively small. After a few laps, one would become thoroughly familiar with the layout, which was generally supplemented by signage, thus rendering guides unnecessary in most cases. Raylan leisurely wandered through the bustling marketplace before arriving at the largest apothecary. "Greetings, esteemed guest." An elderly man with a grizzled beard smiled and bowed. "I wish to sell a batch of potions of considerable value," Raylan stated rather directly. "Please, follow me." The old man was momentarily taken aback, but quickly led Raylan to a small private room in the back. Upon closing the door, Raylan felt the palpable energy of a magical barrier. "Our establishment is entirely committed to customer confidentiality, and we possess the most comprehensive security measures," the white-bearded elder introduced with a smile. "Excellent." Raylan nodded, appreciating the discretion, which was indeed beneficial to him. Inside the small room, there were 2 couch-like seats, and a small wooden table in the center held 2 steaming cups of a fragrant beverage. "Please, have a seat." The elder gestured with his hand. Raylan settled into the embrace of the sofa, lifting a cup to his nose to inhale the aroma of the powdered Thailand beans, which were infused with black pearls, proving to be quite beneficial for apprentices in meditation. The guest's profound knowledge in the field of pharmacology left me in awe. A fleeting look of surprise crossed the old man's eyes. "All right," he continued, "I have been engrossed in a significant experiment in the laboratory for over a year now, and I have not ventured outside during that time. Could you assist me in appraising these potions?" Raylan presented a package before the elderly man, who, upon unwrapping it, emitted a sound of surprise. Within the parcel lay all the potions Raylan had prepared for sale, each glass vial radiating a brilliant luminescence. "Please hold on," the old man exclaimed, retrieving a pair of monocles from his pocket and placing them upon his eyes. After approximately half an hour, the old man finally set aside the spectacles, rubbing his temples wearily. 37 vials of hemostatic potion, 45 vials of detoxification elixir, and the silence potion. All these concoctions are of commendable quality and have been well preserved. I can offer you 900 magic stones for them, a very fair price. Raylan nodded slightly in agreement. The old man then carefully stored the potions and counted out 9 high-grade magic stones, handing them to Raylan. "You must be an apothecary, yes? Please accept this. In the future, you may enjoy a 10% discount at my shop, and for any of your potions, we shall offer a generous price for acquisition." As he spoke, the old man presented a purple crystal card with both hands to Raylan. Raylan took the document and, after a brief examination, tucked it away, declaring, "I shall remember this." The elderly man with the white beard then escorted Raylan out of the shop. As they bid farewell, Raylan casually inquired, "You know, I have just concluded my experiment. Is there anywhere I might receive the latest news from the Swamp Duchy?" Following the old man's guidance, Raylan arrived at Gando's general store. Upon entering, he found the place to be quite disorganized, filled with an assortment of items, some of which were so obscure that even their origins were indiscernible. However, one thing was clear. These were undoubtedly genuine goods, piquing Raylan's interest. "Who are you?" A voice emerged from behind the counter, followed by the sudden appearance of an elderly man who appeared as if he were on the brink of death. "I was sent by the old man from the apothecary." Raylan introduced himself, "and I wish to inquire about recent intelligence regarding the Swamp Duchy. The usual rules apply here. One must purchase an item before receiving any information." The frail man's lips remained still, yet a peculiar sound emanated from him. "Very well. I shall select something at random." Raylan responded, eager to proceed. "No, I must choose for you." The decrepit man chuckled in a raspy voice. Raylan rolled his eyes at the thought of such poor business practices, but relented. "Then you may choose." The old man rummaged through the shelves behind him, the wooden structure creaking ominously as if it might collapse at any moment. And Raylan felt a twinge of concern for the old man's safety. "Found it," the elderly man exclaimed, extracting a black document from the cabinet. The parchment bore some incomprehensible script, its edges tattered as if gnawed by rodents. "This is a fragment of the spell manuscript of the Crimson Grand Sorcerer. I shall sell it to you for a mere 1,000 magic stones, truly a bargain. What do you say?" The old man's eyes gleamed with excitement. Within these pages might lie the legacy of the Crimson Grand Sorcerer. Should you acquire it, you may very well ascend to the rank of a high sorcerer. Raylan, with a look of utter disbelief, received the device. Chip. Scan. Ding. Based on the analysis of carbon elements and corroborated by various scholarly references, it can be conclusively determined that this document is crafted from human skin. Ownership, Spiral Abyss Sect 89. 5. Cobalt Blue Rare Tome 56. 5. Crimson Notepad 21. 7. Is that so? Chip, what is the strength of the elderly man opposite us? Approximately a third-tier apprentice. Based on the fluctuations of his surface energy, it can be deduced that he is undergoing some form of transformation experiment. Similarity levels, zombification 86. 6. Ghostly transformation 45. 6. Raylan feigned a prolonged contemplation before turning his gaze towards the old man. Is this not a fragment from the Scroll of the Abyss? Have you truly deceived me? How could this be? The dying old man hastily protested, yet a fleeting look of astonishment flickered in his eyes, quickly replaced by a sycophantic expression. Even if it is indeed a fragment from the Scroll of the Abyss, it was once the arcane notes of the esteemed level 2 sorcerer, Lord Ukmais. Just 2 years ago, a similar fragment fetched a staggering price of 700 magic stones. How about I offer you the same price? Raylan shook his head, stating that the scrolls of the Spiral Sect were inscribed in a highly sophisticated cipher, accessible only to officially recognized wizards. Mere apprentices would find them utterly incomprehensible. Furthermore, although the content of the pages was composed in an advanced cryptic script, the pagination was encrypted using the commonplace Amar cipher. Raylan pointed to a corner of the page, exclaiming, "Look at this page number, merely 12. According to the records, the initial 30 pages of the Spiral Sect's manuscript merely chronicled experiments and observations from the apprentice days of Ukmisi. It was only upon attaining the status of a formal wizard and inheriting a legacy site that one could truly unleash astonishing talent. The previously sold high-priced fragments, too, had page numbers exceeding 100. Trade among wizards is predicated on equivalence. Thus, this fragment is hardly worth 700 magic stones. Based on my calculations, 70 stones would be its rightful value, Raylan concluded. Haha. The weather is splendid today. The ailing old man continued to feign resilience but ultimately succumbed under Raylan's gaze. Well, I didn't expect to encounter a scholar. Choose as you please. No need. I have come solely for information. Consider it as if I have made a purchase. Raylan carefully stored the blackened fragment and placed 7 medium magic stones upon the table. While the cipher upon this fragment could only be deciphered by officially recognized wizards, Raylan was inclined to experiment with the chip. After all, in terms of computational capacity. Though untested, he was certain that the chip would surpass most formal wizards in capability. Very well. What would you like to inquire? The ailing old man leaned over the table, consuming the magic stones piece by piece, leaving Raylan somewhat astonished. I have been in dire need of energy. Had you provided me with an additional 1,000 magic stones, I could have completed the modification. The old man remained with an expression of resigned helplessness. Raylan shook his head and inquired about the recent developments concerning the Blackbone Forest. The Blackbone Forest. Are you a student from there? He asked. I am merely curious about the events occurring there. After all, I do not wish to be caught in the turmoil of war. The frail old man, sensing the gravity of the matter, continued without further questioning. I graduated from there as well, and the current situation in the Blackbone Forest is far from favorable. It is said that the Gothic Sage's cottage and the Whitewood Castle have united to wage war against the Blackbone Forest. The old man recounted the unfolding events with fervor. According to his account, the origins of the conflict had long been forgotten. Regardless, both the Gothic Sage's cottage and the Whitewood Castle are forces of equal standing with the Blackbone Forest. In their alliance, the Blackbone Forest finds itself at a distinct disadvantage, now relying solely on the protective magical formations of the Academy to withstand the onslaught. Chip? How much time is required to decrypt this document? Raylan caressed the tattered pages of the tome made from human skin, despite its unsettling composition. He carefully wrapped it in cloth and tucked it into his bosom. Suddenly, a notification chimed, analyzing. The database reveals no prototype password. A conjectural model must be established. Estimated decryption time, 93 days and 13 hours. Over 3 months? I can wait. Raylan stroked his chin thoughtfully and meandered through the marketplace. What he had previously shared with the dying old man was the unvarnished truth. Raylan merely sought to exploit the chip, wagering on the odds, even if it proved futile. The intelligence provided by the old man was worth a good 20 or 30 magic stones, although the page number of the tome he acquired was relatively early. Primarily containing apprentice-level content, it was perfectly suited for Raylan, who was still a second-tier apprentice. It might contain records of meditation techniques from the Ukaimai, experimental data, or discovered resource points, and should he uncover anything of value, it would be a windfall. After all, the computational capacity of the chip was immense, and Raylan had only utilized less than half of its potential. Rather than let it languish idly, it was far better to employ it for deciphering. Chapter 52. Slavery relying on his swift footsteps, Leyland exited the Anling bird market. The exit was, surprisingly, adjacent to the previous small village, concealed within a haystack, where a figure clad in a black robe emblazoned with a camellia flower insignia stood watch. Chip, scan my surroundings. Upon leaving the village, Leyland commanded. A soft azure luminescence projected before him, vividly revealing a shadowy figure trailing behind. Within the expanse of the blue glow, a solitary red dot stood out conspicuously. Target's energy intensity detected, estimated to be a second-tier apprentice, devoid of magical artifacts. The chip reported, only a second-tier apprentice? It seems this is not a significant force. Merely a greedy cur-seeking fortune. A cold glint emanated from Leyland's eyes. Had it not been for my own ulterior motives, the second-tier apprentice trailing behind Leyland seemed remarkably patient, following him for over 10 kilometers. Only when they were far beyond the market's confines did he launch his ambush. Suddenly, the ground beneath Leyland's feet erupted with 2 mounds of earth, transforming into colossal, earthen hands that firmly grasped his ankles. In an instant, a dagger radiating an eerie purple light was plunged into Leyland's lower back. Success. A fleeting gleam of joy flickered in the eyes of the ambushing apprentice, only to be replaced by horror as he witnessed Leyland bizarrely begin to dissolve, morphing into a mass of barbed vines that ensnared him entirely. The thorns mercilessly pierced his flesh, and the apprentice could almost sense the plant, imbued with life, greedily siphoning the blood from his body. Cursed be this fate. A puppet. What sorcery is this? Shadow incarnation? Or perhaps blood-sucking vines? As blood continued to drain from him, the apprentice's head swam in dizziness. "Oh, you cannot do this. Please. Spare me," he pleaded desperately, but the vines writhed, sealing his mouth shut. With a resounding thud, the magical effect dissipated, leaving only the desiccated corpse of the apprentice behind. Leyland showed no mercy to his foes. The following day, Leyland returned to the marketplace. "Sir, do you require a guide?" "Just one magic stone." The entrance was bustling with a cacophony of chatter from a group of boisterous youths. Today, Leyland had donned a new outfit and even altered his visage for concealment, although his previous appearance was a facade. Who could guarantee that there were no peculiar magical effects here capable of piercing through a cloak? As for fluctuations in mental energy, Leyland was not particularly concerned. He had deliberately avoided formal wizards the day prior, ensuring that his presence had not been recorded. Capturing a wizard's mental fluctuations requires considerable preparation, even for those of formal standing, and no seasoned wizard would engage in such frivolity without cause. "You there?" Leyland casually pointed at a little girl. "Thank you, sir. I know this place well," the girl exclaimed, her surprise evident. She wore a white dress, appearing somewhat frail. Tossing a magic stone into her arms, Leyland spoke slowly. "I wish to venture to a more elevated locale." His voice had been deliberately altered, sounding entirely different from the day before. "A more elevated locale? You mean the second level?" The girl hesitated. Indeed, this insight stemmed from Leyland's numerous explorations. The market was not vast, yet he felt that something essential was amiss. Certain precious resources had eluded his discovery. The gatekeeper stationed here likely sought to identify capable clients and guide them to more discreet venues. Since you are aware of the second level, you must also understand that without assets or guarantees exceeding 1,000 magic stones, entry is not permitted. Rest assured, I possess the means. Lead the way." The little girl lifted her head, yet she could not discern the expression concealed beneath the cloak of Raylan. Instead, she kept her gaze lowered, leading the way ahead. Although places like the second floor were undoubtedly teeming with wizards, there was little to be done. The ancient recipes for the Azure Potion and Maria's Tears remained incomplete, with numerous ingredients still unlocated. If such vital components could not be found in this grandest of wizard markets, all hope would be lost, and she would have to earnestly seek alternative materials. Raylan's demeanor was somewhat somber as he traversed the land, peddling potions while endeavoring to gather two rare ingredients essential for ancient elixirs. Regrettably, his yield was scant. The Amling Bird Market stood as the most concentrated assembly of sorcerers within the entire Marshland Kingdom, second only to the Blackbone Forest Academy. If he could not procure the ingredients here, Raylan would find himself utterly at a loss. Raylan followed the little girl ahead, arriving at a rather secluded alley. She tapped on a stone at the corner of the wall. Suddenly, with a thunderous rumble, the wall at the end of the alley shifted, revealing a descending passageway. "It's right in here," the girl whispered, her voice tinged with trepidation. "Lead the way," Raylan urged, trailing closely behind her as they ventured deeper. Reaching their destination in mere minutes, two third-tier apprentices clad in blood-red robes stood sentinel at the entrance. To Raylan's astonishment, the chip's detection revealed that they bore enchanted items, further piquing his curiosity about the market beyond. The girl approached the two apprentices and exchanged hushed words before returning to Raylan, curtsying with a flourish of her skirts. "Respected sir, this is as far as I can take you." No sooner had she spoken than she darted up the steps, vanishing into the shadows. It appeared that within this elite market lay something that instilled great fear in her. Raylan pondered this with a sense of intrigue as he approached the two red-robed figures. "Proof of entry, or an item valued at 1,000 magic stones," one of the apprentices declared coldly. As he stood before them, Raylan could almost feel the sorrowful wails of the vengeful spirits that lingered in their vicinity. Truly, they were formidable beings, Raylan thought to himself. Tossing a small pouch containing 10 high-grade magic stones towards them, Raylan entered with composure. And only when the grand door slowly closed behind him did he take the opportunity to survey the square before him. This square appeared to be situated beneath the former marketplace, and its dimensions were rather modest, resembling merely a single street. Occasionally, wizards passed by, their presence sparse and the distance between individuals considerable. First-class apprentices were nearly non-existent, and second-class apprentices were scarce. The majority were third-class apprentices, all emanating a potent aura of energy. Fully fledged wizards were also relatively common. After taking a deep breath, Raylan ventured into the street. More than half an hour later, he emerged from a stone building marked as an apothecary, a distinct look of joy illuminating his face. To his delight, in addition to the primary ingredients mentioned by Master Fate, he found that all the other materials were available. Truly, it was a grand marketplace. While the primary ingredients for the ancient potions, the azure elixir and Maria's tears, were of utmost importance, the remaining components were quite commonplace. Nevertheless, the ability to procure them all exceeded Raylan's expectations. He had spent a considerable portion of the 1,000 magic stones he had set aside for these materials. Yet he felt it was worth every coin. The quality of goods here was evidently a notch above what he had encountered before. He even spotted a dagger-like low-grade enchanted item for sale. However, the price marked at 4,000 magic stones shattered Raylan's fleeting hopes. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise caught his attention, leading him to a new discovery. A slave market? Before him lay a vast enclosure, within which numerous naked slaves stood behind bars, their expressions either numb or filled with humiliation, awaiting the selection of the wizards. Just perfect. I am in need of a few servants. Raylan was preparing to settle in the city of Eternal Night for approximately 3 years. He realized that he could not undertake every task by himself. Initially, he intended to hire servants and mercenaries upon his arrival. However, it was considerably more convenient to seek out some elite slaves here. After all, these individuals had undergone rigorous training, instruction, or manipulation by sorcerers, ensuring their safety and practicality. Esteemed sir, how do you fare? Might you be in need of a warm bed companion? The slave trader eagerly inquired, gesturing towards a group of voluptuous female slaves behind him, their ample forms creating ripples of allure. Among them were a dozen or so elegantly naked noblewomen, their skin smooth and figures exceedingly generous, even in their status as slaves. Their innate nobility could not be concealed. How did they come to be here? I mean, as nobles, wouldn't there be complications? Raylan inquired, curiosity piqued. Please, do not fret. These are noblewomen who have suffered defeat in the struggles for power. Their lands and families have been obliterated and stripped away, rendering them, in legal terms, as dead individuals who have already been punished. They pose no trouble whatsoever, the trader proudly explained. Raylan glanced at the young noblewoman, clearly still in her teenage years, being pulled along by a woman. This sight reminded him of the noble girl he had encountered in the woods earlier. If she were to fail in her quest for vengeance, she too might end up being sold here. What do you think? Let us purchase a few. We can indulge in whatever amusements we desire. Once we grow weary of them, they can serve as experimental subjects. Even if they perish, it matters not. The merchant urged with fervent persuasion. Raylan shook his head. I wish to procure some guards, preferably knights, and I also require a few experimental assistants. I see. The merchant stroked his chin. What you seek are high-grade slaves, which come at a considerable price. However, all who come here are esteemed patrons. Please, follow me. Raylan followed closely behind the merchant and beheld a considerable number of slaves. Among them were robust adults as well as children, all gazing out from behind the bars with expressions of sheer terror. Occasionally, a few sorcerers would point and scrutinize them closely. To his astonishment, Raylan also noticed some half-orc and aquatic slaves encircled by a group of sorcerers, their voices rising and falling in a cacophony of bidding. The merchant led Raylan to the entrance of a large tent and summoned a portly man over. This is my friend Turin, who happens to have a selection of high-quality merchandise at hand. It was unclear what arrangement had been made between the merchant and Turin, but ultimately, the merchant departed with a broad smile. Turin then turned to Raylan and said, Esteemed customer, I completely understand your requirements. We have just received a new shipment of premium slaves. Please, follow me. Chapter 53. The Attendant, Addendum Request for Sanjiang. Raylan followed Tarlon into the expansive white tent. Within, a pervasive scent of incense lingered, effectively masking the unpleasant odors of sweat and various excretions, creating an atmosphere far more pleasant than outside. The slaves within the tent were finally adorned with a few thin layers of hemp cloth, providing a modicum of coverage for their modesty. Tarlon led Raylan before several exceptionally robust adult men. They were all formally trained knights. What do you think? They are undoubtedly in accordance with your requirements. Raylan nodded and approached a bald giant. Chip. Detection. Ding. Target biological data. Strength. 3. 1. Agility. 2. 8. Constitution. 2. 9. Spirit. 1. 5. Status. Corroded by a certain neurotoxin. The data of several other knight-level slaves was similarly disheartening. It was then that Raylan noticed their dazed eyes and dilated pupils. The consciousness of these knights seemed to be under some form of influence. Tran quickly forced a smile. The The resistance of knights is generally quite robust. To cater to the diverse needs of our clientele, we cannot uniformly employ mental branding for control. They are advanced enforcers, subjected to continuous suggestion and punishment, followed by drug-induced control. Although not as agile as a typical knight, they can still comprehend some basic commands. Tran clearly recognized Raylan's prowess and had specifically recommended this batch of goods. Very well. What is the price? Raylan inquired. Raylan nodded, selecting the 2 specimens with the highest data scores. After settling the payment with magic stones, he received a creature resembling a scorpion from Taran. Taran respectfully handed the box containing the scorpion to Raylan. Raylan nodded, carefully stowing away the box. Additionally, I require a maid who can fulfill the role of a simple laboratory assistant. As Raylan exited the marketplace once more, he was accompanied by 2 armored knights and a strikingly graceful maid. The maid's eyes were clear and bright, clad in a flowing black gauze dress. According to Taran's introduction, she had undergone extensive training from a young age, making her well-suited for basic experimental tasks, thus perfectly meeting Raylan's requirements. Furthermore, she had been infused with mandragora essence, allowing her to effectively shield against the detrimental radiation of sorcery while eternally preserving her youthful and beautiful appearance. As a consequence, her lifespan was limited to merely 30 years. The Antling bird market excelled in this regard, astonishingly offering the option of a free exit, albeit exclusively for esteemed clients. When Leylin and the other servants reappeared, they found themselves not in the small village, but rather on the outskirts of a city. This was a service offered by the high-ranking market, of course, for a fee. However, given the trouble it could help him avoid, Leylin, who was not yet particularly powerful, deemed the expenditure of a few magic stones worthwhile. Master. The knights and the maid knelt in respect. Do you have names? Leylin inquired with a slight nod. The 2 knights exchanged glances, their expressions dimming as they replied, No. Please grant us names, my lord. The maid shook her head as well, appearing quite pitiful. You shall be called Goran. Leylin pointed at the larger knight. And you shall be named Fressa. He indicated the other knight. As for you, he glanced at the beautiful maid. You shall be Anna. Thank you for bestowing names upon us, master. We shall remain ever loyal. The 3 subordinates knelt forward, kissing Leylin's boots. Enough. Leylin waved his hand for them to rise. Surveying his surroundings, it appeared to be a small grove, and in the distance, he could see the outline of a grand city, at least 10 times larger than the one he had previously inhabited. Carriages laden with goods continuously entered and exited the city gates, creating a vibrant scene. Goran, go into the city and procure a carriage. I will wait for you here. Leylin tossed a small black pouch to the large knight. Also, purchase some travel supplies and clothing. He added casually, As you command, my lord. Goran caught the pouch, bowing slightly before preparing to leave. Furthermore, refrain from calling me my lord in the future. Simply refer to me as young master. Leylin touched his youthful face, somewhat exasperated. Understood. This time, all 3 knelt together. Watching Goran's retreating figure, Leylin suddenly turned to Fressa and asked, Do you recall anything from before you became a slave? Fressa, with his chestnut hair and blue eyes, were numerous scars of varying ages, suggesting a life filled with rich yet painful experiences. Oh, I see. Leylin surmised that some form of potion or sorcery had affected him, likely only impacting ordinary individuals. However, Leylin felt no inclination to assist, for he had come to gather subordinates, not to seek trouble. The captives, having been defeated in struggle, were often remnants of their former selves. What if they remembered and sought revenge against him? Even if they remained silent, their loyalty would be in question. And what about you? Leylin turned his gaze to the timid Anna. Anna's skin was fair, radiating a creamy hue that sparked within Leylin an impulse to reach out and touch. Her features were exquisitely delicate, reminiscent of a porcelain doll. Anna was raised by merchants from a young age and later sold to the people of Tranda. For a maid like her, it was essential to be cultivated from childhood, acquiring various knowledge and refining her demeanor to win the favor of prominent individuals. Naturally, certain lessons aimed at pleasing men were obligatory. As Anna gazed at Raylan, who was still shrouded in a black cloak, his face obscured, she could discern from his voice that he was likely quite young, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. What courses have you studied? How much do you know about wizards? He inquired. I have studied some, merely the preliminary processing of materials. Since I am not an apprentice wizard, I am powerless regarding experiments that require the application of energy particles. I apologize, sir. Anna fidgeted with her clothing, feeling somewhat anxious. That is quite sufficient. Raylan responded with satisfaction. He harbored many secrets, and it was not ideal for outsiders to join his experiments. Having someone assist with preliminary tasks was already a boon. A true wizard's assistant would at least require the skills of a wizard apprentice, and such slaves commanded a hefty price, often accompanied by complications. Although he did not see any today in the slave market, Raylan was aware that hidden within the marketplace was likely another slave market specifically for selling wizard apprentices. For many dark wizards, only those apprentices capable of resisting radiation contamination constituted the best materials for human experimentation. These apprentices were likely sourced from war criminals or captives. If the Blackbone Forest were to be utterly defeated, with even the headquarters breached, then all apprentices within the academy, lacking powerful protective backgrounds, would mostly face the grim fate of enslavement. Those like Raylan, who had fled, would have no choice but to sever ties with the academy, becoming wanderers, homeless and solitary. At this moment, he could only pray for the academy's victory. Even in defeat, he hoped it would not be too devastating. Raylan's gaze turned somber as he looked westward. Anna and Freysa, witnessing the young master's despondent demeanor, kept their heads bowed, not daring to utter a word. The sound of creaking wheels drew nearer, and Raylan soon discerned a knight seated at the front of a black carriage, whose features faintly resembled Goran's. The carriage was entirely black, devoid of any adornments. The merchant had refrained from etching anything, uncertain if the buyer was of noble standing. However, it appeared quite sturdy, pulled swiftly by two large black horses, arriving before Raylan in a gust of wind. "Sir." Goran dismounted, presenting a money pouch with both hands before Raylan. "The carriage cost." "No need to elaborate," Raylan interjected, snatching the pouch and tossing it casually into Anna's arms. "From now on, you shall manage the small change. If it runs short, simply ask me." "Yes, sir," Anna replied, carefully securing the money pouch. Within that place, there were merely mundane coins, akin to mere trinkets for Raylan. With a little ingenuity, acquiring as many as he desired was a trivial matter. His sole concern rested upon the magical stones, the universal currency among wizards. Regrettably, even along the southern coast, magical stones were a rare and coveted commodity. Throughout his numerous visits to markets, Raylan had encountered many establishments that exchanged currency for magical stones. Yet none allowed the purchase of such stones with mere gold coins. These individuals would soon become his trusted subordinates. After a moment of contemplation, Raylan unfastened his cloak, revealing a handsome visage, albeit one that had been artfully disguised. "You shall all become my confidants. Now, behold my true countenance." Raylan's disguise was merely a means to exchange supplies. Now that all the potions had been successfully traded, there was no longer a need for constant concealment. Furthermore, since these individuals were to meet Raylan daily, they would inevitably recognize him. It would be wiser to reveal the truth now. As Raylan lifted the enchantment, the muscles in his face began to undulate, returning to the youthful visage he once possessed. Noticing Anna and the others nod in agreement, Raylan commanded, "Let us depart." We head towards the Eastern Forest Province. Chapter 54. Roland City. On the broad thoroughfare, a carriage sped forward with great haste, driven by two formidable men clad in iron armor and wielding longswords, clearly not to be trifled with, as the surrounding farmers hastily made way. Inside the carriage, a pungent amalgamation of wood and paint permeated the air, creating a rather unpleasant aroma. Raylan's nostrils twitched as he detected the alluring fragrance of perfume. Glancing at Anna, whose cheeks were slightly flushed, he smiled and beckoned her over. Once she approached, he directed her to recline partially, resting his head against her bosom. His hand casually brushed against her thigh, the delicate black veil failing to conceal her beauty. It felt as if his hands were caressing a piece of warm, soft jade. As he savored the softness of her back and the sound of her somewhat heavy breathing, Raylan sighed contentedly, closing his eyes briefly and refraining from further movements. It must be said that the recent days had been fraught with tension, each transaction requiring vigilance and caution, which had drained much of Raylan's mental energy. Now, liberated from such burdens, and with two knights to lend their aid in times of need, he found himself enjoying a rare respite. The knights, naturally, had taken to sleeping outside, leaving the carriage for their master and the maid. Raylan was not one to adhere to the strictest moral codes. And with Anna being a beauty well-versed in the art of seduction, it was only natural that during their time together in the carriage, he had fully indulged in her charms, leaving behind a dark crimson mark at the bottom of the carriage. As Anna, now his maid, had no choice but to comply with her master's desires, she devoted herself to his service throughout the journey, delighting him with various pleasures. Fortunately, as a sorcerer, he could enhance his physical condition through potions and meditation. Otherwise, given his previous unfortunate constitution, he would likely have succumbed to the ravages of time long before his years. Raylan covertly commanded, "Chip, retrieve my data." Raylan Farrell, second-class apprentice, official night strength, 2, 7 agility, 2, 8 constitution, 3, 0 spirit, 4, 6 mana, 4, 0 status. Healthy months had passed, and despite my daily commitment to meditation, my progress had merely increased by 0. 2. Raylan's expression grew somber. It was imperative to reach the sanctuary swiftly and procure the ancient elixirs. Otherwise, the timeline for meeting the promotion criteria remained uncertain. Advancement to third-class apprentice represented a threshold for all wizard apprentices. Even those of the fifth-tier aptitude, like Agamemnon, typically required years of arduous training. Currently, Raylan found himself ensnared at the threshold of spiritual power. "Chip, what is the status of the elixir analyses and the progress on the scroll of Lurien?" Ding. The mechanical voice of the chip chimed. "Azure elixir analysis complete at 100, Maria's tears analysis at 78, scroll of Lurien decryption at 63. 7. The Azure elixir had long been fully analyzed. However, the primary ingredients had become extinct, necessitating relentless experimentation to find substitutes. As for Maria's tears, it had stagnated at 78 since 3 months ago. It was perplexing. Had I overlooked some crucial steps? Raylan furrowed his brow, for the computational prowess of the chip was formidable. Yet, the analysis of the ancient potion, Maria's tears, remained stagnant at a mere 78, leaving Raylan quite astonished. The formula provided by Minterguafat must undoubtedly be accurate. The chip's inability to decipher it must stem from some intricate dilemma, with parameters absent even from the chip's database. Maria's tears. Tears, Raylan speculated. Could it be that the formula for this ancient potion is intertwined with the essence of the soul? After all, the name of the potion evokes rather ominous associations. As for the decryption of the spiral teaching, progress was satisfactory. Although the creator had employed an exceedingly elaborate cipher to encrypt the text, the chip thrived on complex computational tasks. Through the interpretation of previously decrypted text, Raylan had gleaned a general understanding of the contents of this document. Regrettably, the contents were promising, yet access to them would only be granted upon his ascension to the rank of a third-tier apprentice. Raylan shook his head, dispelling the distracting thoughts from his mind. Suddenly, the carriage that was in motion came to a halt. Raylan furrowed his brow and inquired, "What has transpired?" "Please rest assured, young master, it is merely a band of highwaymen." Gorin's voice came through the wooden boards. The sounds of clashing weapons erupted, accompanied by the cacophony of human curses and anguished cries. Indeed, it was but a brief moment before it seemed the discussions had faltered, and with a gentle declaration from Freysa that all had been resolved, the carriage resumed its journey. Raylan felt a profound sense of satisfaction with this handling of the situation. The reason he had procured 2 knights and a maid was to delegate all mundane matters to them, thereby granting him more time to delve into the arcane arts and conduct his experiments. Such troubles along the road were trifles, and within him stirred a nascent plan that required considerable manpower to bring to fruition. These 3 were to be his core team. "Master," came a soft gasp from Anna behind him. At that moment, Raylan realized that his hand had inadvertently wandered to Anna's most sensitive area while he was lost in thought. Observing her flushed face, tinged with a hint of melancholy, he said, "Young master has matters to attend to. There will be ample time to indulge in playful pursuits with you this evening." His nearly unabashed words caused Anna to shyly lower her gaze. Raylan appeared oblivious to the temptation before him. The chip. Transmit the meticulously deciphered formula for the Azure elixir into my memory bank. Raylan had always maintained a clear distinction between leisure and learning. At crucial moments, he would never indulge in distractions. Anna observed Raylan, who had shut his eyes, her gaze dimming slightly. She adjusted her somewhat disheveled attire and made an effort to shift her position, ensuring Raylan was more comfortable. As time swiftly passed, evening approached. "Young master, there is a city not far away." Goling's voice rang out from outside. "Where are we?" "According to the markings on the map, we should have entered the Eastern Forest Province. This is Roland City, located at the border of the province." A flurry of rustling as the map was searched ensued, followed by Freysa's voice. "Roland City, you say?" Raylan pondered, retrieving the map stored in the chip. On the pale blue surface of the map, A red line interconnected numerous cities, with Roland City situated in the western part of the Eternal Night City, merely a few days' journey from it. After nearly half a year of travel, were they finally arriving? Raylan felt a twinge of sentimentality. He had chosen this location not only for its distance from the Blackbone Forest, which would likely shield him from the ravages of war, but also to distance himself from the Academy in order to conduct clandestine experiments. After all, possessing the chip made many of his experiments exceedingly unique. If he remained within the confines of the Academy, the remnants, or even the refuse of his work, could easily lead to discovery. However, upon stepping outside, Raylan felt an immediate sense of liberation, much like a canary, long confined in a cage, soaring back into the open sky. Raylan opened the car door, and a brisk wind swept in. The sensation of freedom. He glanced at the somewhat desolate city in the distance, along with the sparse farmers nearby, and a smile instinctively spread across his face. Let's find a place to settle down first. We shall embark on our journey at dawn tomorrow. Raylan issued a command. When in the wilderness, one naturally resides in a carriage or a tent, yet upon entering a human city, he was unwilling to compromise his comfort. The black carriage, under the awestruck gaze of the guards, made its way directly into the city. To the people of Donglin province, the presence of a carriage, bodyguards, and beautiful maidens signified that Raylan was undoubtedly a noble scion out for a leisurely stroll. In truth, Raylan was indeed a noble heir, albeit his domain lay beyond this continent. He had not pondered whether his title from the Karai Islands would hold validity here, yet his noble status certainly alleviated many inconveniences. After securing accommodations at an inn, Raylan summoned a waiter. Are you aware of any places where I might procure assistance? He inquired, idly toying with a gold coin in his hand. The waiter, glancing at Anna who followed Raylan, fixated on the gold coin, swallowing hard. Esteemed sir, if you require manpower, the employment market beside the Lord's Manor is your best bet. There, you can hire robust warriors, astute stewards, and various maidens and stable hands. Excellent. Take me there tomorrow, and this gold coin shall be yours. Raylan replied with a smile. It seemed he would be residing in the city of Eternal Night for an extended period. Given his desire for tranquility and the need for individuals who could heed his commands without being beholden to others, the formation of his own faction became inevitable. With Anna and her companions as the core, he would recruit a few more from Roland City, which would suffice. Although he could recruit in the city of Eternal Night, he would undoubtedly face significant infiltration. Seeking individuals from Roland City, while still risk-laden, would minimize both numbers and influence. Dinner comprised white bread and vegetable soup. Although the innkeeper had served their finest, Raylan found it lacking compared to the Academy's dining hall. As he dined, many patrons kept their distance, clad in coarse gray or brown garments, casting glances filled with reverence and fear. Observing the empty space around him, Raylan couldn't help but smile wryly. Chapter 55, The Eagle of Roland. The following morning, guided by the waiter, Raylan arrived at the employment market in Roland City, nestled beside the Lord's Manor. The market boasted commendable security, as Raylan had yet to witness any brawls. Numerous onlookers regarded Raylan and his entourage, particularly intrigued by Anna, who, having dressed up, appeared even more stunning. Fortunately, the presence of the armored golem instilled a degree of caution, preventing any untoward incidents. Sir, this is the employment market of Roland City, where you can find the assistance you seek, and also post various tasks, the waiter introduced as they approached. As for Freysa, Raylan had instructed him to remain at the inn, guarding the carriage and the belongings of the group. Although the crucial magic stones and materials are carried with me, losing items such as gold coins would indeed pose a significant inconvenience. Raylan surveyed the mercenary market before him. His gaze fell upon a vast square, where groups of horsemen and mercenaries lounged on the ground, awaiting the call of prospective employers. Raylan was acutely aware that a slave market must exist in this vicinity, albeit not in a blatant manner, for even the Wizarding Bazaar operated under the veil of secrecy. Nevertheless, in Raylan's grand design, the recruits sought here would be of a less reputable caliber, thus the standards could be somewhat relaxed. Esteemed young sir, how may I assist you? Upon Raylan's entrance into the market, a throng of merchants and porters encircled him, their eyes dazzled by the opulence of his attire, fervently clamoring to promote their wares. I require a company of mercenaries to escort me to the city of Eternal Night and safeguard my interests there for a minimum duration of 2 years, Raylan declared, surveying the eager merchants before him as he articulated his demands. Upon arriving in this realm, Raylan soon discerned that the tales of mercenary guilds and thief associations from his previous life were mere fabrications. except for a few large cities he had yet to visit. It was evident that in Roland and various smaller towns, such organizations simply did not exist. All forms of employment, assassination, or other tasks were contracted out by local taverns or merchants, taking place in locations as diverse as they were peculiar. After all, one must consider the costs. If the income could not sustain a guild, no fool would willingly toss gold coins into the abyss. Pray tell, what are your requirements regarding the number and strength of the guards? Boomed a bald merchant, his head gleaming, as he forcefully nudged aside a slender figure. As for numbers, approximately 10 to 15 will suffice. The strength should merely meet the standard expectations of a guard. My only stipulation is unwavering loyalty and credibility. Given that the task will extend over 2 years, I shall formalize our agreement with a contract and will provide a monthly remuneration. Raylan spoke softly. If that is the case, I happen to have a mercenary group that meets your criteria. The bald merchant revealed a smile. The Roland Eagle Mercenary Corps has just concluded their respite, and they are all native Rolanders, fully trustworthy in terms of reputation, the bald merchant elaborated. Raylan observed that when the bald man mentioned the Roland Eagle Mercenary Corps, the surrounding crowd fell silent, with several individuals displaying expressions of admiration and reverence. It appeared that the Roland Eagle held a prestigious reputation here. Very well, take me to meet them. Your commission shall not be lacking afterward, Raylan declared. Please follow me. The bald merchant led the way, guiding Raylan and his companions out of the marketplace. The tavern attendant, having received his gold coins, had long since taken his leave. Anna and Goran closely trailed behind Raylan as the quartet strolled leisurely, eventually arriving in the southern district after approximately half an hour. This must be the gathering place for the city's free citizens, Raylan mused, observing the gravel-paved streets adorned with small flower beds and stone lamp posts. Indeed, my lord, you have a keen eye. Most residents here are small merchants and free citizens of Roland City. And even the leader of the Roland Eagle Mercenary Corps resides in this area. Are we not to visit the Mercenary Corps training grounds or similar? Goran suddenly inquired. Respected sir, the Roland Eagle is merely a small band, never exceeding 30 members, and its fame is confined solely to Roland City. It is merely a loose alliance initiated by the leader. The cost of renting training facilities alone could render their earnings from a single mission worthless. Who would be willing to proceed? The bald man replied with a wry smile. Typically, the team members pursue their own endeavors, only gathering when a mission arises. At this point, the bald man glanced at Raylan, smiling apologetically. Although the Roland Eagle is somewhat small in number, most are retired veterans. And the leader has previously served as a squadron commander in the army, boasting commendable strength. Evidently, the bald man was concerned that Raylan might develop a negative impression of the Mercenary Corps, yet such truths could not remain concealed and had to be revealed first. A squadron commander, you say? I find myself intrigued. Raylan chuckled, showing little regard for the caliber of individuals he would encounter in Roland City, viewing them merely as support for his future endeavors. Here we are. The bald merchant brought Raylan and his companions to a 2-story villa, surrounded by a redwood railing. Within, a small pond and a garden flourished with clusters of petite white flowers, their buds diminutive yet exuding a rich fragrance. A middle-aged lady was tending to the flowers with water. Good day, Madame Navit. Is Ferlin home? I have business to discuss. The bald man greeted the watering lady. Of course, my dear friend. Before the lady could respond, a hearty voice resonated from within the house. A robust man clad in a white shirt strode forward, embracing the bald merchant. Dear Ferlin, allow me to introduce you to Lord Raylan, who has journeyed from the Central Duchy and wishes to hire your Roland Eagle Mercenary Corps for an expedition to the City of Eternal Night. The bald man conveyed with pride. Greetings, esteemed sir. If you wish to venture to the City of Eternal Night, the Roland Eagle is undoubtedly your finest choice. We have traversed this route countless times, and we know every stone along the way. Fei Luan inclined his body slightly in a bow towards Lei Lin, laughing heartily as he spoke. Raylan observed that the mercenary captain's gaze was fixed upon him and his companions, lingering particularly upon Goran, as if he had discerned something significant. Yet he seemed to overlook Raylan entirely. A man of rugged exterior yet astute intellect. A squire, nonetheless. Raylan mused internally as the chip processed the information regarding Farron. Name, Farron strength, 1. 8 agility, 1. 5 constitution, 1. 7 spirit, 1. For such statistics are merely average among squires. Yet the scars and calloused hands of Farron revealed him to be an exceptionally seasoned mercenary. These matters could be discussed later. Might we not be invited inside for a seat? Raylan smiled, gesturing towards the villa. "Ah, certainly. Please come in," Farron exclaimed, patting his own head. Stepping aside with a slight bow and extending his right hand in a gesture of invitation. Upon traversing the garden, they entered the villa's parlor. The floor was adorned with crimson tiles, and rusted cross swords hung upon the walls, accompanied by a mounted deer head, its antlers twisted and gleaming with a dark sheen. Farron warmly invited Raylan and his companions to sit upon the sofa in the center of the parlor and instructed Madame Navit to serve them a beverage resembling red tea. Before commencing the discussion of their mission, "I hear from Nazwile that this esteemed young master wishes to journey to the city of eternal night. If it is not too much trouble, might you share the reason? Please forgive me. Only by accurately assessing the dangers can the mercenary company make the necessary preparations." Farron spoke earnestly. "As for this venture, I simply wish to establish some enterprises in the city of eternal night and require personnel for protection. There is no need for you to concern yourselves with any additional troubles." Raylan observed Farron until he lowered his gaze, evidently somewhat embarrassed. It was apparent that Farron had mistakenly perceived Raylan as a noble bastard exile due to a failed struggle. "The reason for hiring you is to ensure that the people of Roland City remain impervious to the influence of certain individuals in the city of eternal night. And I have received word of some rather intriguing occurrences there," Raylan stated with a smile. "Intriguing occurrences?" Captain Farron speculated. "Is it regarding the withering of flora around the city of eternal night?" "Indeed. A grove the size of a village has suddenly withered entirely, which is quite concerning. For this reason, I believe enhancing our protective forces is of utmost necessity. Regarding remuneration, I can offer each guard a generous monthly salary of 1 gold coin. However, it is imperative that we sign a contractual agreement for a minimum of 2 years. Raylan interlaced his fingers and expressed his thoughts. Felron's countenance fluctuated, clearly in a state of dilemma. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke with some difficulty. "Other matters are easily discussed, but what about the timeline for the task? I have already perceived the adult's sincerity. Yet I must confer with some old comrades, for the mercenary group is not solely mine. I shall provide a response to the adult by tomorrow, rest assured." Felron rose slightly and bowed. "Very well. I await your good news." As Felron bowed, Raylan calmly stood up and departed the villa accompanied by his attendants and the bald merchant. Chapter 56. A visit. A golden object arced through a brilliant parabolic trajectory and landed in the bald merchant's embrace. "Thank you for your generous gift, esteemed young master." The merchant quickly bent down. "I also require a steward and 2 clerks proficient in accounting. If you can procure them, this additional gold coin shall be yours." Raylan nonchalantly tossed another gold coin into the air. Let me ponder. Let me ponder." Upon seeing yet another coin beckoning him, the bald merchant immediately perked up, his words tumbling forth as he scratched his bald head in deep contemplation. "Ah, old Walker. He once served as a steward for a certain baron and has been clamoring to return to the field for profit recently. Excellent. Take me to him." Raylan nodded in satisfaction. 2 days later, at dawn, as the white mist had not fully dissipated, a chill hung in the air. Creak. The gates of Roland City slowly opened, revealing a procession of horse-drawn carriages. A dozen mercenaries clad in tattered leather armor, armed with iron spears and bows, escorted a large black carriage as it steadily emerged from the city gates. At the forefront, Felron rode a chestnut steed, accompanied by a young mercenary of about 20, who bore a red flag emblazoned with a black eagle, the emblem of the Roland Eagle Mercenary Corps. Surrounding the carriage, Goran rode a horse, vacating a space for the driver. Seated atop was an elderly gentleman with white hair. Despite the wind tousling his hair, he maintained his attire with meticulous care. This was the steward Raylan had selected, old Walker, who, having been unemployed after the Baron's household fell into ruin, had found a kindred spirit in the bald merchant and joined Raylan's ranks. The journey from Roland City to the city of Eternal Night would take approximately 7 days. True to Felron's prior boasts, the Roland Eagle was remarkably adept at navigating the route and frequently located lodgings, sparing the group the hardship of camping. 7 days later, the caravan arrived safely at the city of Eternal Night. Raylan lifted the curtain of the carriage, gazing at the somber sky in the distance. Layers of dark clouds amassed in the air, obscuring the sunlight, as if a downpour were imminent. The surrounding shrubs and grass were shrouded in a shadowy veil, lending an eerie atmosphere to the scene. Felron. Raylan stepped out of the carriage door. Was it not said that vast areas of vegetation near the city of Eternal Night have withered? Which region is it? Young master. Felron tightened his grip on the reins, slowing the horses to match the pace of the carriage. The city of Eternal Night is vast, and the area where the peculiar events have transpired is merely a small part of the eastern region. We generally avoid that area, as humanity tends to retreat from danger whenever possible. Where's that grove? Raylan leaned against the carriage door, seemingly admiring the distant landscape. To the east of the Dark Night Forest, relatively close to the core region. Felrin lowered his voice, casting a glance at Raylan. The Dark Night Forest abounds with various medicinal herbs, but ever since the Withering incident, the supply of herbs to the City of Eternal Night has plummeted by 30%. Is that so? Raylan smiled faintly. The City of Eternal Night is considered a major city within the Eastern Forest Province, with a significant portion of its economy reliant on the herbal trade. Given this situation, the city lord and officials must be deeply anxious. The Dark Night Forest? I shall remember that. Although the forests within the duchy are indeed perilous, they pose a threat primarily to ordinary folk. Having traversed the Black Forest near the Academy, I am naturally untroubled by the dangers within. Have any herbalists gone missing in the Withered region? Raylan suddenly inquired. Herbalists? Are you referring to various mercenaries, thieves, and adventurers? Felrin shrugged. The forest is fraught with danger. It is quite normal for a few to perish each day. Who can say? As their conversation unfolded, the caravan gradually approached the City of Eternal Night. The city walls, though not exceedingly tall, were remarkably thick, seemingly constructed from a type of black granite, exuding a sense of robustness. The guards at the city gate clearly recognized Felrin, allowing the group entry after collecting a fee for passage and a carriage. Let us find an inn to settle down, Raylan instructed calmly. As night fell, Raylan dismissed the attending Anna, remaining alone in the inn's room. He opened the window, letting the chilly wind rush in. Outside, darkness enveloped the surroundings, punctuated only by a few flickering yellow flames. Raylan closed the door with care and retrieved a small blue crystal orb from his satchel. Though diminutive in size, the orb radiated a peculiar luminescence, its glassy core teeming with golden specks that danced about like fireflies. Activate. Raylan intoned the incantation. As the words resonated, the luminous points within the orb began to pulsate rhythmically, ultimately coalescing into an enigmatic symbol. This symbol twisted and spiraled, eventually transforming into the likeness of an eye, its hue shifting to a vivid crimson. Raylan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he aligned the symbol with his face, capturing the image of his somewhat gaunt countenance within the crystal sphere. In the year 1032 of the Shadow Calendar, during the month of Frost's Embrace, on the day of the Raven's Cry, Raylan spoke slowly, yet with remarkable clarity. Today, I have arrived at the City of Eternal Night, currently lodging at the Halford Inn. He rotated the crystal sphere to reflect the surrounding environment onto the face of the symbol, then approached the window to capture the distant scenery. As for the news, the Blighted region lies to the east of the Nightshade Forest. There are, as of now, no reports of casualties. I intend to venture out tomorrow to gather further intelligence, perhaps uncovering additional insights. That is all. Second-class apprentice Raylan Farrell. Upon finishing his words, Raylan delicately brushed his pale fingers across the crystal orb. A peculiar sound emanated from within, reminiscent of children's laughter, and soon after, the symbols within the orb flickered and dispersed, transforming into a multitude of golden specks that danced and swirled within the crystal. This orb served as the task credential bestowed upon Raylan by the Academy. Naturally, the control of the orb remained firmly in Raylan's hands, unless he chose to activate it. Devoid of any magical influence, the orb would not autonomously record anything. This was the very reason why the Blackbone Forest Academy entrusted apprentices with extended missions without fear of deception. From Phelan's account, the perils of the Withered region appeared to be minimal, likely comprising mere tree spirits or siphoning entities, which a second-tier apprentice could easily manage. Raylan contemplated calmly. Realizing there was no need for haste, he had more than 2 years at his disposal. It would be prudent to send some mercenaries to investigate the situation first. The immediate priority was to establish stability in this place and pay a visit to a friend. A mysterious smile graced Raylan's lips. Although the City of Eternal Night was somewhat remote, it was in proximity to several resource points belonging to wizards. Nearby, there lay an exhausted magical stone mine that, despite its depletion, attracted numerous wandering wizards and small families, giving rise to a modest wizarding market, as indicated on BG's map. During his brief entry into the city that day, Raylan's chip detected several energy fluctuations at the apprentice level, suggesting the presence of wizard apprentices residing within the city. This was quite normal. Many wanderers or retirees, weary of the wizarding life, often chose to reside in secluded towns under assumed identities. However, due to factors such as longevity, appearance, and radiation. They could not remain in one location for long, typically relocating after a few years. Anna. Raylan called out loudly while lost in thought. Young master, how may I assist you? Shortly after, Anna entered wearing a beautiful red dress, her skirt slightly lifted in a graceful curtsy, revealing her fair calves. Prepare a gift. I shall visit a guest tomorrow. As for the type of gift, consult Walker. He will advise you. Raylan yawned nonchalantly. After dismissing the somewhat disheartened Anna, he set up an energy particle warning, extinguished the candle, and drifted into slumber. At the break of dawn the next day, Raylan stepped out with Anna, who wore a splendid hat. Is this the gift chosen by Walker? Raylan inquired as he received the hat, discovering it was crafted from animal skin, smooth to the touch, adorned with a feather. The butler, Walker, had explained that in Eternal Night City, a hat with a nighthawk feather symbolized peace and goodwill, making it the preferred gift for first-time visitors. A look of unease and fear crossed Anna's face. Master, is the guest you are visiting also a lord? Her voice trembled slightly. Indeed, he is also a wizard apprentice. Raylan lowered his voice, ensuring only he and Anna could hear. As the words left his lips, he noticed Anna's shoulders quivering. With a smile, he recalled that Anna had been sold to a wizard and subsequently became a slave, leaving a deep-seated shadow in her heart. No, Anna wishes to accompany the master, she asserted, forcing a smile. Raylan shook his head, saying, if you wish to follow, then follow. The architecture of the City of Eternal Night exhibits a distinct Gothic style, characterized by spire-like rooftops. The roads beneath are paved with solid stone slabs, suggesting that the city possesses considerable financial prosperity. Raylan and Anna arrived at the eastern part of the city, where the attire of the pedestrians was markedly more refined than that of individuals in other areas. The splendid embellishments on the buildings had also increased in abundance. It appeared that the eastern district of the extreme night city was a gathering place for the upper echelons of society, including minor nobles and scholars. Raylan glanced at the blooming flower beds and the outdoor fountain, a smile surfacing as he addressed Anna. Subsequently, the two arrived before a quaint white villa, its door plate inscribed with the words 59, Avenue de Champs, Lissy S. Chapter 57, Melville. Good day. May I inquire as to your identity? Do you have an appointment? A meticulously dressed butler materialized in Raylan's line of sight. I am Raylan Farrell, here to pay a visit to the esteemed owner of this villa. Raylan replied with a smile. The butler's expression shifted noticeably. Sir, as you are aware, my master Melville is a renowned scholar with a tightly packed schedule of lectures. I fear. At that moment, a young maid darted over, whispering something into the butler's ear. The butler's countenance changed instantly, and he bowed deeply. Sir, please proceed to the drawing room. Raylan smiled softly, retracting the magical aura that had previously emanated from him. Upon entering the quaint building, he was greeted by a corridor adorned with an array of artistic treasures. The soft yellow walls showcased various oil paintings, specimens, and other artistic creations, exuding a sense of comfort. As he made his way to the sitting room, he found himself in a spacious chamber. The furnishings within were tastefully arranged. Though devoid of ostentatious gold, silver, or gems, the room was imbued with a palpable sense of history, evoking an understated elegance. Beside the fireplace in the sitting room stood a deep crimson chaise lounge, upon which reclined an elderly gentleman with white brows and beard. His face was marked by the passage of time, and his eyes, though clouded, occasionally sparkled with fleeting glimpses of wisdom. Upon noticing Raylan, the old man's eyes brightened, and he rose to his feet, extending his arms in a gesture of welcome. Ah, my young friend, how delightful it is to see you. Raylan gently embraced the elder, feeling immensely honored to meet him. This is a gift. I hope you will find it to your liking. Anna promptly handed a splendidly exquisite leather hat to the steward. I adore the tail feathers of the nighthawk, as they symbolize peace. The elder waved his hand, saying, Liar, you may leave. Let me converse with this friend properly. You too, step aside. Raylan addressed Anna, who stood nearby. After a few maidens and the steward bowed and exited, closing the door behind them. The spacious parlor was soon left with only Raylan and the elder. Very well, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Melfire, a third-tier apprentice, and I have resided in the City of Eternal Night for 3 years. A nostalgic glimmer appeared in the elder's eyes. Now, as for our guest from afar, what about you? I sense the essence of youth within you. To be elevated to second tier at such a tender age is quite remarkable. Melfire expressed with admiration. It is merely coincidence. Raylan quickly replied with humility. Although the elder's body bore the marks of decay, The aura of a third-tier apprentice unmistakably conveyed that he was not to be trifled with. Chip, initiate scan. Melfire strength, 1, 5 agility, 1, for constitution, 2, 9 spirit, 8, 5 mana, 8 status, healthy assessment, third-tier apprentice, moderately dangerous. The chip faithfully relayed the data to Raylan. As a roving third-tier apprentice for many years, Melfire undoubtedly wielded a repertoire of spells far surpassing Raylan's, and he certainly possessed several hidden trump cards for self-preservation, rendering him quite formidable. Nevertheless, Raylan approached with goodwill today, and from the chip's general analysis, it appeared that there were not many apprentice wizards residing in the city of Eternal Night, with Melfire being the most potent among them. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Raylan finally broached the main subject. You see, I wish to settle in the city of Eternal Night and establish an apothecary. As you know, the various procedures involved are quite cumbersome, especially the need for local endorsements. So you have sought me out? Melfire chuckled softly, taking a sip of the red tea on the table. To be honest, as an aspiring wizard devoted to the pursuit of truth, gold should not entice us. I wonder what prompted your interest, mere boredom, or some other reason. Nonetheless, for me, it is indeed a trivial matter. I happen to have some acquaintance with the Lord of the City of Eternal Night. One of his sons studies under me, and any lord would hardly refuse a request from a mystic. The necessary paperwork for your settlement and business permit will be forthcoming shortly, Melfire assured. Thank you very much. Raylan smiled and nodded. If you ever require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. While the etiquette was impeccable, both the elder and Raylan understood that it was merely a formality. The process of settling down may pose challenges for ordinary individuals, yet for distinguished scholars like Melfire, it is merely a matter of a few utterances. Even Raylan could accomplish it independently, albeit with a bit more time invested. For both Melfire and Raylan, this experience served as a foundation for a budding friendship, facilitating future interactions. The city of Polar Night is a haven of peace and tranquility. Should you seek a serene existence, it undoubtedly meets your desires. Shortly, I shall introduce you to several acquaintances, alongside some customary practices that you will need to adhere to. Rest assured, they are merely conventional norms, such as refraining from the mass slaughter of civilians. This, of course, I wholeheartedly agree with. Raylan's primary purpose in arriving at Polar Night was to evade the turmoil of war, and he naturally would not engage in any conspicuous actions that might attract attention. Subsequently, Raylan and Melfire delved into numerous discussions concerning the arcane arts, ranging from stabilizing spell models to promotion experiences, even touching upon some of Melfire's personal anecdotes. Meanwhile, Raylan's extensive knowledge base and remarkable memory consistently astonished Melfire. Both felt a sense of camaraderie that suggested they had met too late in life. During this time, they shared a meal, and it was not until dusk approached that Melfire allowed Raylan to depart, having arranged their next meeting before parting ways. The information Raylan gathered today brought him relief, lightening his steps considerably. It pertained to the withering of Flora, a matter of which Melfire was entirely unaware, as his age dissuaded him from taking risks. The lampposts lining the streets flickered to life with a warm glow, illuminating Raylan's path. Anna quietly followed behind him. As an exemplary maid, she understood her role well, never disturbing Raylan during his contemplations. Master, my lord. Old Walker, Gorlin, Freysa, and Farron approached to greet him. Raylan nodded, inviting them to his room after dinner, as there were numerous plans he wished to discuss with them in advance. The evening meal consisted of a vegetable salad, lamb soup, and generous portions of dry flatbread. By the time Raylan had finished his meal and Anna began to tidy up, several individuals had already arrived in Raylan's chamber. Raylan sat in an armchair, draped in animal hides, quietly listening to the report from his subordinate. Walker, how are the arrangements for our residence coming along? My lord. Old Walker has managed to contact a gentleman who is preparing to relocate to the Sag province. He is willing to sell a small estate located just outside of Eternal Night City. Old Walker interjected, his voice brimming with vitality and enthusiasm, despite his advanced age. Now that he had found a new buyer. Excellent. What is the size of the estate? Will it accommodate all of us? What is the asking price? Raylan continued to inquire. Rest assured, my lord. Old Walker visited the estate this afternoon. It is quite spacious, capable of housing 100 individuals without difficulty. Furthermore, the estate boasts a grove of oil palms, a fish pond, and a mill. Sir Vic constructed the estate to baronial standards, never anticipating it would change hands so swiftly. As for the price, Sir Vic has set it at 5,000 gold coins. That is not overly expensive. Gold coins are not an issue, Raylan replied, fingers interlaced. For wizards, mundane gold coins were of little consequence. Their true interest lay in magical stones, high-grade materials, and the esoteric knowledge contained within ancient manuscripts. The high-grade magic stones on Raylan's person, even a single piece, could be exchanged for gold far exceeding this price. However, Raylan had no intention of doing so, as the magic stones were exceedingly precious. If necessary, he could always seek a loan from Melphira and repay it with potions, which was also a splendid idea. Excellent. Take me to see it tomorrow. If the price and location are agreeable, we shall proceed to sign the contract. Raylan nodded and continued. Moreover, you should explore the city. Recently, the supply of herbs in the city of Polar Night has diminished, and many small apothecaries are bound to succumb to financial strain. Please conduct an assessment. Forgive my candor, but are you considering establishing an apothecary, my lord? The permits for such enterprises are quite stringent, Farron remarked from the side. You need not worry about that at all. I am already in the process of obtaining one, and it shall be finalized in a few days. Upon hearing this, both Farron and Old Walker visibly shifted in demeanor. The ease with which Raylan assured them indicated that his noble status was now firmly established. In the Duchy of Marsh, noble status signified ambition and hope. Contemplating this, their gazes towards Raylan grew fervent. Farron, in particular, clenched his fist discreetly, for as one of the few with foresight, he understood that mercenary life was fleeting. Most mercenaries would suffer and perish after a few years, bearing the weight of their injuries, should Lord Raylan choose to accept them as private soldiers. It would present a most secure avenue for career transition. Chapter 58. The banquet. The sun poured its brilliant rays, illuminating the path in a dazzling yellow hue, making it seem as though one were walking upon a road paved with gold. Today, Raylan donned a splendid suit, personally escorted by Gorlin in a carriage to the vicinity of Mirfield's quaint abode. Clad in formal attire as well, Mirfield awaited with a sleek black cane in hand. Upon sighting Raylan, a joyful smile illuminated the deeply lined features of his face. Welcome, my friend. I apologize for the slight delay. Raylan opened the window and replied. I arrived a tad early. We are not yet at the appointed hour. With the assistance of his servants, Mirfield ascended into the carriage, and with a flick of his whip, Gorlin directed the horses toward the heart of the Eternal Night City. Today marks a soiree hosted by the Lord of the City, and you have been graciously invited. As the host, one naturally harbors curiosity about any guest of considerable prowess. Mirfield began, only to pause mid-sentence. You seem somewhat disinterested, he noted, having discerned Raylan's lackluster demeanor. To be candid, I am not particularly adept at such social gatherings. I would rather be ensconced in my laboratory during this time, Raylan confessed with a wry smile. Haha. Mirfield chuckled warmly. You remind me of my youth. Yet, you must learn to relish life, young one. Sometimes, delectable cuisine and spirited company can ignite one's passions far more than the drudgery of experiments. Raylan nodded, recognizing the inherent distinction between the reclusive sorcerer and the fledgling practitioner. Melville, having reached an impasse in his arcane journey, had redirected his energies towards other pleasures, whereas Raylan's future path remained expansive, compelling him to seize every moment for further study, eschewing trivial pursuits. Take a broader view, dear child. There are several companions at the soiree whom I wish to introduce to you, Melville remarked with a gentle smile. Could it be? A spark ignited in Raylan's eyes. Indeed, they are a few other apprentice sorcerers, all younger than I, and perhaps you will find more common ground with them. A smile graced Raylan's lips as his anticipation for the gathering grew. The Lord's residence stood at the heart of the Eternal Night City, flanked by 2 rows of sentinels clad in black armor. They were the Black Iron Guard of the city's Lord, Viscount Jackson, renowned for their valor in vanquishing 500 enemy soldiers with a mere 100 of their own. As Melville disembarked from the carriage, he began to introduce Raylan to the illustrious company within. Raylan glanced around, noticing the multitude of carriages parked nearby. From time to time, several elegantly attired male nobles and young women clad in low-cut dance costumes emerged. A guard stationed by the door caught sight of Melville and promptly dashed inside. Soon after, a resounding voice echoed through the air. Melville, my dear friend, you have finally arrived. As the words resonated, a robust middle-aged man stepped forth from the grand entrance of the Lord's residence. The surrounding nobles and soldiers bowed in unison, indicating that he was none other than the esteemed Viscount Jackson, the Lord of Eternal Night City. Raylan's height is considered average along the southern coast. Yet this Lord Jackson towers over him by a notable 2 heads. He possesses a quintessential Caucasian visage, characterized by a broad forehead and a face adorned with a thick beard. With fervor, Jackson enveloped Melville in a hearty embrace, exclaiming, "Little Jack has missed you dearly." "I have missed him as well. What an adorable little fellow. He is among the brightest students I have ever had the pleasure of teaching," Melville responded. "Allow me to introduce my esteemed friend, the Honorable Raylan Farrell from afar." Melville continued with the introduction to Jackson. "Welcome to the city of Polar Night," Jackson remarked as he assessed Raylan, extending his wide arms to embrace him. Raylan's smile appeared somewhat rigid, yet he swiftly concealed it. At that moment, he was entirely captivated by the data displayed on the chip. Jackson's stats read: Strength, 7, 9, Agility, 4, 5, Constitution, 6, 3, Spirit, 3, 5, Condition, Healthy. This individual is exceedingly perilous. It is advised that the subject maintains a distance of no less than 50 meters. Such figures undoubtedly indicate the strength of a knight of the highest caliber. Raylan's pupils constricted. "Excellent. You are also a knight, are you not?" Lord Jackson regarded Raylan's power with a hint of surprise, and his gaze towards him was imbued with a newfound kindness. Yet, having only just broken through, he was still far inferior to the lord of the city. Raylan humbly remarked, while secretly commanding, "Chip, simulate the scenario of my confrontation with Lord Jackson." Ding. Task established. Character data input. Simulation venue established. Combat prediction in progress. A vast array of light screens flickered continuously, ultimately yielding the results. Simulation battle concluded. At a distance of 50 meters, this victory probability stands at 89. 8. From 50 to 20 meters, this victory probability is 58. 7. Within 20 meters, this victory probability drops to 33. 9. Indeed, the explosive power of a great knight is exceptionally formidable. Their instantaneous speed can easily surpass that of a wizard casting spells. Unless distance is maintained, the situation becomes exceedingly unfavorable for the spellcaster. Raylan's expression remained unchanged as he entered the Lord's mansion hall alongside Malfire. The hall had evidently been meticulously adorned. The polished marble floor reflected the silhouettes of those who traversed it. A grand chandelier, resplendent in gold, hung in the center, its numerous candles casting a kaleidoscope of colors through the intricately set gemstones. Along one side of the hall, several rows of musicians clad in black tailcoats serenaded the assembly with soothing melodies. The surrounding long tables, draped in white linen, overflowed with an array of fruits and roasted meats, accompanied by open wine jugs and silver goblets, exuding a rich aroma of fine spirits. A spacious area in the center was reserved for dancing, where numerous nobles waltzed hand in hand. It seemed to be a delightful soiree combined with a buffet. Raylan nodded slowly. "Make yourself at home. I shall greet a few old acquaintances," Melfire remarked to Raylan. "Please do." Raylan responded with a slight shake of his head, casually grasping a glass of wine before settling into a nearby armchair. Almost immediately, he noticed Melfire mingling with a few provocatively dressed women, and soon thereafter, they slipped into a small room adjacent to them, leaving him somewhat speechless. "Still trying to flaunt it at this age, are we?" he mused. Just as unwelcome thoughts began to swirl in his mind, an elegant voice interrupted him from beside. Raising his gaze, Leyland beheld a young girl clad in a violet dance dress, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall and her skin as tender and white as milk. Observing his surroundings, Leyland soon realized that there were few people nearby, coupled with the fact that his previous self possessed a rather appealing physique. He naturally attracted the attention of several young ladies. Not that he minded. With a gentle smile, Leyland engaged in delightful conversation with the girl. For him, drawing from his past experiences and the memories of this body, charming a young girl was an effortless endeavor. Before long, the girl was wholly absorbed in the tale spun by Leyland. "Aha, really? He actually ran naked down the street?" she exclaimed, entirely abandoning her demure demeanor, laughing uncontrollably and brimming with curiosity. "Apologies for the interruption." A voice broke in. "But Leyland, our friend has arrived." Melfield approached after a protracted engagement with several affluent ladies, his attire impeccably neat, which momentarily surprised Leyland. "Well, I must take my leave." Leyland feigned a look of resignation as he stood from the sofa. "This, sir, after such an extensive conversation, I have yet to inquire your name," the girl exclaimed, tapping her forehead. "I am Leyland Farrell. You may call me Leyland." I am Alicia, residing at 34 Avenue de Champs, Lissy. Yes. You are welcome to visit any time." "Aha. I didn't expect you to be quite popular with the ladies," Melfield jested after they departed. Just a few curious young girls interested in some stories. Have the others arrived? Leyland inquired. They're all here. Follow me. Melfiel replied, leading Leyland to a small room adjacent to the ballroom. Inside, a few apprentice wizards were already waiting. Leyland subtly sensed their presence and discerned that they were all first and second-tier apprentices. Melfiel clearly held a position of prominence within this small circle, and upon his entry, the apprentices stood to greet him. All right. Melfiel scanned the room. Allow me to introduce a new companion. From the west, Leyland. After Leyland concluded his self-introduction, he couldn't help but ask Melfiel, "Is it truly acceptable for us to gather like this?" "It's fine. Jackson has a half-orc with a nose sharper than a dog's. He is already aware of our true identities. We just choose not to address it," remarked an apprentice with a ruddy nose, occasionally lifting a silver flask to take a sip. "Oh, my Mornefiel." At that moment, a man's heavy, breathless voice echoed. "Oh, darling, it's so hot. So wonderful," came the woman's whispered response. It appeared that in the adjacent room, a passionate couple was lost in their fervor. Melfiel's face was etched with dark lines as he swiftly waved his hand, enveloping the room in a faint membrane of energy particles that isolated it from the outside world. This was unexpected. Unexpected. An expression of embarrassment unexpectedly surfaced on his aged visage. Chapter 59. Compilation. Outwardly, Leyland maintained an appearance of naivety, engaging in cordial and friendly conversations with the group of apprentices. Once the ball concluded and the carriages from various families departed, within the secret chamber of the Lord's mansion, the recently met Viscount Jackson was conversing with his subordinates. Is it confirmed? Unlike those hedonistic wizards, this young man cannot retreat, whether to evade enemies or for other motives. It poses detrimental news for us. A look of concern crossed Jackson's stern countenance. Forgive my candor. While our current strength may suffice to confront a mystic, provoking their collective ire could result in a regrettable miscalculation, the half-orc spoke slowly. Indeed, after a lengthy deliberation, Jackson ultimately issued the command, "Do not provoke them. Yet ensure they remain within our sight." Understood. The half-orc retreated into the shadows. Since the ball, Leyland's affairs had progressed remarkably well. First, through Melfiel, he acquired the previous estate for 4,500 gold coins. Then, with the assistance of Old Walker, Leyland selected a pharmacy that was well located yet on the brink of bankruptcy, signing a purchase agreement. Due to the unexpectedly warm speed of the Lord's mansion, many formalities were completed within mere days. After recruiting several apothecaries through Melfiel, Leyland managed to bring the pharmacy into a semblance of order before relinquishing control of the pharmacy, fully immersing himself in his wizardly experiments. The former baronial estate underwent renovations, emerging more splendid and grand than before. The previous residence, a 3-story white brick loft, saw Leyland unapologetically commandeer several of the largest bedrooms. The largest was designated as the master bedroom, with the adjacent 2 serving as a study and laboratory, both fortified with warning spells acquired from the Blackbone Academy, and strict orders were given to the servants. Without Leyland's express command, no one was permitted entry. As for Gorin and Freysa, they were assigned to reside near the bedroom, serving as sentinels. Ferland and several other mercenaries were also tasked with duties, patrolling the pharmacy and estate vicinity in rotation. Leyland announced that diligent and hard-working individuals could redeem a parcel of land from the estate after 3 years, securing permanent residency rights, which served as a significant incentive for the common mercenaries and farmers alike. Occasionally, Raylan gazed through the window, observing the diligent mercenaries and the industrious farmers. Having remained sequestered within the confines of the estate, except for the occasional visit to Melfira, he seldom ventured to the apothecary, leading to whispers of him being a benevolent yet indolent lord. "Young master, the apothecary has arrived." Anna's voice called from beyond the door. "Your will shall be executed." The sound soon diminished, replaced by the noise of items being moved. Moments later, Raylan entered the adjacent laboratory. Once spacious, the room was now cluttered with long wooden tables and boxes, devoid of windows, save for a solitary chandelier casting a dim glow. "Young master, as per your instructions, the apothecary has delivered a selection of all the visible herbs available in the market." Anna curtsied, her skirt sweeping the floor, then turned to open a large mahogany chest behind her, revealing bundles of roots and various other herbs, many of which were unrecognizable. Accompanying the herbs was a yellowed note detailing their names. Furthermore, here are the potion formulas known to all ordinary apothecaries, though they hold only minor effects for mere mortals, Anna added, presenting a stack of dark yellow parchment. Raylan took the prescription and glanced at it before casually placing it on the long table beside him. You all may leave. Anna, stay. Raylan gestured towards Goran. After a respectful bow, Goran strode out, shutting the heavy door behind him. With a resounding thud, the light in the laboratory dimmed even further. Raylan furrowed his brow as he extracted a piece of white stone from the package. Gently pressing his finger against the stone, a brilliant white light emanated from it. This was a sunstone, a common travel accessory for wizards, containing trace amounts of radiative energy that could persistently emit a bright glow. Unfortunately, the radiative energy was minimal, only providing a modest illumination. It certainly appeared much brighter now. Satisfied, Raylan surveyed his surroundings and instructed Anna. Prepare the medicinal materials and arrange them on the experimental table in order. Yes, Anna replied, turning to busily attend to her tasks. Raylan casually picked up a small purple fruit, no larger than a thumb. Its surface had completely desiccated, displaying numerous wrinkles, and it felt remarkably light. According to the herbalist's tome documented just yesterday, this is the Walter fruit, a specimen that flourishes in marshy terrains. Raylan placed a finger upon the surface of the fruit, a chip. It gathered information and established a database. At this juncture, he no longer needed to directly taste the herbs. Mere contact sufficed to ascertain the general properties of the materials. Ding. Data collection in progress. Before Raylan, the chip projected a soft blue light, upon which numerous data points fluctuated incessantly. Name, Walter fruit. Location, marsh. Effect, mild toxicity with paralyzing properties. Components recorded. The chip's feedback arrived in an instant. Excellent. Let us proceed. Raylan then picked up a desiccated plant root. This was part of Raylan's objective in running a potion shop. Over the past few years, serving as an assistant to Minter Guafa, he had meticulously cataloged the materials utilized by the potion makers in the Southern Coast's wizarding community, storing them within the chip's database. However, these were all specialized materials cultivated specifically for wizards, and the chip had yet to document the herbs used by ordinary folk. A gap that needed to be filled. Furthermore, Raylan had acquired 2 ancient potion formulas from his mentor. Identifying alternative materials would necessitate countless experiments, consuming vast quantities of precious resources. In this regard, even with the chip, Raylan could not escape the inevitable toll. Such immense consumption would render even the magic stones on his person insufficient. Yet, if one were to utilize mundane materials as substitutes, a substantial savings could be realized. Though this notion may seem somewhat fanciful, its practicality lay in its affordability, allowing for repeated trials. Coupled with the chip's formidable computational prowess, there remained a glimmer of hope. Raylan's gaze was resolute. Regardless of the quantity of medicinal materials consumed, they were merely resources for ordinary individuals. With a modest expenditure of gold coins, he could procure them without difficulty, which was far preferable to squandering magic stones. As for the investigation task, it had long since been cast aside from Raylan's mind. There were still more than 2 years remaining. As long as he could clarify the matter within that time frame, he would consider the task accomplished. Moreover, even in the event of failure, with Minter Guafa at hand, the worst that could happen would be a minor penalty of magic stones from the Academy. A concern that did not trouble Raylan in the slightest. Time passed slowly, and the laboratory remained enveloped in silence, broken only by the soft rustling of Anna as she arranged materials. 2 days later, Raylan found himself alone in the laboratory, yet a smile illuminated his face. A total of 217 types of materials have been recorded. Shall I establish an independent database? Inquired the chip's voice. No. Merge them with some previously recorded ordinary materials to create a database, to be titled Compendium of Ordinary Materials, Raylan commanded. Database is being established. Incorporating conjectural model data into the storage repository. Excellent. Now it is time for the intricate analysis of various medicinal properties through simulated mixtures. This undertaking is substantial. Some aspects cannot rely solely on the chip's simulations and require the collection of empirical data from real-world experiments. Raylan pondered quietly. Young master, dinner time has arrived. Came Anna's gentle voice from outside the door. All right, I shall be out momentarily. Raylan adhered to a life principle of balancing work and rest. Unlike many other wizards who often became engrossed in their experiments to the point of neglecting their well-being, such occurrences were rare for him. For Raylan, a reasonable respite was permissible in the pursuit of truth. Raylan smiled faintly as he tidied up the table before departing from the laboratory. When I am conducting significant experiments, I shall hang a sign on the door. Regardless of how many days I remain inside, you must not disturb me, understood? Raylan instructed Anna, who was attending to him nearby. At your command, young master, she replied. And what shall we have for dinner? Raylan inquired as he entered the adjacent room. While many lords had the custom of dining with their subordinates, it was evidently not in accordance with the traditions of wizards, thus Raylan often dined alone. On a small round white table, a tray had been set, topped with a hemispherical silver cloche. It is tender beef, along with seaweed soup and apple strawberry pie, Anna gently announced as she lifted the cloche, releasing a fragrant steam that filled the air. Very well, Raylan nodded, allowing Anna to drape a white napkin around his neck as he picked up his knife and fork to commence his meal. Also, do remember to remind me tomorrow to dedicate an hour each day to night training. Suddenly, Raylan was struck by an idea and turned to Anna, revealing that he had awakened his life energy. As a formal knight, with just a bit of training, he could elevate several attributes beyond the value of 3. Although Raylan intended to pursue the path of a wizard, the enhancement of his attributes was certainly advantageous. Chapter 60. Hothsai. The winter wind howled incessantly, carrying an icy chill that penetrated the air. In a small square, Raylan practiced his cross-sword technique, his upper body bare. His chest displayed the beginnings of muscular definition. While not overly pronounced, the lines were exceptionally fluid, imparting a sense of vigor. Progress. Upward thrust. Lunge. Each movement was executed flawlessly, as precise as the exemplary actions found in a textbook. Once Raylan concluded his training, Anna, who had been waiting at the edge of the field, hurried forward to present him with a white towel. As Leyland wiped the sweat from his brow, he accessed his data. Leyland Farrell, a second-tier apprentice knight, possessed the following attributes: strength, 3, 1, agility, 3, 3, constitution, 3, 2, spirit, 4, 7, mana, 4, 0, status, healthy. Chip, how was today's practice? Detection in progress. The subject's life energy has reached its maximum limit, and all values show no improvement. The chip replied in an emotionless tone. Finally, the day had arrived. Leyland reflected. The growth in these attributes is commendable, yet further investment would yield diminishing returns. Henceforth, my nightly training may cease. After all, what remains is merely the refinement of my combat skills to maintain my dexterity. With the assistance of the chip, I can effortlessly sustain myself in optimal condition. Following the conclusion of the morning's night training, Lei Lin took a brief respite. Once his status was restored, he delved back into his rigorous experiments. In the laboratory, Lei Lin placed a violet leaf into a beaker, adding a spoonful of dark green liquid, and ignited the flame beneath. The bright yellow flames licked the bottom of the beaker, and purple bubbles began to rise in abundance. Chip, record this. 145th physical experiment, substitute materials, Hoff's purple leaf, Nino root. Recording complete. The chip's voice announced, meticulously documenting the various properties and changes in the experiment. This is it. I have a strong premonition that this time success is within my grasp. Raylan gazed intently at the swirling green and purple vapors, murmuring to himself. The notion of substituting the primary ingredients of wizardly potions with those materials commonly utilized by ordinary folk was undeniably a fanciful one, fraught with innumerable obstacles. Although most of the materials required for several experiments could indeed be procured with gold, some auxiliary components could only be acquired through the means of a wizard. These were items Raylan had previously purchased at the wizard's market, and his stock was now nearly depleted. Were it not for the chip, allowing for extensive simulation experiments, Raylan would find himself woefully short on supplies. Just the materials for a few preliminary experiments could lead to his financial ruin. Suddenly, a soft sound emanated from the beaker as the purple leaves dissolved completely, causing the green liquid to become somewhat translucent. Now was the moment. Raylan widened his eyes, grasping a glass rod and plunging it into the beaker, commencing to stir in reverse. A thread of mental energy cautiously flowed along the glass rod into the beaker. As moments ticked by, Raylan's expression grew increasingly grave, beads of sweat beginning to form upon his brow. Then, with a delicate chime, the beaker emitted a light sound. And within the pale green liquid, numerous black dots emerged at its center, spreading outward like tiny insects. Raylan's expression remained unchanged as his hand moved with a swift, almost ethereal grace, tossing a red pearl from a nearby petri dish into the vessel. With a sharp crack, the moment the pearl was introduced, the black specks within the beaker rapidly dissipated, the pale green liquid swiftly losing its hue until it became entirely transparent. A chime resonated, primary ingredient substitution successful. Estimated efficacy replacement at 45. 8. The chip's notification rang melodiously in Raylan's ears. After countless simulations and hypotheses, and tens of thousands of experiments, he had finally achieved success. A smile crept onto Raylan's lips as he clenched his fist in triumph. Simultaneously, he reflected deeply on the formidable challenge of improving the potion's formula for alchemists. After all, repeatedly squandering precious materials in pursuit of a hope that is less than 1 in 10,000 is hardly a rational endeavor for a wizard. Furthermore, the agony of failure would torment the alchemist like a relentless fire. And only those born under fortunate stars or those possessing vast experience and skill could ultimately succeed in enhancing a potion. However, should the formula revision succeed, it often heralds immense rewards, particularly for potions that enhance mental acuity. The chip. If I were to commence the formulation of the Azure Potion using substitute materials, what might be the potential efficacy compared to the original? In comparison, database information insufficient. Initiating hypothesis model experiments. Ding. The new potion is estimated to achieve 35.4 of the original's efficacy. The effect is somewhat diminished. Yet, it is unavoidable. The substitute materials I employed are largely the most commonplace, easily accessible even to the common folk, and if quality falls short, quantity can compensate. Raylan contemplated the advantages and disadvantages of the new Azure Potion. Merely the recipe itself was estimated to be worth no less than 100,000 magic stones. Unfortunately, this formula was meticulously tailored to my physiological data by the chip. Its efficacy for others remains exceedingly uncertain. Moreover, the preparation steps have become exceedingly intricate. There are several stages that cannot be navigated without the chip. If another apothecary were to attempt it, they would undoubtedly face numerous failures in their experiments. Deep down, Raylan understood that even if he were to ascend to the rank of a formal wizard, should others learn of this secret formula, it would be impossible to safeguard it. After all, a new recipe for a mental energy potion with ingredients that are widely accessible could significantly alter the balance of power among various academies and organizations. No faction would let such an opportunity slip away. Resolute in his decision to keep this formula buried deep within his heart and to reserve the potion solely for his own use, Raylan organized the traces of his experiments before stepping out of the laboratory. Young Master, Anna, who had been dozing off in a nearby armchair, quickly rose to her feet. Butler Walker came looking for you 2 hours ago. It seems it was regarding matters concerning the apothecary. Is that so? Have him come to my study after dinner. Raylan replied, shedding the soiled robe he had donned for the experiments and donning a more comfortable and loose-fitting attire. Aside from Walker, has anything else occurred recently? Raylan casually settled beside a sofa, where the table was adorned with clusters of purple grapes and a variety of red berries, both of which were among Raylan's favored fruits. Knight Freysa had visited once, conveying that there had been progress regarding the bounty task that the young master had issued previously. Though Raylan did not regard the Academy's assigned tasks with great significance, he still felt obliged to carry out the superficial duties. Thus, he issued a bounty task, enlisting the mercenaries and adventurers of Eternal Night City to gather information about the Dark Night Forest, with a reward of up to 1,000 gold coins. It now appeared that he had indeed made some progress. After dinner, Raylan received Old Walker and Freysa in his study. Freysa, clad in leather armor, remained as robust as ever, while Old Walker appeared notably older, his body even slightly hunched. Old Walker bowed respectfully before Raylan, saying, "Esteemed young master, our apothecary's earnings this month are enough." Raylan, leaning back against his desk, waved his hand to interrupt Old Walker. "Instruct everyone to fully acquire Hoth Purple Leaf, Nino Root, and 3-flower Serpent Fruit. May I inquire, young master, how much do you intend to acquire?" "All of it." "All of it?" Old Walker raised his head, staring at Raylan in astonishment. "Indeed. You are to procure every last one of the aforementioned herbs available in the market and store them in the estate." Raylan's expression remained impassive. "However, I must remind you, young master, that due to the recent mismanagement of the apothecary and the herbs you occasionally require, our accounts are currently in a rather precarious state. Were it not for the estate's continuous financial support, we would have likely gone bankrupt by now." This was Old Walker's unspoken concern, which he hesitated to voice. "I am aware, but remember this. If gold is insufficient, apply directly to Anna. The acquisitions must not cease. This is an order." Raylan clasped his fingers together. And though he was merely around 15 years old, he exuded an air of authority. "Very well. I understand." Cold sweat beaded on Walker's forehead as he bowed and exited. Unlike Anna and the others, he was unaware of Raylan's true identity, leading to some skepticism regarding Raylan's actions. Yet, for Raylan, the purpose of amassing power was to better serve himself, to assist with mundane tasks, and to gather materials. Even if it meant incurring some monetary loss, it was of little consequence. Everything he did was in service of his advancement along the path of a sorcerer. Aside from that, any other matters were merely impediments. Although pursuing the path of a sorcerer was ultimately aimed at achieving true freedom and an unrestrained life, alas, with my current strength, I still fall woefully short. Within Raylan's heart, a profound sigh emerged. Though he appeared to have attained a position of high status in the city of eternal night, complete with a manor and servants. To a wizard, such trappings were mere illusory bubbles, easily shattered with the slightest touch. The aftershocks of a battle between any two formal wizards could plunge Raylan into the depths of peril, when life and death cannot be fully assured. What value does fleeting comfort hold? To speak of distant threats, should the Blackbone Forest Academy face utter defeat? The modest abode of the Gothic sage might very well declare all the Academy's mentors and students as fugitives, compelling me to forsake everything and flee. In this tumultuous era, only one's own power serves as the true guarantor of freedom,